One beautiful day, the sunshine was golden like honey, the air was fresh and pleasant. There was a young man sipping a cup of warm tea, his eyes glued to the computer screen as if drawn by a magnet. The guy was scrolling through a game forum where new topics were popping up left and right, each promising some wild new drama. The moment he clicked on a post, a flood of comments hit him right in the face. "This game is trash with that moronic dragon. It just showed up out of nowhere and wiped my game data. What in the world? The black magic dragon? It said my character died and I can't log in anymore. What the heck is going on? My character was just deleted." Reading this, our hero was a bit baffled. The final boss in a dating sim was this overpowered. He always figured the game would have a romantic, happy ending if the two main characters fell in love. Scrolling down further, another post caught the attention of the 500-strong gamer community. "Everyone, listen up. This boss is unbeatable. This garbage black magic dragon has a passive 99% magic resistance, no cooldowns, and it constantly shuts me down with a magic absorption skill while also firing off spells of its own. How are we supposed to kill this thing? It has to be a game bug." Suddenly, it clicked for our main character. He realized this post was from a top-tier idol in the gaming world. Intrigued, the young man set his tea down, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The final boss, huh? This is getting interesting." At that moment, he rested his chin on his hand, engrossed in another player's analysis on the forum. How strange. A monster with magic immunity in a world overflowing with magic? That makes absolutely no sense. Is it really a game bug? People are saying their characters are getting wiped without a trace. Yeah, this has to be it. Just then, an SOS notification flashed on his screen. The black magic dragon, Black Knight of the 13th month, has appeared. Unable to contain his curiosity, the main character clicked to reread the game's storyline. In a world of myth, there existed a fanatical cult known as the Black Magic Disciples. Their goal was to invade other worlds, also known as Persona Gates, to become the ultimate rulers of the universe. Once their objective was met, the Black Magic Dragon would make its debut. And just like that, 90% of the continent was swallowed by the Persona Gates. Reading this far, our main character's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had only ever focused on PvP and paid no attention to the game's plot. But this level of chaos was insane. The guy felt a little intimidated, but then he thought, haven't I been avoiding this? Followed by, maybe I should just go all in for once. No sooner said than done. He moved his mouse to the notification bar. "Do you wish to fight the Black Magic Dragon? Please select yes or no." Without a second of hesitation, he chose yes. "Let's do this while it's hot. I'll show them the skills I've honed for the past 10 years, our hero boldly declared. A brief overview of the character, Baek Sung. He was a strange anomaly in the game, the only being who couldn't use any skills. Even though everyone in this game could sling fireballs like it was second nature, not even the most seasoned veterans would give this useless character a second glance. To put it bluntly, this character was even weaker than a side character. However, he did have a tiny bit of magic, but it was limited to just a single, solitary skill. Back in the battle, the Black Magic Dragon was doing its best fire-breathing cosplay, gathering a colossal fireball in its mouth. A moment later, it opened its maw wide and spat out the massive sphere of power. The orb shot towards Baek Sung with lightning speed. Faced with this life-or-death situation, Baek Sung remained perfectly cool and collected. He then smirked disdainfully, with a look that clearly said, "Is that all you've got?" He immediately transformed, using his ultimate flash step skill, and lunged forward to slash at the dragon's neck. He just kept at it, flash step after flash step, continuously. Baek Sung's flash step allowed him to move to another location within a 3 to 10 meter range in the blink of an eye. But the catch was, the destination was completely random. So, if his timing wasn't perfect, he'd be instantly obliterated by the terrifying speed and force of the impact. On top of that, the cooldown time and mana consumption were ridiculous, and it even left him frozen for 2 seconds after each use. That's why, even though anyone could learn it, almost no one was foolish enough to actually use it. However, Baek Sung was a special case. He had completely mastered this flash step skill. Not only that, but he could also control both the direction and the distance of his teleport. Even more incredibly, he had figured out how to bypass the penalty. The skill didn't cost him a single drop of mana. And besides, what mana stat did the character Baek Sung even have to spend? Unlike other spells, Flash Step is really just a simple movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character back when everything was based on skill level. So for the past 10 years, I've played only one character, one that uses no magic in combat. By now, Baek Sung had charged forward, carving a long gash across the black magic dragon's face. But he didn't stop there. With powerful, decisive strikes, he sliced the Demon King clean in two. This guy was clearly no pushover. not by a long shot. Immediately after, he stood proudly, like a god descended to earth. A notification appeared. You have defeated the final boss, Black Knight of the 13th month. In reality, the main character couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What the? Seriously? I actually killed the final boss, the Black Magic Dragon? I know I was equipped with rare artifacts from head to toe, but this is still supposed to be a trash tier character. This is a miracle, but either way, this is amazing. I have to go show the online community that I just slayed the Black Magic Dragon. But before he could even start flexing, his computer screen filled with a chaotic mess of red notifications. By reaching the flawed ending, 90% of the mythical world has been destroyed. However, you have come very close to the true ending. Staring at these lines, the main character's jaw dropped as he cried out, "Holy cow, what is happening?" Before his brain could even process it, another notification popped up. Please reach the true ending. At this point, our guy was completely freaking out. What was this? And just like that, our protagonist mysteriously vanished from his own room. The moment he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a completely alien scene. The main character was currently face-planting on the ground. He groggily pushed himself up, his head spinning like a top. Confused, he clutched his head and groaned. What in the world just happened? A shiver suddenly ran down his spine. He scanned his surroundings and exclaimed, "Where am I?" All of a sudden, a blinding glint of light caught his attention. He quickly realized it was a mirror. He drew closer, pressing his face against the glass, and then, what the hell? His current appearance made him doubt his own eyes. It was a familiar face he'd been stuck with for over 10 years. In the game it was Baekhyul Sung. But before he could make sense of anything, another notification appeared before him. Episode 1. Escape the Pursuit. A realization struck our hero. Wasn't this Baekhyul Sung's tutorial mission? He couldn't believe what was happening. There was no way. Was he dreaming? Just then, his hand brushed against something in his pocket. The thing that made him freeze for a solid 5 seconds was an acceptance certificate to the Stella Academy. And at that moment, even if he didn't want to admit it, Baekhyul Sung could automatically guess where he was. This was undoubtedly the world of the game, so does that mean from now on, he was Baekhyul Sung? At that thought, he buried his face in his hands, on the verge of a mental breakdown. But he needed to think logically. That voice told him to reach the true ending. But from what he knew, this damn game didn't have a true ending. It had a myriad of possible outcomes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he thought, wait a minute. Could it be that no one has managed to unlock the true ending in the past 10 years? Damn it all. But there was no more time to think. If he remembered correctly, right after Baekhyul Sung woke up, the black magic cultists would catch up and storm the house. Before him was a group of identically dressed men in black. Beneath the falling snow, they were frantically searching for him, shouting, "Damn it! Where did that little brat run off to?" Seeing this, our protagonist was scared out of his wits and huddled behind the door. He peeked out and thought to himself, "This is bad, they're already here." Outside, one of the men with ghastly white eyes spotted something. He then pointed high up into the distance and yelled, "Hey guys, there's a house over there, let's go search it." With that, the whole group roared in agreement. Realizing the immediate and critical problem he had to deal with, our hero felt a wave of anxiety, unsure of what to do. He tried to recall the game mechanics. I think there's a time limit for evading them, but there's no way I can fight them all by myself. While he was panicking, not knowing what to do, the system suddenly prompted, "You can use Blink." Faced with this suggestion, our protagonist was baffled. Huh? I can use Blink? Born with a body suffering from mana allergy syndrome, Baekhyul Sung, a person incapable of accumulating mana, could only place his hopes in one single thing, the one spell he had spent his entire life practicing. Back in the present, snow fell relentlessly, blanketing the entire forest. Inside this old, dilapidated house, Baekhyul Sung was still mulling over the system's suggestion, but right now, his blink skill was only at level 0, with a maximum allowed distance of 9 meters. At this moment, he was utterly confused. This damn system is telling me to use blink? But I'm not sitting in front of a computer with a mouse and keyboard, so how am I supposed to do it? Outside, the men from the black magic cult were sprinting like madmen toward the house. The sound of their footsteps grew closer and closer, making our hero even more frantic. Damn it, they're here. I have to do something. There was no time left. Screw it, I'll risk it all against you guys. Meanwhile, the pursuers had just arrived when they spotted something, their eyes filling with rage. One of them yelled, "Boss, I found the bastard. After him, I want him caught alive." And just like that, they began a frenzied chase, yelling their lungs out from behind, "Stop! Don't let him escape, get him." As for our protagonist, he was running for his dear life. This was the very first challenge of the tutorial. Use Blink to shake off his pursuers. As he ran, he thought, They're wearing magic-enchanted boots, so they're faster than me. The only way to escape is by using blink. Calm down. I've used this countless times before. Because of that, I should know exactly how to time it. By now, they had closed the distance right behind him, shouting, "You little brat, are you going to stop running or what?" Glancing back, he suddenly registered this fact. Damn it, they're already on top of me? But the truth is, blink has a critical weakness. If the user misjudges the distance, they'll crash into objects and die instantly. However, with me, it's a different story. Baek Sung thought to himself as he continued to run. At that very same moment, the leader of the black magic mages had caught up right behind him. He swung his sword high and roared, "Let me send you to hell. Die, you dog." In that hair-raising moment, on the brink of life and death, he activated his blink skill and escaped. A wave of joy washed over him as he thought, "Awesome. It worked." He left the men of the black magic cult completely dumbfounded. "Nani? What was that? Was that blink? So that little brat is a mage, too?" Seeing his foolish comrades lose their composure, the leader turned to reassure them. "Don't lose heart. Blink has a weakness. The user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so that's our chance to strike." As he said this, he turned his head back towards Baek Sung and was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Wait, why is that kid still moving? Elsewhere, Baek Sung was still running like his life depended on it. As he ran, he muttered to himself for encouragement. "Careful, I have to be more careful. Come on, I have to use this rough terrain to my advantage to escape." Any player who fails to master blink at this stage has only one path forward. Death right here. In reality, a staggering 99% of players who picked Baek Sung couldn't even clear the tutorial. With that in mind, he starts spamming blink like a madman, zipping from one spot to another, which left the dark sect cultists completely stunned. Whoa, he's actually using blink on this kind of terrain? Is that kid out of his mind? He then turned to his goons and ordered, "All magic users, to the front. We're going to hit him from a distance." As soon as he said it, 3 of them stepped forward, their faces radiating pure killing intent. Realizing they were no longer hot on his tail, our hero risked a glance back. A new worry crept into his mind. Crap, are they planning to use magic? And just like that, he remembered the second part of the tutorial. Using blink to dodge magic projectiles. Damn it, he thought. In the game, I had a third-person view on the screen, so dodging was easy. But then, a system notification popped up. Skill, Mana Leak Syndrome has been activated. Mana Leak Syndrome nullifies the Sixth Sense skill and boosts cognitive acceleration. The moment he received that notification, Baek Sung could suddenly sense blades of energy closing in on him, without even needing to look back. And just like that, he was able to effortlessly evade the incoming attacks. Simultaneously, an immense wave of dark energy surged toward him. Baek Sung knew this was his cue to use the blink skill. He managed to narrowly escape the fatal blow at the last second. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, sounding like a meteor crashing into the earth. The sheer force of the blast was so powerful that Baek Sung was thrown off balance, forced to crouch and brace himself against the shock wave. As the smoke and dust from the explosion began to settle, a massive crater was revealed in its wake. It was only then that Baek Sung could catch his breath, thinking, "Holy crap, that was way too close. I almost bought the farm," but there was no time to rest. He immediately broke into a dead sprint once more. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer terror. Directly in his path was a bottomless chasm, one wrong move, and it would be a one-way trip to the afterlife. And this, of course, was the third challenge of the tutorial, using blink to cross the great chasm. He quickly realized the only way to make it to the other side was to perfectly time and calculate his blink distance. After that, he recalled, "I'm supposed to run into some passing mages and make my escape. That's how the tutorial ends. But to clear this part, I have to cancel the blink cast, which has a 0.1 second activation time, but a single failure means instant death. There are about 20 floating platforms here, and with only 0.1 seconds per jump, it's much easier said than done. I swear, whoever designed this tutorial was a real piece of work. This is just sadistic. Still, it's not entirely impossible. The real problem is, just as he was thinking, a shout from the dark sect cut through the air. There he is, right in front of us. At that very moment, the entire group of pursuers had caught up. Startled, our hero glanced back, thinking, they're way closer than I expected. The distance between us is probably only about 100 meters. Blink's cooldown is 3 seconds, which isn't enough time to make it across. That leaves me with only one option. I have to kill every last one of them. Following that, Baek Sung ducked behind a tree to strategize. This is insane, he thought. Why did I even think I could handle this right after that last skirmish? If this were the game, the system would have blocked these guys from following me. But this is reality. and there's no law saying I have to play by the game's rules. I'm about to take a life, and not because they're my parents' enemies like the game's plot dictates. They were finally here. Baek Yul-sung tightened his grip on his sword, his face a mask of grim determination. All right, bring it on, you bastards. I'll take you all down. Just a few ticks later, they swarmed his position. The leader, his face still flushed with rage, bellowed, "It's him! That's the little punk. Get that wadgun for me." With a unified roar, the whole mob charged forward, every single one of them looking absolutely livid. Meanwhile, Baek Yul-sung remained perfectly calm, not showing a hint of fear. Seeing this, one of the cultists sneered inwardly. He's got some nerve, this kid, daring to fight us all by himself? What a fool. You're a dead man, Wadgan. But our hero was in a state of deep concentration, observing everything to make the perfect call. He calculated the distance to his target, approximately 8.7 meters. In the next instant, he unleashed his blink skill, lunging straight at the man. Before the black-robed cultist could even process what was happening, his life was already on the line. The leader standing nearby could only watch with wide-eyed disbelief. But Baek Yul-sung's face was a picture of cold resolve. There would be no mercy. The attack was so fast and ferocious that the black-robed man coughed up a huge spray of blood. It splattered directly onto Baek Yul-sung, who watched the crimson liquid drip slowly from his fingertips. Yet, at that moment, Baek Yul-sung felt not a single shred of guilt. He knew that if they didn't die, he would. He had to kill every last one of them just to survive. With that thought, he brought his sword down in a powerful slash, then followed up with a furious kick to vent his frustration. The blow seemed almost casual, yet it sent the man flying back into the crowd of his fellow cultists, which only served to enrage them even further. Meanwhile, having taken down one enemy, he immediately turned and fled. His blink was likely still on cooldown, so he couldn't afford to be reckless. When the cultists realized he was making a run for it, they grew even more furious, screaming like madmen. "Damn it, he's getting away. Don't let him escape, whatever it takes." As Baek Yul-sung ran, he thought to himself, "I managed to take one of them down, but the next one won't be so easy. What's my next move? What the hell? Why'd it suddenly get so quiet behind me? Did they give up the chase?" The thought had barely crossed his mind when he realized they were already standing right in front of him, blocking his path. But now, there was no more time to run. A dreadful thought struck him. No way. Are they using magic again? If I try to dodge, those damn bastards. Meanwhile, the cultist leader barked an order to his underlings. "Do it now." The second the words left his mouth, a bizarre and sinister magic formation began to appear. Immediately after, it shot straight towards Baek Yul-sung's position. A massive bolt of fire hurtled directly at him, and you could see the tension etched all over his face. But it wasn't just one bolt. A whole barrage of fire arrows was now screaming towards him. Faced with this impossible situation, he had no idea how to escape, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this wretched spell. Then it hit him, he had a plan. In front of him, a single tree branch grew out of a crack in the rock. With his life hanging by a thread, he activated his blink skill, instantly dashing towards that branch. And just like that, a massive explosion erupted right where he'd been standing. Boom! The blast carved a huge crater in the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. One of the dark mages smirked, thinking, "Serves that little punk right." But his smug satisfaction didn't last long. He suddenly realized the crater was completely empty, there was no body. Stunned, he muttered to himself, "Where did he go?" While the mage was still trying to figure things out, Baek Yul-sung had not only dodged their magic, but was already using blink to close the distance on their leader. By the time he noticed, Baek Yul-sung was already right in his face, the two of them locking eyes. The ultimate blink technique, after all, requires perfect balance before and after execution. Without a moment's hesitation, he blinked again, unleashing a devastating slash. All that was left was the sound of a blood-curdling scream echoing in the distance. Witnessing this, the other dark mages were completely shell-shocked. What in the hell is even happening right now? But he wasn't done. Baek Yul-sung drove his sword deeper, right through the man's body, causing him to cough up blood and die instantly. Even now, the mages couldn't comprehend it. Where did this kid get such powerful magic? And why had he become so unbelievably ruthless? After taking down two of them, he was clearly exhausted. Covered in blood, he thought to himself, "All right, that's two down, but I have to move fast before they can recover." The scar-faced man finally spoke up. "You're a monster. Your reaction speed is unnatural for a mage. Just who the hell are you?" Hearing this, Baek Yul-sung thought to himself, "It seems my reaction speed must be on a whole other level compared to other players. But that's only inside this game," he mused. "I can't just keep dodging their attacks forever, especially at this close range. I need to finish them all, and fast." With that resolve, he threw caution to the wind and charged forward to attack. The scar-faced man, who had been watching intently, suddenly shouted, "I've figured out your pattern. This kid can only use blink and Jiao Gamma. All I have to do is guard my face and neck, and he won't be able to lay a finger on me." And so, he gripped his sword tightly in a defensive stance, a taunting look on his face. "Come on then, bring it on." Then, the man roared, "Ice Tide." On the other side, Baek Yoon-sung was still flawlessly executing his incredible blink maneuvers. Simultaneously, the mage unleashed an intense wave of power, aiming it directly at our hero. He was completely confident in his strategy, thinking to himself, "Ha, I've got you now. Let's see how you writhe in agony." But his triumphant smirk hadn't even fully formed before he was hit with an earth-shattering shock. Not only was Baek Yoon-sung completely unharmed, but he had already blinked over to the scar-faced man's accomplice and was running him through with his sword. The sight sent a chill down the scar-faced man's spine, and he stammered in pure terror. "Damn it all. Before, you were just scurrying around like a cornered rat. Since when did you have the guts to fight back?" Our protagonist, drenched in fresh blood, replied coldly, "I was. But that was me before. In a way, I should thank you all for helping me grow stronger every single day." Hearing this, the man spat back in fury. "You damn brat. That's only because we were holding back. Now, prepare to die." As the words left his mouth, Baek Yoon-sung's powerful footsteps closed the distance. His face was now a mask of pure killing intent, looking absolutely ferocious. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he launched a spear straight at the man. Seeing the weapon fly towards him, the mage analyzed the situation. Blink always targets an unguarded spot. He must be trying to bait me into blocking the spear so he can ambush me from behind. In your dreams, kid. That's not happening. Just as he thought that, the spear tip was right in his face. But the guy just casually swung his sword, slicing the spear clean in two. With a smug grin, he thought, "All right, now I just need to turn around and land one hit to finish this." But it turns out his prediction was dead wrong. Suddenly, he just stood there dumbfounded, weakly muttering, "Huh." Then, he gritted his teeth, his face contorting in inexplicable agony. At that moment, Baek Yoon-sung hadn't attacked from behind as he'd guessed, but had struck directly from the front. He'd used all his strength to plunge his weapon straight through the man's heart, leaving him utterly stunned. The smug-faced goon still couldn't accept it, weakly crying out, "No way. He was planning to attack from the front all along?" And with that, Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, was complete. After taking out the entire group, a system notification popped up. You have gained experience and received a gift from the Constellation Project for developing a unique story. Meanwhile, our main character looked completely drained as he collapsed to the ground, his breathing becoming rapid and ragged. He glanced down at his blood-soaked hands and then looked around. Just like every other transmigrated character, his first instinct was to believe it was all just a dream. But no, this was all too real. It was no dream. He replayed the life or death battle he had just fought to survive in this new world. That was his first ever blink in this world, his first real battle, and what's more, it was his first time taking a life. The reality hit him. He had just ended a human life to save his own. After a moment, our hero slowly got to his feet, dusting off his clothes. Staring at the path ahead, he told himself, "Well, I'm stuck here now. First things first. I need to get out of this area." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to look back at the bodies of the men he just defeated. He was still quite hesitant, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. But then he knelt down and started patting down their pockets, thinking to himself, "This might be a bit scummy, but I have to be realistic. I'm completely broke right now." After a bit of searching, he finally found a pouch sparkling with gold coins. He celebrated internally. This has to be around 2 million won, maybe even more. Talk about a silver lining. His joy was short-lived, however, as he turned to face another problem. He looked at the path ahead with a sense of dread. Before him was a bottomless chasm. One wrong step and it would be game over for good. Standing on the edge of life and death, he thought in a panic, "How in the world am I supposed to cross this cliff?" Suddenly, a loud voice called out from the other side of the cliff, "Is anyone over there?" He immediately looked up. Seeing him just standing there, the group waved their hands and shouted again, "Hey, over here, we're on this side." He recognized them as the group of mages from the tutorial. Without a second thought, he started yelling like a madman, "I'm here, I'm here." From the other side, someone replied, "But there's no bridge nearby. Do you think you can make it across?" "Yes, I'm on my way," our hero answered. Hearing his response, the girl turned back to her group and said, "Let's wait for him for a bit. He says he can cross." The blue-haired guy next to her was still skeptical, chiming in, "But crossing this cliff is no simple task. He'd have to be at least a third-rank knight to even have a chance. Can that young man really pull it off?" She replied, I'm not so sure either." As she said that, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. He was leaping from one rock to another with incredible grace and skill. The entire group stared, their jaws on the floor, watching with bated breath. Baekhyul Sung was completely focused, carefully navigating from one section to the next. Quick as a flash, he was already halfway across. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes at this spectacle, exclaiming, "What kind of move is that? Some kind of jumping magic?" Someone else answered, "That's Blink." That voice came from a blue-haired girl standing in the back. She had a rather pretty and adorable appearance. The purple-haired girl glanced back at the kid, and then towards our hero, saying in disbelief, "That's Blink? But it's not supposed to be that easy to control the direction and distance. That's practically impossible. Yet he makes it look so effortless and masterful. It might have looked that way to an outsider, but our MC was actually struggling quite a bit." Suddenly, the girl saw something that made her eyes go wide with shock as she stammered, "Who are those two? Are they with him?" Just then, on the other side of the chasm, two figures in black robes were approaching the edge. While the group over here was still confused, one of the figures raised a magic staff, creating an orange aura of power that radiated outwards. Immediately after, he aimed his hand forward, conjuring a bizarre magic circle, which then shot a projectile straight at our main character. A sudden shout rang out, "Hey, watch your back." At that exact moment, our hero also sensed the terrifying power hurtling towards him and cursed under his breath, "Son of a, damn it all." Just as it was about to hit, he used his blink magic, teleporting to another spot and narrowly escaping with his life. A massive explosion erupted right where he had been, booming across the chasm. He whipped his head around to see who had ambushed him. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the silhouettes of the two black-robed figures came into view. A thought shot through his mind. So it's those mercenaries from before. They've respawned. This is seriously dangerous. The countdown for Blink was still at 3 seconds. Dodging all their magic was impossible. He had to find another floating rock to land on. Fast. Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in sheer panic. Holy crap, what is that? Turns out, the dark mages weren't just going to let him go. They had instantly activated a spell and fired it straight at him. Luckily for Baekhyul Sung, he managed to lean aside, just in time to dodge the blast. But life's never that easy, is it? The moment he dodged, the rock beneath his feet gave a sickening crack and split right in two. He struggled to keep his balance but failed, tumbling backward into the endless abyss. And yet, his will to survive blazed fiercely. He thrashed desperately on the brink of death, telling himself, "I have to live. I absolutely have to live." But again, life isn't a fairy tale. The floating rocks seemed to be mocking him, all hopelessly out of reach. Clinging to his last shred of hope, all he wished for was to land on just one of them. That would be enough. And then, as if the universe itself heard his plea, his eyes lit up as he spotted a platform of rock nearby. It seems his number wasn't up just yet. Fate was still on his side. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flash spell, launching himself toward the rock like a speeding arrow, and his efforts paid off. His fingers managed to desperately grip the edge. His hands were now like a vice, clinging tightly to his last hope of survival. He looked back, his voice trembling. Did I actually make it? But his relief was short-lived. Before he could even catch his breath, a colossal orange energy beam, the kind that screams danger, came roaring at him from behind. A desperate thought flashed through his mind. So this is where I die. Just as the Grim Reaper was about to tap his shoulder, when our hero was ready to cash in his chips, a brilliant, jade-green blast of power tore through the air like a savior. Immediately after, the two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. Boom! The shockwave was so powerful it felt like it would rip space itself apart, and he had to use every ounce of his strength just to hang on. And then, as the dust and smoke began to clear, our main character was, of course, completely unscathed. That's the power of plot armor for you. You can't expect the hero to bite the dust that easily, can you? His head still ringing, he dazedly wondered, what was that spell just now? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Seriously, who's so ridiculously overpowered that they can combine two different spells into a single, devastating attack? Not to mention the trajectory was surgically precise, without a single drop of mana wasted. What kind of master could unleash such a flawless technique? Following their gaze, he saw the remaining dark mages staring intently at a slender, blue-haired figure standing at the center of all the attention. The girl's beautiful face remained as cold as ice, completely devoid of emotion. After witnessing that display, the mages were all pale as ghosts. One of them stammered, No way. How could she possibly pull off something so extraordinary? The two mercenaries on the other side of the battlefield, realizing this fight was way out of their league, decided it was time to make a strategic retreat. Knowing they were still greenhorns, they quietly slipped away and vanished. Our hero watched the backs of those fair-weather allies disappear and let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, thank God I'm still alive. After a bit of a struggle, he finally made it safely to the other side, where he was greeted warmly by the others. The only one who didn't join the welcome party was the cool blue-haired girl. She gave him the cold shoulder, turning away without even a single glance. Seeing his lifesaver, our hero quickly ran after her, calling out, "Hey, excuse me. Thank you so much for saving me back there." The young heroine barely gave him a glance, her voice as frosty as ever. "I didn't do it to earn anyone's gratitude, so there's no need for you to thank me." With that, she turned and walked away coldly. Our hero was stunned silent for a good 5 seconds before muttering, "Oh, okay then." Watching her proud figure walk away, he got lost in his thoughts. What an interesting girl. I don't think I've ever heard such a cute voice before, even though she seems pretty hard to get close to. Oh well. What's important is that the bandits who were terrorizing the villagers have finally paid for their crimes. The truth is, the dark magic cult is behind most of these attacks on villages. Thankfully, this particular nightmare is finally over. That was a seriously close call, a true brush with death. But now that we're past this god-forsaken cliff, we've pretty much set foot into the territory of the mages. Even if they sprouted wings, the dark magic cult would have a hard time following us here. Thinking this, he breathed a sigh of relief, smirking to himself. Besides, those scumbags still have no idea who they're dealing with. All of a sudden, asterisk ding, asterisk, a new system notification popped up. Chapter 2, Enrollment in Stella Academy. Staring at the brand new quest window, he couldn't help but be taken aback. This is Chapter 2? Well now, that doesn't sound too bad, does it? But still, how exactly am I supposed to go back to being a student at my age? And so, the group packed up and boarded the carriage, heading straight for Stella Academy. As night fell, the road they traveled grew increasingly desolate and eerily silent. The only sound was the rhythmic clatter of the horse-drawn carriage's wheels, lulling its passengers to sleep. Inside, likely exhausted after a day spent cheating death, our hero was out like a light. Suddenly, a few muffled sounds escaped his lips as he slept. His mind had drifted into the realm of memory, as fragments of his past began to resurface one by one. A vision appeared before his eyes, a chubby little boy, tugging at his mother's clothes, chirping, "Mommy, Mommy," and the mother replied gently, "My dear son, you'll become a great mage when you grow up. I believe in you, my sweet child." He recalled flipping through his mother's old diaries, only then realizing the immense hardship and toil his parents endured to raise him. At that moment, the little boy promised himself he would study hard to make them proud. Through long nights spent poring over books, often drifting off to sleep unknowingly, his mother's gentle hand was always there to tuck him in with a warm blanket. The stream of memories suddenly flooded back, replaying the day his mother received the news from the doctor. She was utterly devastated, crying out, "Doctor, did you just say my son has Manhwa syndrome?" The boy himself was crushed, unable to accept the cruel reality. "No, it can't be." As he finished the thought, his eyes welled up with tears. But is this Beckyon's memory, or just fragmented pieces of my own past? His wandering thoughts were abruptly cut short, as our protagonist jolted awake. His head was spinning slightly, and he instinctively brought a hand to his forehead. Glancing out the window, he saw that dawn had broken, and the first rays of sunlight were beginning to peek through. Noticing he was awake, a fellow passenger on the vehicle asked, "Ah, you're up? It looked like you were having a nightmare. You were mumbling something I couldn't make sense of at all. I was just about to wake you." Just then, a voice called from outside. "We are about to depart for Legiocha, a satellite city of Arcanium." The vehicle slowly came to a halt, and another voice announced, "We'll be taking a short break here." The group quickly moved outside the vehicle to breathe in the fresh air. Feeling a bit stiff, our protagonist stretched his arms out for a satisfying release. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his eyes widening as he looked in a certain direction. By sheer coincidence, the blue-haired girl was staring at him intently. In that instant, he was about to raise his hand in a polite greeting. But before he could even make a move, she coldly turned away. Her action left him feeling a bit awkward, and he could only manage a wry smile, thinking to himself how incredibly cool and aloof she was. Still, things were going relatively smoothly compared to his earlier worries. He was silently relieved that this timeline felt closer to the modern era than some distant medieval age. Magic was still a reality in this mythical world, but in the safer cities, trains, airships, and sky routes were all well established. And to make their long journey more comfortable, the group would be heading to Legiocha on an ultra-modern airship. Legiocha was situated on the main route to Arcanium. It was in Arcanium, the very capital of magic, where everything would truly begin. The mystical magic towers, the solemn mage councils, and the 5 renowned academies were all located in Arcanium. The academy with the most powerful mages and the absolute top-tier students was none other than Stella Academy. Consequently, Stella was a melting pot for countless geniuses and nobles from all over the world, and yet, our protagonist still couldn't wrap his head around how Baekhyun, the person he was now possessing, could have possibly set foot in such a prestigious school. He'd almost forgotten the basics. He hadn't even checked his own skills yet. With that thought, he hastily opened the system, and immediately, the status window appeared in clear view. Mana Leak Syndrome, Level 1. Strength increased by 3%, speed increased by 5%, agility increased by 10%, Sixth Sense, consumes the user's mental power to activate, detects mana within a 12-meter radius, radar wave. Looking at the status window, he offered a silent thanks for the abilities Baekhyun possessed, especially Sixth Sense and radar wave. Without those two, he probably would have been toast a long time ago. In this game, a cursed individual is unable to concentrate mana within their body. The Mana Leak Syndrome was the very curse from the heavens that Baekhyun had to bear. However, there was a silver lining to this misfortune. It allowed him to perceive the surrounding mana through his sixth sense. It also helped him detect any incoming attacks, even those he couldn't see. As for radar wave, it allowed him to perceive everything as if time were in slow motion. If danger or a surprise attack occurred, he could react faster than a normal person could even register. It was a must-have skill for Baekhyun, given his inability to use mana. But everything comes at a price. Using Sixth Sense for too long consumes a great deal of mental power. Therefore, overusing it could lead to many unforeseen consequences down the line. Reading this, the protagonist scrolled to the statistics section. Name, Baekhyun. Status, Strength, 1 star 50, 9%. Agility, 1 star 97%. Speed, 1 star 81%. Stamina, 1 star 50, 1%. Endurance, 0 star 90, 7%. Mental power, 1 star 40, 3%. Remaining mana, none. Skills, Blink level 0. Tret, Mana Leak Syndrome level 1. After studying the information, he thought to himself that the starting stats weren't actually that bad. The original Baekhyun had very low agility, but in his hands, things would be different. He was determined to push that stat as high as it could go. In this game world, there wasn't just one type of level. Each individual stat had its own level as well. Skills were displayed by level, while stats were shown by stars. The highest stat level was 9 stars, but reaching that realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had played this game for over 10 years, yet the highest he'd ever achieved was 8 stars in both stamina and agility. But for now, he should focus on investing in agility to buff his sixth sense and reaction speed. He could improve his stamina and flexibility through various other methods. So that was the bottom line. The most pressing issue at hand, however, was the Mana Leak Syndrome. If he didn't train this, he wouldn't last long. He needed to level it up to quickly uncover the secret of his true body. And Stella Academy was the key to suppressing that syndrome. He had no other path to take if he wanted to overturn this world's ending and cure his own chronic affliction. At this thought, our protagonist let out a weary sigh. Phew, honestly, I don't even want to go there. Can someone please save me from this whole ordeal? Abruptly, the system blared to life. You have missed several important notifications. Whoa, I've never seen this before, he exclaimed in surprise. But before he could even check it, an urgent voice called out, Hey, you youngsters, let's get a move on. Our hero had no choice but to shelve those notifications for later. All the while, the blue-haired girl was still sizing him up, her icy expression never cracking as she remained completely silent. Before them hovered a colossal airship, a masterpiece of modern engineering that just screamed cool. A palpable buzz of excitement and anticipation filled the air aboard the ship. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life. Attention passengers, we will be docking at Arcanium shortly. Please return to your seats. Just then, some random guy spotted something that made his jaw drop in disbelief. A moment later, his shock turned to mockery as he sneered. Hey, get a load of this guy. He's gawking around like some hick on his first trip to the city. Guess he's never seen an airship before, huh? Haha. Following their gaze, it was clear their target was none other than Baekhyun. He was indeed looking around in a daze, completely overwhelmed by his unfamiliar surroundings. The gossip continued. That dude's gotta be from the boonies, right? He looks totally clueless, like a deer in headlights. Seriously, I have no idea why Stella even bothers letting riffraff like him enroll. At this point, our hero caught wind of the taunts directed his way and lifted his head to face them. But they weren't done yet, their contempt dripping from every word. This is just humiliating. A few losers like him are all it takes to stain the reputation of the entire academy. He simply stared back at them for a moment before deciding they weren't worth his time, letting out a single sigh and turning away. His complete lack of reaction left the main bully momentarily stunned. Internally, Baekhyun thought, what a bunch of brats. I'm an adult. I'm not stooping to their level. But it was precisely that dismissive attitude that set the rich kid off. "Hey, you little runt," he roared. "You dare look at us like that? You must have a death wish," he seethed, grinding his teeth. "Get back here, you little punk." But suddenly, a soft voice cut through the tension. "Excuse me, what is all this noise about?" The bully jumped, whipping his head around toward the source of the voice. His eyes then widened in utter astonishment. In the distance, they could just make out the silhouette of a girl with long, flowing hair. The bully's voice trembled as he stammered, Princess Bai Ryan." Hearing the name, our protagonist also turned to look, thinking, did he just say Bai Ryan? Before them stood a princess of breathtaking beauty, her aura radiating an icy, untouchable pride. This was none other than the princess of the Adalebit kingdom, Bai Ryan Adalebit herself. She didn't utter another word, simply gliding past the group with a cold indifference. As the princess passed his spot, the bully quickly plastered on a sycophantic smile, placing a hand over his heart in a formal greeting. "Your Highness." But before he could get another word out, she shot him a glare as sharp as a dagger and walked right past him, ignoring him completely. The public snub left him utterly humiliated, choking on his unspoken words. She continued her cold march inside, leaving the entire group staring after her, their mood plummeting. As she swept past our protagonist, a sudden realization hit him. She was the destined arch-nemesis of this world. According to the original game's plot, Hongbi Ryan was a pivotal character. She and the heroine were like oil and water, but in the end, she was always the one to bite the dust. It didn't matter which route the player chose. She would meet a tragic end in almost every scenario, either getting completely wrecked or being driven to take her own life after being ostracized by the entire academy. She was forced to endure the most public and humiliating downfalls, almost as if the game developers themselves had a personal grudge against her. He found himself lost in thought. I remember hearing she was incredibly popular with the male players, and I can see why her beauty is on another level. But man, she's so cold. It feels like she'd send me to an early grave if I so much as breathed in her direction. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud, rumbling growl. He instinctively placed a hand on it. The most pressing issue at hand was filling his empty belly. As soon as he reached the second floor, his eyes landed on a stall displaying an endless array of colorful, glistening pastries. He picked one at random, but the moment he saw the price, all the color drained from his face. "Holy crap, why is this so expensive?" he thought in despair. Still, he bit the bullet and ate it to satisfy his hunger. After finishing, our hero walked away looking like a lost puppy, thinking miserably, "Damn it, is eating at Arcanium always going to be this brutal on my wallet? I'm so screwed. So totally screwed." Just then, the intercom crackled again. "Attention, attention. An urgent announcement for all passengers. We will be arriving at Arcanium in 10 minutes. We request all passengers to please make their way to the ground floor. I repeat, we will be arriving at Arcanium in 10 minutes. All passengers to the ground floor, please. We thank you for your cooperation." Hearing the announcement, a smile crept onto our hero's face as he thought, "Finally, it's showtime. For better or worse, this is my reality now." With that thought, he pumped himself up, exclaiming, "All right, let's do this." A short while later, the group set foot in Stella Academy. Looking at the sea of unfamiliar faces, he couldn't help but feel a little out of place. He took a deep breath. Well, at least I handled the most immediate threat. The demonic cult won't be able to track me here. But can I really survive in a place like this? No, just staying alive in this world is a hardcore challenge. I really wish I had some kind of cheat item to help me out right about now. That thought suddenly jogged his memory about the system notifications he'd ignored earlier. He quickly pulled up the system window to check, and the message read, "The Star Eater Project would like to present you with a special reward. Option 1, a weapon you used in the game, albeit at a lower grade. Option 2, a skill you acquired in the game, with reduced power. And Option 3, experience points." Staring at the options, he mused, this system is actually pretty decent. Now, what to choose? Should I go for the reflection or the bronze flash? It was as if the system could read his mind, because an answer popped up immediately. Search results indicate the rank of those items is too high and they would be downgraded to a lower tier. He then thought, okay, what about superspatial flash? Search results indicate that skill is an upgraded version of flash and cannot be acquired. However, you may use this reward to enhance the base flash skill. After reading that, he froze for a solid 5 seconds, silently cursing the sly system. Damn it, everything has to be downgraded? As if sensing his frustration, the system elaborated. Due to a deficit of narrative energy, full materialization is not possible. Narrative energy? What's that? The system explained that the force influencing the story's progression is called narrative energy, which accumulates as one uncovers hidden plot points. He processed this and asked, "So you're saying you can't give me any overpowered items right now because I'm basically a noob with zero narrative clout?" He waited anxiously for the system's response. When none came, he tried again. "What about the chromatic reading glasses?" The system replied, "Based on our analysis, that item can be provided." "Awesome, I'll take it." As soon as he confirmed, the chromatic reading glasses materialized in his hand. He held them up, giving them a once-over. "I can't believe the day has come where I have to wear something this ridiculous," he thought with a sigh. In this world, it's impossible to recall information about monsters you've defeated or knowledge you've acquired. Because of this, players had to invent their own items to store that data. Our hero was no different, and his method was the chromatic reading glasses. He excitedly put them on for a test run. A mystical blue light glowed from the lenses, and a notification window appeared. Chromatic greeting. Rank: none. Description: can't remember what you ate for dinner yesterday. No problem, because these glasses record every single detail of what you've seen and learned. It has a special feature: a sealed, color-coded folder, activated by mental energy. He immediately opened another folder to check it out. After that, the system displayed another notification, listing things like alchemy ingredients, hunting grounds, dungeons, and characters. Seeing all this, he was pretty impressed. The system was as detailed as the real world, leaving him speechless about its potential. But with these glasses, I can probably recover about half the power I've used. Just then, he heard whispers from behind him. Hey, isn't that Isun? Oh, you mean the eldest daughter of that traitor, Dutchman? Good grief, how does she have the nerve to show her face here? Shh, keep your voice down, she'll hear you. Hearing a familiar name in their gossip, our protagonist couldn't help but get curious. Isun, huh? That reminds me, one of the neatest tricks of these glasses is letting me register or check the info of any character in the storyline. Let's give her a quick scan. Instantly, an information panel popped up. Isun Moon, the fake heroine, an ice and lightning type mage, with a weird habit of chugging cucumber water before chowing down on pizza, eldest daughter of Monducci. Her father's death sent her family into a nosedive from which they never recovered. Her final outcome is kicking the bucket. After reading this, the protagonist thought to himself, "Oh, so she's the counterfeit heroine, huh?" Speaking of Isun, the fake heroine, there's something I have to spill the tea on. Even though I'm currently living in a fantasy game world, the truth is, this entire world is based on a romance novel titled Don't Love the Princess, and that novel tells the story of the heroine, Isun, who tragically lost her entire family. She grows up through suffering, confronting the schemes of the main villain, Hong Bishan, and ultimately gets her happy ending with the male lead. In the final act, her plan for revenge nearly goes up in smoke, and the other male characters have to step in to protect her. It had an absolutely gut-wrenching ending that got completely slammed by readers. But the real kicker is that even though the game world is based on the novel, the plot is a whole different ballgame. In the game, a new character named Flellum was added, and she completely usurped the role of the main heroine. What's more, this Flellum character has her own completely unique backstory. She was just your average, run-of-the-mill woman from the modern world who happened to be obsessed with reading Don't Love the Princess before she was unexpectedly isekai'd into this world. So, unlike in the novel, Asun becomes a fake heroine in the game, while Flellum takes the throne as the bona fide one. And no matter how hard gamers tried, Asun could never clear a single route. This was the consequence of her being booted from the true protagonist's spot. But what does any of that have to do with me? Still, I don't know if I'm just being delusional, but I have this nagging feeling I've seen her somewhere before. Nah, I'm probably just imagining things. Time to buck up and face the harsh reality. After a long and stormy day, a new dawn broke, with brilliant sunlight bathing Stella Academy. Inside, students were decked out in their uniforms, standing in neat rows for an assembly. The headmaster's voice boomed. As you all know, the dark mages are sorcerers who have consumed the power of other worlds, twisting themselves into monsters. Even now, those dark mages continue their schemes of conquest, opening persona gates and unleashing ancient dungeons to devour our magical world. And our sacred mission, as mages, is to act as the shield that protects this world from those wicked forces. Hearing this, a murmur spread through the students below. Seriously? Kicking off the semester with a speech this bland? Totally. It's dull as dishwater. Meanwhile, the headmaster's voice droned on. And now, we will commence the oath-taking ceremony for the 4 students who achieved the highest scores on the FVOT, and who will serve as representatives for our freshman class. Now, would you all please step forward? Right on cue, the star students made their way to the front. They were a collection of handsome young men and beautiful women, their faces practically glowing like the morning Sunday. Looking at those faces, our protagonist thought to himself, they all shine like stars, just like they're the main characters of a story. But I wonder, who's the biggest star of them all? But of course, it's him. The headmaster's voice rang out again. Representing all freshmen present here today, Ma Yuxiang, please come forward to speak. At that moment, the crowd of fangirls below collectively swooned in admiration. Oh my gosh, he's the one with the highest entrance score? How can someone be a genius and that drop-dead gorgeous at the same time? Even our protagonist had to nod in agreement. So this is the famous Ma Yusong, huh? Quick side note. In the game, Ma Yuxiang is the living embodiment of the phrase, throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one, boasting a 9-star mana rating and possessing potential on par with the gods. He's a genius among geniuses, capable of controlling every element in existence. Even if I can't reach the true ending, I absolutely have to avoid the bad endings by pulling Ma Yuxiang over to the side of good. However, that cute girl with the short hair. That must be Flellum, right? Our protagonist started racking his brain. But I'll have to play it by ear and see what moves she makes from now on. Since she's a fellow transmigrator from my world, teaming up with her might not be a bad idea. But would that just overcomplicate things? What if she sees me as her sworn enemy and I get completely shut out? But I have the home turf advantage when it comes to information, so I shouldn't make any rash moves and screw things up. Flellum is a die-hard fan of the original romance novel, whereas I'm a veteran player of this fantasy game. I swear that's what I'll do. Even though my influence on the storyline is less than that of some random, small-fry villain you'd find in an item shop. Besides, the heroine has a special ability that lets her purify dark mages. But ironically, she also has a passive debuff that brings misfortune to anyone who gets close to her. Hanging around her would definitely have consequences for me. My role here is to support the main characters from the shadows and keep my direct involvement with them to an absolute minimum. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the campus heartthrob's speech concluded, met with a thunderous wave of applause from the crowd below. The principal's voice then boomed, and with that, I hereby declare today's entrance ceremony officially closed. Right after attending the entrance ceremony, Bick Young's system popped up with a fresh notification. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the mission to enroll in Stella Academy. Once the opening ceremony concluded, all the students gathered in a lecture hall, each one finding a seat wherever they pleased. Our protagonist, however, was feeling a bit down, thinking to himself, I graduated from college ages ago, and now I'm suddenly a high schooler again. This feeling is just bizarre. But there is one pretty sweet perk to being here. He then glanced at the watch on his wrist, musing that this was it. Having this little gadget was definitely a plus. This was the Stella watch, proof that you were a student of the legendary Stella Academy. Owning one granted you privileges and services far superior to those of other mages. Thinking this, he happily tucked the watch safely into his pocket. Heh, I've got to take advantage of this golden opportunity. Just then, the door swung open. A man with an ice-cold expression walked in, stepped onto the podium, and announced, I need everyone to maintain order in the classroom. We will begin the test immediately, so put away everything except for your writing utensils. If anyone is wearing glasses, they must be inspected by me first. A test right after the ceremony? The pressure was on. The curriculum at Stella Academy is more rigorous than most universities in Korea. Students are required to take an exam on the very first day of school. It's known as the placement test, which means it's used to evaluate and sort students into their respective classes. After distributing the exam papers to all the students, the instructor returned to the podium and announced loudly, All right, students, you have 45 minutes to complete the test. Your time starts now. You may begin. And for someone who had been through this whole school thing a long, long time ago and had likely forgotten everything he'd ever learned, our protagonist was utterly bewildered upon seeing the test questions. His face was drenched in a cold sweat as he thought, Oh my God, I can't even understand what the questions are asking. How am I supposed to do this? This is insane. The placement test has nothing to do with the entrance exam. It's infamous for its mind-boggling difficulty. Students are divided into classes ranging from F to A, and then the S class, based on their test scores. And of course, almost all the big-shot characters belong to the S class. Ironically, Bick Young was the one who ranked dead last out of 1,141 students. The protagonist stared at the exam, completely stumped. Maybe I should just turn in a blank paper and get it over with? I've already been accepted anyway, so it's not like they'll kick me out. I'll just consider this my voluntary placement into the F class. He glanced around the room and saw that everyone else seemed to be buried in their exams. The only exception was Ma Yuxiang, who was already sitting back leisurely, chin in his hand, lost in thought about something. Our protagonist looked back at his own paper with a wave of disappointment. Huh? Is he already finished? Did he seriously solve everything already? No wonder he looked so bored with life. In the original game, the character Ma Yusong was notoriously apathetic. Born into the most powerful family on the continent and blessed with a genius intellect and top-tier talent, Everything came as easy as breathing for him. Because of this, depending on the female lead's choices, Ma Yuxiang could either side with good or fall to the side of evil. All the demonic cultists aiming for humanity's destruction were extremely interested in him. But for now, his family was the most pressing issue. Regardless, watching a genius at work really makes you reflect on your own situation. Then it suddenly dawned on him, oh, wait a minute, why am I being so dumb? I can just use the bun glasses. I used them before to accumulate skills I learned in the library. Maybe they can actually help me out right now. It can't hurt to try, right? Let's give it a shot. With that thought, he reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. Just as he was about to put them on, the proctor, seemingly suspicious of his actions, approached him and asked, hold on, is there something wrong with your glasses? I already said that if you intend to use glasses, they must be inspected by me first. Hand them over. At that moment, our protagonist jolted, realizing his mistake. He muttered to himself, ah, right, crap, I completely forgot about that. He then handed the glasses to the instructor, who took them and began to inspect them closely. Meanwhile, our protagonist's face went pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he panicked. Oh no, what do I do? If he figures out these are magic glasses, I'm totally screwed. He looked up, silently praying to the heavens to get him through this ordeal. Suddenly, that blasted system displayed a notification. A lost component of the bun glasses has been detected. Do you wish to summon it? This nearly made our protagonist jump out of his skin. No, please just stay put, system. Meanwhile, the proctor was still using his magic to analyze the glasses. After fiddling with them for a moment and finding nothing unusual, he returned them to our protagonist, saying, I don't detect any mana here, but remember to ask for permission next time. Our protagonist let out a sigh of relief, as if a massive weight had been lifted, replying cheerfully, ah, yes sir, I'll keep that in mind. At the same time, he was celebrating internally. That was so close. If the original feature had been active, I would have been toast. With that settled, he put the glasses on, looking significantly more intellectual. Immediately, the answers to every single question appeared crystal clear in his mind. Following the prompts, he began scribbling down answers furiously, thinking smugly, I've hit the jackpot. Who knows, maybe I'll even snag first place. At this rate, I'll definitely escape the F class. I might even get promoted to the A class. Just as he was engrossed in copying, the instructor's voice rang out. Time's up for the exam. I need everyone to stop writing and submit your papers. The moment he finished speaking, the proctor used magic to collect all the students' tests. No one could try to squeeze in another word. Watching the exam papers fly towards the instructor, our protagonist's face fell. He thought, wait a minute, I've only managed to answer 3 questions. A moment later, a stack of exam papers was in the instructor's hands. He casually glanced over the student's work, when suddenly, his eyes widened in utter astonishment. Meanwhile, Yeong was feeling utterly dejected, thinking to himself, and here I thought I'd finally escape this whole forced power-leveling nightmare. Damn it, this might actually be too much for me to handle. Just as he reached up to take off his glasses, the instructor suddenly noticed something was off. He whipped his head around, his eyes wide, and bellowed, Hey, you, student, give me those glasses, now. Hearing that, our protagonist's blood ran cold. He stammered, yes sir. The instructor took the glasses, his expression turning pensive. How strange. This is impossible. He then turned back to Yeong and commanded, You, go get Dr. Greyhound for me, immediately. Yeong simply replied, yes sir. But inside, his mind was racing in a full-blown panic. What's gotten into him all of a sudden? I was so careful with my answers, making sure it didn't look like I cheated. Oh no, am I busted? Have I been found out? A short while later, in the doctor's office, the instructor's anxious voice cut through the silence. Well, doctor, what are your thoughts? The man holding the glasses, the esteemed professor of magic engineering, Dr. Greyhound, finally looked up and replied, The fact that this boy managed to solve this problem is certainly problematic. The instructor quickly pressed. So does that mean he was playing dirty? The doctor shook his head. Cheating, you ask? He's completely clean. I can't detect a single trace of magical energy from these glasses or any other item on his person. He undoubtedly solved this using his own power. All the while, our boy Yeong was putting on his best performance, wearing an expression of pure, unadulterated innocence. The doctor let out a hearty laugh, clapping him on the shoulder. How fascinating. To think I'd stumble upon a case like this in my twilight years. The doctor then turned to the instructor, Lee Han-gu. Make sure you apologize and offer him some proper guidance. Lee Han-gu, looking a bit sheepish, replied, Ah yes, of course. He then faced Yeong and said, I've completely misunderstood you. Please, Accept my most sincere apology." Hearing this, Yeong beamed, a wide grin spreading across his face as he thought, "Oh, I totally cheated, sir. If my system's main feature had been active, I would have been toast." Out loud, however, he simply said, "It's no problem at all, sir." Sometime later, in Professor Lee Han-gu's office, the faculty was gathered, grading the recent examinations. As Lee Han-gu worked his way through the stack, he came across one particular test that made him freeze, staring at the paper in his hands for a long, long time. It was as if he couldn't even believe what his own eyes were seeing on this student's answer sheet. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. "Oh, Professor Lee Han-gu, are those the first-year placement exams?" Lee Han-gu looked up and replied, "Yes, they are." The woman smiled warmly, adding, "I've heard we have a great number of exceptional students this year. Is that right?" This woman was none other than Professor Identiman, a member of the esteemed Council of Elders at Stella Academy. "That's absolutely right," Lee Han-gu confirmed. "We have quite a few prominent new faces this year. For instance, from the most prestigious family in the entire fire magic sphere, we have Princess Hong Bai-young of the Adolebet Nation. Then there's the heir to the Skeven Empire, Jeremy Skeven, who, thanks to his prodigious magical talent, surpassed all of his older brothers in the war for succession at the tender age of just 12. And let's not forget, hailing from the most magnificent magic tower in the world, the Full Moon Tower, the chosen successor of Tower Master Hyogang, has also enrolled in our academy this year." Hearing this list, Professor Identiman nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, I imagine it must be quite a challenge to design a test for such an elite group of students from these renowned families. I'm sure this year's questions were particularly fiendish." Professor Lee responded, "Your satisfaction is my greatest reward, Elder." He then elaborated, "This year's exam featured a brand new format. The first 3 questions, in particular, were designed to be incredibly tough for anyone with merely ordinary academic skills. All 3 of them were essentially trick questions with profound hidden meanings. They were designed to test a student's wits to see if, when faced with an impossible problem, they were smart enough to simply move on to the next one. Secondly, they tested how a student would react to a problem they've never encountered in any textbook. The age of learning magic by rote memorization and abstract theory is long over. We're now in an era that demands quick assessment and groundbreaking creative thinking for real-world combat. And as it turns out, those questions didn't require an answer at all. More than 1,000 out of the 1,141 students submitted blank answer sheets for them. The remaining 100 students desperately tried to solve them, but not a single one managed to produce the correct answer. In fact, among all the new students, a meager 3 managed to answer them correctly. The first was Ma Yuseong, the so-called genius of the century, who appeared like a shooting star out of nowhere, with no one knowing his family origins. The second was Flem, a commoner personally recommended by the headmaster, whose talent is so widely acknowledged that she's considered only a hair's breadth behind Ma Yuseong. And the final one was Baek Yeong, a complete and utter nobody. Now, Ma Yuseong and Flem being geniuses is one thing, but this Baek Yeong kid, he had abysmal entrance scores, and yet, unbelievably, he perfectly answered all 3 of those impossible questions, while leaving every other question on the test completely blank. The professor beside him noticed Lee Han-gu's pensive state and asked curiously, "What's on your mind? You seem awfully fixated on the children's scores." Professor Lee replied, still baffled, Well, it's just, I can't make heads or tails of some of these students' results." She continued, "Oh, that's perfectly understandable. It's not like those formulas can solve any real-world problems. It's fine if the kids don't know them. We can always guide them later." Professor Lee then asked, "Do you think he might be a genius?" His senior colleague just shrugged nonchalantly. Could have just been a lucky guess. And with that, she turned and walked away, leaving Professor Lee standing there, completely bewildered. He let out a long sigh and decided to pull up the boy's admission file. Attached to the file was a small note, "Special admission due to exceptionally high evaluation of blink control." Seeing this, Professor Lee had no choice but to accept the perplexing truth, thinking, so he was handpicked by the headmaster himself. That's different. Still, a combat magic major who specializes in blink. Now that's interesting. But we would soon find out whether this was a mere coincidence, or if this boy was truly something special. Once the exam results were finalized, the academy used them to sort the students into their respective classes. A buzz of excitement and anxiety filled the air as everyone rushed to see their placement. Chatter echoed through the halls. "Hey, I heard the class lists are up on the bulletin board. I'm so nervous I could just die. My mom told me not to even think about coming home if I don't make it into Class A." Our protagonist, however, trailed behind the crowd, a look of sheer exasperation on his face. "I can't believe this," he grumbled to himself. "The day has actually come where I have to physically walk over to check my class assignment. Back in my day, all it took was a single mouse click and the whole thing was done. With that thought, he walked over to the announcement board. Just then, a kid in a blue shirt started staring at him as if he were an alien. Whispers immediately followed, starting right behind his back. "That's Baek Yu-seong. I heard he got a big fat 0 on the practical magic portion of the entrance exam." "Really? Unbelievable. How could someone that terrible get into Stella? I don't get what Stella's admission standards are anymore." The protagonist couldn't be bothered with the gossip swirling around him. The only thing that mattered right now was finding which godforsaken corner his name was in. Everything else was just noise. He moved closer to the bulletin board. After a quick scan, a wave of confusion washed over him. "Huh. Where's my name?" Then, the shock hit him like a ton of bricks. "Wait, don't tell me I failed just because I only answered 3 questions? Oh God, no way, I'm totally screwed." And so, the crowd continued to gossip up a storm. "Baek Yu-seong. How is that even possible? There's definitely been a mistake. This is unreal. Yu Se-ah from the Marquisate of Street. Petersland ranked 29th and she's in Class A. Even the guy who got a perfect theory score at rank 17 is in Class A. So how did he?" Hearing them mutter his name in hushed tones, the protagonist felt a serious pang of curiosity. The confusion was written all over his face. "What's going on? Should I go see? I mean, I've already flunked anyway, so what's the harm?" Putting his thoughts aside, he decided to push through the crowd to see what the commotion was about. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter astonishment as his own name slammed into his vision. Hello? Why is my name up there? No way, is this some kind of mistake? What the heck is going on? It was the pinnacle of prestige that every student dreamed of reaching. None other than the S-Class, a gathering of the most brilliant elites in the renowned Stella Magic Academy. Entirely different from the regular classes, which held students of varying skill levels, the S-Class exclusively selected a mere 41 students, all of whom belonged to a single, unparalleled tier. He instinctively reached up to scratch his head, his mind filled with doubt about being placed in the S-Class. This has to be a mistake. This is completely insane. Does this mean I'm going to run into the game's main character more often now? But getting tangled up with the protagonist will only shorten my lifespan, and there's nothing I can do to change it. Resigned, he figured he'd just try to live quietly for now. Things would eventually find a way to sort themselves out. Outside, the academy maintained its usual peaceful facade. However, in a hidden corner somewhere, a woman, seething with absolute fury, delivered a thunderous slap across Princess Hongbijen's face. She scowled, shouting, "You answered all 3 questions incorrectly." Even Princess Asu from the Decaying Rune Duchy managed to get 2 answers right. That woman was none other than Hong Jil, the fire element professor, and also the mother of Princess Hongbijen. She continued her tirade. "You couldn't even answer questions that mere insects could solve. That means you are even lower than an insect. You need to take a good, long look at yourself. Do you understand me, Bijen?" The fragile girl replied, "Yes, mother." But her mother's anger hadn't subsided, her razor-sharp eyes boring into her daughter. Then she let out a long sigh, her voice choked with emotion. "Listen to me, Bijen. You cannot end up like me, exiled from the kingdom and stuck in this foolish professorship. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom." At this, she leaned down, gently placing her hands on her little girl's cheeks as her voice softened. "You have to become an existence far greater than your sister." Then she offered a gentle smile, like any other mother, looking at her child with immense affection. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Baijen's cheeks were now flushed red. She thought for a moment before answering her mother. "Yes, of course. I understand, mother." But deep in her heart, she was lying to herself. Those words were just a facade to hide the fact that she didn't understand at all. She only knew how to live according to what she was taught, to handle everything mechanically. But this time, those problems involved magic, spells, and even formulas that she had never once been taught. So what am I supposed to do? As the thought crossed her mind, a wave of anguish washed over her, and she burst into tears. The tears flowed freely. "Why? Why are you tormenting me like this?" At that same moment, in the S-Class classroom, all the students had gathered. The protagonist sat alone at the front desk, burying his face in his hands and thinking grimly, "I'm so done for. Of course, I'd get transferred to a place full of weirdos like this. Not that I was trying to get friendly with them in the first place." Suddenly, the sound of hushed whispers filled the air. "Why is he even here? That's what I'm saying, I just can't wrap my head around it. Did you know, our families actually protested and asked why he was in the S-Class, and all he said was that Baek Yu-seong was qualified enough to be here. Are you serious? That's just bizarre." Even though the group was whispering, the protagonist heard every word of their conversation. He thought forlornly, "It seems I'm already the outcast. But it was understandable, considering they had all trained diligently since they were children. So of course they would be devastated to find out someone like me was in the same class as them. A student's class changes depending on their academic performance, so this is all pretty normal. And even this S-class is no exception. It's entirely possible for someone to be demoted to a lower class. Or, there will be students who get promoted from Class A to S-class later on. Well, I guess I'll try talking to them then. The protagonist glanced around the room, seeing all the familiar faces from the game. And yet, by some miracle, he had now become their classmate. It made him stop and think just how surreal all of this was. The very characters from the game were standing right before his eyes. In just a few years, most of the students in this very classroom would become renowned figures across the entire continent. And among them, 5 individuals were destined to betray the Magic Council. Ma Yuxiong was one of them. If only Fo Lem could somehow nip this betrayal in the bud, things would be so much better. Just then, Professor Lai walked in, his voice echoing, "Good morning, everyone. Please find your seats and settle down." Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, our protagonist looked up towards the front of the class. The powerful professor then began his speech. "It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm sure some of you have seen me around before, but allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the professor for Class S, Lai Han 1. Upon hearing his name, a wave of whispers swept through the students below. One of them murmured, "Wow, so that's the famous Professor Lai Han 1? His neighbor quickly added, "The number of dark mages he's taken down is nearly in the 4-digit range. That's just savage. They even call him a 7th-grade magic warrior. He's truly in a league of his own." Noticing the stunned and excited chatter among the students, Professor Lai cut in. "All right now, quiet down. It appears we have a great many talented students this year, and we even have one special admission case. As you all know, this academy is where we cultivate combat mages, or as they're more commonly known, magic warriors. You will all be undergoing a rigorous educational curriculum for the next 3 years. I expect every single one of you to keep pace with the program. I want you to show me the very best of your abilities during your time here under our roof. Now then, are there any questions?" In response to his question, the entire class remained silent. The professor smiled and continued, "Excellent. In that case, shall we begin our first lesson?" At that very moment, the figure of Princess Hong Bejin appeared at the classroom door. Seeing the dark bruise on one of her cheeks, everyone in the room couldn't help but be taken aback. And our protagonist was no exception. He thought in astonishment, Hong Bejin, the one person who follows the rules more strictly than anyone else, is actually late. What on earth happened to her? She approached the professor, quietly apologizing and explaining something to him. Her face was a mask of exhaustion and disappointment. Overcome with curiosity, our hero took out his special glasses to get a better look. The moment he put them on, an information panel popped up. Hong Beihen, villainous fire mage, has a fondness for red ginseng candy. She occasionally blames herself, only drinks Arcalia-style espresso, has a malevolent mother, and is fated to perish. After reading it, he thought to himself, not much has changed, she's still fated to meet her end. But if Iso is taken out by Fo Lem, then Hong Beijen will follow suit. You could call it the inescapable destiny of a villain character. I'd save her if I could, but I'm in no position to be anyone's savior right now. A wave of melancholy washed over him at the thought, and he slowly took off his glasses. After listening to the princess's explanation for her tardiness, the professor finally spoke up. "Go ahead and find a seat." Meanwhile, our hero was still sighing somberly, thinking, "I feel awful about this, but for now, all I can do is keep my distance." He zoned out, lost in his own train of thought. But suddenly, Hong Beijen started walking towards his desk. Her gaze, filled with a mix of resentment and sorrow, was fixed right on him. As for our protagonist, he was completely clueless as to what was going on. And then, just like that, Hong Beijen sat down in the empty seat right beside him. A shiver went down his spine as he thought in confusion. Whoa, hold on, what's happening? What is this feeling I'm getting? Don't tell me things have already gone off script from the very beginning? Once everyone had settled into their seats, the professor announced, "All right, before we officially begin our lesson, we will hold an inheritance ceremony so that each of you may receive a wand. Class S and Class A will be holding this ceremony together. As for the specifics, I will provide further instructions later on." Baek Yuseo was a bit taken aback by the news. An inheritance ceremony, he thought. That sounds like a whole lot of trouble. But then a smile crept onto his face, revealing his anticipation for the upcoming event. At Stella Academy, there are 2 major events, the soulmate contract and the inheritance ceremony. And for a prestigious institution like Stella Academy, the inheritance ceremony holds an incredibly special significance. A short while later, the students of both Class S and Class A were gathered together in a rather mystical-looking location. Professor Lai's voice rang out, "Is everybody present?" We have a great number of wands prepared here for you, ranging from the lowest to the intermediate ranks. Your task is to approach the magic wand you desire and claim it. The process of changing wands after selection is quite complex, so I urge you all to choose wisely. Hearing this, Bekuseo thought to himself that despite the professor's instructions, it's not the students who choose the wands, but the other way around. In the world of Ezer, magic wands only respond to individuals they deem worthy, creating a powerful resonance effect. This essentially means you can't just wield a high-grade wand simply because you want to. With that in mind, he moved closer to the array of magic wands floating weightlessly in the air. He glanced around, completely hesitant, wondering which one he should even attempt to choose. He just stood there, lost in thought. In the past, he would have just grabbed an F-rank wand to get it over with quickly. But now that he was in the S-class, he couldn't just pick randomly and give them another reason to look down on him. Suddenly, a rather simple-looking wand caught his eye. In this world, magical catalysts are divided into two main categories: wands and staves. Wands are typically the choice for magic knights, individuals who prioritize the speed of casting their spells. Conversely, staves are favored by mages who focus on devastatingly powerful spells that require longer incantation times. Just then, he heard whispers from behind him. "Hey, which one do you think he's going to pick?" Another student chimed in. Since he's in the S-class, he shouldn't have any trouble getting a wand to resonate with him, right? It was then that our protagonist realized he was the subject of their gossip, but he simply tuned them out, thinking, "You kids can run your mouths all you want. Wasting my energy on you isn't worth it." Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to him, "Hey, Eku." Confused as to who was calling him, he turned to look. Staring at the completely unfamiliar face, he asked, "Can I help you? And who are you, anyway?" The guy replied with a smug look on his face. "Me? The name's USLAC. Bekuseo still couldn't place the name, thinking to himself, he's probably just some side character. This is the first time I've ever heard that name. Whatever, he thought. I might as well just play along and get this over with. He then replied nonchalantly, "Oh, is that right? Got it." USLAC, with his arms crossed, pressed on. "So, which wand are you planning on picking?" Our protagonist answered coolly, "I'm just going to pick one at random." Hearing that, USLAC let out a sarcastic smirk. "You'd be better off picking a wand that suits your commoner status. Don't bite off more than you can chew," he warned, "or you'll just end up making trouble for Professor Lai. And you should have seen it." The look on our hero's face was basically saying, "You really think I'm scared of you? Please." He didn't even bother to care and simply turned to walk away, not forgetting to throw back a jab. "Oh, sure thing. You try not to cause any trouble yourself, all right?" Seeing his completely unfazed and defiant attitude, USLAC got even more heated. The blood rushed to his head, and his face turned beet red. In the next moment, he completely snapped and roared, "Damn it, you punk. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? What a pain." The main character was all set to ignore him, but this little punk just had to keep provoking him. He let out a weary sigh, then pulled a pair of special tinted glasses from his pocket and put them on. Instantly, the kid's information popped up right before his eyes. Name, U.S. Legsbyland, son of Marquis Spyland, a subordinate of Prince Jeremy, with a bullying level of 3. After scanning the info, he took off the glasses and put them away, thinking with a hint of disappointment. "Seriously? That's all the intel I get?" He then looked up in the guy's direction with another weary sigh, wondering to himself, is there anything special about him at all? U.S. Legs then pointed arrogantly toward a magic staff and declared, "Anyway, I'm choosing that one, so you'd better watch me closely." Following his gesture, our protagonist saw that it was indeed a magic staff, and not just any staff, it was an Edam Edamiri. It appeared to be the highest-ranked item available, a high mid-tier staff. Typically, a high mid-tier magic staff is the kind of weapon wielded by professional mages. On the other hand, no matter how talented a student might be, a low mid-tier staff is usually their absolute limit. In fact, even professional mages seldom bother with a low mid-tier staff. Aside from the Edam Idamiri, there wasn't a single other high mid-tier staff in the entire room. It was basically just there for show, since it was common knowledge that none of the students present could possibly wield it. Just then, the instructor spoke up. "Everyone, please stand in front of the magic staff you wish to choose." Upon hearing that, the students began to move, each one approaching a staff. It seemed everyone had already made their choice. Moments later, brilliant blue lights began to radiate from the chosen staffs. Students in the back gasped in admiration. "Whoa, isn't that the Haden Amikoten Yu that Hyun chose? That's a mid-tier staff. Look, Prince Skelvin also managed to claim a mid-tier staff." Taking in the scene, Bekhuso also commented, "Princess Hambiran chose the Coevitur Lahavan. That's another mid-tier staff. Just how many people are capable of choosing mid-tier staffs? This year is absolutely insane." This only made Uzlek more furious, and he gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering, "For crying out loud, damn it all. Just you wait, I can do it too." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he steeled his resolve and marched directly toward the high-tier staff, walking through a sea of stunned faces. Alarmed whispers spread through the crowd. Isn't that Uzlek? Does he seriously think he can resonate with a high mid-tier staff? Meanwhile, the man of the hour himself was still full of bravado. He reached his hand out toward that very same high mid-tier staff. He smirked smugly, thinking, "I'm about to blow all your minds. Just watch what a true S-class talent looks like." He then gripped the staff tightly, and small sparks of electricity immediately began to crackle around it. This was followed by a massive explosion. Boom! The immense pressure it released was so powerful it blinded everyone nearby. This, however, didn't surprise our protagonist in the slightest, as he watched with half-lidded eyes. Just as he had predicted, the guy failed spectacularly. Uzlek was sent flying by the sheer force radiating from the staff, landing in a heap on the floor, grinding his teeth in bitter defeat. The students nearby who witnessed the whole thing cried out in alarm, "Oh no, it looks like he's seriously hurt. Hey, someone get the professor, quick. A high mid-tier staff is just impossible." What was that lunatic thinking? Our protagonist simply sighed, thinking to himself, well, who's the one who flew too close to the sun now, huh, buddy? He should have just given up from the start. As our hero was thinking this, the silhouette of another student began to approach that very same staff. He strolled along, whistling with an air of absolute confidence. It was clear the staff's owner had already been chosen, and this impossibly self-assured individual was none other than Ma Yuseong. He stood there, his gaze fixed intently on the magic staff before him. A smug grin then spread across his face. He was clearly quite pleased with his choice. However, this act sent a wave of shock through the crowd of students, who gasped, "No way, is he actually going for the scepter? I doubt he can even resonate with it." Ignoring the murmurs around him, Ma Yuseong coolly extended a hand and touched it. He grasped it firmly, and in an instant, it erupted in a blinding flash of light that enveloped the area. Yet, he stood his ground, completely unfazed by the spectacle. The sheer pressure it emitted was so overwhelming that everyone nearby had to shield their eyes. Just as I suspected, Ma Yuseong was able to resonate with it. With the scepter in hand, he broke into a brilliant smile, looking utterly radiant in that moment. The other students, still in disbelief at the scene before them, could only stammer out, "This is incredible. It's just not possible. How on earth did a first-year student get his hands on an ultimate-grade scepter? Good heavens. Is this for real?" I wasn't too surprised. I sighed to myself. I saw this coming, and from this point forward, even more people are going to recognize just how talented he is. Suddenly, Ma Yuseong's gaze flickered in my direction. This threw me for a loop. I had no idea what he was looking at. Then Ma Yuseong flashed a friendly grin, his eyes crinkling at the corners. A shiver ran down my spine as I thought, what the hell, is this guy nuts? What's with that smile? But then I remembered the game's original storyline. Ah, that's right. Flem also wields an ultimate-grade scepter called Terry Volume. However, this is a major branching point in the story. If Flem successfully acquires Terry Vol, Yuseong will take an interest in her, as her talent is key to unlocking his own path. Conversely, if she chooses a different staff, Ma Yuseong's destiny will follow a completely different trajectory. I have to use Flem to get Ma Yuseong on the right track. With that thought, I finally spotted Flem. She was approaching a particular magic staff, but she still seemed quite hesitant and unsure. That's when I realized it, the staff she was approaching was Terry Volume. My heart started pounding as I watched her with bated breath. Flem was now inching closer and closer to the Terry Volume staff. Staring at her back, I urged her on in my mind. That's it. Just grab it. Then, Ma Yuseong will become intrigued by Flem, and we'll get that perfect storybook ending. But in a cruel twist of fate, just as she got close to Terry Vol, she suddenly turned around and walked away. I was so shocked I could have coughed up blood. Are you kidding me? What in the world? Does she not like Terry Volume? What's happening? Does she not know its value? Or is she just missing some key information? This situation is looking dire. Flem can resonate with any staff she wants because she's the protagonist. But what if she picks some totally random, obscure one? If that happens, we'll lose another one of our best options. This is unacceptable. I have to intervene. I've got to nudge Flem towards Terry Volume myself. With that resolve, I focused on Flem's exact position and used my flash step skill to dash toward her. In the blink of an eye, I appeared right behind her. Flem suddenly sensed someone standing directly behind her. She spun around, a bewildered look on her face as she thought, "Holy crap, when did he get behind me?" I raised a hand and put on my friendliest smile. "Hey there. I was just a little curious about which staff you were thinking of choosing." Flem gave me a puzzled look and replied, And why would you want to know? Is that any of your business? I answered awkwardly. Oh, I just thought I'd offer some advice since you looked a bit conflicted. Hearing my lame excuse, Flem responded coldly, That's still not your concern. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Without another word, she turned her back and started to walk away. As I watched her go, I was about to call out but then stopped, realizing something was very, very wrong here. According to the story, Flem is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the sociable type, isn't she? Ugh, why is she being so cold? But I can't just give up like this. My entire life depends on it. Summoning all his courage, he called out, Hey, wait up. I really just want to help you. This only seemed to annoy Flem even more as she retorted, You meddlesome fool. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked one yet, and you're already sticking your nose in other people's business. But this didn't deter our protagonist. He pressed on. Come on. I just have a feeling there's a staff that would be a perfect match for you. Hearing this, Flem's fury boiled over. Are you trying to lecture me? What the hell do you know about staffs? Faced with this hostility, our hero felt a bit intimidated, thinking to himself, Geez, what's her deal? Did I do something wrong, or does she just not give a damn about a lowly side character like me? He stammered in response. Well, I've actually heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could be the one to claim that staff? Flem replied, bewildered. The Terry Voln? Seeing that she had cooled down, our hero grinned from ear to ear and said, That's right. That's the one. Suddenly, a strange noise wiped the smile right off his face. It grew louder and louder as an immense pressure radiated outwards. This scared the daylights out of him, his eyes flying wide open in shock. Then, out of nowhere, a magic staff flew straight into his hand. Blinking in confusion, he uttered, Huh? What in the world is this? He then examined the staff closely, and his face immediately went pale. Why is this in my hand? Flem was supposed to be the one to claim it. Damn it all. And so, our hero was at a complete loss for words, unsure how to explain the situation. With an awkward expression, he simply said, Flem. As for her, she just stood there stunned for a moment. Then, a huge grin spread across her face as she chirped, Well, what about it? Her bizarre reaction sent a shiver down his spine. He trembled slightly as he replied, It's nothing. But inwardly, he was panicking about his future. Well, that's it. I'm totally screwed. At this rate, my dream of living a quiet, hidden life is completely out the window. And so, the succession ceremony came to an end. But it seemed the fallout from it was far from over. Later, on the academy grounds, Flem was casually strolling behind a group of students when she happened to overhear a conversation between two of them up ahead. One of them said, Hey, have you heard the latest gossip? Apparently, 2 students managed to claim high-grade staffs this year. The other replied in surprise, Seriously? In the Academy's entire history, only 5 people have ever managed that. And now there are 2 more all at once? Yeah, that's right. But here's the weird part. One of the 2 supposedly only used Blink during the magic deployment exam. Whoa, but Blink is just a basic spell, isn't it? How is that even possible? My parents always told me that true Blink magic is incredibly rare. That really is strange, isn't it? Their conversation left Flem deep in thought as well. Even she couldn't make sense of it. A short while later, in the study hall, Flem soon arrived at the hall. The atmosphere of the place made her feel at ease, and she let out a sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet. Everywhere I went today, all I could hear were people whispering and gossiping about what happened. The news about 2 students claiming high-grade staffs has spread like wildfire. But I still can't figure out who that guy is. How on earth was he able to claim the Terry Voln? I read the original novel 3 whole times before I was transported into this world, but a character named Bak Yusio never once appeared. They said no one could ever claim the Terry Voln. Yet he resonated with it so effortlessly. No, that's not it. It felt more like he was deliberately showing off right in front of me. Whatever. It's useless to keep thinking about it. Just then, someone called out her name. Hey, Voln, are you here to study too? Hearing someone call her name, she turned around with a beaming smile and replied cheerfully, You kids are something else. Do you really think I'm a bookworm? The blonde girl continued. Not at all. But you always say there's nothing to do, and then end up studying anyway. Voln replied bashfully, Hey now, that's not true at all. Another girl standing by chimed in with a question. But Voln, why do you call us kids? We're the same age, right? Voln had to invent an excuse on the spot and brushed it off. It's probably just a habit of mine. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like an old lady. Haha. But in reality, she knew she was living inside a novel. So there was no way she could act like a child. Another voice piped up. So, are you planning to study alone today? Looking over, she saw an adorable girl with red hair. She thought to herself, could this girl be Jackie? How is it that her sense of style is so much like mine? Despite her thoughts, she answered cheerfully, oh no, there's a study session coming up that I plan on joining. Anyway, I've got to go first. Let's grab drinks next time, okay? With that, Voln hastily turned and walked away, not forgetting to give a wave goodbye. Bye-bye now. The warm, cheerful demeanor she had just a moment ago vanished, replaced by her usual cool and distant expression. At that moment, she thought, it's seriously tough for an adult like me to go back to being a student. Lost in her own random thoughts, she wasn't watching where she was going, and a moment later, she slammed headfirst into someone with a thud. She then clutched her head, groaning, ouch, that really hurts. Suddenly, the person she bumped into spoke up, Voln. Hearing that warm voice, she looked up in surprise. Hey Gujang, is that you? The young man immediately asked with concern, are you okay? What were you thinking about, walking in such a rush? Voln replied, ah, I'm fine. He studied her face for a moment before asking again, you don't look too well. Is something on your mind? Hearing his warm words of concern, Voln's eyes suddenly sparkled as she thought, is he actually worried about me? She then answered shyly, ah, not at all. Hearing that, the young man changed the subject. Well, good to hear you're okay. Are you also heading to self-study? That's right. And are you heading to the exclusive S-rank training room again? Voln replied, you can't slack off on daily training, right? You're just way too dedicated. Hey, you shouldn't be the one to say that. Oh, is that so? And just like that, a little cat and dog squabble had just played out between them. Right after, the young man fell silent and simply gazed at Voln with a fond expression. Then he smiled and gave a little wave in front of her face. Well, I'm heading off now. See you later, okay? He just left like that, leaving Voln utterly bewildered. She had been imagining some kind of dramatic romantic scene, but that didn't happen at all. A little disappointed, Voln turned to leave, thinking, what a bland guy. Suddenly, her eyes flew wide open in shock. From behind a nearby door, her purple-haired friend was secretly watching her. Seeing this, Voln raised her hand to wave, but her friend simply turned and walked away without a word. Voln was a bit confused by this, but then she figured it was too late. This wasn't the right time to go chasing after her. A short while later, she finally reached the study hall. Standing before the door, she mused to herself, a special supplementary class. Huh? If my memory of the original novel serves me right, both Asu and Hong Bichan are supposed to attend this session. I'm really curious to see how the story's main heroine and the villainess will interact when they finally come face to face. Without further hesitation, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. And just as she had predicted, all the key players were already there. Her gaze slowly swept across the room. The first person she noticed was the one leading the session, Kai from Class A. He seemed rather taken aback by the high-profile attendees who had shown up today. Fo Lem quickly found herself a seat in the upper rows, giving her a perfect vantage point to observe everything unfolding below. As she settled into her seat, she mused that this was a supplementary class for students aiming to raise their rank. That explains why so many well-known Class S students decided to participate. Just then, her attention was drawn to Ma Yuseong and Baek Yuseong. The two of them were chatting quite cheerfully, a sight that caught Fo Lem completely by surprise. In this timeline, it was strange that someone like Ma Yusong would show any interest in a complete nobody like Baek Yusong. Fa Lem suspected this was no mere coincidence. After all, it was completely illogical that Baek Yusong couldn't solve a single one of those three hellish questions. It was likely that Baek Yusong knew from the very beginning that solving those problems would have guaranteed him a spot in Class S. And if Baek Yuseong truly knew what the future held, his deliberate actions back then were nothing short of terrifying. Meanwhile, Baek Yuseong was sighing in frustration, wishing someone would just drag this guy away and get him out of his face. Ma Yuseong, on the other hand, was all smiles, beaming as he asked, "Oh, Yuseong, what brings you here? A student of your caliber has absolutely no need to attend a remedial class like this. Or is there some other reason you're not telling me?" The male lead forced a laugh, replying, "Haha, no reason at all. I just felt like checking it out." But in reality, he was just lying through his teeth. He was basically forced to be here because of his terrible test scores. He was getting tired of this guy and couldn't for the life of him figure out why Ma Yuseong was so fixated on him. Just then, a voice cut through the chatter. "All right, everyone, let's settle down. That's enough small talk for now. Today, we're going to discuss the problems from the recent ranking placement exam. As all of you are aware, the difficulty level of this particular placement exam was exceptionally high. It was so challenging that even the senior students couldn't solve them, dubbing them the three hellish questions. And now, I will break them down and explain each one to you all." He said this confidently, but inwardly, he was a nervous wreck, wondering why all these famous, high-ranking students were even here. His entire goal was simply to boost his own reputation by helping the less gifted students in this class. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. His eyes shifted towards Baek Yuseong as he thought, wait a minute, this might be the perfect opportunity. I've heard through the grapevine that Baek Yuseong was the one who scored the absolute lowest on the entrance placement exam. Alright, all I have to do is prove that I'm on a completely different level than him. That should shut him up. With that in mind, Kai confidently addressed the class. Everyone, your attention please. I will now guide you through the solution to the first question. As he began to demonstrate on the board, Kai explained. You see, this is actually a trick question. It's intentionally designed to lead you all down a dead-end path. First, we have to approach it like this. At his words, the students below listened intently, furiously scribbling down his every instruction. Meanwhile, the spectral Yuzio glanced over at our hero, noticing he was deep in thought. He nudged him and asked, so, what's your take? You think that guy's logic is sound? Yuzio, startled by the question, looked up. He saw his ghostly companion grinning from ear to ear, eagerly awaiting his answer. Faced with this bizarre attitude, our hero's face went pale. What in the world is he talking about, he thought. He's asking me if I think that guy's point is accurate? I don't even have a clue what he's talking about up there, much less these 3 hellish questions. But still, I guess honesty is the best policy. With that thought, Yuzio replied, no, I don't know either. The moment he spoke, the eavesdropping students nearby misunderstood and turned to each other, whispering, what did he say? That's Baek Yuseo. He said Kai's answer is wrong. It seemed the two were deliberately spreading this rumor to tarnish his reputation, since it was common knowledge that he had the lowest entrance score. Up at the front, Kai, who was focused on the board, happened to overhear the commotion and stopped writing. He gritted his teeth, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, our hero realized something was terribly wrong. He looked left and right in confusion, thinking, huh? What the heck is this? Why is everyone staring daggers at me? As for Kai, he stopped writing, snapped the chalk in his hand, and declared, that's right, I'm wrong. Our hero was absolutely stunned. What in the world is happening right now? A moment later, a smug grin spread across Kai's face. Well then, Baek Yuseo, he challenged. Why don't you come up here and help everyone solve this part? Hearing that, a shiver went down Yuseo's spine. What? He thought in a panic. What the hell is this guy spouting? Just then, he caught the spectral Yuseo's eye and was surprised. His companion was beaming with a look of absolute confidence, as if to say, you can do it. Go for it. But at that moment, he finally understood everything. It was his ghostly friend and those gossips who had intentionally orchestrated this whole ridiculous scene. Realizing this, he slowly started walking toward the podium. Fine, have it your way, he thought. If you wanted to humiliate me, you've made a grave miscalculation. I'm about to leave you all speechless. By now, every single eye in the room was laser-focused on him. As he reached the front, he pulled something out of his pocket and then briefly scanned the solution on the board. The item he took out was a pair of tinted glasses. He thought to himself, the 3 hellish questions? This looks more like a simple word puzzle. The problem was basically this. A mage casts a spell, chanting, "Oh, Mother Earth, please shed your tears." And from that, the amount of dust and ash in the area doubles. The question posed was, why does this happen? The answer, in fact, is very simple. It's not that the dust is literally crying. They are simply in a state of dispersion. Our hero scratched his head in annoyance, silently cursing whatever jobless person came up with this brain twister. To him, it was a joke, yet for everyone else here, it was a massive problem. But then again, that Kai guy's solution was just as ridiculous. Something about dust to dust, it was completely off the mark. His absurd method, while obviously incorrect, somehow magically produced the right answer, probably by sheer dumb luck. If he faced a slightly different but similar question, he'd be out of his depth immediately. And from this point on, this stage belongs to me, folks. With that thought, our hero turned sharply to Kai and declared coolly, I'm not actually going to show you how to solve this, but I will tell you where you went wrong. Kai jumped, stammering, what? Our hero continued bluntly, your solution is based on the foundation of Earth, but what if the element were water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those? To do so, you'd need a completely new method for every single type of question. Therefore, you only arrived at the correct answer through blind luck. This doesn't mean your answer aligns with the true intent of the person who created the question. After hearing this, Kai's jaw dropped. He tried to argue back but could only choke out a few stammers before he had to swallow the bitter pill and admit, you're right. Seeing Kai's dejected state, our hero felt a slight pang of guilt, thinking, maybe I was a little too harsh and completely killed his vibe. So he continued, anyway, the way to solve it is like this. Kai listened intently, furiously taking notes. The entire class below was also busy scribbling down every word. Witnessing this spectacle, Folan could only stare with wide-eyed amazement. Why was everyone suddenly hanging on his every word and writing it all down? Weren't Aisong and Hong Bizian supposed to be throwing down right now? So why are they both completely absorbed in analyzing his solution? What in the world is going on? This is just unbelievable. As this bizarre scene unfolded, the sun began to set, painting the entire sky in shades of purple. Inside, Ma Yuzian waved at Aisong, chirping, "Bye-bye, see you tomorrow." The guy flashed a spine-chilling smile before taking off, leaving Aisong to awkwardly raise a hand in return, muttering a faint goodbye. The moment Ma Yuzian was out of sight, Aisong buried his face in his hands, his mind screaming, "I'm so dead. If he keeps getting tangled up with that Ma Yuzian guy, he's definitely going to end up 6 feet under. I don't want a tomorrow to ever come. I never want to see that guy again for the rest of my life." With that thought, he slowly lowered his hands, staring at his own slender fingers. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It had to be because of the phone. But now, even if he wanted to use it, he couldn't, which was just infuriating. But that phone was also the reason Ma Yuzian noticed him in the first place. Seriously, why did he have to keep running into that guy? It was so strange. Before this, nobody besides Fu Lem ever used one. As he was aimlessly walking along, he suddenly noticed Hong Bezian still lingering nearby, a melancholic expression on her face. He thought to himself, what's her deal? She looked so downcast. But whatever, it had nothing to do with him, so why waste the energy caring? He started to stride right past Bezian when, out of nowhere, she called out, "Hey, Baek Yusung, stop." He was still dazed, wondering if he'd heard her correctly, when she spoke again. "I have something I need to ask you." Our protagonist was visibly shocked. He never imagined someone as perfect as her would ever need to ask him for anything. He replied, "Hong Bezian, what's up?" She didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "Why didn't you explain your answer back there?" Hearing this, our hero froze for a few seconds, thinking to himself, "Huh? But I thought I did explain it?" In truth, he had no idea how to explain it anyway. How are you supposed to explain a question with no answer? On a wing and a prayer? She must have misunderstood something, he thought, awkwardly scratching his head. Well, it's not like I really explained it." But Hong Bezian immediately cut him off. "I understand. You just didn't want to reveal your methods in front of everyone. Is that it?" Her words only made him more flustered as he screamed internally. "No, that's not it at all," she continued. "In that case, I will compensate you." Our hero felt like his jaw was about to hit the floor. "What are you even talking about?" Bezian declared firmly. "I said I will offer you fair compensation. So just explain whatever is going on in that head of yours so I can finally understand." Over on his side, he was shocked, speechless, his mouth hanging open. "Huh?" A little while later, the two of them were stealthily sneaking into Mr. Lee's office, and after rummaging around for a bit, they finally found their exam papers. He glanced over at Hong Bezian's paper and said, "I honestly don't understand why you're willing to pay me just to explain 3 questions on the placement exam." Bezian replied, "I have my own reasons that I'd rather not discuss. Just tell me." Spoken like a true, mysterious heiress. Our protagonist, however, was still hesitating. After looking over her test, he asked, puzzled, "Wait a minute. You only got those 3 questions wrong. I, on the other hand, failed every single other question. And yet you're coming to me for help? Don't you feel embarrassed at all?" Hong Bezian replied coolly, "No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is the fact that I still can't comprehend the answers to those questions. If you can solve this mystery for me, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." Our hero was completely dumbfounded. "Huh? Aren't you supposed to be the model student around here?" he thought. He then asked aloud, "But why come to me of all people? You're practically a princess. You must have tons of friends you could ask." She stammered, "Well, the thing is, out of the 1,141 first-year students, only 3 people managed to correctly answer those 3 hellishly difficult questions, and you were one of them." Our protagonist's jaw nearly hit the floor. "What? What did you just say?" Her expression grew even more somber. "Those questions. They don't actually have an answer. And yet, Ma Yuzian, Fu Lem, and you were all able to solve them. That is precisely what I find most humiliating." At this point, our hero couldn't take it anymore. His hands started to tremble. No. Hold on a second." He shot up to his feet and yelled, "Those 3 questions were trick questions, weren't they? So they were designed to be unsolvable? You didn't realize that while you were answering them?" Hong Bizian replied. Hearing her words, he forced himself to swallow his frustration and plopped back down, his mind reeling. "This is insane. Okay, now I get why I'm in the S class. And why Fu Lem tried to stop me. I know absolutely nothing about this world's underlying game mechanics. I had no idea those trick questions even existed. But Fulem is a different story. She's read the entire novel, so even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she'd know about this. She would definitely know about the novel's specific settings. Like, for instance, those 3 fraudulent exam questions. However, with the appearance of a side character who wasn't even in the original novel, Fu Lem was forced to finally acknowledge the existence of this big Yuzian. Damn it, so that's why she's been acting so strange. Noticing his reaction, a bewildered Hongbi Yuzian asked, "Is something wrong?" Our protagonist nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Just don't forget you promised to do me a favor if I explain the answer for you." Big Yuzian nodded. "Yeah, of course." Our protagonist continued. "I just have one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. The blacksmiths in your kingdom should be able to handle that, right?" Upon hearing this, Hongbi Yuxian's eyes widened in surprise. After all, that kind of weapon was typically used only by low-rank mercenaries. For a future mage like you, why would you… But before she could finish, our protagonist cut in, it's just my personal preference." He couldn't exactly admit it was a weakness of his, so instead, he just gave her a look full of expectation and asked, "So, what do you think? You think you can pull it off?" She mulled it over for a moment before replying with confidence. "Naturally. A request like that is a piece of cake for me." Now that was the perfect answer. Hearing her, our protagonist couldn't hide his delight, his cheeks flushing as he thought to himself, "Absolutely perfect." With that settled, he began, "All right then, I'll start by telling you how to solve this question." Pointing to the exam question, he explained clearly, "The trick is to change your perspective." She just stared back, bewildered. Change my perspective? Our protagonist was well aware that Hongbi Xian's greatest weakness was her overly rigid and mechanical approach to magic. She was completely trapped by it. In the original story, Hongbi Xian only realized this in her second year, after losing to me. I don't think I can make her have that breakthrough right now, but hopefully, I can at least point her in the right direction. So, what I need to do right now is… Trailing off in his thoughts, he then asked her, "Have you ever heard of a trick question?" A bit taken aback by the question, Hongbi Xian replied, "A trick question? I think I've heard of them before." Our protagonist continued, "All right, here's an example for you. What is between knee and knee?" She immediately propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought, before answering, "Is it the inner part of the knee?" Our protagonist calmly replied, "Nope, you're wrong. The answer is and." Still not getting it, Hongbi Xian asked, "Huh? How is that the answer?" He then clarified, emphasizing each word. "I was asking what word comes between the times word asterisk knee and the times word asterisk knee. See what I mean now?" Realizing she'd just been trolled, the girl was absolutely fuming. Seeing her on the verge of erupting, Beckerson got a little nervous and said, "Whoa, hey, calm down now, don't get all bent out of shape with me. Just take it easy, and let's look at the actual exam question. It also has its own formulas and tricks that you just haven't seen yet." So my point is, when you're faced with a problem, you need to approach it more creatively. But can you really do that relying on your own creativity alone? Hearing this, Hongbi Xian's expression faltered. She seemed ashamed as she answered, "No, that's impossible." At that, our protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Exactly. And while understanding various spell sets and their applications is incredibly important, for a mage, the most crucial thing is how you view the world through your own unique perspective. Magic can change in unpredictable ways, influenced by even the most minor of shifts. But on the other hand, you only focus on what you've seen and learned from textbooks, which is all just abstract theory. Spell sets aren't just something to be memorized and cast. You have the potential to be far better than me when it comes to analysis and evaluation, but you're missing the single most crucial element for any mage: creativity." After Beck-Ossen's long-winded lecture, Bai Xian fell into a deep contemplation, mulling over his every word until she could neither deny them nor contain her emotions, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She was spiraling into despair, and seeing her grave expression, our MC started sweating bullets. He scratched his head awkwardly. You got all that right? Even if it sounded a little complex and abstract." Hongbi Xian replied confidently, "Of course, I understood perfectly." The MC just laughed it off, thinking to himself, "That's great, because I have no idea what the hell I just said either." He then continued with a serious face, "I'm genuinely glad you were able to grasp my meaning. All right, let's begin. I'll ask you a riddle. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed?" Hearing this, she looked a bit bewildered, then rested her chin on her hand to think, what did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed? After mulling it over, she couldn't come up with anything, and replied dejectedly, "I don't know either." The MC immediately revealed the answer. The answer is quite simple. It's time for bed. And so, he continued to fire off a series of other questions. Why are beds not very productive? I don't know. Because they're always lying down on the job. So what happens if rock, paper, and scissors all enter a race? I don't know that one either. My answer is that the rock would roll, but the paper and scissors couldn't move. Their shapes don't allow for that kind of movement. After that last one, he turned to look at Hong Bizion, not daring to utter another word. At this point, her entire body was trembling violently. It seemed she was tormenting herself internally, her brow furrowed and her teeth grinding so hard you could almost hear it. She looked extremely frustrated. Faced with this reaction, the MC got a little scared himself, thinking, oh man, she looks like she's about to go Super Saiyan. The MC mustered up all his courage and asked one more question. So, what does the cloud say to the ocean? Ah, my bad. What does the cloud say to the ocean when it's raining? She focused with intense concentration, thinking it over. Inside, she kept cheering herself on. Come on, I can do this. Just calm down. After a moment of intense internal debate, she hesitantly answered, I'm falling into you. Hearing her answer, the MC exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, you got it. That's correct. She had finally gotten one right and received his acknowledgement, and a wave of indescribable joy washed over her. That sheer happiness was now clearly visible on her face. Hong Bizeon broke into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And it was this very reaction from her that took him completely by surprise. It was the first time he'd ever seen her smile, both in the game and in real life. Her happiness was contagious, and the MC grinned triumphantly. That's a princess for you. His level of creativity was just on a whole different plane of existence. Feeling a bit overly flattered, the girl blushed, trying to regain her composure as she said, All right, let's move on. What's your next question? The protagonist smirked mischievously, thinking to himself, Good, that's the spirit. So, my next question is… And just like that, the two of them chatted away enthusiastically until night had completely fallen. Outside on the school grounds, a few groups of students lingered, their cheerful chatter and laughter filling the air. Meanwhile, our protagonist was heading home alone, looking utterly exhausted with dark circles under his eyes. He let out a long sigh, thinking in frustration, what a complete waste of time. I spent a whole 3 hours just to argue nonsense with Hong Bizion, and it's not as if I can even expect her to remember a single thing I said. Speaking of Hong Bizion, she's destined to become an infamous sorceress with an incredibly sharp mind. However, her greatest weakness is her incredibly rigid way of thinking. But if I were to exploit that weakness to mess with her, even though she's a villain, I'd feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Still, I need to quickly forge Terry Vaughn into a magic sword, so I have to push myself even harder. Honestly, this is nothing like my old self, who could handle everything on his own. Whatever, thinking about it is just giving me a headache. I should hurry up and find the books I need for my upcoming classes. A short while later, he arrived at a certain location. He glanced around, searching for something, and muttered to himself, That's not right. It has to be around here somewhere, doesn't it? I couldn't have remembered the location wrong, could I? Just then, his eyes lit up as he whispered in excitement, There it is. That's the one. Before him stood an old, dilapidated building, its interior completely covered in dust and cobwebs. Stepping inside and taking in the desolate scene, he thought, Wow, this place is a complete wreck. Looking at the shopkeeper, he suddenly recalled something. I know one thing for sure. The owner of this bookstore has a strange habit of pretending to be asleep while secretly watching his customers. If I remember correctly, this obscure little bookstore holds the legendary notebook of Mela. He was the valedictorian of Stella Academy 10 years ago. Back in my old life, I could have accessed his notes with a single mouse click. But in this world, you need physical books to learn. What's more, the specific books you study directly affect how you level up. Initially, I bought my books from all the famous shops, but I soon discovered that the real gems are always hidden away in these nameless, obscure little stores. With that thought in mind, he ventured deeper into the shop and began his search. As he searched, he thought gleefully, If I have Mela's notes for the magical engineering class, it'll be completely overpowered. I'm guaranteed to get a perfect score. Then again, he mused, just wearing the colored glasses is enough to get a decent grade. But who knows? I might just stumble upon some secret formula. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A green book, tucked away in the corner of a shelf. He exclaimed, This is it. The book I've been looking for. But just as he reached out to grab it, another hand shot out towards it at the exact same moment. And just like that, the two of them froze, staring at each other. He blurted out in surprise, Aisha? To which the bewildered girl replied, Huh? How do you know who I am? Of course I do. You're pretty famous around here, our protagonist replied. At that moment, recognition dawned on her face as she said, "Oh, I remember now. You're in the supplementary class too. Your name is Beckerson, isn't it?" Our protagonist felt a pang of disappointment, thinking, "Seriously? You don't remember we met before coming to the academy?" She continued. "Oh, I quite enjoyed that debate, though it's a shame you couldn't explain your entire answer." It then dawned on our hero that Izone was also one of the people who couldn't solve those problems. "With that," she said, "in any case, it was nice meeting you," before coldly turning and walking away. He was a little taken aback by her chilly demeanor. But the most important thing right now was that, thankfully, the book he wanted hadn't been taken yet. He quickly snatched the book off the shelf, then glanced back at Izone, wondering to himself, why is she here, of all places? At that moment, she was still browsing for books, but it was clear she was hesitating to buy anything, carefully checking the price tag on every single volume. After seeing a price, she let out a frustrated sigh and placed the book back on the shelf, an action our protagonist didn't fail to notice. He immediately pieced together why she was here. This shop sold exclusively used books, so its clientele was usually poor students like himself. For someone like Izone, who came from a fallen noble family and had lost everything, this was the only kind of place she could afford. Her father had probably been taken out by those dark mages. A wave of pity washed over him. Her situation was truly heartbreaking. A princess forced to shop for second-hand books, and even then, having to scrutinize the price for fear of not having enough money. What's more, Izone's fate in the original novel was a tragic one. She died even before Folem, the person who became the main character in this world. You could honestly say that Izone was the character with the worst luck in the entire game. Lost in thought, he managed to pick out a few promising books for himself, all of them looking quite thick and heavy. He placed the books on the counter and said, "I'd like to check out, please." At that very moment, Izone also walked up to the register. Seeing the massive stack of books he'd chosen, Izone could only stare with a hint of longing, clearly surprised he was buying so many. The shopkeeper was just as stunned. "All of these?" he asked. Our hero simply gave a slight nod and glanced over at Izone. She, on the other hand, looked a bit downcast. He decided to ask, "Is something wrong?" She replied aloofly, "It seems you're you've chosen some excellent books." Our protagonist was a bit flustered by that, thinking, "Wait, is she trying to insult me?" He replied, "Oh really? Which ones?" Izone gestured to the whole stack. "All of them. But why are you reading about advanced sealing theory? That's an ancient art that requires specific artifacts," she elaborated. "Because of that, now that alchemists and magical engineers have become so advanced, it's a skill that's rarely ever used anymore." He nonchalantly replied, "Oh, this one? Yeah, you're right. It's pretty much useless." Hearing that, she looked at him as if he had a screw loose for picking it. She then said coldly, "So, you were aware of that?" He calmly replied, "Of course I was. That's precisely why I'm getting it." Upon hearing his response, her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. "Huh? What did you just say?" Our protagonist hugged his stack of books and shot her a cunning grin. "Because everyone thinks exactly like you do, it'll be that much easier to get a high grade in this class. Anyway, I'll be going now. See ya." As he walked away, he thought smugly. Just as Izone said, hardly anyone wants to take a class on sealing theory. But that's the whole point. I'll have to spend less time on it and can easily score a higher grade than in any of the other classes. With these books in hand, this semester is going to be an easy win. And with that final thought, he was gone, leaving a completely dumbfounded Izone in his wake. The girl was completely baffled, and though a million questions swirled in her mind, her pride was just too massive to let her voice a single one. The scene shifts to the following day at Stella Academy, where we find Izone anxiously making her way down the corridor. This was her very first class, an introduction to nihility theory, and her official academic debut since enrolling. She thought to herself, well, this course is supposed to be an easy grade, so it can't be that bad, right? With that thought, she stepped into the classroom, which was already bustling with a fair number of students. Just as she found an empty seat, she couldn't help but overhear the group next to her chatting. "Hey, you're in nihility theory too?" "Yeah, but I think I'm totally screwed. I only signed up because I heard it was an easy A. But it looks like the rumor got out, because all the top-tier students piled into this class. We're so done for. It's game over for us." Overhearing this, Izone could only let out a sigh, thinking, well, nothing I can do about it now. I'll just have to pour all my effort into my other classes. A short while later, the class concluded. Students began to trickle out, all of them looking drained and groaning in exhaustion. "Man, my butt's gone numb from sitting so long. I'm starving. What should we get for lunch? Let's hit the cafeteria and figure it out." Izone trailed behind them all alone, sighing despondently as she thought, damn it. What am I supposed to do now? With so many top students enrolled in this class, getting that scholarship is going to be nearly impossible. Just then, her stomach let out a loud, embarrassing grumble. Clutching her wallet, she hesitated. Maybe I should just grab a bite first? Let's see. I've only got 60 meal tickets left for the semester, so I guess it'll have to be bread today. Suddenly, Izone's eyes widened in astonishment as she spotted something completely unexpected. It turned out that on her way to the cafeteria, she happened to pass by a classroom where she spotted a familiar face. Beck Izone was sitting right there. At first, she wondered what on earth he was doing there. But upon seeing a professor at the front of the room giving a lecture, it dawned on her that this must be the class he'd signed up for. The strange thing was, the class was nearly empty, and the few students present were all known for their poor academic records. This professor must be one step away from getting fired. But then, a realization struck her. If she enrolled in this class, she could probably snag a high grade with minimal effort. That would free up her time and energy to focus on other courses to secure the scholarship. Wait a minute. How did that Beck Izone guy know this class was a guaranteed easy A? Oh my gosh. Don't tell me he actually calculated which course would be the most strategic choice. No, that's impossible. What am I even thinking? She chided herself. It has to be a coincidence. With that thought, the girl turned and walked away. The scene cuts to the next morning, with the sun high in the sky. Tucked away in a classroom, students are listening intently to the lecture. The professor began, I'm sure all of you are already aware of the very roots of magic itself. The Genesis mage, Beck the First, was the one who spread magic across the entire world. It was from him that humans and all other races learned to wield it. And the man delivering this lecture was none other than Professor Lilin, a specialist in the study of the divine moon. He continued, that very mage taught the elves the secrets of nature magic, and bestowed upon the dwarves the mastery of material magic. And to humanity, he gifted elemental magic before ascending to the heavens. Blah, blah, blah. What followed was an incredibly abstract and confusing lecture. Our protagonist listened in, completely lost, and thought with a groan, good grief, if this keeps up, I'll be completely useless in 3 years. Back in the game, I could have just skipped all this lore with a single click of a button. Still, this class is pretty important. Who knows, it might hold the key to understanding the true ending of this world. Then again, that's all just speculation on my part. Suddenly, he noticed that the person sitting right beside him looked vaguely familiar. Glancing to the side, he was taken aback, thinking, wait, Izone is in this class too? I don't recall any of the main characters ever enrolling in this course. But whatever, it's not like it has anything to do with me. Meanwhile, the professor was passionately lecturing, explaining how humanity's curiosity extended far beyond mere elemental magic. Mages had journeyed across the world, secretly learning the magic of other species. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, having reached a point where there was seemingly nothing more to learn. The Genesis mage left behind the 12 divine moons before vanishing without a single trace. Does anyone here know anything about the 12 divine moons? A clear voice rang out. It is said they are the divine guardians who protect the balance of power across the continent, sir. And the speaker was none other than Izone herself. She continued, I've also heard they were scattered throughout the continent, carrying out that sacred mission until 1,000 years ago. The professor, visibly surprised by her answer, added, oh, indeed. They possess a special power that safeguards the continent. For instance, the divine moon representing summer, the 6th moon known as the Crimson Summer, wields a brilliant scarlet flame, and it is said that this very flame can never be extinguished. If you were to travel to the depths of the Alchemical Sea, you would still find that red flame burning. Anyone curious enough is welcome to see for themselves. Our protagonist couldn't believe his ears, a shiver running down his spine as he thought, holy crap, is the professor serious? Any living creature that dares to trespass into the Sea King Alamanca's domain would be instantly wiped from existence. Up at the podium, the professor continued with gusto. This is the Levian shore, a colossal maelstrom in the middle of the ocean, frozen solid by the 12th moon, the azure winter. As you can see, each divine moon possesses its own unique and formidable power. However, a true miracle is said to occur if they are all brought together. A student from the crowd asked, Professor, what kind of miracle is it? The professor's voice suddenly grew somber as he replied, that is something nobody knows. They have been dormant for 1,000 years. Hearing this, our protagonist had to agree with the professor. In the game at least, I'd encountered a few of the divine moons, but I only ever managed to find 5 of them, and only during limited time events. And that was after I'd gathered intel from countless other players. No other gamer had found more of the divine moons than I had. If my hunch is correct, then the 12 divine moons must be connected to the true ending of the game. Since nobody had managed to uncover the true ending in the past 10 years, the answer had to be hidden within undiscovered content. I'd only managed to find 5 of the moons after risking my life time and time again. But if I want to witness that true ending, then so be it. I'll just have to start all over from scratch. Meanwhile, in a different outdoor class, a massive fireball was hurtling towards a training dummy. A chic woman in a stunning red dress stood at the center, declaring, "Raw power isn't everything. No matter how powerful your attack, if it fails to hit the target, it's utterly useless." And this woman is none other than Professor Hong Jiao, the instructor for the fire magic class. The professor was pacing back and forth, observing the students during their practical training. Suddenly, she sensed that something immense was about to unfold. In the next instant, a massive torrent of fire magic shot straight towards the training dummy. And then, with a deafening roar, a huge explosion rocked the training grounds. Witnessing this raw display of power, the professor wore a look of considerable satisfaction. But in the blink of an eye, her expression twisted into one of utter astonishment. As the smoke and dust finally settled, the dummy wasn't just unscorched, it was completely pristine. The professor stared at the scene, her voice laced with disappointment as she called out, "How pathetic, Bai Zion." Hearing those words, the girl trembled, and a dejected Bai Zion retreated to a nearby bench to sit down. Her eyes were heavy with failure as she thought to herself, "I've let my mother down again. She's going to be so incredibly disappointed in me." Just then, a cheerful voice called out, "Your Highness." Looking up, she saw a girl with adorable red pigtails, who asked with a beaming smile, "Are you doing okay?" The girl then gently sat down beside Bai Zion, continuing, "Please don't feel down. What you did was absolutely amazing." "Your Highness." Bai Zion could only sigh, replying, "What are you even talking about? My magic might be powerful, but what good is it? I couldn't even hit the target, but your magic is seriously incredible. It was so cool it was off the charts. Honestly, I've known about you ever since I was a little kid." At these words, it clicked for Bai Zion. This girl was another fire mage, just like her. Her name was A Swang, a name that she was sure she had heard somewhere before. Rumor had it a fire mage prodigy had appeared. But even so, she thought, that genius's magic was nothing compared to her own. With that thought in mind, Bai Zion remarked out loud, "It's still impressive that your accuracy is so high." The girl replied shyly, "But if you practiced more, I wouldn't stand a chance." At that, Bai Zion shot to her feet. "Accuracy is a crutch for the weak," she said. "In any case, talking with you made me feel a little better. See you around." Without another word, Bai Zion turned and walked away, leaving the girl with the pigtails sitting there, completely stunned. The scene then shifts to a certain castle, one that looks remarkably grand and orderly. Our girl Bai Zion is also here, though she appears to be visibly exhausted. Just then, a voice cut through the silence. "Your Highness." A formidable, stern-looking woman appeared behind her. She continued, "Welcome back." This was Hongbi Zion's personal guard, a woman named Ye Ederin. "Ma'am, your warm tea and sweets are ready," Bai Zion replied. "Thank you." Terran continued his report on the task you had previously assigned me, modifying the appearance of the magic staff. Because the staff is of such exceptional quality, they mentioned it could be reforged into a high-grade magic sword. Bai Zion listened while nibbling on a pastry, a hint of doubt in her mind. Could that really be true? Terran went on. However, there are a few concerns. Bai Zion was slightly surprised. Concerns? Terran hesitated. "Well, I've heard a rumor that it continuously siphons mana from its wielder." Upon hearing this, Bai Zion was utterly shocked. She shot up from her seat, whirling around in alarm. "What did you just say? Doesn't that make it a dark artifact?" Terran's voice dropped. "Not exactly. It also resonates with the energy of nature." Bai Zion was now completely bewildered, muttering in disbelief. "That's impossible. How can an item that drains its owner's mana also resonate with the power of nature?" "But then why is the staff only rated as intermediate grade?" Terran replied. "That is precisely the reason it's at that level." "What are your thoughts on this, ma'am?" "Its fundamental ability is to drastically amplify the user's mana, boosting it to a much more powerful or even high-grade state. But it's likely because it only absorbs mana and never releases it that the staff was downgraded to an intermediate rank." At this, Bai Zion couldn't maintain her composure any longer, jumping to her feet and exclaiming, "What? High grade? How in the world could a student possibly wield something like that?" Even Terran himself was quite taken aback by this. Meanwhile, Bai Zion was still lost in confusion, unable to find a logical explanation for any of it. Clutching her head, she continued, "I knew it wouldn't resonate with just anyone, but I never thought someone could actually use it even if they got their hands on it, unless they have a monstrous amount of mana, or none at all. I can't wrap my head around this. This goes against everything taught by Professor Kaleem." She continued, "That's precisely why the mana guidance class is mandatory." She took a sip of hot tea before adding, "But regardless, that boy is certainly someone special." The scene shifts to a few days after the new semester had begun. In a certain classroom, a professor was passionately lecturing his students on how offensive magic requires a greater depth of understanding than any other type. And our protagonist was sitting in this very class, listening intently. This bald professor was none other than Kaleem, the head of Mana Guidance Studies. He continued, "This is exactly why Mana Guidance is a mandatory course. From this point forward, in your duels, you will learn guidance with a focus on projection and targeting." Also in the classroom was Izone, who appeared to be listening with intense concentration. At the same time, from the podium, the professor was enthusiastically explaining, "Projection means to discharge magic from the caster's body, and targeting means to apply magic to a stationary object. We will now discuss the trajectory formula as follows. From a distance of 760 meters to the north, for a water-based spell. Well, it's probably for the best if no one tries to answer this. So, what is the appropriate trajectory and predicted range that Longi would need to cast this water-based spell?" As the professor posed the question, the entire class fell into a deep silence. Down in the seats, two students began whispering, breaking the classroom's solemn atmosphere. One voice, full of curiosity, asked, "Of all the attributes, what makes water so tricky?" His friend sitting next to him quickly tried to shut him down. "If you're not a water-type specialist, you'd better not even try to answer. You think maybe he's just trying to mess with us." A wave of drowsiness began to hit our protagonist, causing him to let out a huge yawn as he thought to himself, "This is unbelievably dull. How is this an even bigger waste of time than my classes back in Korea?" Unexpectedly, the professor with the distinctive bald head spoke up, his voice shattering the lethargic mood. "Student Bitch Yoon Sung, please stand and answer the question." With a completely bored expression, our protagonist mumbled, "Yes, sir," while screaming internally. For crying out loud, why me again? After grappling with the complex problem for a moment, Yoon Sung finally found the solution. He confidently looked up and announced, "Sir, I've solved it." Blown away by Yoon Sung's presentation, the professor couldn't hide his astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! To think you could solve that so effortlessly. Is your innate attribute water?" Yoon Sung quickly waved his hands, humbly brushing it off. "Oh no, not at all, sir." The professor, beaming, replied, "Well, that's truly fantastic. Let's move on to the next problem, shall we?" It was this very display of humility that made Izo start seeing him in a completely new light. Not long after, the lecture concluded, and the students began packing up their books, getting ready to head out. Suddenly, a crystal-clear voice called out from behind him, "Excuse me." Reacting on instinct, Yoon Sung turned around, asking, "Yeah? Are you talking to me?" And standing right before him was none other than Izo. "That's right," she continued. "I have something I've been wanting to ask you." A thought had been nagging at Izo's mind, something she'd been pondering while watching Yoon Sung during the class. It had nothing to do with his rank. It was the fact that he was exceptionally brilliant, even when compared to the top-tier mages. The speed and precision with which he solved the professor's problem were simply staggering. It was genuinely hard to believe. The difficulty of that question was at least at a university level, no. Scratch that, it was a problem that only someone at a professor's level should have been able to solve. Even for Stella, an academy brimming with geniuses, just who was this Yoon Sung? At first, she had her doubts, but now, she was absolutely certain. He definitely had a specific strategy for registering for his courses. This brought Izo to her main point as she finally asked, "I wanted to ask you, what's the next class on your schedule?" Completely caught off guard by the sudden question, Yoon Sung couldn't hide his surprise. Trying to play it cool, he shot back with a smirk, "Why are you asking? Don't tell me you've fallen for me or something?" Izo shot him an annoyed look. "What the hell, dude? You think I'm some kind of creep? That's disgusting." Yoon Sung's face flushed with indignation. "I'm the one who should be creeped out here, aren't I?" But just as quickly, he caught himself, thinking, "Wait, I'm a grown man. What the hell am I even saying?" He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked again, this time more genuinely, "Seriously though, why do you want to know?" Dropping the banter, Izo replied with a serious tone, "I've been looking into the classes you've enrolled in. It seems like you've specifically chosen courses where it's easy to earn high grades. So, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I want to ask you straight up." Yoon Sung was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "What?" As the realization dawned on him, he thought to himself, "I was wondering what she was getting at. So that's what this is about." He immediately started waving his hands dismissively, forcing a laugh. "Haha, what are you talking about, my classes? I'm sure it's just a coincidence. If that's all you wanted, I'm gonna go." With that, he turned on his heel and started to walk away. Stunned by his dismissive attitude, Izo blurted out, "Huh?" Watching his retreating figure, she desperately called after him, "Hey, wait up." But he didn't even slow down, clearly not paying her any mind. Mustering up her courage, she ran to catch up, grabbing his arm to stop him. Please, just wait. Our protagonist finally stopped in his tracks. Catching her breath, she panted, Please, just give me a second. Yoon Sung replied, clearly irritated. What now? Why are you following me? Go ask someone else for help with this stuff. This academy is full of talented people. Or better yet, just copy me, he added sarcastically. You said you've already done your research, right? Hearing this, Izo stammered as she tried to explain. But anyone who takes the Divine Equipment course gets an A+, so that one doesn't really count. And if I enroll in the same classes as you, it could negatively impact your grades because of the curve. As she said this, a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. A pang of guilt washed over her as she thought, if he loses his scholarship because of me, that would be a terrible disadvantage for him. And yet, even in a situation where she was asking for help, her first concern was for how her actions might affect someone else's score. Our protagonist looked at her pitiful expression and thought to himself, that look will be gone in a second. Her usual overconfident expression is the true mark of our female lead. After all, suddenly her expression shifted to one of pure, innocent charm. But anyway, could you just give me a hint for one class? Any class that's an easy A, please? I'm begging you, our hero replied bluntly. Do you really think making puppy dog eyes is going to work on me? She cupped her own cheeks, feigning a pout. Huh? That's strange. Usually, whenever I look at my own reflection, all my worries just melt away. This level of over-the-top confidence made our protagonist want to facepalm. He replied dryly, Are you being serious right now? Izo's face immediately flushed red as she broke into a wide grin. Haha, I'm just kidding. I knew you'd react that way, which is why I've already prepared something good as compensation for you. Our protagonist flinched at the mention of compensation. He was absolutely floored, thinking to himself, seriously? What is with these kids and their obsession with compensation? Is that the only thing they know how to talk about? Suddenly, Izo changed the subject. Do you know about the seventh magic? Hearing this, our protagonist was startled. Yes, I do. Izo pressed on, surprised. Really? Not many people know about it, you know. It was an abandoned tower that vanished, and numerous barriers prevent anyone from getting close to where it once stood. But there, just as she was getting into the story, she abruptly paused, noticing the strange look on Ian Sung's face. Wait, she asked with concern. What's wrong with you? He tried to play it cool, but his mind was racing. I'm losing it, he thought. This is a critically important piece of information. This was the key Flame could use to increase his influence over the protagonist. What's more, in the original storyline, Flame knew about this, and so did Izo. And Izo was only supposed to share this information with the main character, not a side character like him. Realizing this, he wanted to hear no more and waved his hand dismissively. That sounds like a scary story. I'd rather not hear it. It doesn't sound interesting at all. And with that, he turned to walk away. Izo, completely bewildered, quickly called out, It's not that scary. Are you really afraid of ghosts at your age? Ayun Sung reluctantly replied. All right, fine, I'll listen. She put on a smug act, thinking, well, you just pretended you weren't going to listen. Why the sudden 180? There, that's more like it, Yoon Sung said curtly, not really knowing how to explain himself. He quickly fabricated a reason. My master is also a bishop. Just like you. With that in mind, he spoke up. Anyway, this has nothing to do with grades, but it's something that will be incredibly useful for you. You should sign up for the Journey of Meditation and Nothingness course as your liberal arts class. Izo was dumbfounded. Meditation? You want me to take that as a liberal arts class? The Moon God and Meditation course is a priority elective. Are you into that kind of spiritual training? Not exactly, our protagonist replied, still unsure how to explain it properly. He fell back on his fabricated excuse. Like I said, my master is also a bishop, just like you, and through meditation, he continued, one can greatly enhance their magical proficiency. Izo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just with meditation alone? Drawing upon his 10 years of all-night gaming experience, he calmly explained, in truth, this is a fact that hasn't been widely discovered yet. But for bishops, wielders of large-scale destructive magic, meditation is absolutely crucial. It's all about precise casting, based on formulas and equations. Though a little bit of luck never hurts either. Having gotten the information she wanted, the girl happily went on her way. Watching her retreating figure, Yoon Sung thought to himself that she was actually quite cute. This only added to her confusion, as she wondered whether to trust him after he'd just called her ugly moments ago. But it seemed the compliment hit the mark, as a bright smile spread across her face. Well, thank you anyway, she said. Even if it's not about improving my grades, I'll sign up for it. Ayun Sung simply replied, "The choice is yours. Do whatever you think is best." With her objective complete, she cheerfully departed. Watching her go, however, Ayun Sung couldn't shake a feeling of concern. He wasn't sure if he'd done the right thing, and let out a long sigh. "I've told her everything. It makes me a little afraid of how much the future is going to change now. But if I just stood by and did nothing," he reasoned, "Izo would face the same tragic fate in this world. If meditation can truly help her, then it's for the best." As this thought crossed his mind, it suddenly dawned on him that he was a mage himself. So why hadn't he even considered training until now? The Iun Sung in the game was a rigorous trainer, awakening his delayed mana constitution and developing rapidly. Back in the game, I could gain experience just by pressing a button, he mused, but now I have to do it all myself. It felt like he was already behind schedule. There were no hunting instances or quests here, so he couldn't just grind for more experience points. Still, I have Izo to thank for this realization. A short while later, Iun Sung was back at his dormitory. At Stella Academy, all students lived on campus. This housing system was a side feature in the game, allowing players to freely decorate their rooms. But for Iun Sung, this was his only home, as his village had been burned to the ground. The dormitories were also stratified by rank. While all rooms were the same size, the number of students assigned to each one depended on their class ranking. And naturally, the S-class students occupied the top floors. Alone in his room, our protagonist felt a pang of loneliness, but then a new thought struck him. He could finally start making use of his high-level swordsmanship. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "All right, it's time to begin." Iun Sung sat down to meditate, focusing his mind intently on his training. Stats aren't the most important thing anymore. Since this is reality, I need to get used to this body. In the original game, Big Iun Sung was a hidden genius, capable of wielding sword aura by endlessly circulating mana both inside and outside his body. Since he flew under everyone's radar, his true talent remained a complete secret. But the truth is, Big Iun Sung was a master swordsman who had reached the very pinnacle of his art. I have to walk that same path once more. My own breathing is the key to controlling the flow of mana within my body. If I can gradually increase the amount of mana I absorb with each strike, eventually I'll be able to draw in all I need in a single instance. After all, skills don't improve just by grinding EXP. They have to be used constantly. I'm one step closer to my goal. I will uncover the true ending of this story, no matter what it takes. The scene then shifts, showing the passage of a long night. As the clock strikes 4 in the morning, a new day dawns. Inside his room, Iun Sung remains completely immersed in his training, his entire body glowing with a brilliant golden aura. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He raises his hands, feeling the invigorating flow of energy coursing through him, and realizes with awe that this must be what Big Iun Sung had experienced. As someone who has lived with mana leakage syndrome since I was a child, I can still feel it, even if the sensation is faint. Just then, a system notification pops up. The mana leakage syndrome skill has leveled up, and the flash step skill has leveled up. Our protagonist gazes at his status window, a deep sense of satisfaction washing over him. Excellent. I've taken another step closer to my goal. I'm determined to find the true ending, no matter the cost. The scene abruptly shifts to a new location, revealing a vast, lush green meadow stretching as far as the eye can see. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure appears. It turns out we're in a serene, picturesque space within Stella Academy, where a young woman named Fo Lem is soaking in the tranquil atmosphere. She muses to herself that, while the meadows and the whispering wind are all artificial, the feeling of being here is incredibly real and soothing. For context, the Stella dormitories are actually located within a pocket dimension created on the school grounds. This unique setup allows the space and its properties to be changed at will. It's precisely for this reason that all sporting events, various activities, dungeons, portals, and even monster training sessions are held here. Returning to the present, a large group of students has assembled. Fo Lem, standing near the back, scans the crowd and counts a total of 141 people, 50 from classes A1 and A2, with the remaining 40 belonging to the S-class. If this were like the novel, there should only be 39 from the S-class. I figured I would make it an even 40, but there's an extra person. Right. Where on earth did Big Iun Sung come from? In the novel, there were only 1,140 first-year students, and with me, that should make 1,141. In other words, Big Iun Sung must have been in the original novel too. In any case, I'll figure it out eventually. It's okay, I can handle this. After all, I'm the only person in this entire world who knows the story. The class should be starting any minute now. Suddenly, a buzz of conversation erupts from the students in front of Fo Lem. One of them calls out, "Prince Jeremy, did you finish registering for your classes?" The blonde-haired young man in the middle, who must be the prince, replies with a smug expression, But of course, his companions quickly add, we also signed up for the soft magic research class because we heard you were enrolling. He flashes a wide grin. Is that so? Then let's be sure to help each other out. Meanwhile, Fo Lem watches the exchange and thinks to herself, so that's Prince Jeremy. In the novel, he falls for the original Fo Lem, competing with Izo for her affection, only to be rejected. After that rejection, he completely changed, eventually descending into villainy. He may look harmless now, but every single one of his actions is calculated. I need to watch him carefully and make sure I don't get entangled with him. Unexpectedly, Prince Jeremy's eyes land on Fo Lem. He puts on a friendly face, giving her a wave and a radiant smile. Fo Lem waves back automatically, but can't help thinking, wow, he's actually really handsome. Now I get why he has so many people fawning over him. Just then, the instructor's voice booms across the field. All right, everyone, listen up. These are the most important characters in the school, she thinks, turning away with a newfound resolve to gather them. Because from this moment on, this world is her reality, and she has to prepare for what's to come. Her subtle action, however, doesn't escape the prince's notice. He smirks to himself. So that's Fo Lem, huh? Just then, the instructor's voice cuts through the chatter again. All right, listen up. Before today's lesson officially begins, we're going to start with some basic training. I need to gauge your individual abilities so I can instruct you properly. I'll be overseeing this personally, and if you have a problem with that, I suggest you keep it to yourself. As you are all aware, we professors have the authority to add or deduct from your academic scores. Keep in mind that you will be expelled if you fail to meet the minimum requirements. Now, allow me to explain today's training exercise. We will be conducting a mock dungeon raid. I will be using scenarios, traps, and monsters based on those found in real dungeons to test each and every one of you. You will earn 4 points for defeating a Tier 1 monster, 8 points for a Tier 2, and 20 points for retrieving this score beacon. The top 5 students will receive a small reward and special shopping privileges. Any student who finishes with 0 points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or prefer not to go alone, you are permitted to form teams. But be warned, points will be divided equally among all team members. Furthermore, if you manage to eliminate another student, you will claim all of their points. With that, the instructor vanished without a trace, his voice echoing back, "That is all. Good luck." Immediately, the ground began to tremble violently, causing the students to cry out in panic. What's going on? What's happening? The landscape started to shift, and suddenly the earth split open. In the distance, everyone watched, jaws agape, as a colossal tree erupted towards the sky, completely altering the surroundings. Fo Lem realized this must be the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The landscape transformed into a dense, overgrown forest, and the students began to choose their paths. Some decided to brave the challenge alone, while others quickly formed teams. In the distance, the solitary figure of Fo Lem can be seen setting off, magic staff in hand. She thinks to herself with determination, all right then, I'm ready to play this game. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind her, Hey, Fo Lem. She turns to see her red-haired classmate, who asks, Are you really planning to do this practical training all by yourself? Does she understand my intentions? Or is she? She wondered silently. While teaming up for a dungeon raid has its perks, going solo is way better if you want to rack up more points. With that in mind, she spoke coolly. Sorry, but I want to test my own strength this time, so I plan on going alone. The red-haired girl smirked at her response. Yeah, I figured. You'd have to split the points with teammates, so I get it. Fo Lem simply replied, Yeah, that's right. But in her head, she was still debating. Am I just overthinking things, or is she seriously throwing shade at me right now? Whatever. Fo Lem waved goodbye and left. Let's team up next time, okay? The other girl didn't say anything more, just turned her back and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Fo Lem felt a twinge of annoyance. Am I going crazy? Why do I get the feeling she's trying to copy me? Anyway, back to the mission. Things will probably be different later. 1 hour after the dungeon opened, a faint blue light flickered in a dark corner. It looked like Fo Lem had just survived a tough fight. She was clearly exhausted. Man, I'm beat. When is this training session ever going to end? Suddenly, she sensed something was off. In the next instant, a gigantic vine shot out directly at Fo Lem. Quick as a flash, she raised her magic staff to defend. A stream of brilliant blue energy erupted from her staff, striking the vine head-on. A moment later, the vine was defeated, slowly shrinking down to nothing. At that moment, she scanned her surroundings, thinking, It's not just the monsters, even the plants can attack you in here. This is Stella. All right. You can't let your guard down, even during training. I've only managed to get 18 points so far. It's not awful, but that gap could be closed by a single high-point kill. I've got to keep moving. With that thought, she pushed deeper into the dungeon. All at once, her eyes widened in disbelief at a hazy silhouette in the distance. The blinding sunlight made it hard to see, but she realized it was none other than Yul Sung. So his abilities really aren't human, she thought. But how can a student possibly conceal their presence to this extent? Ah, whatever. I'm using my own nature camouflage to stay hidden anyway. With Fo Lem's unique set of skills control, defense, destruction, and healing, she had plenty of options. It seemed that ambushing her opponent wasn't a bad idea at all. And so, the girl began to move stealthily, creeping closer to the figure. As she got closer, she confirmed that it was, in fact, Yul Sung. Wait, is he going solo? I thought I remembered other students wanting to team up with Yul Sung. Did he actually turn all of them down? So weird. I really can't figure out what goes on in that guy's head. But what shocked her even more was the score bar he was holding. Suddenly, a reckless idea popped into her head. This is the perfect chance to test him. At that moment, Yul Sung was still completely oblivious as he continued to walk forward. On her side, Fo Lem was using her magic staff to generate a massive orb of light. She was confident that from a distance of about 15 meters, he'd have no way to defend himself. In the next instant, a strange magic circle appeared, and her entire body began to radiate a fierce, orange-colored energy. She stared straight at Yul Sung and yelled, "Light bullet!" As she finished the incantation, a bolt of lightning shot straight toward him. He only realized he was being ambushed just as it was about to connect. He immediately used his flash step magic to teleport to another location. After the smoke cleared, Fo Lem stood frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Where did Oil Sung go? Her hands trembled with rage. No freaking way. How in the world did he dodge a level 2 spell from that distance? Damn it, that's completely insane. Meanwhile, Yul Sung had been using his flash step repeatedly to circle around behind his attacker. Only then did he allow himself a quiet sigh of relief. Geez, was she trying to kill me or what? Just firing off a light bullet out of the blue. Thank goodness the level of my excess mana syndrome increased, otherwise I would have been in deep trouble. His flash step had now reached level 1, with a maximum range of 12 meters. I still have 2 more uses of flash step left, so if I used the terrain to my advantage, I could probably take her down. But avoiding a fight is still the best option. With that in mind, he started spamming flash step to put some serious distance between them. Glancing back, he thought to himself, this should be far enough. My target is just 5th place, so there's no reason to risk my neck. The prize for 5th place is the Ezelic herb, a material capable of significantly boosting one's physical stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots are basically reserved for the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more point sticks to secure their places. Suddenly, a taunting voice cut through the air. Yo, fellas, get a load of this guy. Look who's managed to snag 3-point sticks already. For a weakling like him, what's he even doing collecting S-class sticks? Just then, Yul Sung recognized the guy. It was Raiden, a student who'd been making quite a name for himself around the academy lately. Glancing at the goons flanking him, Yul Sung sighed in annoyance. Of course, it included members of Team US Legs, Jeremy's pathetic little crew, a whole bunch of worthless scum. But then something caught his eye. They already had 3-point sticks. Hey, a pipsqueak like you has no business with those. Hand over the point sticks now. As Yul Sung remained silent, another one of them chimed in. I heard he's a total failure who had to cheat his way into the S-class. Hearing that, the blonde guy burst out laughing. Getting into S-class by answering 3 dumb questions? Stella must have been completely duped. Yul Sung, on the other hand, was just bored. For crying out loud, he thought, are they ever going to get tired of harping on the same old thing? Seeing that Yul Sung wasn't talking back, the guy got even cockier. Hey, since we've run into each other, why don't you just hand over those point sticks? Yul Sung's reply was short and cold. Like hell I will. The blonde guy's interest was piqued. Oh? So you're planning to put up a fight? A wicked grin spread across his face. You think you can take all of us on by yourself? Ha! And you're going to use that high-grade medium magic wand? That's hilarious. You can't even cast a spell. What are you going to do with a wand? While the bully was busy running his mouth, Yul Sung saw his opening. The guy had completely let his guard down. In a flash, he charged forward. I've only got 3 flash steps left, he thought, but I still have a plan. I'll use this point stick in my hand. Plus, the fact that we're in a dungeon is a huge advantage for me. With that thought, Yul Sung held out the point stick. Here, you can have it. Seeing his opponent finally cave, the blonde guy looked pleased. Attaboy, that's more like it. But he shouldn't celebrate just yet. Karma has a way of striking when you least expect it. The moment the guy let his guard down, Yul Sung moved like lightning. He snatched the point stick right out of the bully's hand with a devilish grin. Then, using the stick as a club, he smashed it right into the guy's magic formation. The formation instantly shattered. The guy gritted his teeth, seething. You goddamn commoner bastard. In the next moment, he was sent flying backward, slamming hard against a tree. Raiden was absolutely livid, screaming at the top of his lungs. You son of a… He was losing his mind, yelling, You bastard, give that back. Just then, a familiar voice called out, Hey buddy, over here. Raiden whipped his head around toward the voice. There stood Yul Sung, grinning from ear to ear. That was a close call, but thanks for the gift. And just like that, Yul Sung was holding 2-point sticks. Raiden went ballistic, screaming, You scum, give that back. In a completely mocking tone, Yul Sung replied, Nah, I don't think I will. Our protagonist couldn't help but be satisfied with his plan. The point sticks really were the perfect tool for the job. He discovered this little trick by accident while playing a game in his past life. These point sticks were actually bugged items, completely worthless. However, their absurd durability made them indestructible against any magic the students could cast. One of Raiden's lackeys spotted his unusual tactic and yelled out, It's Yul Sung! But for a physical attacker like Yul Sung, a weapon with such high attack power could be utilized to 100% of its potential. Meanwhile, Raiden was grinding his teeth in fury. That damn bastard. How dare he take my point stick? He then spun around and barked at his cronies. What the hell are you all standing around for? Hit him. Just then, the entire dungeon began to tremble. Faced with this sudden change, Raiden cursed inwardly. Damn it all. Of all the times for the dungeon to shift, it had to be right now? With that thought, he roared at his team. Everyone, group up and ready your spells. We can't let that bastard get away. But this chaos was the perfect cover for Yul Sung, who immediately took the chance to make a run for it. His sudden move didn't go unnoticed. One of Raiden's goons spotted him and yelled, Hey, Yul Sung is getting away. No sooner had he shouted than the whole group aimed their wands, unleashing a torrent of blue energy straight at Yul Sung. You're not getting away, you bastard, they screamed. As the terrifying blast of magic shot towards him, Yul Sung could only think, Damn, they're a little tougher than I gave them credit for. But they're still way too green to catch me. Just as the energy blast was about to engulf him, he vanished, using his flash step to teleport to safety. Raiden's crew was absolutely fuming, completely powerless against him. Damn it, he blinked away again. While the entire group stared straight ahead, Yul Sung had already moved like a flash of lightning, slipping right behind them. He thought to himself with confidence, With my 10 years of experience in this game, using the terrain to gain an advantage is an absolute piece of cake. Meanwhile, Raiden was beyond frustrated, cursing, Damn it, we just need to land a single hit on him. Just then, the dungeon suddenly began to tremble violently. Seeing the tense expressions on everyone's faces, Raiden tried to reassure them. Stay calm, everyone. He's still lurking around here. He was waiting for the right moment to unleash their formation, a power so great it could turn their defense into an overwhelming offense. But if this spell fails, he warned, it'll backfire on us, so we have to proceed with extreme caution. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings, and his eyes suddenly locked with Yul Sung's, who was now standing directly in front of him. Before they could even react, Yul Sung moved a beat faster, striking their magic formation directly with his point stick. The impact was too much for the formation. It couldn't hold, and began to crack under the pressure. Simultaneously, the magic circle reversed its flow, turning its power back on Raiden's own crew. What followed was a series of massive, deafening explosions. Their own magic formation shattered, blasting its energy right back at its casters. This was the dreaded side effect they feared, a complete magical backlash. Our protagonist quickly put some distance between himself and the blast zone. Watching the entire group get ravaged by their own spell, our hero thought with a smirk. And that's a wrap. After the smoke from the explosion finally cleared, Raiden lifted his head and let out a string of curses. Son of a witch. That bastard Yul Sung. In response, our hero held up 3-point sticks, smugly declaring, I'll just be taking these, thanks. He then flashed a taunting grin and added, Oh, and if I ever get a girlfriend, I'll be sure to give these to her as a gift. Bye-bye, sweethearts. Raiden was flabbergasted. When did you even take those? Give them back to me now. Our protagonist looked at their pathetic state with immense satisfaction, thinking, Heh. Looks like I lucked out. If I'd fought them head-on, I would have been the one getting robbed. But since this is a dungeon, how interesting. Well, I've had my fun. Time to bounce. And with those final words, he blinked away, leaving Raiden's crew behind, literally shaking with uncontrollable rage. Raiden roared like a madman. You deadbeat bastard. Unbeknownst to them, the entire exchange had been witnessed from start to finish by a certain female student. Now a safe distance away, Yul Sung exclaimed happily, Hee, I really lucked out. In a normal fight, I'd have been the one getting mugged, but inside a dungeon, the rules are completely different. This is what you call a veteran's experience. But Why do I have this strange feeling? Something feels off. But by the time he realized what it was it already too late? A massive fireball was hurtling directly toward him. Seeing this spectacle, our hero was completely stunned, shouting, "What in the world is this? Where is this rain of fire coming from?" The flames just kept pouring down on his position, one wave after another, like a torrential downpour of fire. Wherever it landed, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. As for our boy, he couldn't fight back. His only option was to use his blink spell to desperately dodge. He was running for his dear life, his usual calm expression completely gone. Holy cow, what kind of insane magic was that? This is nuts. Staring back at the forest that had been incinerated into ash, he was still in shock, thinking he had just narrowly escaped a major catastrophe. But what was the deal with this magic? Was someone actually trying to take him out? From behind the screen of smoke and dust, the silhouette of a person began to approach. She stood before him, and man, was she imposing. "Hey, you commoner, why didn't you grab another staff from them?" And this powerful fire-wielding girl was none other than the one and only princess, Hongbi Xian. Our protagonist was taken aback, wondering to himself, what in the world is she doing all the way out here? With that thought, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, I think you've got it a little twisted. It's not like I can just take whatever I want. Besides, what business is it of yours if I took those staves or not?" Hearing his response, the princess felt a bit flustered, realizing she might have been a tad too forward. But then a realization struck Yun Sung. Wait a second, you want? That's it. You wanted me to take their staves just so you could take them from me, right? What kind of insane scheme is that? Don't you forget that I'm the one who taught you a thing or two before? Hongbi Xian placed a hand on her chest to explain, I am a member of the royal family. But since you've already figured out my plan, let's just get this fight over with. As royalty, I have no desire to rob a commoner, but in this battle, I have no other choice. I'm going to defeat you, and then I'll take what I want. Hearing this, our MC was scared out of his wits and quickly shot back. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? Why are you trying to bully someone weaker than you? You? Weaker? Hongbi Xian scoffed. But I just saw you fighting and practically toying with them, didn't I? You even used magic to defeat them, am I wrong? As she said this, a thought crossed her mind. She needed to wrap this up quickly if she wanted to get a high score and avoid a scolding from her mother. Suddenly, Hongbi Xian sensed a noise approaching. It turned out that Raiden's gang had finally caught up to them. One of them yelled out, "Where did that big Yul Sung run off to? Damn it, that scoundrel is way too crafty." And it seemed Princess Bai Xian recognized this group as well. On the other side, Big Yul Sung had already started to bolt. The princess was now in a dilemma, thinking, should I attack them now? But no matter how strong I am, there's no way I can handle 6 opponents at once. That's right. I need to wait until their magic reserves are depleted, then I'll make my move. Meanwhile, Big Yul Sung wasn't about to just wait around and get caught. He launched a surprise attack on Raiden from behind. He then fired another spell directly at their formation, causing the young princess to purse her lips, a glint of surprise in her eyes. She never imagined that Commoner could use any magic other than his blink. Sure, those guys were weaker than her, she thought, but they were all competent fighters. Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be much more skilled, shouldn't they? Faced with this scenario, the young woman's lips tightened as a look of sheer determination flashed in her eyes. Almost instantly, a mystical magic circle materialized, and a surging torrent of fire energy enveloped her body. It's time to unleash my fire magic, she resolved. Cutting her thoughts short, a gigantic, roaring flame shot forward. He blinked once, then twice again, feeling the immense pressure of this formidable spell. Quick as a flash, he used his blink, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in another. He suddenly felt the pressure from that spell closing in, more intense than ever before. Indeed, a colossal fireball was roaring right at him. He blinked once more, and then again, phasing in and out of existence, sometimes soaring high into the air, other times landing softly on the ground. All the while, Hongbi Xian remained laser-focused, her eyes never leaving the trajectory of the flame. And then, kaboom! A world-shaking explosion echoed, vibrating through the very fabric of space. Only then did our hero dare to let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, man, this girl's magic is on a whole other level. It's a good thing I have a 6th sense, or I would have been toast. But I've already used my blink twice. How am I supposed to deal with her now? Just then, Hongbi Xian's voice cut in. Why haven't you taken out your magic staff this time? Yun Sung gave her a blank stare and replied, You're already holding my magic staff. Hongbi Xian pressed on. What about the one you received when you enrolled? Hearing this, it finally clicked for him. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that one. Seeing his phony act, Hongbi Xian was completely fed up. How much longer are you going to hide your true strength? As she spoke, her gaze turned razor-sharp, her eyes glowing a terrifying, fiery red. She stared daggers at Big Yul Sung, thinking furiously, I'm taking this battle with the utmost seriousness. And this commoner has the nerve to treat it like a joke? Fueled by this thought, she snapped, Fine. If you're not going to fight properly, then I'll just have to plant you 6 feet under right here. A chill ran down Yun Sung's spine, goosebumps erupting all over his skin. He thought to himself, Holy crap, I am taking this seriously. I'm not trying to mess with you, lady. Over here, Hong Bi Xian was still in the middle of her tirade. If you don't get serious, then I'll. But at that very moment, a roaring sea of fire erupted right behind her. A look of sheer determination flashed across her face as she silently vowed, Today, you're going to get what's coming to you. Snapping out of her thoughts, she unleashed a barrage of flames directly at Baek Yoon, who, at this point, could no longer keep his cool. He desperately dodged the onslaught, weaving left and then swerving right. After a frantic struggle, the sheer spectacle left him completely dazed. He collapsed to the ground, his mind a total blank, with no idea what to do next. But this was no time to rest. He shot back to his feet, staring at the massive inferno before him and thinking, Crap, even if I use Flash Step, her attack range is just way too wide. What am I supposed to do? Just then, a strange sound caught his attention, and he glanced behind him. In that instant, a risky idea sparked in his mind, and he immediately executed his most advanced Flash Step techniques. In the blink of an eye, he leaped to higher ground, just beyond the fire's reach. Looking back, he saw the flames raging more fiercely and spreading wider, while he had narrowly escaped by taking cover behind a large boulder. He glanced down, thinking, That was a close call. I was lucky to dodge it, but it was a real struggle. Even if I manage to get near Hong Bi Xian, the flames surrounding her will just erupt to protect her as I approach. I know this for a fact, having fought countless fire mages before, but her skill level is far beyond what I anticipated. If this were flat terrain, I would have lost in a heartbeat. Actually, I probably wouldn't have even stood a chance. As Baek Yoon watched the sparks fly wildly like a fiery rain, an idea suddenly struck him. Could he harness the power of these magic staves? His gaze hardened with resolve. This fight wasn't over by a long shot. With that thought, he bravely charged straight into the raging sea of fire, with countless embers hurtling toward him. In that moment, his Monolith syndrome activated, granting him a sixth sense and skyrocketing his perception speed. For him, time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. He could now effortlessly slash through Hong Bi Xian's magic. Witnessing her powerful fire spells being swatted away by a mere commoner, Hong Bi Xian couldn't believe her eyes. She cried out, No way! How can he possibly counter magic with a physical weapon? That's impossible. Meanwhile, Baek Yoon was still fighting for his life in the brutal clash. He could feel it more clearly with each passing moment. This wasn't some game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. This was a real, physical confrontation against a powerful mage. The magical energy surrounding him was clearly intensifying. His sixth sense was now as sharp as his own sight and hearing. As for Hong Bi Xian, she was still just standing there, utterly baffled by how any of this was happening. She thought to herself, In this kind of forested terrain, my fire magic should have the absolute advantage, shouldn't it? If that's how it's going to be, then I have no choice but to ramp up my magical output. And just like that, she channeled all of her remaining power into her magic staff. Baek Yoon continued to frantically parry the magical attacks, fighting tooth and nail just to stay alive. He then quickly ducked behind a boulder to catch his breath and recover his strength. It was then that he realized, I can't stay on the defensive forever. That's it. I have to shatter Hong Bi Xian's magical barrier with this staff. With a new plan in mind, he plunged through the sea of flames, closing the distance to Hong Bi Xian. His footsteps grew quicker and more urgent with every passing second. When only a short distance remained between them, he used Flash Step to instantly close the gap. This move left Hong Bi Xian completely stunned. Gritting her teeth, she spun around in frustration. At that moment, Baek Yoon had stepped right into the heart of her fire spell formation. The two of them locked eyes, and you could say sparks were literally flying. Yoon quickly calculated in his head. When you get close to a fire mage, a burst of magic always erupts to push back any enemy within a 2-meter radius. The thought made him chuckle. For anyone else, dealing with that would be a nightmare. But for someone like Baek Yoon, with a solid 10 years of experience under his belt, he'd been through this song and dance more times than he could count. Just as expected, her magic erupted, sending him flying back, which left her with her jaw on the floor in absolute shock. Completely unfazed, Baek Yoon instantly regained his footing and charged forward again. He decisively slammed the magic staves against her protective barrier, causing visible cracks to spread across its surface. Hong Bi Xian still couldn't wrap her head around it, wondering, how is he even doing this? On the other side, Baek-yoon wasn't letting up, relentlessly hammering away at the barrier. The shield couldn't withstand the assault any longer and shattered into a million pieces. The backlash sent Hongbi Zeon flying backward, severely injured. The girl could only whimper in pain. Ah. With the battle over, Baek-yoon casually walked over, flashed a bright smile, and crouched down to say, "Looks like I win." Feeling utterly humiliated, Hongbi Zeon could only ask, "Just, who in the world are you?" Our protagonist, however, had no idea how to even begin to explain. Baek-yoon slowly rose to his feet and replied, "Oh, I'm just your average, ordinary student." Then, with a knowing glance, he added, "But isn't it about time for the person hiding over there to show themselves?" Realizing she'd been spotted, Flem cautiously emerged from her hiding spot. She seemed quite surprised, asking, "Weren't you supposed to be hiding? But how did you even know I was there?" Our protagonist was at a loss for words, so he just offered an awkward smile and replied, Let's just say it was a gut feeling." In reality, though, he knew the real reason was much simpler, or to be more precise. It was his innate ability to sense magical energy. But how could Flem possibly buy such a flimsy excuse? She stared blankly back at him. "Ah, a gut feeling, you say? Then how in the world did you manage to shatter a magic barrier with that completely ordinary-looking staff?" Hearing this, our protagonist froze on the spot. Flem pressed on. "Well, are you going to explain? Or are you planning to tell me that was just another one of your gut feelings?" At this point, a thought crossed our hero's mind. She's right. This kind of interrogation would never happen in the original romance novel. It's only natural for Flem to be this curious, but there's no way I can tell her the truth. Thinking fast, he pointed to the staff in his hand, and said with a bright, albeit fake, smile, "Oh, this? Well, you see, this staff is just incredibly durable." Flem's expression immediately soured. What on earth did its durability have to do with anything? So what if it's sturdy? You think you can just swing it around and break a magic barrier? If that were true, every knight in this world would have already made short work of us mages. Baek-yoon had to admit she had a point, thinking to himself, she's not wrong, she's absolutely right. Baek-yoon's evasiveness only made Flem more suspicious. "I've always thought there was something strange about you," she declared, "but I never had the chance to ask. But that's not an option. Flem doesn't trust me one bit. Revealing anything would be far too dangerous." Even as she pressed him, she couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment at what she had just witnessed. Meanwhile, under Flem's barrage of questions, Baek-yoon was breaking out in a cold sweat. He frantically searched for a way out of this, wondering, is this it? Is it finally time? It hasn't even been a full month and my identity is already being questioned? Am I really going to have to reveal who I am this soon? No, that's impossible, he thought. Flem has absolutely no trust in me. Revealing my secret now would be incredibly risky. With that in mind, Baek-yoon finally said, "No matter what you might suspect, I'm not the bad guy you think I am." Hearing this, Flem was completely baffled. "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" Baek-yoon offered another strained smile and continued, "It's exactly what it sounds like. I just wanted to help you." This only deepened Flem's confusion. "Help me?" she exclaimed. "Help me with what? What are you even trying to say? Just spit it out already. This whole cryptic act is seriously annoying." But Baek-yoon offered no further explanation. Instead, he turned to leave, giving a quick wave. I'd love to chat more, but I'm out of time. See ya." This abrupt departure left Flem completely dumbfounded and practically fuming with frustration. And it was precisely his actions on this day that made Hongbi Zeon start to see him in a completely different light. It looked as though she was already plotting something. Something incredibly reckless. Baek-yoon thought to himself, "Okay, looks like I'm in the clear. Time to make a quiet exit. Hopefully, those two will just let this go." Suddenly, someone started pelting him with pointing staffs, thwack, 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 and the culprit was none other than Hongbi Zeon herself. After tossing them, she just stood there, completely stunned, muttering, "Huh? What just happened?" Meanwhile, our protagonist, reeling from that surprise combo, clutched his head and spun around, yelling, "Damn it, if you have something to say, just say it. Why pull such a cheap shot?" Hongbi Zeon shot back, "I thought you were going to." To which our hero curiously asked, "Then why did you throw this at me?" Hongbi Zeon answered without a hint of hesitation, leaving Bitch Yul to facepalm at the ridiculous exchange, thinking, "I'm at my wit's end with these two. Even the mana leak syndrome has its limits. How could I possibly maintain that intuition indefinitely?" With that thought in mind, he put on a show of immense pain, crying out, "Ouch, that really hurts. The duration of my mana leak is entirely dependent on my mental fortitude. Since my mental energy is completely drained, I've lost my sharp reflexes and I'm getting a splitting headache." But then, our protagonist suddenly asked again with genuine confusion, So, why did you throw this at me? Hongbi Xian replied without missing a beat. You won, so just take it. Although these point sticks seemed pretty important, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, is she just doing this because her pride is hurt? But if I take all of these, my score is going to skyrocket. Besides, this stuff doesn't really do me any good anyway. Coming to a decision, he bent down, picked up a single point stick, and stood up with a cheerful smile, saying, all right then, thank you, but I'll just take this one. You can keep the rest. Well, I'll be on my way then. With that, he turned to leave, not forgetting to give a friendly wave goodbye. As he walked away, our boy was lost in a world of delusional grandeur, smiling to himself as he thought, they must be completely in awe of my actions right now. What a kind-hearted man, someone who's always merciful to the vanquished. This is peak coolness. I really hope they're thinking the same thing. But the harsh reality was, that's not what they were thinking at all. Flem couldn't help but blurt out, weird. Is something wrong with that guy? He's a total psycho. Hongbi Xian, seemingly sharing the sentiment, said wearily, he's probably a commoner, so his head's a little messed up. But deep down, a new question began to form in her mind. What is the true identity of this guy, Beck Il? Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Professor Lee and the other instructors were intently watching the events unfold alongside TLES, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman standing beside him agreed with another's exclamation. Oh ho ho. This year's first-year S-class is filled with rare and exceptional talent. Following the voice, Professor Lee Hangon turned to observe as well. He was stroking his beard at that moment, adding, all in all, watching this has been worth the price of admission, wouldn't you say? And this very man was TLES, an elder of the Magic Council. The woman next to him, agreeing with her senior's opinion, chimed in, indeed, it's quite fascinating. She was smiling from ear to ear, clearly pleased, perhaps thinking to herself, I was even more incredible back in my youth. This woman was none other than Jarina Aeon, a member of the Blue Tower Council. Their presence took Professor Lee Hangon by surprise as he thought, the Magic Council and the Blue Tower Council. Someone exclaimed, look, Hae Gugang and Ma Yu Seong are about to clash. It was bound to happen. This is what it takes to recruit top talent. Most of the other professors were likely watching this practical training as well. Suddenly, a murmur of awe rippled through the onlookers as they shouted, look there! Look there! At that, Professor Lee also turned his gaze back to the monitor. On screen, two male students appeared to be squaring off, ready for a showdown. It didn't take long for everyone to recognize the two combatants, exclaiming, look, it's Hae Gugong and Ma Yu Song facing off against each other. Without a moment's hesitation, Hae Gugang struck first, channeling an incredibly powerful magical blast through his staff and launching it directly at his opponent. But on the other side, Ma Yu Seong remained completely unfazed, standing his ground calmly to observe. Then, just as the attack was about to hit, he channeled his energy and vaulted high into the air. In fact, he executed 3 consecutive leaps like that to dodge his opponent's mana, a feat that left every single spectator in absolute awe. Zarina Aeon remarked, whoa, no way. Was he really able to activate a 3rd-tier mana leap 3 times in a row? Absolutely incredible. Professor TLES was equally stunned. Indeed, how could he have achieved that at the mere age of 17? Professor Lee's eyes remained fixed on the screen, thinking to himself that normally, an average mage would need to be at least 25 years old to reach the 3rd tier. And yet, Ma Yu Song has done it. Indeed, the ability to control 3 attributes is a clear testament to his innate, God-given talent. Then, a voice cried out in sheer astonishment. Look at that! Both of them are proficiently wielding 3 elemental attributes. The battle grew more intense and thrilling by the second, a true clash between 2 equally matched powerhouses. Watching this unfold, Professor Lee couldn't help but marvel. An ordinary mage can typically only control a single attribute, and it takes grueling training to even master 2. That's right. Controlling 3 attributes is proof of a natural-born prodigy. They were blessed with that gift from the moment they were born. Just then, Professor Lee's eyes shot wide open in shock as he blurted out, what in the world is that, a hidden boss? At that moment, a colossal hawk materialized, its eyes radiating pure murderous intent. The sudden appearance startled both Ma Yu Song and Hae Gugong, forcing them to halt their battle instantly. But before anyone could react, the massive bird opened its beak and let out a piercing shriek of agony, its harrowing cry echoing throughout the entire dungeon. Professor Lee mused thoughtfully. Oh, is that young lady Rosian? A hidden monster only appears when... He trailed off, as they couldn't comprehend what on earth was going on. The great bird plummeted to the ground right before them, landing with a thud. Immediately after, a sweet, almost sing-song voice called out, oh dear, were you two in the middle of a fight? The voice belonged to the young lady Rosan, perched high above. She continued, a little sheepishly, "My apologies for getting in your way." Taking this in, Professor Lee pondered thoughtfully. "Oh, that girl is Rosan, isn't she? A hidden monster is supposed to only appear when a specific set of conditions are met. They're not only difficult to find, but also incredibly tough to defeat. And yet, she managed to hunt it all by herself?" However, despite her incredible achievement, the professors in the back seemed to have mixed feelings, expressing a sense of pity for the unfortunate girl. One of them commented, "Humph, the eldest daughter of that traitor, Mua Fao. It's a real shame. If her father hadn't committed such a heinous act, her talent would have flourished even further." As he said this, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. "Wait, what's this? That's the princess of the Adon Leviso kingdom. But who in the world is her opponent?" The boy's face was completely unfamiliar. At this point, even Professor Lee couldn't contain his shock, blurting out, "What in the—" "That magic," Professor Lee began to explain, "is incredibly difficult to control. Many have tried to master it, but all of them either perished or were left permanently crippled, forcing them to give up. It's truly a spell that defies easy mastery. And yet that boy can control Blink as skillfully as if it were an extension of his own body." An elder from the TLES Magic Council thought to himself. As silence filled the room, someone finally broke it, asking, "Just who is that young man?" Professor Lee promptly answered, "That student's name is Beck Yule. He's an exceptionally unique student who can use Blink as his specialty magic." The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. "No way, Blink is a specialty magic?" one professor exclaimed. "That's on a whole different level from the innate talents of Ma Yu Seong, Heiwen Ajang, or Ajiol," the council elder added, looking perplexed. "Is that so? But why does it look like he's just toying with her instead of using other spells?" Even TLES himself was utterly baffled. Just then, a new voice cut through the confusion. "No, he is fighting seriously." At the sound of the voice, everyone present turned to see who had spoken. They were stunned into silence, stammering, "You're Elmon Elwin Zhao?" He continued, "He's been fighting seriously from the very start. You all just couldn't perceive it, could you? How fascinating. What I mean is, watching that student's combat style reminds me of the ancient order of the Knight's Path." The name sent another shock through the crowd. "The Knight's Path, you say? How is that even possible? This is unbelievable." TLES was just as stunned, blurting out, "You can't possibly mean the Sword Saint? The one who vanished along with the Age of Cold Weapons?" For those unaware, a cold weapon is any weapon that doesn't rely on gunpowder or explosives. But for a student this young to master such a thing, it's absolutely miraculous. Professor Lee, his eyes still glued to the monitor, finally had a breakthrough, thinking, "Aha, so that's what's going on at the so-called greatest magic academy in the world. Elmwood Elwyn is a true master of this magical realm. They were the heroes who fought against evil, protecting the world since ancient times, and the Sword Saint always faced the darkness with a blade in hand. In a world overflowing with magic, fighting with a sword should be impossible. And yet, this student is genuinely wielding his wand as if it were a real sword. Furthermore, if Elmwood Elwyn's speculation is correct, then that boy is a truly rare and exceptional talent. He is the headmaster of Stella Academy, the institution hailed as the finest magic school on the planet. Not only that, Elmwood Elwyn is also a master mage of the noble class. On top of all that, he's one of the 10 great sages of the continent. If that's the conclusion the great sage himself has reached. And so, the first dungeon training session came to a close. At that moment, on the S-Class's exclusive training grounds, one student was pushing himself with relentless intensity. He was channeling magic through his wand, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the training dummy before him. After some time, he was completely drained, gasping for air. He suddenly noticed his wand's mana was nearly depleted from the dungeon fight. Back then, when the final boss appeared, if Izone hadn't interfered, I might have understood its true power. No, I'm still too green and inexperienced. Out of the 141 participants in this dungeon training, 39 failed to meet the standards and were eliminated. Izone was the one who defeated the final worm boss, ranking first, while I came in second. Ma Yusong placed sixth, but I don't feel like I won at all. He replayed the battle in his mind. If Izone hadn't jumped in, he might have finally witnessed Ma Yusong's true strength. At this thought, He Wenjiang ground his teeth in pure frustration, unable to accept it. He'd been annoyed with this Ma Yuxiang guy from the very start. He does everything so effortlessly, yet his results always exceed all expectations. In this training, I meticulously set up magic circles and calculated every single move. And despite all that, Ma Yuxiang easily blocked the attacks and stopped them in their tracks. How is it that I can't seem to beat that kid? Is his talent really an insurmountable, colossal wall of power? And as she watched him, She was also quite surprised, thinking, oh, Hei Wenjiang is here too. That kid is always so composed, so why is he training like a man possessed today? But this isn't what I should be focusing on. With that thought, the girl unleashed her own magic, conjuring a massive fire spell as her entire body erupted in a brilliant orange aura. Immediately after, she aimed straight at her target and launched the fiery blast, setting off a thunderous explosion. It seems her mood today isn't so great either. Is she so bitter about something that she's going completely berserk? The sheer force of the blast caught Hei Wenjiang's attention, and he stopped, turning to see who could possibly generate such immense magical power. Meanwhile, Hongbi Xian was still fuming, thinking, I can't believe I only ranked third, even with the bonus points. The Queen Mother was somewhat satisfied, but if I don't get my act together, I'm going to be punished. Damn it, that commoner acting all high and mighty. What terrible luck. Fueled by her thoughts, an incredibly powerful spell shot forth, a blinding light erupting from the explosion. Hongbi Xian was now exhausted, panting heavily, while Hei Wenjiang stood nearby, jaw agape, wondering, geez, what's wrong with the princess today? But whether it was because of her mood or not, the princess's magic had become far more precise than before. It was unbelievable that Princess Hongbi Xian's flame magic possessed such destructive power, and that she could gain such control in such a short amount of time. This was no coincidence. Hongbi Xian herself was taken aback by her own results, thinking, damn it all, I hate to admit it, but Baekhyun's special lecture wasn't useless. By applying those ridiculous word puzzles, my magic has improved significantly. Even though he just looked up at her, she replied. His personality is the absolute worst. But there's no doubt Baekhyun is the only one who knows how to fix my weaknesses. So why the hell do I still feel so infuriated about it? Oh, for goodness sake. Suddenly a voice called out, Your Highness. Hongbi Xian looked up and replied, Ah, Ederin, what is it? The woman continued, Yes, the Tarivo staff you requested earlier has been repaired. Should I inform Mr. Baekhyun right now? Looking at the staff before her, Hongbi Xian replied, This is much better. Hearing this, Etrin turned to leave for the professor's research office. But what the heck is he doing there? Hongbi Xian wondered, then had a sudden idea, patting the attendant's shoulder to stop her. Wait, Ederin was confused. Is something wrong, Your Highness? A moment later, at the second main tower, Hongbi Xian was holding Baekhyun's staff, hesitating as she thought, I came here because I heard Baekhyun was around. This is the second main tower, the one with the professor's research labs. But what on earth is he doing here? Could he be meeting with the professors? Suddenly, Hongbi Xian jumped, her eyes flying wide open in realization. She then spun around to leave, debating with herself, wait a minute, why did I have to come all the way here? I could have just given it to him at the training grounds, right? Doing this makes it seem like I intentionally came looking for that commoner. No way, I'm definitely going back first. As she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly cut in. Well now, what is the princess doing here? I had some urgent business and was just about to head back myself. Faced with the princess's shy demeanor, Hareen was quite direct. It's been a while, miss. No, I mean professor. It feels like just yesterday I was teaching you magic, yet you've already grown up so much. It's all happened so fast. But what brings the princess all the way out here? Hong Bi-yeon replied hesitantly. I came here about something, but then a different urgent matter came up, so I was planning to return later. Seeing the princess's bashful attitude, Harin continued matter-of-factly, that's probably for the best. It's a bit chaotic in there right now, so you should come back later. Hearing this, Hong Bi-yeon was taken aback, rendered speechless for a moment. Harin elaborated, well, at the moment, all the magic officials have gathered here because of the student, Baekhyun. This revelation only amplified Hong Bi-yeon's astonishment. Curious as to what was going on, she couldn't help but ask, but why would they be looking for that commoner? Harin replied, I'm sure the princess is aware that the student. No, that's not it. It's because of his faith. His faith? A sense of sadness and shame welled up inside Hong Bi-yeon as she thought, so the professor really did see that match. Why did I have to reveal such a pathetic side of myself in front of the teacher I respect the most? It's so humiliating. Noticing the change in the princess's expression, Harin offered some comfort. Princess, there's no need to blame yourself. Your opponent was simply giving it his all. Hong Bi-yeon softly protested. But he didn't even bother using magic. Professor Harin just chuckled and replied, that's not quite right. It was because of his faith. His faith? Hong Bi-yeon asked, surprised. That's right. After observing the training session, the headmaster concluded that this student is attempting to revive the chivalric code of the past, Professor Harin explained. But this was something Hong Bi-yeon simply couldn't believe. Professor, What are you talking about? Back ill and chivalry? How is that even possible? As she said this, she froze for 5 seconds, recalling Bakil's fighting style against her. She thought to herself, it's unbelievable, but it's true. He really did use his staff like a sword. He used nothing but that simple staff to shatter my protective shield, and it even held its own against this magic sword of mine. As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of sadness washed over her, and she stammered, but if you don't use magic at a school that pursues knighthood, you'll obviously be made fun of. It's treated like some ridiculous joke in this day and age. Demerits and so much more. Heron's tone became somber as she replied, that's right. That student is well aware of this, yet he still chooses to walk that path. But isn't that wonderful? Even though he's already achieved such incredible feats with his flash step, he still strives for so much more. I can hardly believe that such faith truly exists. With her final words, the professor bid farewell and departed, leaving Princess Hong Bion standing alone, lost in a whirlwind of conflicted thoughts. She believed that if anyone were to declare they wanted to pursue the path of chivalry, they would undoubtedly be met with ridicule. It was seen as nothing more than an absurd fantasy in this era. It was truly laughable. And yet, could it be that Beckel wasn't joking at all? That he genuinely intended to pursue the true path of a knight? I even got angry and told him to stop messing around. Suddenly, Bakil himself appeared, cutting through her train of thought. What are you doing here? Not only that, but he was casually chomping on the 5th place prize, an Edelweiss Mana Stone, right there in his mouth. Hong Bion was suddenly so flustered that before he could even ask, she blurted out an excuse, which made Bakil chuckle. Hey now, he said. I didn't say anything. In response to his teasing, Hong Bion shot him a glare as sharp as a knife. This immediately silenced the protagonist, who didn't dare say another word. After a moment, Hong Bion presented a box to him, saying coldly, all right, just take this. The moment he saw the box, his eyes lit up like he'd struck gold. Whoa, an invisible Terry. Thanks a million. He quickly opened it for inspection, his eyes widening in absolute amazement. Staring at the beautiful, shimmering blade before him, he thought, wow, so this is the invisible sword. Adolphus's craftsmanship is truly on another level. Witnessing his ecstatic reaction, Hong Bion just shook her head in disdain. Such a commoner, she thought. Then he asked, can I keep this box? His true intentions were written all over his face. I bet this would fetch a pretty penny, hee. Hong Bion replied with a weary, do whatever you want. Hearing this, Bakil was overjoyed. Yes, I'm getting paid, this is awesome. At his gleeful reaction, she just shook her head again. Honestly, what a commoner. That's all he can think about. However, there was still something that she didn't understand. A question she was hesitant to ask him directly. After a moment of deliberation, the princess finally mustered her courage. Hey, Bakil. The protagonist seemed a bit confused. Huh? What's up? Hong Bion continued. You really don't use any other kind of magic? Faced with this unexpected question, the protagonist froze for a solid 5 seconds, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Hong Bion, having asked the question, immediately realized how tactless she'd been, her cheeks flushing bright red with embarrassment. After that, the embarrassed girl spun around and left, saying, oh, it's nothing, I'm leaving. Our protagonist stood there stunned, watching her retreating figure, before he too turned and walked away. As he walked, he wondered, different magic, huh? But then he recalled that Professor Lee Hagen had said the very same thing just a while ago. Even though the professor spoke as if he understood my feelings and respected my opinion, I didn't comprehend a single thing. Then, in the next moment, a sharp sword materialized. Gazing at the blade in his hand, he let out a breath of admiration, feeling somewhat reassured. At this thought, he exclaimed, well damn, since I'm here, I might as well see just how powerful this sword really is, right? A short while later, he arrived at the dedicated training grounds for the S-Class. Holding the sword, he muttered, let's see now. I just need to pour mana into this thing. As he spoke, a fiery light radiated from his hand, and in the next instant, a sharp sword appeared. Looking at the blade in his hand, he marveled, whoa, this is beautiful. It's even cooler than I imagined. But he then grew pensive, thinking that if Flame were the one holding it, things would be different. It would radiate with even more magnificent colors. The female lead, Flame, is an incredibly special existence. Despite being human, she can wield the magic of goblins, dwarves, and even elves. That wand alone is something no one else could possibly use, because it continuously drains the user's mana. But Flame is able to restore her mana using natural energy, allowing her to use that wand as one of her signature abilities. But what about me? I have absolutely no mana, and even though I've tried to absorb it constantly, my 1-star agility is shockingly high at 87%. While my stamina is also at 1 star, the concentration of mana in my breath will become the output for Terivo. At that moment, he suddenly remembered it had been a long time since he'd touched the damn system. He immediately opened it, muttering, I should probably check my status, huh? Suddenly, a statistics window appeared, displaying Beck Elson's ability values. Muscle, 1 star, had reached 77%. Senses, at 2 stars, were at a modest 29%. Agility, at 1 star, was an incredibly impressive 87%, while stamina, also at 1 star, was at 55%. Resilience, at 0 stars, was nearly perfect, reaching 97%. Spirit, at 1 star, was only 43%, and both magic and experience were a big fat 0. The flash step skill had reached level 1, accompanied by the trait lag due to mana leak at level 2. This trait provided an interesting effect. Muscle increased by 5%, and agility increased by 8%. It's activated by consuming the user's spirit, which helps detect mana phenomena within an 18-meter radius and increases cognitive speed. Even better, it would automatically activate when the user is in danger, with a blood circulation speed of 1%. Glancing at the status window, he was overjoyed. Awesome. I took that divine elixir, the reward for 5th place, so my muscle stat got a nice little bump. But from now on, since I have a weapon, I'll probably grind experience more directly to make things go faster. With this in mind, he told himself, I need to start training on how to use this new sword. It looks like I'm going to be completely swamped from here on out. The scene quickly shifts to the following morning at the academy. In a classroom, a mage's authoritative voice rang out. Starting today, we will begin practical training in defensive magic. Everyone, spread out and raise your wands. Prepare to practice. The professor leading the class was none other than the defensive magic instructor, Baron. After a rather long-winded lecture, the professor slowly walked down to observe the students. They all seemed to be concentrating, as the faint chants of Magic Shield. Magic Shield, echoed from the students. The professor scanned the room, a look of clear satisfaction on his face, as his eyes crinkled into a smile, and he thought, this year is full of talented students. Ranking them by their level was definitely the right move. All of a sudden, he froze, his face a mask of utter shock. While the entire class was practicing with great enthusiasm, Beck Elson was just standing there like a statue, doing absolutely nothing. The professor thought to himself, a slight frown creasing his brow. Hold on, what's this? Isn't that kid the legendary S-class student? An S-class student of common birth, with only a mid-tier magic staff, yet he still ranked 5th. This sparked a bit of curiosity in the professor. Stepping closer with a somewhat strained smile, he asked, Hey there, you're Bitch Elson, correct? Why aren't you practicing with the rest of the class? Our protagonist, flustered and unsure how to explain, managed to reply, yes sir. It's because I'm currently learning a different defensive method, so I don't need to practice basic magic. After hearing the response, the professor pressed on, his voice laced with curiosity. Oh, is that so? I'm quite interested to see this other defensive method of yours. But on the inside, the man was fuming. Damn this arrogant little brat. If it were Princess Hong Pgeon learning the inherited magic from Adolf Vith, that'd be one thing. But what the hell does a commoner know that gives him the nerve to look down on my class? The kid's got some guts, but rumor has it this Bitch Elson fellow can't use any magic besides blink. Haha, in that case, I've got a fun little show planned just for you. With that thought, he plastered on a fake smile and announced, Oh, well then. Why don't you demonstrate that incredible defensive skill of yours for the other students? Let's give everyone here a chance to see something truly special. Your opponent will be. He trailed off, his eyes scanning the crowd for a few seconds before continuing. Your opponent will be a B-class student. How does that sound to you? And what could be better than showing off his ultimate magic against an S-class student? The chosen boy stepped forward, a smug smirk playing on his lips. While waiting for Bick Helson's reply, the professor was already scheming, as a defensive magic instructor, these personal connections are vital if I want to keep my position at this academy. Moso Dudden is from the Skirnvan Empire. If he puts on a good show, I'll look good by association. And what's better than having him show off his best magic against an S-class student, right? Over on this side, after a moment of consideration, Bish Elson nodded. All right, fine. If that's what you want, I'll play along. At his words, the teacher's expression brightened considerably. Excellent. Then both of you, get on the dueling platform. Without a moment's delay, the two ascended the stage. While Moso Dodden puffed out his chest with a triumphant grin, Bick Elson seemed completely unfazed by the match. Moso's cronies were already shouting from the sidelines, Hey Moso, wipe the floor with that kid. Put him in his place. I know you can do it. Go for it. Moso replied confidently, his voice dripping with arrogance. Of course, just watch me. All the noise and commotion finally caught Bitch Elson's attention. He quickly recognized the rowdy group and let out an exasperated sigh. Damn, what is this now? A closer look confirmed it was Yui's gang. If this is what you all want, then I'll be happy to give you a show. After all, the professor solemnly declared this match wasn't mandatory, but I feel compelled to participate. Besides, if I can't use my usual magic, there's not much else to do. Come to think of it, Professor Barron's nasty reputation has been around since the first year. This is just laughable. With his mind made up, a cryptic smile appeared on his face as he thought, well, I might as well use this to test the results of my training. This won't be so bad. The professor formally announced, this match will be conducted as an attack versus defense drill. No other forms of magic may be used. At this, Moso settled into a defensive stance, ready for combat. The students below began to whisper among themselves, hey, Moso's got the advantage on offense, for sure, right? Defense is just defense, after all. I heard he's already learned Earth system attack magic. He'll be hard to hit. You arrogant S-class punk, get ready for a little present from me. Shaking off his thoughts, Moso let out a war cry, but the professor's voice cut through. All right, on your marks, begin. Show me the very best skills you have to offer. Immediately, Moso swung his staff, a magic circle flaring to life before him, from which a gigantic boulder materialized out of thin air. Seeing this, the faces of the students below turned pale with shock as they cried out, heavens, that's a second-tier spell. In a basic magic practical, it's an unwritten rule that you're only supposed to use first-tier magic. Is Bitch Elson going to be okay? On the platform, however, Bitch Elson's expression remained perfectly calm, not a hint of fear in his eyes as he focused intently on his opponent's every move. Moso was absolutely fuming, seething internally. Damn you, arrogant S-class brat, time to accept my little gift. Snapping out of his thoughts, Moso roared, Stone of Agony. In an instant, the magical projectile shot forward like a cannonball. An unbelievable amount of power radiated from the stone, pressing down on everyone around. But Bitch Elson wasn't about to be intimidated. He moved in a flash. He channeled mana into the staff in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, a sword materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung it forward with immense force. The slash seemed deceptively light, but its power was nothing to scoff at. The stone conjured by his opponent was utterly obliterated, vanishing into thin air. Even their professor was stunned into silence, frozen in place for a full 5 seconds, utterly speechless. Prince Jeremy Scanlon, on the other hand, looked completely unfazed. As for Moso, he was so shocked he started trembling, stammering. What? No, that's impossible. My spell, it just vanished? The brutal reality was that Bitch Elson had completely dismantled it, sparking a wave of discussion among the students. After all magic contains traces of mana. If that mana is forcibly separated, the spell simply ceases to exist. One student muttered, Did he just slice through a magic spell with a sword? Another chimed in, bewildered. But for real, did the spell actually just disappear? It was utterly preposterous, and perhaps no one was more troubled by this than the professor. He pondered with a deeply concerned expression. Impossible. There's no way a single sword strike could so cleanly erase a spell. It defies all logic. But had Bitch Elson truly neutralized Moso's spell? It's known that all magic is woven from mana, and if that mana is unraveled, the spell collapses. Could that possibly be what he just did? Meanwhile, Bitch casually raised his newly formed sword, inspecting it with a satisfied grin. Heh, this is even better than I expected. I've only managed to nullify a third-tier spell so far, he thought. But to get results this good after just a few days on the training grounds, this is absolutely fantastic. At this rate, it's definitely worth pursuing. This was his true playground. But these thoughts were about to be interrupted by someone practically coaching his opponent from the sidelines. The professor's mind was racing. If Moso were to lose here, it would be a very difficult situation to explain. I can't just stand by and let this happen, he resolved. With that thought, he called out, Bitch Elson, I must admit, your defensive method is quite impressive. However, he continued, that technique can only stop one spell at a time. It has its limits. What would you do, for instance, against an attack with a large number of projectiles? His words were a thinly veiled hint, practically feeding Moso his next move. The noble brat caught on instantly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Bitch Elson sighed internally. This old guy just loves to hear himself talk. But suddenly, his eyes shot wide open in alarm. Across the field, Moso had already acted on the professor's hint, conjuring an even greater number of stones. He was certainly proving to be a persistent foe. Instantly, he directed the entire barrage toward Bitch Elson, unleashing a terrifying torrent of magical energy. Seeing this unfold, the crowd of students erupted in nervous chatter. Isn't that going too far? He could get seriously hurt. Why isn't the professor calling a stop to this? Moso, however, just smirked victoriously, thinking, "This is the end of the line for you, pal. My boulder storm. Attack." The tension in the arena reached a fever pitch. Even Bic Elson's eyes widened in surprise. Watching the volley of various-sized stones hurtling towards him, our hero quickly calculated, a total of 11 projectiles. I can't possibly blink past all of them, he reasoned. The only option is to block every single one. Just as he concluded his thought, the barrage was upon him. But he remained completely unfazed, calmly swinging his sword to meet the attack. With what looked like effortless grace, he met each stone, causing them to explode into countless fragments upon impact. Witnessing his advanced spell get dismantled so effortlessly by Bitch Elson, Maso's shock quickly morphed into absolute, unbridled fury. He gritted his teeth in a rage, his mind screaming, "How is this happening? What in the world am I supposed to do now?" He just couldn't comprehend it. How? By what unholy power is a disgusting commoner like him able to do this? Damn it all to hell, he fumed, on the verge of losing it completely. But Maso wasn't the only one on edge. Professor Barron was also seething, thinking, blast it all, what in the world is this? And what kind of stunt is that kid Maso trying to pull? This is not good. If he loses, I'm in for a world of trouble. What am I supposed to do now? Over on the other side, Bitch Elson himself was a bit taken aback by his own magic, muttering, I just tried to do what I saw in the game, but it looks like it wasn't half bad. Pretty effective, wouldn't you say? This is the technique known as panning. Terry Vaughn has a major drawback. The mental fortitude required to maintain its form is many times that of a normal spell, causing a steep drop in stamina immediately after use. Furthermore, its defensive capability is weaker when blocking a single object, making it exceptionally difficult to use in a real fight. It's a good thing this is just a sparring match. Otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out. He began to channel mana into his magic staff, and a powerful aura enveloped his entire body. That almost looks like a magic shield, doesn't it? Oh, so there's a spell like that too? It's true, Maso is definitely going to lose this round. At the same time, Maso was probably not feeling too great, as his face went from dazed to furious, and he screamed, "Damn it! How could a nobleman like myself be humiliated by a mere commoner? I absolutely cannot accept this reality." With that thought, he began channeling mana into his magic staff, and a powerful aura enveloped his body. Witnessing Maso's reckless move, the students below started whispering anxiously behind the professor's back. Huh? Look, is he using magic again? Wasn't Maso's attack turn already over? Meanwhile, the professor was still intensely focused on observing the match, paying no mind to anything else around him. He smirked condescendingly, thinking to himself with narrowed eyes, and why would I give Bitch Elson the right to attack? Having been called out, Moso yelled at the top of his lungs, Die, Bitch Elson. I'm not letting this go this time. I can't bear this kind of humiliation. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Professor. At that moment, the teacher, who was still grinning with delight, was startled and whipped his head around in surprise. Huh? Is there a problem, Jeremy? Prince Jeremy Scanlon suddenly smiled, his eyes narrowing as he asked, Why aren't you giving Bitch Elson his turn to attack, Professor? Hit right where it hurts. The professor froze for a full 5 seconds before forcing a laugh and stammering, Well, that is. At the same time, the students began to launch a barrage of ideological attacks on the teacher. Wait, isn't this supposed to be a basic first-year duel? A single misstep and he could be seriously injured. And besides, wasn't the match already? How can such an irresponsible professor be worthy of the title? He is completely unqualified to be a teacher. Baron seemed to be on the back foot against the crowd of students, thinking anxiously, Damn it, just because I was so focused on the match, I completely ignored the students' reactions and got careless. What do I do now? Seeing the professor's silence, Jeremy Scanlon pressed on. Professor, will you grant Bitch Elson his turn to use a magic attack? The professor stammered, his voice trembling. Magic, you say? In the meantime, it seemed everyone's attention had shifted to the professor, completely forgetting about the ongoing match. Right at this moment, Bitch Elson had already seized the upper hand, pressing his sword directly against his opponent's neck. At this point, the outcome was crystal clear. Bitch Elson was the winner. This victory was a crushing blow to Maso's pride, and in the end, he had no choice but to accept the bitter truth of his defeat. The students below were left wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaiming, Whoa, in the end, Bitch Elson actually won. He's far more skilled than I imagined. And it seems Bitch Elson has managed to capture the attention of Prince Jeremy Scanlon. The prince then flashes a cryptic smile, a chilling omen of the troubles that lie ahead. Our scene shifts to the royal palace, a place of truly breathtaking luxury and magnificence. From within, blood-curdling screams tear through the air. Ah, please, I beg you, spare me. And that's when a mysterious new figure makes his appearance. It appears Moso, following his humiliating defeat at the hands of the commoner bitch Elson, is being brutally punished by someone, with blood splattered all over the walls. And the one responsible for this gruesome scene is none other than Prince Jeremy Scanlon himself. What a tragic outcome. Growing bored of the ordeal, the prince leisurely wipes the blood from his hand and turns to the girl standing before him, Verezina. The girl responds with deep reverence. Yes, Your Highness. Please, give me your orders. Jeremy Scanlon's gaze drifts down to Moso's crumpled form on the floor as he remarks, that classmate of yours seems to be seriously injured. Did you perhaps neglect to care for him? If something unfortunate were to happen, I would be utterly heartbroken. His words are dripping with a veiled threat, a clear warning to take proper care of him or face dire consequences. Verezina hastily replies, Yes, I understand, Your Highness. You can rest assured, Jeremy Scanlon adds in an airy tone. Very good, then. I'm leaving it all in your capable hands. Watching Jeremy Scanlon's retreating figure, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of anxiety, thinking, he called him a classmate, not a loyal subject. How strange. In the Scanlon Empire, where imperial strength is defined by magic, Crown Prince Jeremy Scanlon surpassed all his older brothers at the tender age of 12 to claim his title. For him to not call a Dodden a loyal subject, doesn't that mean the Dodden family has been permanently exiled from the political arena? The political sphere is the gathering place of the absolute elite. And in truth, it wasn't just Moso who caught the Crown Prince's eye. The life of the commoner bitch Elson is certainly about to lose all semblance of peace. The scene cuts to the next day at Stella Academy, where things are moving at their usual, unhurried pace. Inside one of the magic classes, it appears a practical lab experiment is currently in session. At the same time, those who had heard about bitch Elson's spectacular duel were still whispering about it, the excitement far from over. Hey, did you hear? That S-class student, bitch Elson, is apparently aiming to become a knight. How odd is that? A knight studying at a magic academy? Is he just trying to get famous? Then again, I heard he defeated one of the Doddens. That proves he's got some real talent. For real? Isn't the Dodden family a major powerhouse in the Scanlon Empire? Now this is getting interesting. Fo Lem overhears their conversation and scowls, thinking to herself, how annoying. I hear that name, bitch Elson, everywhere I go. Though she tries to tune it out, her thoughts are interrupted by the alchemy professor, Magente Ren. An authoritative voice cuts through the noise. All right, settle down and focus, all of you. What is all this commotion? As she speaks, the professor holds up a vial. Alchemy demands precise measurements, perfect timing, and flawless temperature regulation. This instructor is none other than the alchemy professor herself, Magente Ren. She continues commandingly. Today, we will practice brewing the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion, a formula I personally developed. Focus on your practicals and perform them well. As Fo Lem works, she thinks in frustration, this is so tedious. One tiny mistake and the whole thing is ruined. Alchemy is just too difficult and complicated. I wish I could stay as far away from it as possible. Suddenly, the professor's alarmed voice rings out. Antaha, what you're doing is extremely dangerous. How do you ever expect to become an alchemist with such carelessness? The blonde-haired girl mumbles apologetically, her voice full of regret. I'm sorry, Professor. Watching from a distance, Fo Lem thinks to herself, Professor Magente Ren said I have the potential to be a dark horse, that I could become much more skilled than that. I guess I should find more ingredients, she decides. To live up to that, I have no choice but to work harder. Suddenly, a voice declares, I'm sure I can do this, followed by a self-satisfied laugh that catches her attention. She sighs wearily. Well, it's none of my business. Time to get those ingredients. Bingo! This is absolutely perfect, a cheerful voice exclaims. Fo Lem's face darkens in annoyance. Is that Bick Elson again, she thinks. What's wrong with him? Laughing like a lunatic. At first, I just assumed he joined this class to get closer to Y-Zone. Who knew? Looking at him now, he's just some kind of weirdo. What in the world am I even witnessing? With a weary sigh, she figured it had nothing to do with her anyway, and decided to go get more ingredients. A short while later, the flawless results of the experiments began to appear one by one. Flem, however, was completely exhausted after being on edge the entire time, and she gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, thinking, phew, finally done. It was a good thing. Flem's academic record was so high, otherwise she couldn't have finished this so quickly. Speaking of which, how was Isan doing? Seeing him still fumbling through the practical part, Flem thought with relief that at least he was progressing normally. But hold on a second. Normally? If I remember the original story correctly, Isan was supposed to accidentally get his hands on Mela's magic notebook. So isn't this class supposed to be about creating something similar to the Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion? Then why is he making the exact fatigue potion that I instructed? But the moment she saw the vial, Flem couldn't believe her eyes. Bic Elson, who gave you permission to change the experiment's ingredients without asking? Bic Elson replied nonchalantly, yes, but the results are better this way. Hearing this, the professor was startled, then continued in a bewildered and slightly trembling voice. But the results are the problem here. This is completely different from the fatigue recovery potion I assigned. As she stared at the potion, Flem couldn't trust her own eyes. They widened in utter astonishment as she thought to herself, huh? That high-grade potion was supposed to be created by Isan, so how in the world did Bic Elson manage to produce something so extraordinary? Meanwhile, the professor was trying to keep a cool head, knowing that getting worked up would only make things worse. She pressed a hand to her forehead and groaned, no, you can't do that. If Bic Elson already knew this would happen, what was the point of him drawing Professor Mygen's criticism just to protect Isan? Hearing this, Flem remembered the original plot and thought, this line of dialogue, this is what led to his family's destruction. And those very words became a relentless trauma for Isan because of the pain of losing his family. It was a ghost that haunted him right up to the very end of the story. If Bic Elson knew this truth beforehand, then why was he attracting Professor Mygen's criticism to protect Isan? Professor Mygen holds significant influence within Stella. Getting on her bad side would have a major impact on your academic record. Holy smokes, that kid. Why would he go to such lengths for Isan? Talk about being a simp. At that moment, Professor Mygen's anger finally boiled over, her voice filled with indignation. Bic Elson, what is the meaning of this insolent attitude? Did your parents not raise you properly? I want to see them here, now. It was only then that our protagonist realized the serious problem he'd just caused. His face fell as he thought to himself, I completely forgot. I was so absorbed in alchemy that I overlooked this nuisance. How could I have been so foolish? Then, the protagonist spoke up timidly, his voice barely a whisper. I don't have any parents, or any relatives. Mygen instantly froze, as Bic Elson activated his colored lenses and began to analyze the professor. A notification popped up. Is he looking down on me? Is he trying to show me up? Bic Elson simply thought, might as well. I'm already getting an earful, so what's the big deal? Oh, right, tomorrow I'll try combining a kimchi potion and a cola potion. The results will definitely be even more spectacular than today's. And so, several weeks passed since that day. But the verbal sparring between Bic Elson and the professor showed no signs of stopping. Professor Mygen hissed, how many times have I told you? Do not use ingredients that haven't been taught in class. Are you deaf? Bic Elson replied calmly, as usual, but after slightly modifying your method, the results have improved significantly. Hearing this, the professor was so enraged by her headstrong student that it felt like steam was about to pour from her ears as she yelled, what? You've got some nerve. Immediately, Bic Elson activated his colored lenses and began his analysis of the professor. A notification appeared right after. Mygen Tyran. Dark magic corruption at 21%. Feelings of inferiority and jealousy. Dark magic contractor. Volume 8 Alchemy Professor Boss. Dark magic transformation confirmed. After reading the info and watching the professor tremble with rage, our protagonist thought to himself with a smirk, normally, at 20%, you'd report this to the Dark Magic Extermination Squad. If this was the dark magic corrupted boss, Mygen Tyran, then she was one of those villains who couldn't overcome their own emotions and ended up turning to the dark side. If the dark magic corruption exceeds 90%, she will transform into a full-fledged dark mage. When the corruption level is below 50%, it's impossible to detect with magic. Currently, Professor Mygen's corruption level is at 21%. Since it can't be proven or reported that she's a dark mage, the only option is to provoke her until the corruption level surpasses 50%, and then alert the Dark Magic Extermination Squad. If it were a case of normal dark magic corruption, there would still be a way to reverse it before she was completely consumed. But Mygen is a dark magic contractor, meaning she made a pact with the darkness of her own free will. The seed of that darkness is already sprouting, so there's no going back for her. The investigation hasn't even started yet, but I need to prepare in advance with a boss this powerful around. Otherwise, other students could also become corrupted and turn into a threat. Her voice dripped with resentment. If you don't change your attitude, you can forget about getting a good grade in this alchemy class. The protagonist sighed and thought, big deal. I'd rather not have one anyway. But if I keep attracting this kind of attention, will it actually cause any real damage? Just got out. Should I squeeze in a workout while doing this assignment? I've absolutely got to get on this professor's last nerve. A moment later, Professor Mygen divided the entire class into several small groups. Standing before his group, our protagonist clutched his head in defeat, thinking, you've got to be kidding me. The practical exam is a group project? Damn it. I'm going to lose my mind. and it seemed that anyone assigned to Bitch Elson's group was far from thrilled. Every single one of them looked as miserable as a wet cat. Our protagonist was no exception, as a soul-crushing wave of disappointment washed over him. Looking at the palpable tension in the air, he thought awkwardly, "Man, just look at this atmosphere. It's so thick you could cut it with a knife. What's got everyone so wound up?" With that, our protagonist forced a smile, breaking the heavy silence. "Hello, I'm Bitch Elson." The others in his group then introduced themselves. "I'm Kasahun, I'm Maliguan, and I'm Ison Mott." The moment he finished, Maliguan buried his face in his hands and started sobbing. But, before he could finish, Ison cut in. "The thing is, for the practical exam, she gives abysmally low scores to students she dislikes, no matter how well they perform." Hearing this, our protagonist fell silent, thinking to himself, "Oh, for crying out loud, this is all my fault. I've really dragged you guys down." Suddenly, Ison spoke up, her voice filled with determination. "Come on, everyone, let's get it together. We're not just going to give up like this, are we?" Another student stammered, but, before they could finish their thought, Ison continued. "In any case, for the practical exam, at least 3 alchemists will be coming to evaluate our compatibility. When that happens, Professor Mai Zheng won't be able to sabotage our scores." Upon hearing this, Kasahun and Maliguan suddenly seemed to liven up a bit, their eyes sparkling with newfound hope. And then, without a word, they both turned to each other and broke into a brilliant smile. It seemed a faint glimmer of hope had finally been ignited within them. Then, a voice spoke up. "Well, in that case, we'll just have to give it our all." "That's a relief. I wanted to give it a real shot anyway." Suddenly, our protagonist turned to look at Ison, his eyes filled with admiration. This girl was his savior. She seemed a bit taken aback by his stare, then quickly turned her face away. And this was something the entire group seemed to understand. Of course, the Vitality Fortress assignment wasn't too difficult as long as they applied what they'd already learned. However, they had to find exceptionally good ingredients. So, who's going to find the lizard's tail, the main ingredient for the potion? Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist raised his hand and declared, "I'll do it. I'll go find it." Everyone knows that monster carcasses are the most vital component in alchemy, right? You have to select the absolute freshest specimen to achieve the best results. And that, of course, was a fact the entire group was well aware of. With that, Ison spoke again. "All right, then it's settled. Bitch Elson will handle this." Internally, Ison thought, seeing him this confident, I think I can trust him. Meanwhile, our protagonist smirked to himself, thinking, "A lizard's tail, huh? I'll just head straight to the mountains to find a fresh one." The scene then shifts to the office of the alchemy professor. A student enters, speaking respectfully. "Professor, you sent for me?" The professor immediately held up a piece of paper and said, "Hello. I need you to deliver this note, and don't forget the extra instructions. And one more thing, you are absolutely not to speak of this to the students. Do I make myself clear?" The student listened and replied quickly, "Yes, Professor, I understand." The practical alchemy exam was set to be conducted in front of professional alchemists. To show any weakness in front of them would mean having your path to becoming an alchemist permanently blocked. Bitch Elson, you just wait. I'll show you the price for daring to defy a professor. The scene shifts again, this time to the S-Class's private training grounds. Fo Lem was there, diligently practicing her magic. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name and turned around. Fo Lem, a male student approached, handed her a note, and said, "Here, they told me to pass this to you. It's a notice for the alchemy class. Take it." Fo Lem accepted the note, replying, "Ah, thank you." The student didn't forget to add a warning. "And one more thing. You are absolutely forbidden from telling the other students. You understand what I mean, right?" Watching him walk away, Fo Lem sighed and thought, "Other students? He means don't tell Bitch Elson's Group 12, doesn't he? What am I, a nobody? Are they afraid of what I might do?" As she unfolded the paper, she couldn't help but be shocked. It read, "Notice. The practical exam topic will be changed from the J Vitality Fortress." She thought to herself, "Wait, if Bitch Elson knows the original story, he should be able to counter this, right? Instead of preparing a lizard's tail for the J Vitality Fortress test, he needs to prepare an Ataris spider's carapace for the Tyran Point 4 potion. That's right, this is the perfect chance to test that kid." A few days later, to prepare the main ingredient for the practical, Bitch Elson made his way to the Diribiri Grand Arena. By using a teleportation gate, he arrived at his destination in an instant. The moment he stepped out, our protagonist clutched his head, wincing as he exclaimed, "These teleportation gates are convenient, but the dizziness after you step out is brutal. Ugh, my head." Just then, a loud voice boomed, "Welcome, Mage Bitch Elson. We are greatly honored to welcome you to Diribiri." It was a warm welcome from one of the staff members. Bitch Elson replied sheepishly, I'm not an official mage yet, I'm just a student. She continued, as a student of Stella, you are entitled to the same privileges as a fully fledged mage. And after hearing her mention he was a Stella student, the surrounding students began to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, look, he's a student from Stella. For real? This is the first time I've ever seen a Stella uniform. I'm so jealous. But you have to admit, he's pretty handsome. The staff member spoke again. How are you feeling, sir? If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to let me know. Bitch Elson replied, his voice full of gratitude. Oh, thank you very much. He then proceeded inside. As he walked, he looked around, observing his surroundings and muttering, I think this should be the place. Being treated like an official mage no matter where I go. Stella Academy is truly amazing. On top of that, I get to use the teleportation gates for free, something that normally costs a staggering 100,000 credits. I'm incredibly lucky. Thanks to this, I've been using the gates every weekend to visit the neighboring cities. As a result, I've confirmed that everything I know from the original story is a perfect match for this world. Lost in thought, he ventured deeper into the forest. Glancing around, he scanned his surroundings and muttered, yeah, this should be the spot. Today's target, the fire lizard, a level 2 monster. While their strength and physique are only a notch above your average beast, they boast impressive magic resistance and are incredibly agile. It takes at least level 2 magic to bring one down. I've already tried hunting level 1 monsters, and they weren't much of a challenge. He suddenly sensed their presence lurking nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his mana, transforming his staff into a razor-sharp sword. A confident smirk played on his lips as he thought, here they come. And so, he stood defiantly in the heart of the woods, focusing his senses to detect the slightest stir. From the shadows, a pair of bloodshot eyes glared at him, a look that screamed it wanted to devour its prey whole. Then, it locked onto Bitch Elson and lunged forward. But our boy was no pushover. With his razor-sharp instincts, Bitch Elson detected the attack just in time. In one fluid, decisive motion, he spun around and delivered a fatal blow, ending the fire lizard's life in an instant. Death came so swiftly, so unexpectedly, the lizard probably didn't even know what hit it before it coughed up blood and collapsed. With a cold gaze, our protagonist surveyed his handiwork. Not bad at all. In the blink of an eye, one of them was cleanly taken out. He stood tall and declared with a swagger, that's one. A smirk spread across his face as he said excitedly, all right, time to collect the materials. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he froze, stunned by the sight before him. A whole swarm of fire lizards was now crawling menacingly in his direction. Every last one of them looked plump and prime for the picking. Heh. A grin spread across his face. He let out a weary sigh. All right, this is just getting ridiculous. At least I know how to pick my ingredients now. As for how that turned out, well, you can probably guess. The results exceeded even his wildest expectations. And just like that, the day of the practical exam finally arrived. Icel's eyes went wide with astonishment as she exclaimed, this is incredibly fresh. Bitch Elson replied casually, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. But of course, who do you think you're dealing with? Heh. Then, Icel added with a weary sigh, all right, you're being ridiculous. At least you know how to pick your ingredients. Our hero shot back curtly, if you get it, then just keep quiet. A look of pure joy spread across Icel's face as she cheered. Awesome. All we have to do now is the synthesis and we're golden. Let's do this. At that moment, every member of the team had a look of hopeful anticipation for what they were about to create. Just then, Professor Majin arrived. Accompanying her were 3 other alchemy professors, who would also serve as the proctors for today's exam. Professor Majin continued in a stern voice, today, as previously announced, your exam will be observed by esteemed alchemists from the Alchemists Guild. A strong performance in front of them will open many doors for your future careers. So, without further delay, let us begin. The subject of today's exam is the Type B Tyrant Supplement. Upon hearing this, Bitch Elson's entire group went pale with shock, their eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Was she trying to set them up? Professor Majin, maintaining her icy composure, continued. I trust everyone has their ingredients prepared? Icel stammered in a panic. Excuse me, Professor, but we were under the impression the test was on the resistance enhancement potion. As the tension in the classroom became thick enough to cut with a knife, a sly smirk touched Professor Majin's lips. That was indeed the original topic, she said, but I'm quite sure I announced a change. The exam was switched to the Tyrant Supplement. Fulem's obvious discomfort only fueled Bitch Elson's suspicion. It seemed only his team was completely out of the loop. The feeling of being singled out and ambushed was written all over their faces. The bitterness was palpable. A razor-sharp thought cut through Bitch Elson's mind. She's playing dirty. I can handle it, but if the others fail because of this, they're in serious trouble. He desperately racked his brain, trying to remember if this kind of absurd plot twist ever happened in the original story. Meanwhile, Fu Lem's gaze happened to drift over to Bitch Elson's team. She flinched as if shocked, a pang of guilt hitting her, and she quickly averted her eyes. Seeing Fu Lem's blatant discomfort only made Bitch Elson more certain something was wrong. Fu Lem, meanwhile, was having a crisis of conscience. Wait, what is going on? Is it possible Bitch Elson has no idea about this massive deviation from the original plot? But if he did know, why didn't he do anything to stop it? Just as the situation was spiraling into chaos, Professor Majin decided to add fuel to the fire. In a scrutinizing tone, she asked, "Student Isel, is it possible you've prepared the wrong ingredients?" Isel was so flustered, she became tongue-tied, unable to form a coherent response. Well, Majin's expression soured even more as she continued in a mocking tone. For an alchemist, a pursuer of truth, to mistake their ingredients and lose sight of their objective, that is simply unacceptable. As she finished, a malicious smile spread across her face. She delivered the final blow. It seems there is no alternative. Group 12 will be disqualified. Hearing this, Bitch Elson could no longer stay silent. He shot his hand up and retorted with unwavering confidence. Hold on. What's so difficult about creating a Tyrant supplement? His bold declaration left Professor Majin stunned for a full 5 seconds before she stammered, What did you just say? Meanwhile, Baek Yuseong began weighing his options, musing about the main ingredient for the Tyrant supplement, the Atali spider carapace, an Atali spider carapace. Its effect is even better than the professor's version. Just my style, as always. Baek Yuseong's blend of confidence and sheer arrogance was like pouring gasoline on Professor Maizen's burning rage, making her blood boil, yet leaving her completely powerless. She couldn't find a loophole to exploit, and taking him down was proving impossible. All she could do was grit her teeth in frustration, looking utterly pathetic. Inside her mind, the gears were turning as she reevaluated the situation. The primary ingredient for the Tyrant supplement was, without a doubt, the Atali spider carapace. That carapace is packed with an immense amount of nutrients, which is precisely why it's the key component in creating the Tyrant tonic. And yet, that brat intends to use the tail of a fire roller to create the same supplement? The idea was utterly preposterous. But then again, this could work in my favor. This is the perfect opportunity to publicly crush his future in alchemy. Just you watch, you arrogant little punk. With that thought solidifying in her mind, Professor Mizzen announced loudly, "Very well, you have exactly 1 hour. You are to complete the Tyrant supplement within the allotted time." The moment a team member laid eyes on the fire roller's tail, their face went pale. "Hey, Baek Yuseong, have you lost your mind?" they shrieked. "What in the world are we supposed to do with that?" Baek Yuseong simply offered a wry smile and replied coolly, "We're already backed into a corner. Our only option is to take a risk. Just trust me and do as I say. It's better to go down swinging than to be eliminated without a fight. Who knows? Fortune might just favor the bold today." Hearing his galvanizing words, the team's spirit was instantly rekindled, and their expressions brightened. "All right, I'm in," one said. "I want to give it a shot too," another added. "Let's show them all what we can really do." Without another moment of hesitation, the entire group rolled up their sleeves. Baek Yuseong began delegating tasks, his voice brimming with confidence. "Okay, everyone, listen up. Here's the plan." When it came to the art of alchemy, it has to be said, throughout his entire life of grinding the game, this was the one field Baek Yuseong was absolutely obsessed with. He had meticulously documented every single formula, not overlooking even the most minuscule detail. And naturally, the recipe for the Type B Tyrant supplement was safely recorded in his personal grimoire. He thought to himself, "I never intended to use this recipe, primarily because it's the very one that the Professor Maizen of the future will spend years painstakingly researching to create." With this knowledge in mind, our protagonist began to explain to his team with unwavering confidence. The reason the Atali spider carapace is so rich in nutrients is due to its vital role in the spider's reproductive cycle. The tail of a fire roller contains a functionally similar organ. He then pointed to a specific spot on the creature's tail, continuing his lecture. "It's this blood vessel right here. Does everyone see it clearly? I've heard the Alchemical tribe of the southern desert uses these very blood vessels to bolster the health of their chieftains. They're known for their long lifespans, which confirms that this can serve as a substitute for the Atali spider carapace." As soon as he finished, woolly one-linger Tazensloth spoke up. I happen to know a bit about the Alchemical tribe's processing techniques. Why don't you let me handle this part?" A bright smile spread across Baek Yuseong's face as he replied, "That's perfect. Excellent. Now, this mistletoe needs to be dried using a special desert method. Does anyone here know how to do it? Kasha immediately jumped at the chance. You mean the solar desiccation method, right? I learned it while traveling with my father. I can get this batch dried in about 5 minutes. And as for this processing step, Baek Yuseong couldn't even finish his sentence before Isel stepped forward. I'll take care of it. Our hero gave a small smile. Then I'm counting on you. In an instant, the team was a whirlwind of activity, each member working with intense focus and seriousness, giving it their absolute all. After all, the outcome of this practical exam was now their one and only hope, and not a single one of them dared to slack off or even think about giving up. Seeing his team working with such fervor, Baek Yuseong allowed himself a small smile, thinking, they're all quite capable, even more so than I expected. Then, he announced with a decisive tone, all right, let's begin the brewing process exactly as I've instructed. Let's give it everything we've got. A short while later, Professor Misen was completely dumbfounded, frozen in place and unable to even blink. The source of her speech-stealing shock was none other than the potion vial created by Baek Yuseong's team. Baek Yuseong held his head high with confidence. Professor, this is the Type B Turin supplement. We invite all the professors to inspect it. The other alchemists watching from the sidelines were gobsmacked, whispering to each other, I don't believe it. Did those kids actually manage to do it? Meanwhile, even before the final verdict was in, Professor Misen was practically purple with rage, seething internally. This is absurd. It took me years of dedicated research to create the Tyran supplement, and these brats think they can just whip it up on a whim? How could they possibly have succeeded so easily? And yet, another professor stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. Allow me to be the first to examine it. With those words, she reached a hand toward the vial, slowly drawing its essence into her body. Instantly, she felt a powerful wave of energy emanating from the potion, causing her eyes to fly open in utter astonishment. It was possible that in all her long years, she had never witnessed such a miraculous creation. A different professor, noticing her reaction, inquired, What is it? What do you feel? The professor who had tested the potion quickly regained her composure and delivered her verdict. While it has some minor flaws, and a significant amount of material was wasted in the process, its efficacy is actually superior to my own Tyran supplement. Hearing this, everyone's excitement shot through the roof, their eyes glowing like high beams on a dark road. It turned out the results were more mind-blowingly incredible than anything they had dared to hope for. And just like that, fortune smiled upon them. A true miracle had occurred. The other professors also took turns examining the potion, their mouths overflowing with praise, calling it brilliant and noting how the younger generation possessed such innovative knowledge. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, someone was practically vibrating with rage. By now, Professor Misen was likely seething with bitterness, but there was nothing she could do. She simply couldn't swallow this bitter pill of a truth. Immediately, Professor Misen growled, Give that to me. Let me verify it with my own hands. With that, she took the supplement potion from Baek Yuseong's group. Suddenly, she was so shocked she froze in place, her eyes wide and her jaw hanging open in utter disbelief. Deep down, Professor Misen couldn't bring herself to accept this reality, even though it was staring her right in the face. She thought to herself, her heart filled with doubt, this can't be right. This potion uses the technique I researched for converting monster nutrients into human energy. It's clearly a perfect Tyran supplement. No, this is impossible. How could they create a superior product in such a short amount of time? How could something so absurd happen? But, whatever, I'm the one grading this. Heh, don't you kids think you're so clever? I'll just fail them right here by blaming it on a lack of ingredients. With this thought, the alchemist Professor Misen cleared her throat, about to deliver the final blow. The inspection is complete. But life is rarely a dream, and things went completely against Misen's calculations. Unexpectedly, the alchemy professor standing behind her chimed in, spoiling her plan. It seems an A grade is too low for Group 12, wouldn't you say? Professor Misen, what do you think? Hearing this, Misen gritted her teeth so hard they could be heard grinding, cursing internally. Damn it, why did these old fools have to be here? At that, she had no choice but to swallow her pride, grit her teeth, and accept the reality. She announced, Group 12. Passes. Baek Yuseong's entire team erupted in joy, their nervous anticipation exploding into overwhelming happiness as they realized they had cleared the hurdle. Oh my god, that was awesome, we did it. And just like that, Beck's team had masterfully passed this grueling practical exam. As for a certain someone else, she was probably so furious she was on the verge of a heart attack. Professor Misen's face was a twisted mask of annoyance, a truly pathetic sight. You almost feel sorry for her. But then again, who cares? Haha, I'll deal with you later. Baek Yuseong. You just wait. At this moment, Professor Misen Tyran's dark erosion rate was steadily climbing, signaling that a major incident was about to unfold. A few days later, At the high-end training ground reserved for S-class students, the top-tier warriors were training intensely. After a grueling session, Pulem was exhausted and out of breath. Finally done. I'm too old to be going back to school. This is killing me. Abruptly, she froze as she saw a scene in the distance, where voices drifted over. It's okay, Oxwang. You did great. That's right. You're still better than the princess for now. So don't cry. Following Pulem's gaze, a group of friends was gathered around comforting Oxwang, the red-haired girl standing out in the crowd. Pulem thought to herself, her mind a mess. That girl. Isn't she supposed to be the so-called fire magic genius? But I'm scared of how fast he's improving. I've been training for so many years, but sooner or later, the princess will surpass my ability to control it. Overhearing this, Pulem was completely floored, her head spinning. Bijan's control ability is only supposed to start developing in the second year. So how is this possible in the first year? Could this also be Baekyu Seong's doing? Pausing for a moment to process, Pulem realized that something about the alchemy practical exam was off. 2. The formula for the Type B Tyrant supplement was originally invented by the future Isel, which was then stolen and tweaked by Miss Tyran. And yet, Baekyu Seong knew this secret formula, a recipe that was completely absent from the original story. It felt like this kind of plot-breaking detail was never supposed to happen. Wait a minute. He knows information from the future but doesn't know the content of the original story. Could it be that he's not a transmigrator, but a regressor? If so, then everything makes sense. If Baekyu Seong is from the future, he would only know future knowledge. He couldn't possibly remember every minor event that happened to Isel. In the original story, Baekyu Seong had also regressed once before. The 11th Month Eater is the only being in this world with the power to control time. If it's that entity's power, then this is truly terrifying. Just as her mind was a tangled mess, a familiar voice cut through her thoughts. What's wrong? Hey Haewon? Haewon looked bewildered and replied, confused. What do you mean? I just think he's a slightly unusual student, that's all. Pulem, however, wasn't ready to give up, pressing on. Is that all? You don't feel anything else? Did he leave any kind of impression on you at all? Haewon maintained his clueless expression and answered bluntly, nope. Pulem's disappointment was written all over her face as she put a hand to her forehead and let out a long sigh. Ha! Is that so? Finding this strange, Haewon probed, Hey Pulem, do you have a thing for Baekyu Seong or something? Pulem didn't hesitate, admitting frankly, yeah, I think I might. Another thought surfaced in Pulem's mind. After all, Baekyu Seong is just like me. We both know the contents of the original story. At this thought, Pulem subconsciously muttered, but this won't do. I can't just stay put like this. Hearing this, Haewon became even more confused and asked, what do you mean? I mean that staying put like this really doesn't suit my personality at all. Speaking of Baekyu Seong, maybe I should just go and confess to him right now. A confession. Haewon completely froze, unable to comprehend what on earth Pulem was rambling about anymore. This incredibly awkward situation left Haewon stunned, frozen for a few seconds without a clue how to react. Right after, Pulem made her escape, not forgetting to wave goodbye with a voice full of hidden meaning. Thanks for listening to me. I'm off, she said, leaving the lovelorn Haewon with a tangled mess of questions in his head, his wistful eyes tinged with a hint of sadness. Watching Pulem's retreating figure, Haewon slowly let his hand fall to his side. Her confusing words kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't for the life of him figure out what she meant by confess. Could she actually be planning to confess her feelings? Does Pulem have a special thing for Baekyu Seong? Oh no, this is a total disaster. And so, another long, weary day ended amidst the tangled thoughts of our characters. Fast forward to the next morning, we find Baekyu Seong sitting all by himself, his expression pensive as he sips on a cup of bitter coffee. He lets out a heavy sigh, wondering to himself, so, what's the plan now? Currently, Mizentiran's dark corruption rate has already reached 37%. This means that the fated event is set to occur in less than 3 months. Mizen's corruption will randomly afflict one of the students. It could be Pyolem's friend, Yekyung, or even Bijin's subordinate, Ansung. Or, it could be the heir to the Moonlight Tower, Haewon Aryung. If Haewon Aryung were to be corrupted, it would be an absolute disaster. Although the probability is extremely low, Haewon Aryung's corruption represents the absolute worst-case scenario, so extreme caution is necessary. Of the three of them, the one with the highest probability is, but as he was lost in his calculations, Baekyu Seong's eyes suddenly went wide with astonishment, because standing before him was none other than Pyolem herself. What's more, she looked clearly irritated about something. Before Baekyu Seong could even process the situation, Pyolem spoke first, her tone probing. You. What are you up to? Baekyu Seong, caught off guard, stammered back blankly. What do you mean? What am I up to? Piolam refused to back down, pressing on. Last time, you never gave me a straight answer about your identity. And just as Baek Yuseong realized why she was so hung up on his identity, a weary thought crossed his mind. Oh great, this question again. You're really putting me in an awkward position, he thought. How am I even supposed to explain this to her? It's a very long story. Then again, maybe I should just tell Piolam the truth. It might give me more info to reach a better ending. It's all or nothing. I might as well give it a shot. With his mind made up, Baek Yuseong opened his mouth to tell her the truth. But of course, it was never going to be that easy. Before he could finish the sentence, a barrage of red system notifications appeared, warning him non-stop. Warning, insufficient plot power. Warning, you are not permitted to reveal your transmigrated identity to this character. Warning, you are not permitted to share your knowledge and information with this character, and so on and so forth. The sudden onslaught of warnings made Baek Yuseong jolt in surprise, his heart pounding in his chest. Utterly exhausted, Baek Yuseong cursed internally. This is driving me crazy. What the hell is going on? Finally, he decided to pivot. All right, let's do this instead. Everyone has their secrets, so let's just tell each other half the truth. How does that sound? Piolam simply nodded. Fine, I agree. Hearing her agree so easily, our protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. I'm glad Piolam agreed. If she had kept interrogating me, I'd have been completely cornered with no idea how to respond. Piolam immediately seized the chance to ask her question first. All right, I'll go first. You can see the future, can't you? Our hero's relief was painfully short-lived as he panicked internally. Oh, come on. I said only half the truth. Why is she hitting me with such a loaded question right away? Seriously, he thought, before immediately countering her question with one of his own. For you to ask that, it must mean you're the same, right? What's your purpose for coming to this academy? Without any hesitation, Piolam answered frankly. To stop the world from being destroyed, of course. This world is in danger. After hearing her answer, our hero felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, thank goodness. I don't know if that's the whole truth, but I definitely don't want this world to be destroyed either. Piolam continued her interrogation. Now it's my turn. Why do you act the way you do? Her question sent our hero's mind reeling. Act what way? I'm not totally sure what she means, but I'll just have to bluff my way through this. Our hero put on his best poker face. I don't have any special reason. I just do what I think is the right thing to do. After saying it, Baek Yuseong thought, there, that should be a good enough answer, right? But unexpectedly, Piolam flared up, shouting, enough, stop lying. How can anyone be that genuinely kind? You must have a motive, something you're trying to achieve, right? Baek Yuseong was flustered and quickly tried to explain, no, it's not what you think. Well, is there something I want to achieve? To be honest, I'm not even sure myself. Piolam became even more furious, hissing, what do you mean you're not sure? Our hero replied with a straight face. Yeah, I just want to survive. Hearing that harsh reality, Piolam was completely stunned, freezing for a few seconds. Survive? She then realized she had been tactless, suddenly bringing up such a sensitive topic. She began to stammer, her voice dropping to a whisper. I see. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But at this point, our hero was completely lost, wondering what was going on. What the heck? Is that it? Unexpectedly, Piolam's eyes filled with tears. She quickly turned away, mumbling, I'll be going now. See you later. Our protagonist was dumbfounded, as he hadn't even had a chance to ask a single question. But wait a minute. What in the world is going on? Is she actually crying? Huh? I didn't even do anything. Suddenly, a voice dripping with malice called out from behind him, Baek Yuseong. Hearing that chilling tone, our hero had a terrible feeling that something bad was about to go down. And just as he'd feared, Haiwan Aryang was glaring at Baek Yuseong with daggers in his eyes, radiating a murderous intent. The aura coming off of him was so intense it was almost suffocating. Without beating around the bush, Haiwan Aryang growled, You, answer me now. Why was Piolam crying? If you lie, I won't show you any mercy. Seeing the furious look on his face, our hero panicked internally. Oh crap. Just getting a death glare from the strongest character's rival is enough to make me feel the heat. Now I remember, there's that plot point where Haiwan Aryang has a one-sided crush on Piolam. Oh man, I'm in big trouble now. But I swear, I didn't do a single thing. Seriously, a misunderstanding here would be a huge pain in the neck. I have to clear this up right now, he thought. With that, Baek Yuseong quickly tried to set the record straight. There's nothing suspicious going on between me and Piolam. Why do you even have to ask? Haiwan Aryang sneered, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Do you really expect me to believe you? Look, believe it or not, you have to. Especially that thought bouncing around in your head, it's not what you think, so you can relax. Just then, our boy forces a strained smile, thinking to himself, all right, that should be enough to convince him. Seriously, there's nothing shady going on between me and Flame. After hearing this, Heiwen Jiang sinks into a thoughtful silence for a moment, then unexpectedly dips his head, his voice barely a whisper, is that right? Then I've overstepped. My apologies. But this incredibly awkward apology only served to make our main character's face drain of all color, as he stammered out, no, it's totally fine, really. Well then, I'll be on my way. With those words, Heiwen Jiang abruptly turned and walked off, leaving Baek Yuseong behind with a tangled mess of emotions. Baek Yuseong let out a sigh of relief, but he couldn't shake the nagging question, what was all that about? That's not like him at all. Heiwen Jiang, the guy who's always so cold and logical, acting that unstable? Yeah, I'm starting to get a really bad feeling about this. As dusk settled in, a lone figure quietly closed her book. It was none other than Isel. She let out a weary sigh, thinking to herself, why can't I seem to focus on anything today? Then, without meaning to, her mind drifted back to the conversation she had with Baek Yuseong back in the training room. Baek Yuseong, there's something I want to ask you. What is it, Isel? That formula from before. Did you really just come up with it on the spot? After a moment of thought, Baek Yuseong simply replied, you could say that. In reality, however, Isel was absolutely floored at that moment. She had always prided herself on being a bona fide genius. I truly believed that my talent alone was enough to defeat anyone. But it looks like I was completely wrong. The thought jolted her back to reality. What in the world am I doing? She chided herself. How am I supposed to get revenge for my father if I'm thinking like this? It was those scumbags who framed my father, branded him a traitor, and sent him to his death. The vile and despicable Adol Levitt family. I can't possibly avenge him if this is all I amount to. I feel like I'm going to lose my damn mind. After that little outburst, she tried to calm herself down. No, I can't just give up like this. I have to push myself even harder. One day, I will succeed. As the early morning sun cast its warm rays through the window, they fell upon the bed where Flame was sleeping soundly. Her eyes were open, but a deep-seated laziness, a constant companion, kept her from even thinking about getting up. Just then, Flame thought to herself with a tinge of regret. I chose a 4-person room because I thought the lively atmosphere would be fun. If I'd known it would be like this, I definitely should have gone for the private single room reserved for S-class students. Flame had picked the 4-person dorm thinking it would be as lively as a festival, a perfect setup for socializing and making new friends. But now, it seemed she was having a serious case of buyer's remorse, and it was far too late to change her mind. Baek Yuseong, back then, he said he didn't know what its purpose was. There's no doubt about it anymore. That's all the proof I need that he has regressed. I remember, in the final arc of the original story, the god of the 11th month told Baek Yuseong something along these lines. I can grant you one chance to turn back the clock, but the price for that was that you would lose almost all of your memories from the time you had returned, and after fulfilling your mission, you would vanish completely from this world. No one would remember that you had saved the world. Even your closest friends and the person you loved would forget you. Would you truly accept trading everything for a chance to turn back time and start all over again? Back then, Demon Yuseong had replied, if that is my fate, then I will accept my fate and save this world one more time. But the person who stopped Demon Yuseong then was none other than Isel. At that moment, Isel rushed over in a panic, desperately saying, wait, I would rather watch this world fall to ruin than live in a world without you. Let's face the end together. Her persuasion managed to move Demon Yuseong's icy heart, causing the main character to abandon his intention to regress. In the end, the world was destroyed, and the story closed with a truly tragic ending. Musing on this, Plem slowly sat up, his heart feeling incredibly heavy. If this world is different from the original story, and Demon Yuseong doesn't know that Baek Yuseong regressed using the power of the 11th wish, then after completing his mission, he will immediately be erased from this world, and not a single person will know of his existence anymore. But having lost most of his memories, with only his sense of responsibility left, is he really just saying he wants to survive? As a regressor, his courage must be the only driving force that allows him to face his own erasure upon completing his mission without fear. He really should have just run away. Bearing the weight of his mission, Baek Yuseong returned to save the world. And for him to say he just wants to survive, even though he knows oblivion is what's waiting at the end of the road. Despite the fear he must feel, he still accepts his fate. If that's the case, then I shouldn't be doubting him like this. It seems that he and I share a common goal. So I will do my best to support him in saving this world. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, sounding extremely urgent. Jackie, looking completely flustered, burst through the door and gasped. Plem, Sir Haewon Ajang is looking for you. She said that he's waiting for you on the first floor of the dorm. Hearing this, Plem immediately flopped onto the bed, pretending to be sick and exhausted, and whispered feebly, "Tell him to go home. Say I'm not here." Jackie stammered awkwardly, but, before Plem, looking irritated, cut her off. "I don't care, just tell him that. I want to go to sleep. Don't bother me anymore." Hearing this, Jackie could only surrender in defeat. There was nothing else she could do. But deep down, she felt a strong pang of jealousy towards Plem. It was a classic case of some people having all the luck, while others get none. With that, Jackie quickly ran down to the first floor. Outside the dormitory, Haewon Ajang stood forlornly, looking utterly crestfallen with the sad eyes of someone nursing a one-sided crush. Jackie rushed over, calling out, "Sir Haewon Ajang." Hearing his name, Haewon Ajang's spirits lifted with hope, but when he turned to look, his face fell instantly. The person he had longed to see was nowhere in sight. Instead, it was a rather plain-looking girl who appeared. Haewon Ajang's ice-cold expression immediately made Jackie feel awkward and flustered. Despite this, Jackie couldn't contain her inner fangirl. Her eyes sparkled with adoration as a one-sided crush began to blossom in her heart. But then, crushingly, a single blunt question from Haewon Ajang shattered all her hopes. "Who are you?" His cold words hit her like a splash of icy water, yanking her back to a bitter reality. The young girl's heart shattered into a million pieces. Seeing her standing there, completely speechless, Haewon Ajang continued with an innocent tone. "Where is Fo Lem?" Jackie mumbled in reply. "Oh." She said she was tired and went to bed. Upon hearing this, Haewon Ajang drifted into his own thoughts. Perhaps her confession to some worthless nobody failed, and that's why she's in a bad mood? What could he possibly have that I don't? With that thought, the cold-hearted young man stated flatly, his voice devoid of any emotion, "I understand. I'll come back later then." Without another word, Haewon Ajang turned and walked away, leaving Jackie standing there all alone, watching his retreating figure with a heart full of disappointment. Jackie sorrowfully muttered to herself, her voice laced with resentment. Why? Why is it like this? I love him so much, and yet, he can't even remember my name. It's always the same. No matter when, no matter where, everyone's attention is always on Fo Lem. Exceptional talent, endless admiration. Fo Lem has it all. She's the one who always basks in the spotlight, adored by everyone as if she were the main character of a story. Her beauty is so radiant that people mistake her for an angel in human form. Even the esteemed Haewon Ajang's heart secretly longs for her, while he won't even spare a single glance for a nobody like me. Why are the heavens so unfair to me? It feels like my world has crumbled, leaving me as just an empty, hollow shell. At that moment, a volcano of jealousy erupted within Jackie. She clenched her fists tightly and spat out in frustration. Damn it all, I'm so sick of this. The following morning, within main tower number 1 of Stella Academy, the atmosphere felt unusually grim. Inside one of the rooms, a man's voice cut through the silence, tinged with displeasure. I hear that Professor Mizzen was thoroughly humiliated by a student this time around. Hearing his words, Mizzen's face went pale. She bit her lip and responded, her voice thick with remorse. I apologize. I was utterly useless. I have no excuse to offer. The man turned away from her, his tone shifting to one of reproach. You are well aware of the high expectations I placed upon you, are you not? And this man was none other than the vice principal of Stella Academy himself, Aki Hiden. By the way, I forgot to ask, how is that other matter progressing? The research on random spatial permutation calculus you're conducting with the professors from Wyang. Is it yielding good results? Professor Mizzen quickly forced a confident smile, replying, Of course, it's proceeding smoothly. I will not let you down, sir. After hearing her response, Aki Hiden stepped closer, patting her gently on the shoulder as he whispered, his voice laced with a hidden meaning. Good. You are the only one I'm counting on. Yes, sir. You can leave everything to me. I shall take my leave now. And with that, the alchemy professor, Mizzen, vanished from the room. The moment Mizzen was gone, Vice Principal Aki Hiden's expression twisted into one of utter contempt as he muttered, Pathetic fool. So hopelessly simple-minded. She doesn't even realize she's being used. Then again, she probably wouldn't even care if she were aware of it. All she craves is status and prestige. She's been completely blinded by her ambition. How ironic that a mage dedicated to researching countermeasures for dark magic is now doing research for them. Truly despicable. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await the day that demonic alchemy is finally perfected. The scene shifts to a mysterious location, where the first thing we see is a dizzyingly high stack of documents. In reality, it's a slender girl, trembling as she struggles to carry a mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, everyone around her acts with complete indifference. not a single person offering to step in and help the poor girl. Finally, as if by some miracle, a kind soul appeared and stepped forward to help. And that hero was none other than our devastatingly handsome main character, Bak Il-seong. The young man's voice was warm and cheerful as he called out, "Miss Assistant, are you all right? Here, let me help you with that." Thanks to Bak Il-seong's timely rescue, the colossal stack of documents was safely delivered to Professor Mi-jen's office. Setting the papers on the desk, the teaching assistant let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much. If you hadn't been here, I'm sure I would have gotten an earful from Professor Mi-jen again." Bak Il-seong modestly replied, "Oh, it was nothing at all, really." Seizing this golden opportunity, Bak Il-seong's eyes immediately began to scan the room. With the room being so cluttered and papers strewn everywhere, he thought to himself, "This is absolute chaos. What a mess." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a particular board. Bak Il-seong asked curiously, "Oh, what's that over there?" The teaching assistant explained. "Ah, that? It's a formula that Professor Mi-jen is researching with the other doctors. I believe it's called the random spatial permutation calculation." Upon hearing this, Bak Il-seong was completely stunned, his heart pounding in his chest. He wondered in disbelief. This is it? This is the random spatial permutation calculation? The very first formula of magical alchemy engineering. The random spatial permutation calculation. In Professor Mi-jen's corruption arc, the Dark Mage had completed this very formula alongside her. The resulting technological gap led to catastrophic damage, enough to plunge the entire world into a sea of fire. A single flower of hope was blooming in that barren, desolate land. Aunt Teresa, if it were her, she could completely turn the tables. What if she made the first move and deciphered this formula before the Dark Mage did? She was the single, solitary ray of hope in the darkness. She possessed a genius-level intellect and a mind full of brilliant, innovative ideas. She had created countless artifacts that even dark mages wouldn't dare to imagine. As this thought crossed his mind, a bold idea flashed in Bak Il-seong's head, and he immediately called out, "Assistant Aunt Teresa." Startled, she turned around and replied, "Huh? Would you like some coffee?" Bak Il-seong quickly waved his hands, explaining, "No, that's not what I meant. Professor Mi-jen gives you a pretty hard time, doesn't she? It must be frustrating." "Huh? Why are you suddenly asking that? If there were a way to get some truly satisfying revenge, what would you do? Would you be willing to give it a shot?" Aunt Teresa grew flustered, her voice full of apprehension. I'm just a humble assistant. What could I possibly do about revenge? If I'm not careful, I could get fired and thrown out on the street. I can't just become homeless, can I?" Bak Il-seong refused to give up, continuing to persuade her. "So what? Don't you have an idea of your own? You have the potential to become an even more brilliant alchemist than Professor Mi-jen." Hearing our protagonist paint this grand future for her, Aunt Teresa was more than a little surprised, exclaiming, "What?" To which Bak Il-seong added, "No one would ever be able to look down on you again." Bak Il-seong's inspiring words were like fuel to a fire for Aunt Teresa. A tiny spark of hope began to glow within her heart. After a moment of thought, Aunt Teresa secretly rejoiced, muttering, "If that were possible, that would be amazing." Just as Bak Il-seong's master plan predicted, Aunt Teresa was already completely fed up with her current job. She couldn't bear the thought of waiting on Professor Mi-jen hand and foot, doomed to be stuck in a dusty room like this forever. Aunt Teresa had long cherished the dream of becoming an alchemist and creating life-changing inventions. More than anyone, she possessed the raw talent to make it a reality, because in the future, she is destined to become a truly great alchemist. With her genius intellect and uniquely brilliant ideas, she absolutely deserved the best of everything. In any case, it's clear that for now, Aunt Teresa has put her dreams on hold because of her harsh reality, but I'm going to help her achieve that dream much sooner. Even after Stella Academy's first preliminary exam concluded, Bak Il-seong continued to diligently visit Aunt Teresa. Bak Il-seong only had to drop a few hints before Aunt Teresa's mind lit up, and she exclaimed cheerfully, "Oh, you think so too? I was also thinking about adding a button-activated color-changing feature to that magic pen. And an eraser too. Yes, just like a mechanical pencil. That could be really great." Watching with keen interest from a distance, Bak Il-seong's face lit up with a pleased expression as he thought, "Excellent. Aunt Teresa's inventions are progressing quite well, but the official formula is still missing. I need to guide Aunt Teresa so she can find the solution before Mi-jen does. This really isn't going to be easy at all." With that thought, Bak Il-seong began to head out, his mind heavy with concerns. Suddenly, a grating, taunting voice rang out, "Hey, old man, watch where you're going. You're gonna walk right into someone if you keep drifting like that." It turned out to be Fo Lem, who was just wandering by. Bak Il-seong crossed his arms, a look of confusion on his face as he retorted, What old man? Folem didn't let up, relentlessly firing back. Who else would I be talking to? Your great-grandpa. Are you not getting it? Or are you just playing dumb? Hearing that, Baekil was at a loss for words, thinking helplessly, damn, this is exhausting. But still, it's not like I've ever told him my age. On the bright side, at least he's talking to me more than he used to. At this thought, our protagonist switched to serious mode, saying, anyway, you showed up at the perfect time. There's something important I need to talk to you about. You remember your roommate, right? That peculiar girl? But the moment Folem heard that pest's name mentioned, his expression soured, and he suddenly flared up in anger. Folem instinctively turned his head away, muttering, that's illegal, you know. Baekil was so horrified his hair stood on end. He hastily jumped back, stammering, what the hell are you thinking? I haven't even said anything yet. Baek continued his instructions. Hey, make sure you take good care of her. She might not be in the best state of mind right now. In his head, our protagonist was anxiously running the numbers. If she were to be affected by the dark mana, she'd become incredibly unstable. What a massive pain. Polem replied nonchalantly. I can't say for sure, but we've already planned a hunt for this weekend, so I'll check on her then. All right. I'm counting on you then. Baek nodded. But deep down, a scheme was brewing. A hunt, huh? The season was starting, and the target was a no-brainer. This was the very beginning of Chapter 4, the Matavis Cemetery, a truly god-forsaken place. He recalled that the main players, like Euco, Izone, and Polem, all the heavy hitters were involved. An earth-shattering battle with a level 5 Necromancer was even set to take place there. He told himself, I'm not supposed to interfere with the story, but if I can snag the hidden reward here, it'll be a massive help for signing the contract with Familia. A few hours later, just as predicted, Euco was in Professor Lee's office, asking for a pass to get the heck out of the academy. Professor Lee Hagen held Euco's permission slip, read it, and announced it was for remedial training. However, you probably won't be learning swordsmanship or the way of the knight at Stella. Dream on, kid. Hearing this, our protagonist froze on the spot, not knowing what cool comeback to use. Suddenly, his gaze was captured by something else. To be precise, it was Euco's leave request. Looks like everything is proceeding according to the data. They've started the hunt, exactly as I remember. Perfectly on schedule. Seeing this, Euco immediately started pleading with Professor Lee. Sir, a lot of people have been going out to hunt recently. Please let me go too. Lee Hagen replied. It seems everyone is heading to the Matavis Cemetery for a club activity. Probably for a treasure hunt. Not a picnic. That's right, sir. Euco and Heguanajang are both so hardworking, not like those other lazy bums. Professor Lee corrected him. No, Euco stated he would be returning to his family's estate. As for Heguanajang, he's going with Polem, probably just to mess around. Hearing the professor's words, Euco's heart sank as he thought, without Euco, there's no way we can fight off the Necromancer's attack. We're totally screwed. I wonder what made Euco want to go home. Is he missing his mom's cooking? But it's crystal clear that with the current team, we can't defeat a level 5 Necromancer. We're as weak as kittens. What am I supposed to do? I can't request backup without concrete evidence, and on top of that, because of the main storyline, I can't spill all the details. My hands are completely tied. But there's no way I can just let things happen like this. I absolutely refuse to let it go down that way. I'll have to solve this myself. Who do they think I am anyway? A few days later, at the eerily gloomy Matavis Cemetery, a male student had just taken down a giant fish, probably to make some sushi. The monster now lay gasping on the ground, looking utterly pathetic. And this young man was the second-year student, Dogutron Hong, a name that certainly had a nice ring to it. He cheered with delight. Heck yeah. Is this what a level 2 threat is all about? These predetfish are actually pretty tough, no kidding. All of a sudden, a nagging voice that sounded like a disgruntled market vendor piped up from behind him. Hey, you stupid idiot, don't mess things up like that. Did you not hear the captain's orders? Or are your ears just for decoration? Let me introduce you to the one doing all the nagging. Second-year student, Cassie F. Derek, a rather sharp-looking fellow. Hearing that, Dogutron Hoang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Yeah, my bad. I just got a little carried away. Cassie F. Derek, his face turning beet red, furiously shouted. Damn it, you moron. You're laughing? Have you no shame at all? Another girl spoke up from a distance, her voice as light as a breeze. Just let it go. Nagging him is just a waste of breath. You'll only tire yourself out. And this girl was none other than the second-year student, Bandy GLN, a true beauty with long, flowing hair. With that, Bandy GLN turned to Izone, her voice as sweet as honey. You don't need to pay any attention to them. Just let them be. They're all a bunch of weirdos. Izone replied, her voice barely a whisper. Okay. Cassie F. Derek whipped his head around and shouted back defiantly. Hey, I heard that, you know. Don't think I'm deaf. Bandy GLN, completely unfazed, retorted coolly. So what if you did? You got a problem, or are you just itching for a fight? Cassie F. Derek snapped, her voice on the verge of tears. You're all being way too loud. Watch your mouths in front of the freshmen. Don't you dare push my buttons, because once I lose it, no one can stop me. Izone watched the group bicker like a chaotic mess and thought to himself, I only tagged along because I heard there was an opening in the club. Otherwise, you couldn't have paid me to be here. Still, it's a good thing they aren't bad people, just a bit immature. As he was lost in his thoughts, the team leader Bandy GLN's voice, sweet as honey, cut in. Izone, let's get going. We've had our fill of the drama here. Yes, Senior Bandy GLN. But just then, a massive explosion thundered in the distance, jolting the entire group as if they'd been struck by lightning. They stared blankly toward the source of the sound, their faces drained of color as they muttered. What in the world was that? Was that a fight nearby, or maybe fireworks? Bandy GLN turned back, making a rather bold suggestion. If our hunting grounds are overlapping, shouldn't we go and pay them a little visit? What do you say, Captain? Or should we just go see what all the fuss is about? Cassie F. Derek, still looking completely dazed, mumbled absently. Huh? Oh, yeah, sure, let's go. The moment he agreed, the entire team began to march boldly toward the sound, their strides powerful and determined, looking like they were heading off to war. Izone's eyes suddenly shot wide open in shock. He quickly recognized La Hong, Bijong, and Folem in the distance, followed by the shadowy silhouettes of an unknown group, looking mysterious as all heck. What are those two doing here? It was a classic case of an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. Both of them were insanely skilled and definitely not to be trifled with. The faint sounds of an argument drifted over, sounding like a brawl was about to erupt. I'm the one who took down that giant piranha. Are you seriously trying to steal my kill? That's garbage. It was in our designated hunting ground, which makes it ours. Don't even try it. What the? Before Izone's eyes lay a colossal fish, dead and baring its terrifying teeth. He was taken aback, thinking, is that a giant piranha? I heard those are tier 3 monsters, and incredibly rare too, practically a limited edition drop. They must be fighting over the spoils of the hunt. What a greedy bunch. But getting mixed up in this is just asking for a massive headache. Besides, I have absolutely no desire to face the sister of the man who took my father's life. Just the thought of it makes my skin crawl. Nope, I've got to get out of here. Fast. Just then, someone piped up. It was Cassie F. Derek, who sauntered over with a grin and said in a sickly sweet voice, Now, juniors. What's all the fuss about? Tell your favorite senior everything. We've got such a great vibe going on, let's not ruin it. Hearing this, both Hongbei and Fa Lem roared in perfect unison, their voices booming like thunder. Shut your mouth and get lost, you nosy jerk. Cassie F. Derek's face fell as he retorted, clearly annoyed. How dare you speak to your senior that way? You've got some nerve. Hongbei shot back, his voice dripping with contempt. If you're a senior, then start acting like one instead of playing these childish games. This comeback completely threw the self-assured captain for a loop, and he stammered, What? How could you say that? Suddenly, a deafening rumble echoed through the air as the ground began to shake violently, as if in an earthquake. A mysterious energy pulsed outwards, sending a bone-chilling cold straight down everyone's spines. Folem's face went pale as he thought, This energy, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Something big is about to go down. A skeletal hand erupted forcefully from the earth, straight out of a horror film. Everyone was completely stunned. Nobody could have possibly seen this coming. It was absolutely unbelievable. Eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, a testament to their absolute shock. Folem, completely floored, stammered out, his voice trembling. No way. What in the world is that? A skeleton. It's absolutely revolting. An army of desiccated corpses was charging right at them, their jaws gaping wide as they let out horrifying shrieks, looking like they wanted to devour them whole. Meanwhile, at another spot in the very same cemetery, a rather ominous warning sign stood guard. Attention. Do not enter alone. You have been warned. The system notification chimed in, its voice a flat monotone. Skill experience has increased. Stat experience has increased. A familiar silhouette came into view. Baek Yuseo let out a sigh, his voice tinged with regret. Man, if only I could use magic, I'd be completely overpowered. Why'd it have to be a flash step skill? So lame. In reality, our main character had already taken down a fair number of those giant fish himself. He was hardly a rookie. Their carcasses were strewn all over the ground, turning the area into a veritable battlefield. Our MC's gaze drifted around blankly as he mumbled to himself, his voice distant. Well, I guess it's finally time. I can't put this off any longer. In the distance, tombstones peeked through the gloom of the eerie landscape. Baekhyuseo quickly spotted what he'd been searching for and said excitedly, "Aha, there it is. Talk about a lucky break." For a fleeting moment, a sad expression crossed our hero's face, as if an unpleasant memory had surfaced. I don't have some crazy overpowered skill that can wipe out an entire skeleton army. Not like Ma Yuseo. With no overwhelming power to speak of, there's only one way to survive in this hellscape, and man, is it a pain. I have to fight this like a true player, because I sure as hell can't count on luck. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's attack begins, and this is already sounding juicy. The ground suddenly trembles violently, as if some colossal creature is tunneling just beneath the surface. In an instant, something erupts from the earth, shooting upwards as if it were sprouting from the soil itself. The skeleton general, a commander of hundreds of bone soldiers, materializes with blazing red eyes that spit pure malice, looking every bit like a demon given form. It bears a grotesque set of teeth in Baekhyuseo's direction, clearly itching to tear him to pieces. Our hero thinks to himself, his expression tense, that this is the skeleton general, a sub-boss monster that only appears 3 times this entire chapter, a seriously rare spawn. With his current strength, a head-on confrontation would be a one-way ticket to the grave. He wouldn't stand a chance. Of course, he has no intention of doing that. He's not an idiot who'd charge into a death trap. With that thought, the protagonist grabs the general's skull and slugs it with all his might, roaring with authority. "Get back in there, you fiend." The unwritten rule of these stories is that you're supposed to just stand and watch when someone's transforming or summoning, but that doesn't mean you just let it happen. You adapt. The vertebrae staff's creation is complete, and it's absolutely perfect. Just like that, command of the skeleton general belongs to him. How's that for overpowered? So, what's he waiting for? The whole world is his oyster now. Let the party begin. Let's get wild. On the other side of the field, the skeletons multiply by the second, popping up like mushrooms after a storm. In no time, they swarm the entire group, a bone-chilling aura radiating outwards, cold enough to make you shiver. Fo Lem thinks to himself, his face draining of all color, that he let his guard down. He got too complacent. This is the Necromancer chapter. Wait, something about that feels off. Something isn't right. If he remembers correctly, the one who clears this chapter is Yusei Onma. So why is it him? Why is he even with these people? Did he take a wrong turn somewhere? So where is Yusei Onma? Hiding in what corner of the world? Does this mean he has to face a level 5 Necromancer alongside these people? His luck is just the worst. Seeing Fo Lem start to lose his cool, his face a mask of confusion, Prince Haewon Azong speaks up to calm him, his voice as gentle as a breeze. "I've already sent a distress signal to Stella Academy using my pocket watch. Don't worry, we just need to hold out until they get here. We can do this." Doggo John Wang, a red-haired second-year student, chimes in with confidence. "That's right, we just need to hang on a little longer, and the professors from Stella will arrive. They'll clean this whole mess up. Even if we can't defeat the Necromancer, we can at least make a run for it. Retreat is the best strategy." But then Hong Pichong cuts in, his tone dead serious. "This is not the time for empty reassurances. They're useless. This is a graveyard. The longer we stall, the more skeletons will rise. This is no joke. We need to fall back to the base immediately, or we're all goners." The young woman, Jackie, backs away in terror at the sight of the grotesque skeletons shambling closer, muttering with a voice trembling like a leaf, "No, don't get near me, please don't." One of the creatures opens its maw wide, as if to swallow her whole, and lets out a ferocious, blood-curdling roar. Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy slams into the skeleton from behind, stopping its attack on Jackie just in the nick of time, a hair's breadth from death. Her savior, Han, asks with concern, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Jackie, still trembling from the shock, stammers in reply, her voice on the verge of tears. I'm okay. Thank you." Doggo John Wang whistles in appreciation, his voice full of admiration. "Whoa, that first year's got some moves, not half bad at all." Iso adds his own 2 cents, his tone analytical. "It appears this necromancer has prepared meticulously. This is no amateur. There's a high probability he's created a mana container. That's a serious investment. A mana container is a special technique necromancers employ to stockpile their mana, a pretty formidable trick. Because even for a master of the undead, mana has its limits. It's not an infinite resource. Using conventional summoning methods, even a level 3 to level 4 necromancer could only call forth a maximum of 15 skeletons. The fact that this guy can control an area this vast means he's on a completely different level. He's without a doubt a true master. Doggo John Wang continues, his voice laced with worry. The number of skeletons swarming us is insane, like a tide of ants. This whole thing was definitely planned out a long time ago. It's no random attack. They're probably trying to harvest us to create skeleton mages. What a twisted scheme. Cassie F. Derrick forces a grin, thinking with grim determination. As team captain, I have to step up and prove myself here. I can't lose face. I'll wipe them all out with one powerful spell and show them who they're messing with. But life isn't a fairy tale, and reality has a nasty habit of being brutally different from your imagination. Out of nowhere, a skeleton lunges and clamps down hard on Cassie F. Derrick's leg, catching him completely by surprise. His face turns ghostly white as he lets out a pathetic shriek. Oh crap, I'm so screwed. Somebody save me. But before anyone can even process it, Doggo John Wang moves like a flash, lunging forward and striking the skeleton with a powerful, decisive blow. Now that's a true friend. As he fought, he bellowed confidently, his voice booming with fighting spirit. You piece of scum, don't even think of escaping. You're dead meat. But in that instant, a bony hand shot out right in front of the team captain's face. A truly terrifying sight. In a flash, he was rendered completely immobile, utterly helpless. Doggo John Wang immediately sensed something was wrong, his mind racing with alarm. Damn it, are they casting a spell or pulling some kind of trick? They're launching a counterattack. This is insanely dangerous. Get down, now, or you're dead. An absolutely terrifying amount of power begins to coalesce, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The energy feels terrifyingly unstable, like it could detonate at any second. This is no joke. Every single one of them flinches, their eyes wide with raw horror, their faces pale as sheets. Hung Pichung screams in utter despair, his voice cracking. No. If that thing explodes, we're all dead. But before he could even finish his sentence, an earth-shattering boom ripped through the air. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the very foundations of the cemetery, like a miniature nuke going off. In the aftermath of the blast, a massive, deep crater scarred the earth. Many of the students were wounded, covered in blood and grime. Yet by some miracle, Fo Lem was completely unscathed. Talk about being born under a lucky star. Despite the devastation, the horde of undead minions continues its relentless advance, marching forward with grim purpose like moths drawn to a deadly flame. Fo Lem thinks to himself, his face the color of a sick green leaf. This is bad. This is my limit. I'm exhausted. I can't take any more of this. The situation is dire. His mana is almost completely gone, and there's no time to recover. He's truly hanging on by a thread. The most critical problem is the enemy's sheer numbers. They're as numerous as a swarm of locusts. At that very moment, the skeletons draw near, their jaws agape as they let out horrifying shrieks, looking like a pack of starving ghouls. Just a single glance at that horrifying scene would be enough to scare the living daylights out of anyone with a weak stomach. It was a soul-crushing sight. Fo Lem grips his staff, his knuckles white, forcing himself to survey the battlefield and desperately trying to keep his composure. Am I going to die here? No, it can't be, she thought, her voice laced with despair. But unexpectedly, just as the skeletons were closing in, they suddenly froze in their tracks, as if controlled by some unseen force. She couldn't believe her eyes at this impossible sight, her gaze widening in absolute astonishment. She was completely in shock. Flame stammered in bewilderment, her voice laced with surprise. What? The skeletons? They've stopped? Is something wrong with them? What in the world is going on right now? This is just too bizarre. In the distance, the faint silhouette of a mysterious figure could be seen approaching. It was none other than Bekuzeo, our main character. He appeared like a god descending from the heavens, arriving just in the nick of time to save everyone here. A true hero. Even Flame herself never expected Bekuzeo to appear in this place with such perfect timing, as if his arrival was fated. Regaining her composure, the girl asked with a curious tone, "Why is he here? Did he get lost or something?" As she spoke, Flame finally noticed the rather gruesome skull that Bekuzeo was holding in his hand. It didn't take long for her to recognize it, her expression turning thoughtful as she mused. Isn't that a skeleton general? That's a pretty powerful boss monster. A skeleton general is significantly stronger than a regular skeleton soldier, and they're usually escorted by elite skeleton troops. They never move alone. And yet, he managed to face a skeleton general all by himself and capture it? That's absolutely unbelievable. The guy is insanely overpowered. But with him here, maybe we can actually survive. A glimmer of hope was rekindled. A moment later, everyone else began to stir, likely recovering from the immense shock. Senior Dako Jinhuang spoke up, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you. We're alive because of you. You are our savior." Our protagonist replied modestly, with a humble tone. It was nothing, really. Just a small thing. Now Izone chimed in, his voice full of curiosity. But how did you even get the skeleton general's head? Do you have some kind of secret method? The main character answered confidently, with a deadpan humorous tone. Oh, this thing? I just fished it out of a pot of bone broth. It was delicious, but in his mind, he thought with a calculated expression. There's no need to reveal that I ambushed it at its summoning point, right? It's way cooler to keep it a secret. Beck Yuseo's absurd joke left Izone completely speechless. He had no idea what to say. Who could possibly come up with a reply to that? He was totally stumped. Then, Beck Yuseo calmly said with a serious tone, Anyway, we need to come up with a new plan, and fast. We can't afford to hesitate any longer. If that necromancer starts controlling the skeletons directly, bypassing the skeleton general, it's going to be a massive headache. This is no joke. Hearing this, Dako Jin Huang asked curiously, Hey, Junior, do you have a plan in mind? Any bright ideas? Our hero replied confidently, On my way here, I saw the necromancers have already taken control of the area near the base. There's no way to break through this encirclement. We're in a dire situation. That leaves only one option. We have to strike directly at their main bodies. We can't possibly escape. After hearing this, every single person was stunned by Bekuseo's sheer recklessness. This guy truly fears nothing. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Wait, are you out of your mind? Has the shock gotten to you? Bekuseo replied nonchalantly with a calm expression. Isn't this something we already learned at the academy? It's basic knowledge. While a necromancer possesses the powerful ability to command skeleton soldiers, their own physical body is nothing to worry about. They're as weak as a snail. Bandy spoke up anxiously, her voice filled with unease. But he's definitely surrounded by an army of guards. He won't be alone. Our protagonist continued with a decisive tone. The necromancer's control range is already too vast. There's no way we can get out of it. If we don't strike the necromancer himself, we're not getting out of this alive. It's a guaranteed wipe. With that, he began to calculate, his expression turning deadly serious. Currently, the necromancer's guard consists of 1 skeleton general, 6 elite bone soldiers, and 50 regular ones, an absolute swarm of them. That number is only going to keep growing, which means our only window is right now. We can't afford to miss it, but convincing everyone else was the real puzzle. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by a voice, full of confidence. It's possible. He might seem a bit dense, but when it comes to combat and strategy, he has way more experience than us. We can't just dismiss his plan. Hong Bijong added, his tone in complete agreement. I'm on board too. Let's be real. In this situation, there's no other way to break their formation. We have to take the risk. The necromancer would never in a million years expect us to launch a direct assault on his main body. It's the perfect element of surprise. The 2 upperclassmen exchanged a look. This was probably the only path to survival. They were out of options. I have no idea what you're basing this on, but we can't afford to get separated. I'm in. Let's gamble it all. All right then, let's give it a shot. We're going all in. The owner of Bandy JL said cheerfully, his voice filled with hope. As long as the necromancer hasn't spotted us, we still have a chance. We have to take it. At that very moment, in another, bone-chillingly dark part of the cemetery, a lone figure appeared. He spoke with utter arrogance. To stumble upon Stella's little hatchlings here, what a fortunate turn of events. The heavens themselves are helping me. If I turn them into holofaps, even the Dark Magic Alliance won't dare to look down on me. I'll become the Supreme Master. And this man was none other than the 5th-level necromancer of the Dark Magic Tower, Sapa Hyuk, a name that was as menacing as it sounded. For 7 long years, I've been stockpiling mana in this magic flask. I'm not some small-time mage. This place holds 700 resting skeletons, a truly massive army. No one will ever underestimate me again. I am invincible. Heh. Suddenly, he froze, unable to believe his senses, his face a mask of confusion. What in the world? I've suddenly lost all feeling. Am I paralyzed? Don't tell me my general was defeated. That's impossible. Even more startling, the distinct sound of something cracking echoed through the air, sending a shiver down his spine. A tremendously powerful force was slamming directly into the shield protecting his back, as if intending to obliterate it completely. He was so stunned he was rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend what was happening. This was completely beyond his calculations. Even the towering piles of bones behind him began to shake violently, looking as if they were on the verge of collapse. He thought in terror, his face draining of all color. My shield, a 4th-tier magic spell, is cracking? No, it can't be. How in the hell is this even possible? This is absolutely surreal. He roared with pure fury, his voice dripping with rage. "You scumbag, I won't let you escape, you're so dead." It all happened in a flash, giving him no time to react. All he could do was stare wide-eyed, completely and utterly caught off guard. Then, with a deafening boom, a colossal explosion ripped through the area, like a massive bomb had just detonated. The mountains of dry bones that were piled high were completely annihilated, reduced to nothing but ash. That flame was the result of the combined power of Baek-yuko's entire team. Their skill was not to be taken lightly. This was the true power of teamwork. A moment later, the blast subsided, leaving behind nothing but a thick, obscuring cloud of smoke and dust. He was so stunned he froze on the spot, completely unable to move a single muscle. The shock was just that intense. A bitter rage coursed through his entire body as he fumed internally, his face contorted with indignation. Damn it all, he thought. I got way too cocky. What a colossal mistake. To think they'd have the audacity to attack my true form directly. What a bunch of reckless fools. Even if they're just a bunch of rookies, Stella Academy is still Stella Academy. They're not to be underestimated, definitely not your average grunts. I really didn't want to resort to this, but fighting them head-on is just too risky. This is no time for games. I have no choice but to summon my elite bone soldiers. It's the only way. With that thought, he brought a fingertip to his mouth and bit down hard enough to draw blood. A truly gruesome sight. Immediately after, he threw his arms wide and bellowed with a voice full of authority. "Oh, wretched souls, heed my command. I am your master." The ground violently split apart as if shaken by an earthquake, and from the fissures, terrifying skeletal warriors emerged, each one baring its teeth in a sinister, demonic grin. In no time at all, an entire legion of skeletons had formed, surrounding the Necromancer like a formidable, undead army. But every action has a price. He suddenly coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, a clear sign that his body had suffered significant damage from overexerting his power. Sapa Hyuk wiped the blood from his lips, thinking bitterly with a face full of rage. Even though summoning the elite soldiers has taken its toll on me, this army should be more than enough. Hold them back for me. Kill every last one of them. Leave no one alive. At his command, the horde of skeletons roared and surged forward like a pack of starving beasts. Meanwhile, he watched from a distance, letting out a triumphant laugh. "Excellent, fight on," he gloated. "Keep up the good work. Now I can finally relax," he thought. There's nothing left to worry about. But yeah, right. In that exact moment, Baek-yuko unleashed his flash step skill, a seriously formidable technique. In the blink of an eye, he had already teleported directly behind the Necromancer, moving as fast as lightning. The Necromancer instantly sensed someone behind him. He whipped his head around and shrieked in terror. "Damn it! Who the hell are you? How did you get here?" For his part, Baek-yuko just smirked coldly, not even bothering to answer a look of pure contempt on his face. The Necromancer's face went pale as he thought in terror. "But I knew the exact location of all 12 of the Stella Academy students through my soldier's vision. There's no way I could have been wrong. So how in the world did this brat manage to get this close without me noticing? This is insane." Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter disbelief, as if he'd just seen a ghost. He absolutely could not believe what he was seeing in Baek-yuko's hand, and he stammered in complete bewilderment. His voice trembled uncontrollably. "No. Impossible. Isn't that? My skeleton general? How is it here? You bastard. Why do you have it in your hands? What did you do to him?" But to his shock, Baek-yuko nonchalantly let the skull drop from his hand. It hit the ground with a sickening crunch, but he wasn't finished. The hero then brought his blade down hard, as if to shatter it into a million pieces. With his skeleton general destroyed, the backlash struck Sapa Hyuk, aggravating his internal injuries. He coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, his face turning deathly pale as if he were at death's door. Clutching the wound in his chest, he couldn't help but think bitterly, his face a mask of fury. "Damn it all. I let my guard down again. What a foolish mistake. So this is the true power of a Stella Academy student? It's unbelievable." Meanwhile, our hero was sweating bullets, thinking to himself that yeah, he was actually a little freaked out. Doc Gu, John Wang, and Bandy Geon were supposed to take out the skeleton general and back me up, he thought. But they're completely bogged down by those elite soldiers. Just my luck. Does this mean I have to fight him all by myself? I have to carry the whole team? But I'm the weakest one here. Why am I the one stuck carrying this fight? Maybe I should just make a run for it. Yeah, retreating is the best option. But even as he thought it, our hero felt that this whole plan was going south. Fast. Suddenly, the Necromancer coughed up another few mouthfuls of blood, looking absolutely pathetic. The sight snapped Baek-yuko out of his spiraling thoughts. It was only then that he realized just how bad of a shape his opponent was actually in. He realized. Looks like he's seriously injured too. He's not in top condition at all, so that's it. He overexerted himself, summoning those elite bone soldiers, and sustained internal injuries. He really has no one to blame but himself. It seems there's something I can do after all. My opportunity has arrived. At this thought, a confident and incredibly cool smirk appeared on his face. At the same time, as Hong Bijong's flames erupted, threatening to burn everything to ashes, the team members unleashed their finishing blows to annihilate some of the elite bone soldiers. It was a display of perfect coordination. Thanks to their teamwork, they successfully eliminated the 3 elite bone soldiers the Necromancer had sent after them, a truly magnificent feat. However, at this moment, there were still 4 more elite bone soldiers, swarming them like a plague of ants. Princess Hong Bijong was gradually becoming exhausted as she was relentlessly attacked by the remaining bone soldiers, looking like she was in a tough spot. She thought wearily, her face etched with worry, "This is bad. Everyone is at their limit. The situation has become critical. This is no joke anymore. Because of the Necromancer's sudden spike in power, all I can do now is try to hold out for as long as possible. A counterattack is completely out of the question. But I have to deal with them quickly and get to Baek Yuko's side. I can't let him fight alone." Suddenly, Geki rushed over in a panic, her voice urgent. "Princess, this is bad. The Necromancer is engaged in a one-on-one duel with Baek Yuko, a true battle to the death." Hong Bijong was startled, exclaiming in utter disbelief, "What? That's impossible." Her gaze shot forward to where Baek Yuko and the Necromancer were fighting. A truly dramatic spectacle. An immense wave of power radiated from their clash, as if it would shatter everything around them. The fight was clearly at a fever pitch, with neither side giving an inch. Hong Bijong muttered, her face full of anxiety, "This is a complete disaster. This is nothing like our initial plan. I never could have predicted this." For some reason, Baek Yuko was the only one facing the Necromancer, basically soloing the boss. By now, the Stella students were scattered all over the place, each in a different direction. They were likely splitting up the Necromancer's forces to eliminate the enemies one by one, which was a fairly logical strategy. Will Baek Yuko be able to hold him off until we arrive? Or is he going to meet his end? "If you die, I will never forgive you, you damn idiot. Baek Yuko, you have to keep fighting. Don't you dare give up." Meanwhile, on this side of the battlefield, our main character was continuously showing off his flash skill, moving with incredible agility, like a squirrel darting through trees. His eyes were wide open, carefully observing to formulate a proper solution. He knew he couldn't just fight recklessly. His precise judgment combined with his impeccable flash skill allowed Baek Yuko to temporarily evade their attacks. It was a real stroke of luck. Knowing he couldn't dodge forever, Baek Yuko decided to switch to a high-risk, high-reward playstyle, just like in his gaming days. It was time to go all in. He suddenly flashed right up to the Necromancer's position, an incredibly audacious maneuver. Seeing Baek Yuko's reckless move, the male Necromancer gritted his teeth and threatened him, his voice seething with anger. You won't take me down so easily, so don't even dream about it. In your dreams, I'll show you what I'm truly made of." As he finished speaking, a cage made of bone formed around him, looking exceptionally solid. Baek Yuko let out a faint smirk, his mind filled with disdain. "I expected more. Is this really all you've got? How pathetic." For moments just like this, I came prepared with the ultimate counter to his bone shield. A nice, refreshing cola. It always pays to be prepared. Haha, this whole playground is mine now. Time to really let loose. With that thought, Baek Yuko launched 2 vials of cola right at the Necromancer, a remarkably accurate throw. Instantly, the bones began to corrode at an alarming rate, dissolving into liquid. The Necromancer's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't trust what he was seeing. The shock was palpable. The protective barrier he was so proud of started to disintegrate, melting away like ice in the summer Sunday. Remembering all the trash he'd just been talking, his face flushed with embarrassment. A truly awkward moment. He then exploded in a furious roar, his voice thick with anger. "You worthless rat! How dare you destroy my bone shield? Are you looking for a death wish? Annihilate him for me. Leave nothing behind." In an instant, a volley of razor-sharp bones shot toward Baek Yuko like arrows, but it was no use. In a flash, he had already blinked right behind the Necromancer. He stood there smugly, sword in hand, a confident smirk on his face. This was it, a golden opportunity. He thought it would be a one-shot victory. But the Necromancer turned to face him with a twisted, unsettling grin. "You took the bait, you fool." It seemed this was all within his calculations. He had already sensed Baek Yuko's presence behind him. What a cunning old fox. Our protagonist finally understood, his face a mask of bewilderment. Damn it, he was the one who had been tricked. What rotten luck. Suddenly, a sharp bone spike erupted from the ground, brutally piercing straight through our hero's leg in a bloody mess. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, a truly gruesome sight. Baek Yuko grimaced in bitter agony, thinking, "Damn it, he got me. This hurts like hell." Fighting back the pain, he tried to retreat while keeping his cool. The necromancer laughed triumphantly, his voice dripping with glee. "Ha, you scum. You run your mouth, and this is what you get. Serves you right. Go on, keep talking. Let's see how much longer you can keep it up." "Ha." Feeling the sharp, throbbing pain from his leg, our hero panted, lost in thought. He had been too overconfident, a grave mistake. Even if he's injured, he's still a genuine fifth circle mage and can't be underestimated. But I can't die here. I still have too much to do. He's definitely exhausted. There's no way he's in top condition. The constant use of magic has to be breaking down his body, leaving him weak as a kitten. In other words, this is his limit. It doesn't matter if he's a fifth circle mage or whatever, he's not so scary anymore. What should I do? I need a plan. But if I can land just one more hit, I can finish him. The opportunity is right there, but the pain is so overwhelming I can't concentrate. My sixth sense skill won't even activate, and my head is pounding like a war drum. I can't bear it. Even using blink at a time like this is a monumental challenge for me. I'm completely helpless. What do I do? I have to think of something. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Beccusio's mind, a light at the end of the tunnel. That's right. That's it. I've got a way. While our protagonist was deep in thought with his head down, the necromancer had already closed the distance, standing right in front of him. He was already posturing for an attack, his face full of confidence, ready to deliver the final blow. Die, you piece of trash. Our protagonist quickly realized he couldn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he bolted forward, running for his life like a cornered animal. But due to his earlier injury, he tripped and fell flat on his face, looking utterly pathetic. Seeing our hero's miserable state, he burst into a crazed, gloating laughter. "Ha, look at you running for your life. How absolutely pathetic. What a pathetic sight, like a stray dog." But Becusio paid no mind to the taunts, a true display of his unyielding spirit. With a look of pure determination, he told himself, "Just a little further, hang in there." Our protagonist painfully dragged himself forward, one agonizing step at a time. The necromancer continued his mockery, his voice dripping with scorn. "Ha, struggling is pointless. You're as good as dead. I'm going to end you right here. There's no escape." But Becusio thought otherwise. A smirk played on his lips as he declared with absolute confidence, "I've already won. You've lost. The distance between me and the necromancer is 13 meters, a perfect range. This means I don't have to cancel the momentum of my flash step, which is absolutely perfect." While the necromancer was still trying to figure out what Becusio was plotting, his eyes suddenly shot wide open in sheer terror, as if he had just seen a ghost. In less than 1 second, Becusio had already flash-stepped right in front of the necromancer, moving with lightning speed. Our hero gritted his teeth, pushing through the agonizing pain in his leg. He poured every last ounce of his strength into his blade and delivered the final, fatal blow, piercing straight through the necromancer's heart, a flawless finisher. Blood sprayed everywhere in a gruesome display. At that very moment, back with Becusio's teammates, the attacking skeleton soldiers abruptly froze in place, stunning everyone. It was simply unbelievable. The entire skeleton army disintegrated into dust, vanishing as if they had never been there at all. Witnessing this, the spiky-haired upperclassman's eyes went wide with astonishment as he stammered, "Don't tell me Becusio actually defeated the necromancer. That's impossible." As if waking from a terrible nightmare, Reiki's knees gave out and she collapsed to the ground in shock. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she mumbled, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "I can't believe it. Becusio actually defeated a 5th-level necromancer. It's a miracle." Her words acted like a starting gun, and a wave of relief washed over everyone. It felt like they had been brought back from the brink of death, reborn. The entire group erupted in joyous cheers, shouting in unison, "We survived! We're alive! We made it!" Even though none of them could fathom how a first-year student managed to defeat a necromancer, it didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered was that they were all still alive. All they knew was the simple fact that they were alive. That single truth filled their hearts, and the feeling was absolutely incredible. Someone was even cheering through tears of joy, completely overcome with emotion. Cutting back to our protagonist, Becusio. After taking down the necromancer, he finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed on the ground, completely spent. A moment later, he slowly came to, panting heavily. The exhaustion was written all over his face as he thought, "I'm so tired, I just want to go home. I can't stand being here another second." Shortly after, magic knights from Stella Academy arrived at the cemetery to assess the situation and escorted the entire group back to campus. It had been one heck of an ordeal. The moment he got back to the academy, our protagonist was immediately summoned and reprimanded by Professor Lai, who called him out in a stern voice. "Becusio, you told me you were going to train somewhere with scenic mountains and fresh air, but instead you ended up in a graveyard. You lied to me. I suppose the air in the cemetery must have been quite refreshing, wasn't it? Or perhaps you just have a peculiar taste for its aroma. Having no excuse for Professor Lai's sarcastic remarks, Baek Yuseo simply bowed his head and apologized, his voice filled with regret. I'm sorry, sir. I only got off the transport because I had a feeling something was wrong. I didn't do it intentionally. The professor nodded, his tone softening slightly. I understand your reasoning. However, rules are rules. You will be punished, and there will be no exceptions, so don't even try to plead your case. That being said, the fact that you didn't hesitate to rush into battle to protect your friends, even if it meant breaking Stella Academy's regulations, is a commendable act. You're a good student. You did an excellent job. The school will grant you a well-deserved reward and bonus points for your bravery. Just you wait. And don't you forget it. Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor. You're the best. With that, Professor Lai turned and walked away, likely off to handle other matters. He left our protagonist standing there alone, who sighed thoughtfully. Well, I guess I should get going too. No reason to just stand here. The doctor said it'll take a few days for my thigh to heal, so I'd better get some proper rest or I'll never hear the end of it. As he was walking and lost in thought, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind, as soft as a whisper of wind. Baek Yuseo whipped his head around, wondering if someone was here to thank him or maybe to collect a debt. It turned out to be none other than the female lead, Izone, a girl as beautiful as she was talented. In the story, Izone was the kind of girl who always wore a radiant smile, like a true angel. No matter how heavy the burden on her shoulders, she always stood strong and overcame every hardship. A truly resilient individual. She was an absolutely incredible character, loved by all. Noticing Baek Yuseo just staring at her, Izone spoke up, her voice as gentle as a soft breeze. I'm truly grateful for your help today. You're my savior. Our protagonist replied lightly, his tone full of humor. All right. Just treat me to a meal next time, or I won't let you off the hook. But Izone's expression didn't look so good. Something was clearly on her mind. She thought to herself, her face a mask of contemplation, that there was one thing she learned from this event, no, even from before, a very expensive lesson. And that lesson was that there are countless people in this world more outstanding than she is. She's just a single grain of sand in a desert. Until now, she'd always considered herself a peerless genius, second to none. That belief hadn't changed, and she was still just as confident. However, it wasn't until she enrolled at Stella Academy that she realized the truth. This world is vast, filled with truly extraordinary people, and she had just been a frog in a well. She came to Stella Academy with the goal of becoming the absolute best, someone no one could ever surpass. But she was starting to realize this was no easy feat. In fact, it was incredibly difficult. Unexpectedly, Izone spoke up, her voice filled with curiosity. Could I ever do something like that? If I try my best, can I be like you? Or is that impossible? This question caught our protagonist completely off guard, and he began to panic internally, his face etched with worry. This was bad. The Izone he knew from before would never have asked such a question. Something was definitely wrong. Perhaps Izone had become like this because of him. Had he done something wrong? In the original story, Izone was meant to face all the trials a main character must endure, and by some miracle, she always managed to pull through. She was truly exceptional. The Necromancer's raid was supposed to be just like that, no different. Izone should have managed the situation with a strategy she devised herself, and through those efforts, she would have turned the tide. What a brilliant person. However, due to his interference, Izone only experienced the hardship of the trial without any of the plot developments involving her overcoming the so-called adversity. Talk about bad luck. As it stood, she was still relying on those around her instead of solving things herself. So, no matter how many incidents she went through, Izone's spirit remained as fragile as a delicate flower. The protagonist was momentarily stumped on how to answer her. It was a tough question. Spouting empty platitudes would only hurt Izone more and wouldn't help at all. Therefore, Baek Yuseo decided to speak from the bottom of his heart, offering her some sincere advice. You don't need to ask me that. You've already shown you can do things that others thought were impossible. You've accomplished something extraordinary. That in itself is a miracle, your success. You should be confident. Hearing this, Izone was taken aback, her voice full of curiosity. How could you know that? Do you have superpowers or something? Our protagonist replied softly, his voice full of warmth. Because I've always been watching you. I know what kind of person you are. This answer only made Izone more flustered, her mind probably racing. Her cheeks suddenly turned a shade of crimson from embarrassment, which was actually quite adorable. Seeing Izone's reaction, the protagonist froze, his mind screaming in panic. Hold on, doesn't that make me sound like a total stalker? Oh, crap. What on earth did I just say? I'm such an idiot. Flustered, the protagonist quickly said his goodbyes and bolted like a thief. Well, I'll be going now. See you. Only now could our protagonist finally breathe a sigh of relief, feeling like he'd just dodged a bullet. Oh man, he'd almost gotten himself into some serious hot water. That was way too close for comfort. On the other side, Izone was left pondering Bekuseo's earlier words, her mind clearly in a whirl. He said he's always been watching me. Was he just joking? Never before had anyone cared for the child of a traitor like her. She was nothing more than an outcast. Even when people did pay attention, their only goal was to scrutinize and criticize her flaws, not to show genuine concern. Nobody truly cared about her. She was completely alone. And yet, that person said he had always been watching her? Could she have misheard? The boy Bekuseo's words had pierced through Izone's icy heart like a warm ray of sunshine, flowing through her veins and embedding themselves in her mind, impossible to forget. She could feel her heart thumping in her chest as a new flame began to grow within her. It was a strange and unfamiliar feeling. Her passion for magic and the goals she thought she had lost were suddenly reawakened, as if reborn. Before Izone even realized it, the sun was peeking over the horizon, marking the start of a new day. A new day dawned upon the city, a place bustling with life and energy. And within it lay a place where the world's most exceptional mages gathered. The powerful Magic Council. A place where people are so hopelessly devoted to magic, they're practically addicted. And right here, a momentous event is about to unfold, one that has captured everyone's attention. The entire crowd is buzzing about the shocking news. Students from Stella Academy have actually taken down a level 5 Necromancer. This sounds completely insane. What era are we in for a Necromancer to just show up? Is this some kind of sick joke? You're telling me those dark mages haven't actually faded into history? Are they plotting something? It's sensational news. But the fact that Stella Academy students defeated a level 5 Necromancer is 100% true. No doubt about it. Listening to the rampant rumors about the Necromancer, Bekuseo thought to himself, a completely baffled look on his face. It's just an award ceremony, yet the Ministry of Magic, reporters, and even nobles are here. Talk about overkill. They're definitely blowing this out of proportion, or something shady is going on. Wait a minute, why does Princess Hongpyeong look so thrilled? Did she win the lottery or something? She's practically beaming over there. Sensing Bekuseo's gaze, Hongpyeong turned, her expression instantly turning ice cold as she snapped. What's with the annoying stare? What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful girl before. Our protagonist stammered awkwardly. It's nothing. I was just spacing out. Just then, Professor Lee Hangwoon faced the crowd and boomed with an authoritative voice. Everyone, silence. Settle down. A solemn atmosphere filled the hall. Today, the 13 golden faces of bravery, the ones who carried the team against the Dark Mage, would be called to receive their rewards. The prestige of this reward is further amplified by the fact that the principal himself will be presenting it to you. This shocking revelation left all 13 rookies completely stunned, floored, and utterly bewildered, especially Bekuseo. He never in his wildest dreams imagined that the one presenting the award would be Elman Elwin, a level 9 mage, a living legend, and a pillar of humanity. The appearance of Elman Elwin, a familiar NPC from the game who's basically a main character, made the ceremony even more hype. Despite having grinded for 300 years, his appearance was totally age-defying, looking like he was in his late teens, always with a radiant smile. But behind that deceptively innocent exterior lay the overwhelming power of the world's most OP mage, a man with a nickname that sends shivers down your spine, the Destructive Murderer. While everyone was still trying to process this, Elman Elwin gracefully glided past each student, patting them on the shoulder in encouragement. You all did very well. Continue to strive and be brave in the future. Then, the revered headmaster's dignified steps brought him closer to where Bekuseo stood. His eyes were as clear as a child's, can you believe it? This was a 300-year-old headmaster who looked even younger than his students. Even so, standing before him, our protagonist felt a suffocating pressure, unconsciously gulping hard. Just a single glance could put on this much pressure. He was mentally shook. This was the power of a level 9. Something only 10 people in the entire world possessed. No, I can't back down now. The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The headmaster seemed to notice how wound up he was, and with a gentle smile, he spoke. Still working as hard as ever, I see. Just as I expected. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving our hero with a giant question mark floating above his head. Huh? What did he mean by that? A moment later, the announcer's voice echoed, signaling that the awards ceremony had officially wrapped up. Back in his dorm, Bekuseo stared at the check in his hand, attached to the certificate, his jaw practically on the floor as he exclaimed, Whoa, they gave me $5 million in prize money. This is absolutely next level. With this kind of cash, I probably won't have to worry about money for a long, long time. Even in his wildest dreams, our protagonist couldn't have imagined the Academy would be so generous, handing out such a massive sum. Of course, this amount might be pocket change for the rich kids like Hongbi, Zeon, or HAE, and the rest of that crowd. But for those in dire straits like Big U, Sun, or I, Zone, this was an absolutely massive jackpot. Furthermore, the final boss reward from this incident's prize pool was the Necromancer's mana vessel, which could be considered the very heart of a Necromancer. The MC muttered to himself that while it was a bit tricky for now, with Antarisa, he'd soon create a personal dimension, and then carrying items would be a piece of cake, right? However, to do that, he first had to solve the chaotic algorithm's formula. Fortunately, the other students happily gave up their slots, letting him breathe a huge sigh of relief. Next up were the system rewards. Chapter 4. The Necromancer's Raid was now complete. You have received a large amount of experience. Due to the unique progression of the story, you will receive an additional reward from the Constellatio project. The rewards included 1. A list version of items used in-game, 2. A demo version of skills acquired in-game, and 3. Experience points. Reading the info, he was completely floored that such a reward even existed. It wasn't that he disliked it, but he was gradually realizing how pathetic his current abilities were. So he desperately needed this kind of compensation. Therefore, he really had to weigh his options, he thought. The most crucial thing right now was still skills, so he decided to dump the points into the Blink skills experience. Through the last battle, he had realized just how pathetically weak he was. Trying to keep up with the others was pointless. He had to get ahead using the knowledge he already possessed. Once the selection was complete, the system announced that the reward had been bestowed. The Blink skills experience was now full, and the skill had been upgraded. Blink was now level 2, with a maximum range of 12 meters, a maximum of 3 charges, and a 3-second cooldown. The main character could clearly feel the change within himself. Although the distance didn't increase, it was still the same. It was more than enough for now. Big U-Sun clenched his fist in joy. The number of Blink charges had finally increased to 3. I can use Blink way more freely now. With some free time in the afternoon, his thoughts immediately turned to the next problem. Izone's situation was a bit of a mess. Originally, Izone grew up facing all sorts of hardships and adversities, but it seemed she was quite culture-shocked by the Necromancer incident that day. As he recalled, the original scenario was even more pathetic than this current version, and not by a small margin either. Next up is Izone, he thought, wanting to give her a little push so the top-tier, brilliant talent she didn't even know she had could finally be unleashed. The scene shifts to the dark meditation class, where Izone was also present. She seemed to be drifting in a dream world, floating in mid-air, and it felt pretty good. A cold breeze blew past, and she felt as if something was stuck deep inside her. Izone tried to push it out again and again, but it was an auto-fail every time. She was startled by someone's voice calling, "Student Izone." She hastily looked around and saw the other students sitting cross-legged in meditation, just like her. Izone thought to herself, "Huh? Did I just completely doze off?" A translucent butterfly fluttered past Izone's hand, carrying the professor's voice. "Izone, why are you using magic during meditation? Just look above your head," the voice said. Hearing this, she looked up, her eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, a lone pillar of ice was floating in the air, not far from her. She had used magic without any conscious effort. Izone was stunned, thinking, wait a minute, when did I even create this? I didn't perform any formulas or calculations. Luckily, the other students didn't seem to have noticed. Even for first circle magic, you still have to feel the flow of mana, right? If this was truly the effect of meditation, then Big U-Sun, who introduced her to it, had made her extremely curious. She had been a bit hesitant at first, but surprisingly, the effect wasn't just okay, it was absolutely amazing. The other students meditating seemed to be distracted by other thoughts or were simply dozing off. But whenever they cleared their minds and truly meditated, their concentration would skyrocket at lightning speed, and their spellcasting abilities would improve dramatically. Could it be that Big U-Sun had planned all of this? A short while later, the meditation session came to an end, and the students shuffled off in a crowd to get lunch. Instead of heading to the cafeteria, Izone chose her own menu, a single red bean bun. As she ate, she thought with delight, thanks to the reward money, I can afford this cream-filled red bean bun worth 1,500 credits. What a happy ending. Suddenly, a voice spoke from beside her. "Hello, Izone." Her eyes were met with the sight of Prince Jeremy Skelvin, and he was even smiling gently, looking genuinely cheerful. His sparkling smile wasn't exactly manly, but it had a pure, adorable quality that made her heart flutter. Then, Jeremy Skelvin's smile widened as he continued. "Have you joined any clubs yet?" Izone, slightly surprised, replied, No, I haven't joined any clubs at all. Jeremy Skelvin added. Really? In that case, why not join our club? Of course, Izone wasn't naive enough to accept such a sweet deal out of the blue. There had to be a catch hidden behind this generosity. She had to be sure first. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, "What's the condition?" Jeremy Skelvin just smiled and said, "There are no special conditions. It's simple. I just like you." But that answer only made Izone more suspicious, especially for a woman like her, as Izone was undeniably a captivating girl. She was a prodigy among prodigies, having reached level 3 at just 17, not to mention her rather impressive figure. However, on the flip side, the title daughter of a traitor stuck to her like glue, so no one wanted to be associated with her. But Prince Jeremy Skelvin was different. He had to have a reason for approaching her. Izone thought to herself, "What a snake, he's clearly trying to make me his trophy." Seeing Izone still hesitating, Jeremy Skelvin leaned in closer and added, "Oh my, you don't believe me? Izone, I'm really not setting any conditions. All you have to do is join my club and stay by my side, and I'll do everything for you. You know who I am, after all." More than anyone, Izone was a sharp girl, so she knew better. The Scanban Empire was currently at war with the Adalebit Kingdom, and with Crown Prince Jeremy's power, her currently unbearable life could finally come to an end. She wouldn't have to get excited over a simple red bean bun, nor would she have to endure the humiliation of being a traitor's daughter. Even though she knew she shouldn't, at that thought, she stammered, "I." The moment Izone opened her mouth to speak, her eyes vacant, Jeremy Skelvin couldn't help but smile, sensing his goal was within reach. But just then, someone's hand shot up. Without a word, Fulham walked over and suddenly landed a resounding slap across Izone's cheek. The unexpected blow left both her and the prince completely frozen, with no clue what was going on. In stark contrast to her bewildered face, a torrent of harsh words poured from Fulham. "You piece of trash!" Her eyes blazing with fury, Fulham unloaded on her. "You said you wanted to be with me, but now you're sneaking around flirting with someone else? You clearly said you liked me, and now you're trying to back out on me?" Before Izone could even process what was happening, Fulham grabbed her by the wrist and started dragging her away. "Come with me. We need to talk." And just like that, Fulham quickly pulled Izone away, leaving the prince bewildered but also a little intrigued by this girl with such an explosive personality. A moment later, behind the school campus, Fulham let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, that was a close call." Izone, still utterly confused, replied, "What was that about? What did you need to talk to me about?" Fulham continued, "Anyway, you should thank me. If you'd rejected him without a good reason, that guy would have pestered you for the rest of your life. Sorry for hitting you, I'm out." With that, Fulham gave a wave and left, leaving Izone standing there completely dumbfounded, still trying to figure out what just happened. Meanwhile, as Fulham walked away, she thought, "I did the right thing, didn't I?" If Izone had fallen for that club offer, she would have been completely destroyed by Jeremy. He would have hurled all sorts of insults and spread rumors, so humiliating a woman couldn't even speak of them. Even the achievements Izone earned on her own would have been completely ignored. After that, Izone's depression would have gotten progressively worse. I tried not to meddle with the story's plot, but seeing that tragedy, I think interfering sometimes isn't so bad. Even with temporary amnesia about the future, she was still trying her best to change the events that remained hazy in her memory. Fulham suddenly glanced back, a little worried. "But I wonder, will he see through my act?" Cut to Jeremy Skelvin's room, where he was sitting and enjoying a fragrant cup of tea, lost in thought, muttering to himself, "Fulham, was it? How cute. The way she tries to hide her feelings in front of me. Now this is interesting, way better than Izone. I want her." And just like that, the prince had switched his target to someone else. Cut to the next day, as the sun rose and a new day began. Inside a classroom, the voice of instructor Lee Han-gan could be heard. "Starting today, we will begin our simulated monster combat practice. In this practical exam, your targets will no longer be the usual weak, level 1 or level 2 monsters. Instead, you'll be facing mid-tier, level 3 monsters, creatures that are infinitely more dangerous and tougher to handle. I know that an ordinary student can't solo such powerful monsters, so the objective this time is to form teams, find the monster's weakness, and take it down using your group strategy. The specific regulations have been distributed. From now on, you may move around and select a mid-tier monster as your target. Additionally, you will have ample time to practice with that monster. Make your way to the Stella Dome. To the north lies a valley of fire, to the south a sea of ice, to the west a barren desert, while the east holds a swamp shrouded in thickets. Therefore, your task is to scout these terrains, find the one that best suits your team's composition, and hunt down a mid-tier monster compatible with your group's fighting style before eliminating it. Class A and Class S will be participating in this practical exercise together. The evaluation test will commence in 4 days. You will then perform a live combat demonstration against the monster you've prepared for. Form teams of no more than 6 members and submit your rosters to me. Hearing this, Izone was left standing awkwardly alone. No one even glanced her way to form a team. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she thought, "Professor, I absolutely despise group projects. This practical evaluation is insanely important. If I don't get a good score, I can kiss my scholarship goodbye. Without that scholarship money, I'll be forced to juggle my studies with a part-time job, grinding away on weekends and during the holidays. As a result, my study time will completely evaporate, and the path to securing future scholarships will become a distant dream. My magical progress will nosedive, and a grim future will be all that awaits me. I have to push myself harder." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd in front of her snapped her out of her thoughts. "Princess, would you do me the honor of joining my team?" Her train of thought shattered. Izone instinctively looked up, only to see a massive crowd of students swarming around Princess Hongbi Xian. They were all desperately trying to one-up each other, pleading their cases for why they were the best choice. Just as you'd expect from a royal princess, countless students flocked to her, giving Princess Hongbi Xian her pick of the litter for teammates. But in stark contrast to that lively scene, Izone stood completely isolated, not a single person even considering approaching her. A flicker of envy crossed her face as she watched Hongbi Xian, thinking to herself, "Before Adol Levitt wiped out my family, I was surrounded by the exact same kind of flattery. The two of them had started from such similar places, back when the Morph family, with their ice attribute, was still at its zenith, rivals to the royal Adol Levitt family and their fire attribute. During the era when these two families vied for dominance over the magical world, they were locked in a tense power struggle, a perfect stalemate where neither side could gain an upper hand. It was into this very rivalry that Bai, Xion, and Izone were born, two children blessed with prodigious, innate talent. While Izone could conjure a needle made of pure ice, Hongbi Xion could create a flame from her fingertip. This wasn't something you could simply chalk up to being fully skilled. To be able to wield magic from the moment they were born, despite never having been taught, was truly a gift from the heavens. It was a power that promised they could one day reach the celestial plane, a realm that every mage on Earth yearns to attain. The entire world craved that kind of absolute power, and so, all eyes were fixed upon Izone and Hongbi Xion. They confidently embraced their reality as the chosen ones, born into the most noble magical clans, and blessed with the kind of talent every other mage could only dream of possessing. Izone had once firmly believed she was destined to become a legendary mage, right up until the day the Adol Levitt royal family utterly annihilated her clan. At that thought, she clenched her fists. "No need to get heated," she told herself. "Back then, I truly believed I was the chosen one. But now, can I truly get my revenge on Adol Levitt?" Lost in her own turbulent thoughts, Izone stood there in a daze. And just as the seeds of anxiety began to sprout in her heart, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Hey, are you all alone?" The newcomer was none other than our main character, Big E.W. Sun. Seeing his cheerful face, Izone let out a sigh and asked, "What is it?" Hearing those words, Baek Yusun knew his timing was perfect. Isoi's confidence hadn't been completely overshadowed by darkness yet, and this was the prime moment for him to help her reclaim it and shine like a deity before all the mages of Stella Academy. With that thought, our protagonist flashed a brilliant smile, pointed to himself, and said, "You should team up with me." Over on her side, Princess Hongbi Yan quickly noticed Baek Yusan's arrival. She felt a pang of disappointment, thinking, "Is that really Baek Yusan?" She couldn't help but wonder why he'd pick Izoi as a partner when he had a plethora of other choices. Meanwhile, Izone was completely stunned. She asked Big EW, "Sun again, did you just say, form a team?" "Big EW," Sun calmly explained. "You know there's no rule about a minimum number of members, right? But we can form a small team and still get bonus points." Hearing this, Izone was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you crazy? How could the two of us possibly take on a medium-sized, level 3 monster?" Even as she said it, her mind was unconsciously being won over. A thought surfaced for some absurd reason. If she was with Big EW, Sun, she believed they could actually pull it off. Seeing that she didn't refuse, our protagonist flashed a confident smile and asked, "So, are you in or out?" His question made Izone freeze for a full 5 seconds. After a moment of deep thought, she finally nodded. "I'm in. It's not like I have anyone else to team up with anyway." Big EW. Sun laughed at her response. "Haha, that's the perfect decision. I'll go submit our names now." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Izone to watch his retreating back. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. Izone was quite surprised by the person's sudden appearance. Hongbi Xian stood before her, arms crossed with an annoyed expression, and snapped. Hey! Startled, Izone replied. What do you want? If you're trying to start something with me. But before she could finish, Hongbi Xian cut her off. What nonsense are you spouting? You should worry about yourself, you shameless pig in human skin. Hongbi Xian's scornful words felt like salt in a wound to Izone. Then, Hongbi Xian turned on her heel and walked away. It finally dawned on Izone. Hongbi Xian hadn't approached her out of fear of her potential, but simply because she had snatched Big EW, Sun, from under her nose. Realizing this truth, Izone clenched her fists and let out a bitter laugh. It turned out that in Hongbi Xian's eyes, she was completely invisible. Hongbi Xian continued walking, fuming to herself. This is infuriating. Am I really going to lose to a failure and a commoner? I can team up with anyone, but I need at least a top-tier knight to make it worthwhile. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, and her attention locked onto Ma Yu Xiong. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached him as he was debating whether to go solo. Seeing the princess, he asked, Hello, princess. Is there something I can help you with? Hongbi Xian replied, Have you formed a team yet? A bit surprised, Ma Yu Xiong answered, Not yet. I was planning on going alone. Alone? Hongbi Xian was slightly taken aback but quickly composed herself and said, Then team up with me. Ma Yu Xiong smirked slightly and replied, Is that really necessary? It was a clear rejection, but Hongbi Xian wasn't one to give up easily. I think so, she said. Big EU, Sun and Izone have already formed a team. You know the fewer members a team has, the bigger the bonus, right? Hongbi Xian glanced towards Big EU, Sun's team, and Ma Yu Xiong followed her gaze to see the two chatting cheerfully. Hongbi Xian continued, I don't think they're aiming for ordinary medium-sized monsters, but for special medium and large ones. I'll ask again, will you team up with me? Ma Yu Xiong considered it. Even though he knew Hongbi Xian was goading him, the challenge of facing Big EU, San's team awakened his competitive spirit. Finally, he smiled and said, I see. That actually sounds pretty interesting. I've been wanting to test my skills against Big EU, Sun, for a while now. Let's turn the tables on them. Hearing this, Hongbi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said, All right, I'm counting on you then. She shot a sharp glare towards Izoni and Big EU. Sun, thinking to herself, Just you wait. This time, I'll wipe both of you out. Time passed, and after 4 days of preparation, the monster simulation battle was officially underway. The voice of instructor Li Han-gon rang out. All right. We will now begin the evaluation test for Class S and Class A. They had the right to choose the monster they wanted to face, with difficulties ranging from a walk in the park to an absolute nightmare. While Fo Lem was warming up, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Oh, Team 16 chose a Mu Cray Ka? That medium-sized monster looks like a pretty easy target. Fo Lem strengthened her resolve, thinking, It's fine. I've trained thoroughly for this. Even though I can't hunt special monsters for attribute bonuses, or take on the large special ones, as long as I can take down this level 3 medium monster by myself, it'll be enough to get the maximum score. Normally, it takes 5 level 1 mages just to handle a single level 1 medium monster, and if you can leverage advantages like elemental counters, deep experience, and a favorable environment, then taking down even higher level monsters is well within reach. But since I use light-based magic, which doesn't counter any specific attribute, I'll just have to make do with what I have. Fo Lem decided to forget about the special or high-level monsters and just focus on achieving a high score with her own abilities. While waiting for her turn, Fo Lem suddenly caught sight of Izone. She recalled from the original novel that Izone had been pressured by Princess Hongbi Xian and her clique, making it impossible for her to train or find a team. Ultimately, Izone had to take the test alone and ended up with a disastrous score, not even high enough to secure a scholarship. After that, Izone had to work part-time jobs just to get by, enduring all sorts of humiliation and oppression from other students. This situation caused her magic to stagnate, and her spirit was gradually crushed. But now, things had turned a new page. The appearance of Fo Lem and Big EU, Sun, transmigrators from the future, had completely altered the original storyline. Big EU, Sun chose to team up with Izone, despite his goldfish memory preventing him from remembering anything about his past. But thanks to this kindness and patience, Izone's future was looking brighter than ever. Just then, a loud explosion boomed, snapping Fo Lem back to reality. Looking toward the arena, she saw the monster had been defeated. Professor Li Han-gon announced, Team 16 has completed their test. Good work, everyone. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Fo Lem knew her turn was coming up. Her heart began to pound faster with a mix of excitement and resolve. After congratulating the group that had just finished their exam, the instructor announced that Group 17 was up next. Hearing the call, Fo Lem immediately shouted her response. Yes, I'm on my way. She quickly moved toward the testing platform, heading to where the two main protagonists, Big E, Yu, Zon, and Izone, were standing. She walked past both of them with a cold demeanor. But, as luck would have it, while passing them, Fo Lem accidentally stepped on her own shoelace, causing her to lose balance and tumble forward. In that heart-stopping moment, an arm from behind grabbed her by the collar, saving her from a painful fall. The sight of a small, adorable girl dangling from someone's hand sent the audience into fits of laughter. Roars of amusement echoed through the stands. Ha ha ha, she's so chibi. That girl is even shorter than my little sister. And the one holding Fo Lem's collar was none other than Big EU Zon. The male lead asked a bit sheepishly, "Are you okay?" Fo Lem was utterly speechless, flustered at being held by the collar like a little kid. A moment later, Big EU Zon let her go. Fo Lem shyly turned back to thank him. Big EU. Zon pointed to her feet and said, "It's no problem, you should tie your shoelace." Looking down, Fo Lem noticed that one of her laces was a tangled mess. She vaguely remembered that Jackie had tied them securely for her earlier. Seeing Fo Lem fumbling with it, Big EU Zon offered to help, but she quickly refused and fixed it herself. She thought to herself, "Good thing Jack stepped in, otherwise I would have completely bombed this test." After retying her shoelace, Fo Lem stepped onto the testing platform, her posture radiating confidence. Seeing her standing alone, the audience began to murmur, "Is she by herself? Seems like it, but there's no way she's planning to solo a mid-tier monster all alone." Some of the male students exchanged glances, whispering about those individuals who couldn't form teams because they were social outcasts. In the world of magic, they said, interpersonal relationships were paramount. Fo Lem's test began with her opponent, a mid-tier monster of immense size. Standing before it, Fo Lem was like a tiny ant, and the pressure it exuded was overwhelming. The surrounding chatter continued unabated, with some noting the monster had no special attributes, making it a simple case. Just then, the instructor's voice rang out, "All right, Group 17, your test begins now." The very instant the instructor gave the signal to start, the monster lunged at Fo Lem with lightning speed. But Fo Lem stood her ground and focused on her incantation, ignoring the worried chatter from the stands. Look how clumsy and rushed she was just now. How could she possibly handle this on her own? As she completed the spell, whispering like petals on the wind, a golden magic circle appeared beneath her feet. Fo Lem's eyes blazed with determination, confident that she could pull this off. Powerful vines erupted from the ground, wrapping tightly around the monster's body, rendering it completely motionless. Next, Fo Lem cast a material transmutation spell, hardening the vines to be as tough as stone, causing the monster to weaken as its body trembled in helpless rage. But Fo Lem knew it wasn't enough to end it. She proceeded to summon 3 halos above her head, concentrating her power for a one-hit finishing blow. At that moment, the beast seemed to go berserk and flexed its muscles, causing cracks to spiderweb across the petrified vines, and just a second later, they shattered completely. The beast, now free from its restraints, charged forward again with ferocious, blood-red eyes, opening its massive maw wide to devour Fo Lem. At that exact instant, Fo Lem's spell took effect. A colossal beam of light shot out, piercing straight through the attacking monster, leaving a fatal, gaping hole in its body. As for Fo Lem, she was completely out of juice after using almost all of her mana, panting for breath. The giant monster was finally defeated, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that made the very earth tremble. Watching from afar, the students were utterly flabbergasted by the scene. The teachers and guests took off their glasses and put them back on, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The students who had previously mocked her were now dead silent. Whoa, that was unreal. Our group of 5 couldn't even take down one mid-tier monster. Just who is she? Instructor Lee Hongan announced that Group 17's test was complete and offered his praise to Fo Lem. She bowed in thanks and left the stage, thinking to herself with a sigh of relief. Phew, finally got through that. As Fo Lem was returning to her seat, she was startled by the appearance of someone. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief as she thought, "Am I seeing things?" Over on the other side, the students from the next group were stepping onto the field. The instructor's voice rang out, "We will now begin the examination for Group 31. And now, the next high-stakes match between 2 of the Academy's most powerful contenders is about to begin." All eyes are glued to the arena, especially those of the first-year students. They're screaming like they've just seen a K-pop idol. It's Princess Hongbi Xian. Princess Hongbi Xian of the Adelebathong royal family, and her partner is the top-ranked incoming student, Ma Yu Song. He's so handsome. How can someone be both that good-looking and that smart? This is going to be an epic performance. Go, Princess. Go, Obama Yu Seong. Over on the sidelines, Fo Lem leaned against the wall, thinking to herself that Hongbi Xian, who was supposed to team up with the 6 members of her own faction, was instead paired with Ma Yu Seong. In the original novel, these two characters never had any significant interaction, but now they're on the same team. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. What kind of bizarre combination was this? While Fo Lem was lost in her confusion, Hongbi Xian's team summoned a monster. Its body was covered in diamond-hard scales and coated in a layer of slime. It also had 2 fin-like wings, allowing it to fly, along with arms, legs, and a carp-like head, giving it a truly bizarre appearance. The students in the stands gasped in shock. Wait a minute, that's… no way. An illusion fish. My god, that's a special mid to large-sized monster. I can't believe they'd challenge a monster with such an impossible elemental disadvantage. Have they completely lost their minds? Several professors and mages in the audience quickly pulled out their magic charts to look up the magical attributes of Ma Yu Seong and Hongbi Xian. Many teams had already attempted to fight special mid-tier monsters, and every single one of them failed miserably. Not to mention, most of them fought with a magical advantage, yet Hongbi Xian's team is completely forfeiting that edge. This is clearly a play for the extra bonus points. Meanwhile, another part of the crowd was in awe. As expected of the princess of the Adelebathong Empire, she's absolutely top tier. Just finding an illusion fish is a challenge in itself. I can't believe they're going this big. According to the original novel, the attribute Princess Hongbi Xian could use was fire, while Ma Yu Seong could wield all 3: earth, lightning, and fire. However, those were just his secondary affinities. His true attribute was still a carefully guarded secret that Ma Yu Seong couldn't reveal. Therefore, he would always declare the attributes he was least confident in. The illusion fish, on the other hand, is a water-type monster, a variant known for its incredibly tough scales. They were once rulers of the sea, thanks to their high intelligence and vast numbers. But due to a curse cast centuries ago, they lost all their intellect and are now nothing more than simple beasts. However, these monsters still retain a special ability from their time as a dominant species: the power of flight. This makes the water-type monster completely immune to lightning magic, which is normally a critical weakness for flying creatures. Furthermore, the illusion fish has a natural advantage against the attributes Ma Yu Seong commonly uses. Not only are they targeting a special mid to large-sized monster that everyone else has failed against, but they're also giving up every single elemental advantage. It seems the two of them are aiming for a perfect score on this test, but that's a score they can only get if they actually succeed. While everyone was still buzzing with discussion, their homeroom teacher, Li Han Gon, gave the signal to start. The moment the signal was given, the fish monster shot high into the air and let out a roar. Its foul breath washed over the entire stadium. Watching the illusion fish draw closer, Hongbi Xian raised her staff and said, "Let's begin. Stick to the plan." Beside her, Ma Yu Seong nodded in reply. "Understood, princess." With that, he twirled his wand and began to back away. Watching from a distance, one student spoke up. "What are they doing?" The student next to him was just as confused, saying, "I thought they were going to attack, but why is the knight moving behind the mage? What in the world is going on?" As the audience focused on their performance, Ma Yu Seong suddenly used an acceleration spell and leaped forward into the air, intending to confront the illusion fish head-on. On another side, Doko John Wang stroked his chin as he observed Ma Yu Seong's confident and cool demeanor, remarking, "Oh? For a first-year student, his acceleration is quite impressive, isn't it?" Ban Jijian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this kid's got some real talent. But at that level, there's no way he can even touch that monster. Besides, acceleration can't be used in mid-air. What on earth is he planning?" In the next moment, a fireball cast by Hongbi Xian exploded precisely at Ma Yu Seong's position. After he had used acceleration, the shockwave from the blast propelled his body forward once more. Ma Yu Seong shot towards the monster like a rocket. Witnessing Team 31's coordination, the audience's jaws dropped at the display. Their teamwork is insane. This is unbelievable. As soon as he reached the illusion fish, Ma Yu Seong created a colossal stone fist in midair. He then slammed the giant's fist directly into the illusion fish's body, sending the monster plummeting to the ground at a terrifying speed. When the dust settled, the illusion fish lay motionless on the ground. The immense physical impact had shattered its tough scales. Without missing a beat, Ma Yu Seong continued to cast his magic. A blue magic circle appeared on the ground beneath it, and countless stone pillars erupted, pinning the monster down and rendering it immobile. However, Ma Yu Seong was not a control specialist mage. His magic was quickly shattered as the illusion fish flexed its power. Seeing his spell broken so easily, Ma Yu Seong, who had just landed, didn't seem angry at all. His purpose was simply to buy time, because Princess Hongbi Xian's ultimate destruction spell was now complete. Immediately after, A colossal fireball resembling a miniature sun slammed directly into the illusion fish's body, causing it to shriek in agony. What followed was an earth-shattering explosion that completely engulfed the surrounding area. Up in the stands, the students simply couldn't believe their eyes. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Good heavens, that was only a third-tier spell. How on earth could a single fire-type magic make it howl in agony like that? It was blindingly powerful. Seeing that the illusion fish wasn't completely down for the count, Ma Yusong unleashed a lightning-based spell. As the magic circle formed, he smirked. This is the end. The words had barely left his lips when a cylindrical bolt of lightning crashed down upon the illusion fish. Despite its natural water-type affinity, in the face of absolute power, such advantages become meaningless. Under the barrage of those two attacks, the illusion fish finally bit the dust. Its body slowly faded away, leaving nothing but sand and ashes on the arena floor. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd in the stands erupted with emotion. They applauded wildly and showered the duo with praise. The illusion fish had been taken down before it even had a chance to fight back. That's insane. This year's freshmen are on a whole other level. Especially that first-year girl from earlier who took down a mid-tier monster all by herself. She was incredible. These freshmen are no joke. Their skill level could easily match the third-year S-class seniors. For real? You bet. As their demonstration concluded, Hong Bi-yun and Ma Yuseong made their way back to their seats. Basking in the envious and admiring gazes from the entire crowd, Hong Bi-yun felt her confidence soar. She was on cloud 9 after that resounding victory, and that little flex of her power was just the icing on the cake. It was enough to make our dear princess believe she was, without a doubt, the main character of this entire evaluation. Casting a sideways glance at Baek Yuzan and Isoi's team, a single, bold question echoed in her mind. Do you really think you can top that? No matter what kind of monster you two choose, she thought, there's no way you can deliver a more spectacular performance than we did. Of course, these were just the self-aggrandizing thoughts swirling within the delicate mind of Princess Hong Bi-yun, for her ears only. However, when Baek Yuzan stepped onto the platform, a single request from him brought the entire stadium to a stunned, dead silence. Please, summon 5 monsters for me. Needless to say, every single jaw in the crowd hit the floor. As for Princess Hong Bi-yun, her face was a perfect picture of utter shock, bewilderment, and disbelief. While the princess desperately tried to maintain her classy composure, the other spectators had already started whispering amongst themselves. Did I just hear that right? Didn't every other team, aside from Princess Hong Bi-yun's and Flames group, need a full 5-person squad just to barely handle a single mid-tier monster? And now this duo is planning to take on 5 of them at once? You have got to be kidding me. I've heard the rumors about this Baek Yuzan guy, but is he completely out of his mind? At that moment, every single gaze in the stadium turned into a spotlight, focused squarely on our protagonist. Countless rays of ethereal blue light began to envelop the pair. And just like that, the summoning was complete. A whole pack of mid-tier monsters materialized in the arena, and they looked seriously intimidating. Our protagonist and Isoi were now completely surrounded by the horde of monsters. Standing in their midst, the two of them looked incredibly small and vulnerable, utterly dwarfed by the beasts. From their special vantage point, even the two examiners couldn't help but let out a gasp at the sight of such a formidable mob of monsters. Allow me to give you a quick rundown. According to the renowned monsterologist, Bazone, Baek Yuzan's team has summoned an all-star lineup, including the poisonous Haymara Dunfrog, a black sand bison, the dodo finch, a Nami Sim, and a rather formidable-looking bat. Princess Hong Bi-zion, standing nearby with a look of clear curiosity, turned to Ma Yuseong and asked, Hey Ma Yuseong, does anything stand out to you? Caught off guard, Ma Yuseong glanced at the princess before letting his eyes wander over the stands, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. The truth was, he had no idea. I'm just curious about what's going on inside Houston's head, and I've got to admit, I'm pretty excited to see what he's got planned. As the pack of monsters made their grand entrance, Teacher Lai, the one running the show, tossed out a rather pointed question. I just have one thing to ask. Who was it that decided on this particular monster formation? With a look of pure innocence, our main character, Baek Yuzan, coolly replied, That would be me. Hearing that a student had made this call himself, Teacher Lai decided to dig a little deeper. While a knight like you can easily rack up points in a scenario like this, the same can't be said for a bishop. I believe this strategy of yours might be asking too much of her. Just then, 5 monsters closed in, completely surrounding the pair. But ignoring all the worried and skeptical looks from the crowd, our main character simply flashed a radiant, confident smile. Not at all, sir. It might not be obvious, but the strategy I've chosen was designed specifically for the bishop. Isoi, his partner standing right beside him, was completely taken aback. But after hearing that firm response, something seemed to click for Teacher Lai. He nodded slowly. I see. All right then. In that case, let the trial begin. The moment the signal was given, the horde of monsters charged, swarming our hero and Isoi. Isoi was starting to look a little rattled. Our protagonist spoke gently, his voice calm and reassuring. You've got this, right? Isoi shot back with a confident, of course, but then she pouted, how am I supposed to trust you? That sounds completely absurd. To give his partner a much-needed morale boost, Beck Houston dropped a line that made Isoi freeze for a few seconds. I believe in you. Now that's what you call a top-tier buff coming from your own teammate. Isoi finally let out a sigh, her thoughts drifting as she processed his words. Beck Houston, you're a complete enigma. Her mind flashed back to that night. Isoi had been walking silently behind him, her head filled with a million questions, when she finally decided to break the heavy silence. Hey. Startled, he turned around and looked at her, a questioning look in his eyes. Yeah? Seizing the perfect opportunity now that they were alone, Isoi got straight to the point. Why me? Let's be honest, you're an incredibly skilled knight. You could have partnered up with anyone you wanted. Faced with such a difficult question from Isoi, Beck Houston looked completely flustered, scratching his head awkwardly. After struggling to find the right words, he finally managed to say, You're right, there are a lot of exceptionally talented people in our class. For instance, when it comes to raw fire magic, no one even comes close to Princess Hong Pyeongbong. And for sheer control, Flame is absolutely unmatched. Then there's Ma Yuzian, who's widely considered the strongest first-year student. And nobody would argue with that. And Hegug are both incredible single-target attackers who would have been perfect partners for me. It was clear our boy had done his homework on the entire class. Hearing all of this only made Isoi more confused. Then, why me? After that detailed breakdown, Beck Houston turned away from her, his voice steady as he said, Because I still felt that you were the best possible partner for me. That's the only reason. He then turned back to face her, breaking into a brilliant smile. All right, shall we get going? As expected, Isoi watched him walk away, an unconscious blush creeping onto her cheeks. It was the first time she'd ever seen him be so serious, yet still flash a smile like that. If he's being that sincere, she thought, then I feel like I have to step up even more. Back in the present, Isoi tightened her grip on the mystical staff, his words echoing in her mind. I still don't fully understand what he meant back then, but I know he chose me for a reason. And now, I'm going to show him he was right. With that, Isoi began to channel her power, magical energy swirling and condensing around her feet. Her staff began to vibrate, hovering in the air before her. She entered a state of deep concentration, releasing powerful torrents of mana as her eyes closed, allowing her to sense every minute shift in the air around her. They say that with great risk comes great opportunity, and it's in these moments that true talent can finally erupt. And up in the stands, the other students, their eyes glued to the fight, were definitely starting to notice something different about Isoi. One of the spectators was the first to shout it out. Wait a second, isn't that the supernatural resonance skill? Another student next to him immediately shot back. That's impossible. That's a unique ability that only manifests when a mage, level 6 or higher, enters a trance-like state, but there's a massive, critical flaw to that technique. If the caster loses their concentration for even a second, the flow of mana will instantly reverse. The consequences could be catastrophic, potentially leaving the user permanently crippled. But she's only a first-year student. While the crowd was still buzzing with debate, Isoi was completely enveloped by a brilliant aura of mana. In the middle of the arena, a breathtakingly beautiful flower of light began to bloom, leaving everyone utterly stunned. Beck Houston also turned his gaze toward Isoi, watching the miraculous transformation unfold. A flurry of calculations and analyses ran through his mind. Just as I thought, he mused. She really is the most promising candidate for the title of Winter Queen. A knowing smirk spread across his lips. All right then, let the real show begin. This was it. The epic clash between 2 first-year rookies and 5 mid-tier monsters. In this critical moment, the only thing they could rely on was themselves. Without a second of hesitation, Beck Houston charged straight ahead. Activating a flash step, the sword in his hand gleamed, radiating an overwhelming main character aura. He unleashed a single slash, aiming directly for one of the monster's underbelly. His focus was razor-sharp. His skill on full display as a long gash was carved into the poison frog. Feeling the bone-deep agony, the poison frog let out a horrifying shriek. Noticing that things were going according to plan, our hero glanced to the side. Objective 1, neutralizing the poison frog, was complete. The next phase of the plan involved the black sand bull, he thought. All of a sudden, the bull whipped its head around to look at the screaming frog, its eyes glowing a furious, blood red. This time, its target was the frog, not our protagonist. The bull took a deep breath, its front hooves digging into the ground. As if reading its opponent's mind, Beck Eugene cracked a smile, his mind continuing its calculations. Excellent, just as I predicted. The way to deal with 5 mid-tier monsters at once was to create a special atmosphere, one that would turn them into enemies of one another. The battle grew hotter, becoming breathtakingly intense and dramatic. Witnessing this once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, every student in the stands was completely floored, their jaws on the ground. Before them was the sight of 5 monsters tearing each other to shreds. They began to mutter, "Good heavens, what in the world is happening? I can't believe my eyes. Are they actually turning on each other?" Seeing that his plan was on the right track, Beck Eugene flashed a victor's grin. It's just as I predicted. The plan to make them hostile and eliminate each other has succeeded. To put it more elegantly, this is the classic borrow a blade to slay an enemy tactic. It's one of those underhanded yet highly effective tricks people use, harnessing the power of others to defeat your opponents without having to lift a finger yourself. Beck Eugene continued to reason that professional gamers in Ezergord had once racked their brains, trying to figure out how a party of newbies could possibly deal with a horde of powerful monsters. After countless trials, they finally found the solution, exploiting the unique characteristics and attributes of the monsters. He began to break down his masterful plan. First, when I attacked and injured the poison frog, or Meridon, its wound began to emit a red light. This light triggers the frenzied attack instincts of the black sand bull. Afterwards, the black sand bull will kick up sand all around it as it moves. When the sand makes contact with the Nami slime, it will feel irritated and produce a massive amount of water to keep its skin moisturized. Perfect. The plan is still proceeding smoothly. Thanks to the barrier around the simulation stage, the water is rising very quickly. As if suddenly remembering something, Beck Euston glanced at the black bird, a wicked smile playing on his lips. And now, it's your turn. He continued to reveal his plan. One of the Caden bird's unique traits is that when it senses moisture, it lets out a piercing shriek with a range of over 7 octaves. Once the water rises to a certain level, the Caden bird will become agitated and unleash that ear-splitting sound. And finally, that will provoke the sensitive bat, a species that is incredibly sensitive to sound, causing it to go berserk and relentlessly attack the enemy. And just like that, the piercing shriek sent the bat into a rage. It launched itself at the Caden bird, beating it senseless with a barrage of punches, kicks, and claws the whole 9 yards. A kick delivered at the speed of light warped the Caden bird's face and sent it tumbling backward. By some magical twist of fate, the Caden bird's body slammed right into the water monster, making it absolutely furious. Next, the Nami didn't hesitate to splash a whole wave of water into the Caden bird's face. You'd think the bird would retaliate, but instead, it whipped around to glare at the bat with pure murder in its eyes. The bat wasn't one to back down either, glaring right back as if to say, "I'm right here. You want a piece of me? Come and get it." As a result, the 2 monsters threw themselves at each other for hundreds of rounds, with no clear winner. One by one, the other monsters also began to find their own matchups and attack each other, creating a scene of unprecedented chaos. In the stands, the scholars and professors couldn't hide their astonishment. One of them couldn't hold back and exclaimed aloud, "Absolutely incredible. How could that student, Beck Euston, possibly know all the characteristics and weaknesses of those 5 monsters? Even I, a scholar specializing in monsterology, would have never conceived of such a plan. They're reckless and impulsive. Yet there's something to be learned from their approach." Suddenly, a female professor chimed in. "I have to agree with your assessment. They are indeed reckless, utterly insane. But what truly astounds me is Isel's incredible focus. To maintain such a stable flow of mana while those monsters are tearing each other apart, that's a level of concentration that's simply out of this world. I believe she must have placed her absolute, unwavering trust in her knight." Up on the simulation platform, the monsters were still going absolutely wild, locked in a chaotic free-for-all, oblivious to everything else. At the epicenter, dust and sand swirled into a thick cloud as the water level rose, and a crimson light grew ever more blinding. And in the middle of that pandemonium, Beck Euston was perfectly executing his role as a knight, performing at the absolute peak. True to the title of a knight, his duty was to protect and intercept any threat until his long-range mage finished casting her spell. Whenever a monster foolishly turned its attention towards Isel, Beck Euston would instantly flash to her side. With his razor-sharp sword, he'd deliver a swift slash to its ankle, sending the beast tumbling backward. And just as the chimera struggled back to its feet, it would be swarmed by the other monsters before it even knew what hit it. Beck soon realized things were getting dicey, as his interventions had now drawn the ire of the entire monster horde. Our protagonist quickly fell back into position, continuing his duty as the model knight. Suddenly, his sixth sense screamed a warning of imminent danger, and Beck Euston's eyes shot wide open as he saw it. A massive boulder hurtling directly towards Isel. Isel was still immobile, deep in the process of channeling her resonance mana. Without a shred of hesitation, Baek Yulson used his flash step to intercept. With a display of divine skill, he cleaved the massive boulder clean in two with a single swing of his sword. Witnessing Baek Yulson's classic hero saving the damsel moment, the mage Yusha couldn't help but chuckle as he turned and said, "Well now, Princess Hong Bian, doesn't he seem like the ideal knight? Like a knight protecting his princess, straight out of a fairy tale, wouldn't you say?" Hearing those words, Hong Bion's eyes widened, her sparkling, ruby-red gaze completely fixed on Baek Yulson. There, amidst the battlefield, Baek Yulson moved with the fluid grace of a true warrior. The glint of his sword, combined with the ethereal afterimages left by his flash step, created a spectacle that no one could look away from. One moment he was in the east, the next he'd vanished and reappeared in the west. This wasn't just a flashy display. In reality, Baek Ulsan was defending Aizel from every conceivable angle, exactly like that fairy tale knight protecting his princess. Under his absolute protection, not a single hair on Aizel's head was harmed. As the battle reached its peak, the monsters began to show signs of exhaustion, their bodies covered in wounds. Then, suddenly, an ethereal magic circle began to form around Aizel. It glowed like a twinkling star, its light as pure as dewdrops falling in the quiet dawn. And at last, Aizel's beautiful, sapphire-like eyes slowly fluttered open. She gripped her scepter, her voice ringing out as she chanted, "Crystal flower." The instant she finished her incantation, all the water pooled on the ground flash froze, and a colossal ice flower materialized high in the air. The flower, crafted entirely from ice, radiated a bone-chilling cold from its impossibly delicate petals. Witnessing this breathtaking display of magic, everyone in the stands was utterly captivated, unable to look away. The glacial blue flower was so resplendent that they momentarily forgot they were even watching an examination. They all wondered if any work of art in the entire world could possibly be more exquisitely crafted. At this point, no one was thinking about grading a student's spell anymore. They were simply in awe, witnessing the magic of a true master. Aisoi's magic might have seemed simple in concept, but its execution was in a league entirely separate from that of an ordinary student. No other mage could have orchestrated such a mesmerizing spectacle. For a moment, time itself seemed to stand still. The water, which had risen to the monster's midsections, was now solid ice thanks to Aisoi's spell, freezing them completely in place, unable to budge even an inch. Of course, after the grueling battle, these 5 monsters were already battered and exhausted, which is why they couldn't immediately shatter the ice. But she knew it was only a matter of time before they broke free and launched a frenzied assault. Before that happens, she thought, I have to finish them. With that thought, Aisoi unleashed a self-destructing spell with an equally dramatic name, Shatter. With a series of thunderous cracks, the magnificent ice flower her masterpiece shattered, its fragments transforming into countless sharp projectiles that rained down in every direction. Hundreds, even thousands of ice shards, like massive lances, pierced straight through the bodies of the 5 monsters. Their flesh was repeatedly torn open and instantly frozen solid, causing agonizing wounds to form all over their bodies. Every attempt to move sent waves of searing pain through them, forcing them to roar in desperation. Watching this apocalyptic scene, the crowd began to murmur, "What's happening? I have no idea. Hey, do you think they actually did it? Defeated 5 mid-tier monsters with just the 2 of them?" Suddenly, a panicked voice cried out, "Huh? No way. Everyone, look over there." Hearing the sound of splintering ice, everyone turned to where the person was pointing, only to see the frozen shell around the Kadan bird beginning to crack. The monster's eyes snapped open, and steam began to pour from its body. It was one of its hidden traits. When exposed to extreme cold and high humidity, its body generates immense heat. Leveraging this hidden ability, all 5 monsters shattered the ice in unison. They glared with pure murderous intent at Baek Yulson's team, the ones responsible for their humiliation. Seeing that the 5 monsters were still standing, the instructors looked on in disappointment, heaving a collective sigh. In the end, it seemed the 2 students had failed. Their strategy was flawless and the battle was spectacular, but even the best-laid plans can go wrong. They just couldn't have accounted for the mid-tier monster's hidden trait. It's a real shame. They were so close. Still, with a performance like that, I imagine Baek Yulson's team will receive an exceptionally high score regardless. Just as everyone was nodding in agreement, a figure suddenly thrust an arm toward the sky, and a brilliant golden orb of lightning magic materialized. The entire stadium gasped in disbelief. That flow of mana. It can't be. Without a moment's hesitation, Iswa's voice boomed. Thunder God's descent. As the words left his lips, a defiant roar erupted from Iswa, and a colossal bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. The resulting thunderclap echoed through the arena, so powerful it felt like a physical blow to everyone's eardrums. The entire world was bathed in a brilliant golden light, and within it, another flower began to bloom. This time, it wasn't a crystal flower or any other famous bloom, but a blossom that shone with a radiant brilliance, more magnificent than anything on earth. From the stands, everyone wondered if such pure beauty, born from magic, could truly be considered a work of art. But for anyone who could feel the stirrings of the human soul, there was no denying that this was an exquisite and sublime masterpiece. Immediately after, hundreds, even thousands of electrical currents erupted, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that struck the five monsters directly, causing them to roar in agony as the power surged through their bodies. Witnessing the combined lightning and ice magic she had created with her own hands, Aisoi stared in awe at the spectacular scene she had just brought into existence. A look of disbelief flashed in Aisoi's eyes as she asked herself, Is this really my magic? It turns out I really could do it, just like he said. Memories suddenly flooded Aisoi's mind, taking her back to the first time she heard Beck Eason lay out his insane plan. Back then, I was so shocked I asked him if he was crazy, expecting him to get annoyed. But he didn't. Instead, Beck Eason just gave me a sincere smile and said, You can do this. I believe in you. So please, trust me, the one who has put all his faith in you. Hearing those heartfelt words from Beck Eason, Aisoi remembered clenching her fists. She told herself that even though Beck Eason was smiling, the serious atmosphere from his expression and steady tone was so genuine that she couldn't possibly dismiss it as a joke. She felt an invisible weight pressing down on her chest. Before, I had nothing, not a shred of faith in the path I had chosen, nor a single friend to tell me I was heading in the right direction. My entire life had been spent living in fear and anxiety. I was just surviving, clinging to a fragile sliver of hope, and just as that tiny hope was about to fade away, a boy named Beck Eason appeared. He was the very first person to reach out and save me. Could I really accomplish something like this? Until this very moment, she had always felt like she was adrift in a vast, endless ocean. Even though Aisoi had weathered so many storms, she still hesitated at times, wondering if she was truly on the right course. But now, that question no longer mattered. Far off on the horizon, Beck Eason had gone ahead, leaving a trail of luminous footprints across that vast ocean. He was like the stars in the night sky that guide sailors, or a lighthouse shining a path for ships to steer clear of danger. Aisoi felt that light whispering to her, Follow me, I will lead you. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Lee Han-won, solemnly announced, The test for Group 32 is now concluded. Congratulations on excellently completing your group's exam. Standing in the center of it all, Aisoi smiled a smile of happiness and liberation. Her self-doubt and insecurities had vanished, leaving behind a confident and radiant Aisoi. Her expression was distant, her mind still wandering through a labyrinth of thoughts with no clear exit. Meanwhile, our hero was suspended in midair, thinking to himself, Phew, that was way too close for comfort. He really should have given some kind of warning. Who just unleashes a dangerous spell like that without saying a word? The next morning, the results of the monster combat exam were finally posted. In first place, to no one's surprise, was Group 32, with a staggering 199 points, belonging to Beck Easton and Aisoi. Coming in second was Group 31, with 127 points, earned by Ma Yusong and Hong Bijong. Following them were third place, fourth place, and so on. You get the picture. Staring at the results on the class notice board, Ma Yusong's face darkened as he muttered bitterly, We lost. Hong Bijong's eyes were also glued to the scoreboard. She nodded, her voice sounding a bit dazed. The point gap between our teams is just too massive. Just breaking the 100-point mark is an incredible feat in itself. Not to mention, the two of us faced a special mid-tier monster while at a type disadvantage, something no one had ever done before. But looking at the 199 points from Beck Easton's team, we have no choice but to admit that our group was defeated. Ma Yuseong couldn't believe his ears. The proud and icy princess was actually admitting defeat? He couldn't resist a teasing smirk. Oh? I didn't expect you to accept it so quickly. Hong Bijong snapped her head up, retorting with all the sass she could muster. Humph. Shut it. Your silence is golden, you know. Ma Yuseong continued, his voice tinged with regret. Even though I hate to admit it, Beck Easton is a more talented vanguard knight than me, and Aisoi is a better long-range mage than you. Hearing this, even though Hong Bijong partially agreed with his assessment, there was one thing she absolutely could not accept, that she was inferior to Aisoi. As she looked at Ma Yuseong's flawlessly handsome face, the image of Beck Easton once again surfaced in her mind. Hong Bijong tried to console herself, thinking, if only Beck Easton had been my knight, things would have turned out differently. Throughout the entire exam, he was the one who shielded Aisoi from beginning to end. He wasn't just a knight, he was a strategist, choosing the perfect position for his long-range mage, even setting the entire stage for Aisoi to shine. I know Ma Yusong is incredibly talented, but in the end, Beck Houston is the most outstanding knight in all of Stella Academy. I wonder, what would it be like if Beck Houston were supporting me? I could have cast magic on a level that was in no way inferior to Isoi's, but why is that commoner so completely devoted to Isoi? If a knight that perfect exists in this world, then he should be times my times knight, the knight of the perfect queen. The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't accept the reality that someone so perfect was taking care of another girl. Suddenly, Hong Bijong's expression turned dark and frightening. Inside her heart, a fierce and violent struggle was taking place. Actually, she thought, admitting defeat was a lie. I can't accept this. It's just incomprehensible. I need to dig deeper into this Beck Houston guy. With that thought, Hong Pyong bid farewell to Beck Houston and turned to leave, but as she walked away, her gaze suddenly froze, a look of sheer astonishment on her face. She had spotted a woman with jet black hair, an expression as cold as ice, and eyes so clear they seemed utterly untainted, as if nothing in the world could ever sully them. This woman was about the same height as Hong Pyong. Pinned to her chest was the name tag of a third-year student. Allow me to introduce her. This woman is Se Yuln Ok, and the heir to a duchy and the closest confidant of the current queen of the Adelepid Empire. As she walked past Se Yuln Ok-an, Hong Pyong felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She wondered internally, is she here because she heard I lost to a bunch of commoners and a traitor? What a troublesome woman, she mused. Lost in her thoughts, Hong Pyong swept past the other woman, the princess's figure slowly receding into the distance. Se Yuln Ok-an cracked a wide, contemptuous smirk. So young and inexperienced. Hasn't it dawned on you yet that your every little action just makes you look laughably weak? You're still so green. The scene shifts to the Stella Library, where Folem is seated, her hand flying across the pages of her diary as she chronicles the day's events. While writing, her mind drifted. I still can't believe she managed to cast the crystal flower magic that quickly. That spell is her signature move, her ultimate ace, forged through overcoming every hardship and trial life threw at her. I never imagined she'd perfect it and showcase it in front of everyone like that. According to the original plot, Isoi should be drowning in despair right about now. The immense shock from the monster simulation battle was supposed to trap her in Crown Prince Jeremy Kelvin's cage, where she would slowly wither away. But that bleak future has been completely altered. It's probably all thanks to Beck Houston that she was able to achieve this. In the original romance novel, Beck Houston and Isoi face the end of the world together. But what if there's a side story the author wrote that I'm completely unaware of? What if Beck Houston was just some nameless nobody who loved Isoi his entire life but never had his feelings returned, right up to the very moment the world crumbled? Is that too much of a stretch? After binge reading so many romance novels, these bizarre theories keep swirling around in Folem's mind. An answer suddenly sparked in her mind. He regressed to find the love of his life and to protect a world where the one he loves could live happily ever after. Even if the price was his very existence being erased from everyone's memory, in those final moments, did Beck Houston feel even a hint of regret? Folem felt her heart clench, a strange, overwhelming emotion welling up in her chest, leaving her breathless. I can't believe I'm witnessing a story with such a tragic ending unfold in real life, not just on a screen or within the pages of a book. The kind of love that would make someone trade their own existence to turn back time. What on earth must that feel like? Cutting back to Beck Houston's cozy room, we find our guy glued to the system window, his eyes wide and unblinking. Chapter 5, The Monster Combat Simulation, has officially come to a close. Congratulations, host, on receiving a massive amount of experience for successfully guiding the story in a positive direction. Project Constanatio will grant an additional reward. After reading the message, Beck Houston couldn't help but wonder aloud. What reward should I pick this time? I've been thinking about this, but I haven't had a chance to make a final decision. I already upgraded my Shunpo skill last chapter. It's probably best to prepare for what's coming next. The more he mulled it over, the more tangled his thoughts became, until suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. A satisfied grin spread across his face as he said, "That's it. Of course. How could I have forgotten?" With his mind made up, he messaged the system. "I want to select the item, G. Fannel's leaf key." The system responded, "System is evaluating the host. Please wait a moment. Asterisk ping, ping, ping. Asterisk system check complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the reward, G. Fannel's leaf key." Seeing the exquisite key materialize before him, Beck Houston practically jumped for joy. Awesome. While it might not be as ridiculously overpowered as the gear my old account had, this is one of those incredibly rare items that only the absolute top-tier players could ever hope to possess. This key is supposed to be a tool for communicating with a special spirit, but its only real function is to unlock a secret dungeon. The catch is, I have to get off campus to even use it. And come to think of it, after that whole commotion at the cemetery, Stella Academy has really cracked down on security. Seriously, What am I supposed to do now? As Baek Yulson racked his brain, he suddenly recalled how he used to sneak out of Stella back when he was grinding the game. The academy was on lockdown then, too, just like it is now. What was it that I used back then? After a moment of deep contemplation, a brilliant idea struck him. Baek Yulson's eyes lit up. That's it. A club. I need to join a club. Outside, the sun climbed high into the sky, casting down its warm rays as Baek Yulson began to write in what could only be called his journal of personal growth. My family was poor growing up, so I rarely got to eat out like other kids. Whenever my mom was away at work, all I could do was make instant ramen for myself. Eventually, I got so sick of ramen that I begged for something special. My mom used her savings to buy me a bowl of jjajangmyeon. I was so happy, but even though she sat with me, for some reason, she didn't eat any herself. She told me she didn't like jjajangmyeon, and it was only after pestering her that I finally understood the truth. He finished writing and stretched, extending his arms forward. His eyes stung from focusing on the page for so long. All right, that's the assignment pretty much done. A faint smile graced his lips as a thought crossed his mind. Okay, now I guess it's time to find a club to join. And with that, our protagonist made a beeline for the school's bulletin board, which was absolutely plastered with flyers for every kind of club imaginable. He scanned the board, resting his chin on his hand with a thoughtful expression, muttering to himself, but which one of these is the perfect fit for me? The sheer number of flyers was enough to make his head spin. The writing club, with its goal of university admission, the chess club, dubbed the noble sport of mages, the cooking club, a breeding ground for future culinary masters. As he scanned the board, his mind was racing. There are a ton of clubs here, but it looks like very few of them allow for off-campus activities. I'm going to have to choose very carefully. Just then, as if sensing a presence, his eyes darted to the side. You haven't signed up for a club yet, either? It turned out someone was standing right beside him. Startled by the question, Aiswa shot him a look, her tone a bit prickly. What of it? Seeing that she wasn't too thrilled with his question, he quickly changed tack, probing gently. Huh. I figured you'd be getting offers from every club. Aiswa shot back defensively. Do you have any idea who I am? Finding her question a bit odd, he answered nonchalantly. Of course. You're Aiswa. You've gotten pretty famous lately. Without denying it, she replied, a little flustered. Well, I guess so. Seeing her somewhat melancholic expression, Baek Yulson drifted into his own thoughts. After that evaluation test, Aiswa's reputation completely changed overnight. She must be feeling the shift, too, just like I am. As he mulled this over, Aiswa simply closed her eyes, striking a cool and composed pose. Still, I have to be extremely careful about which club I choose. Suddenly, a figure in the distance could be seen watching the two of them chat, and that person was none other than Ma Yulshan. The young man casually strolled over and clapped our protagonist on the shoulder. With a friendly smile on his face, he spoke up, Yulson, fancy seeing you here. The sudden appearance and overly friendly demeanor caught Baek Yulson off guard as a thought raced through his mind. Ma Yulshan? What is he doing here? Baek Yulson immediately brushed Ma Yulshan's hand off his shoulder, his tone laced with annoyance. All right, first, get your hand off me. But in response, Ma Yulshan just beamed, his smile as bright as ever. You were incredible. I watched your evaluation test. On top of that, I heard you even led the hunt for the Necromancer. You're really something else. Flustered by Ma Yulshan's flattery, Baek Yulson demurred. Well, it was mostly just good luck. Just as Ma Yulshan seemed to expect, he fixed his gaze on our protagonist and continued in a tone full of admiration. I knew it. There's something truly different about you. Ma Yulshan's typically ice-cold expression suddenly did a complete 180-degree flip, becoming strangely warm. Baek Yulson couldn't help but be taken aback by this sudden transformation. Unsure how to react, he swallowed nervously. Averting his gaze, he stammered out a reply. Well, as you know, I'm just a commoner, so I always have to find ways to outperform everyone else. Hearing this humble response from Baek Yulson, Ma Yulshan's brilliant smile returned. He replied instantly, I see. So you've simply been using your time far more efficiently than I have. Out of the blue, Baek Yulson changed the subject. So, what are you doing this weekend? Ma Yulson looked surprised by the question, and Baek Yulson continued to stammer, It's just, you don't usually. The awkwardness hung in the air as his words trailed off. I was just making small talk, he mumbled. Your answer was just small talk too. So, thanks, I guess. Sensing the misunderstanding, Ma Yulshan quickly waved his hands to explain. No, I'm serious. I'll be studying. Studying and then practical training. Baek Yulson eyed him suspiciously, still stammering. But that's not really like you, and I don't get why you keep smiling like that. Ma Yulshan chimed in again, his voice tinged with a bit of awkwardness. Huh? Oh, Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure why, but I've just been enjoying it recently. One of them was laughing like he'd hit the jackpot, while the other was giving him some serious side-eye. Seriously, a guy that good-looking should really try to act a little more normal. The story of Ma Yulshan starting to train diligently is one for another day. So, what was the reason this time? Out of nowhere, Iswa spoke up. The dungeon field trip, wasn't it? Spotting a chance to pivot the conversation, Ma Yulshan immediately latched on. Exactly. If the young lady hadn't stepped in back then, I probably would have been in some serious trouble. Hearing that, Iswai's temper instantly flared up again, and she shot back a warning. Don't you dare call me young lady. Listening to the two of them bicker, Baek Yulshan, who was just standing by, mentally pieced things together. Ah, that's right. In the original storyline, Ma Yulshan was supposed to team up with Ferlin and easily make short work of Hegu Zhang. But this time around, because I got involved, Ferlin ended up stuck with me instead. That meant he had to face Heg Ujong all on his lonesome. Could that be why Heg Ujong started acting so erratically? Well, regardless, everything still turned out fine in the end. Thanks to that little change, both Heg Ujong and Ma Yushan are now set to grind and level up on their own. Completely unlike me, their growth is guaranteed to have a positive impact on achieving that happy ending. After beating around the bush for a bit, Ma Yulshan finally circled back to the main topic. He posed a question directly to our protagonist. Hey, Yulshan, have you still not joined any clubs? I mean, it's been quite a while since you enrolled here. Since he was already in a foul mood, his tone was just as sour. Because I've been busy lately. Undeterred by the cold shoulder, Ma Yulshan pointed to himself with an inviting tone. Well then, how about you join the same club as me? In response, he received nothing but the protagonist's icy stare. We'll see. If you can meet my conditions, then I'll think about it. Ma Yulshan pressed on, still trying to reel him in. So, what kind of club are you looking for then? Taking the bait, Baek Yushan began to rattle off a ridiculously long list of demands. It has to be quiet, with very few members, no private get-togethers, and it must guarantee the 4 major types of insurance, but also allow freedom for outside activities, respect personal time, and grant special permissions to leave campus. The other two were completely dumbfounded listening to this. Iswai blurted out in utter disbelief. Where on earth could a club like that possibly exist? Our protagonist knew perfectly well that no such club existed, but he kept a straight face and said, Obviously there isn't one. I was just kidding. Suddenly, Ma Yulshan's voice cut in, filled with genuine intrigue. That's interesting. So, what if I were to create a club just like that for you? Would you join me then? Hearing Ma Yulshan declare he was going to start a club, both of them were wide-eyed once more, frozen in shock for a good 5 seconds. Baek Yulshan shot back, trying his absolute best to remain calm. No way. You can actually establish a club that grants special permission to leave campus? Ma Yulshan, flashing a brilliant smile, replied with absolute certainty, Yes, I absolutely can. Hearing this, Baek Yulshan's mind started racing. That's right, Ma Yulshan is incredibly well connected. He even has ties to some of the secret power factions within Stella Academy, and while those connections were a bit intimidating, they would definitely be effective in a situation like this. Talk about living the dream, unrestricted access to extracurriculars, top-tier health insurance, and feasting on world-famous Kobe beef every single day without a single care in the world. And come to think of it, having the nation's heartthrob, Ma Yulshan, the main character of this story, sticking close by isn't such a bad deal either. But hey, there's no such thing as a free lunch. As of right now, Ma Yulshan and I are basically just strangers, with absolutely zero intimacy between us. Naturally, with my extensive knowledge of the game, I've been playing the part of a bona fide genius, but that alone is nowhere near enough to convince him to build an entire dream club just for my sake. At that, Ma Yulshan's expression turned dead serious as he asked me flat out, It's a fantastic idea, but what's in it for you if I create this club for you? Hearing my reply, Ma Yulshan's eyes suddenly lit up with emotion. The guy stared at me adoringly as if I were a priceless diamond, and then I whispered, Of course there is. You're an incredibly special person. Then, as if a switch flipped in his head, the main character's expression hardened, his serious demeanor returning as he demanded, What is it that you know? Exactly. But then, his train of thought suddenly went off track, coming to an abrupt halt. Ah, that's right. I remember now. One of Ma Yulshan's chronic struggles is having to bear the weight of his own extreme loneliness. Having reached this point, Ma Yulshan finally caved, nodding his head repeatedly. All right, fine. Go ahead and start the club. His face lit up as if he'd just hit the jackpot, and he immediately asked, For real? I replied, Yeah, but you have to let her join too. The main character then casually roped Asol into joining. This move left Asol so stunned, she was practically speechless. Huh? Me too? Seeing my plan falling into place so perfectly, I was secretly gloating. In this universe, those two are a match made in heaven. If anyone can heal Ma Yulshan's soul, it's Asol. That guy, you see, is exactly like a pufferfish. The second you pull him out of his element, he just gives up and croaks, or worse, completely loses his mind. And I couldn't exactly count on Flem for help, since she's always busy messing around with Hyo Yurang. Ma Yul Seong, meanwhile, was over the moon about having me by his side, so he didn't hesitate to flex his generosity and give Isol a spot. If the lovely Lady Isol were to join, I would welcome her with open arms. Hearing herself called lady for the second time, Asol's face soured and she snapped, "Stop calling me lady, it's really getting on my nerves." Watching the two of them bicker like cats and dogs, I sank back into my thoughts, wondering if this decision was a stroke of genius or just a terrible mistake. Right at that moment, Ma Yulseong piped up curiously. "So, what are we going to call this club?" Having already planned for this, I calmly replied to the two of them, "Don't worry, just leave that part to me." A moment later, a pristine application form appeared before everyone's eyes. The official request to establish a new club. Club name, the Gastronomy Club. President, Exon. Members, Ma Yulseong and Asol. Purpose, to explore the world's finest cuisines. Sensing that something was amiss, Isol hesitantly chimed in. "Wait, is this even going to work? To get the special activity stamp of approval, don't we need at least one faculty advisor and a minimum of 5 members?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Ma Yulseong's lip curled into a cryptic smirk. He beamed like a savior descending from the heavens and declared, "Don't worry about the members or the official stamp. I'll take care of it." "All right, but finding a faculty advisor is still going to be tough," I pointed out. My sharp gaze shot over to Ma Yulseong as I grilled him. "Wait a minute, how are you able to get a special off-campus permit anyway? It's just that every single professor at this academy is a complete scumbag." Ma Yulseong just smirked again, flashing a grin that was enough to send a chill down your spine. Since no one had a clue what was behind it, that smile sent a chill down Exon's spine, forcing him to just mumble, "It's nothing." Seeing that everything was settled, Ma Yuzong held up the paper in his hand and solemnly declared, "Well then, I'm off to get our club application approved." "Right, we're counting on you." Watching Ma Yuzong's back fade into the distance, Exon was once again lost in thought. Getting a stamp for a special activity like this isn't something they just hand out to anyone. But if they do give him that stamp, then I can bet my life on it they're definitely one of the insiders. Ma Yusong headed to the #1 main tower, the residence of Vice Principal Stella. At that moment, the Vice Principal was leisurely admiring an antique porcelain vase. Abruptly, the sound of the door opening shattered the tranquil atmosphere, causing the man's expression to shift ever so slightly. And just like that, Ma Yusong was already standing right before the Vice Principal. Gazing at Ma Yusong's ridiculously handsome face, the Vice Principal broke into an obsequious smile, sweet as honey. "Oh my, what pleasant wind has brought you here? Welcome, young Master Ma Yuzong." Faced with such blatant flattery, Ma Yuzong played along, returning an equally friendly smile. "Yes, it's been a while." With that, Ma Yuzong casually plopped down into the Vice Principal's chair, crossed his arms, and flashed a smug, self-satisfied grin. "Oh, your seat is more comfortable than I thought. I think I like it, haha." Faced with such arrogance, the Vice Principal could only offer a strained laugh, quickly bowing his head in reverence. "Good heavens, it is an honor that the young master finds it to his liking. I'm so glad to see you've grown up so well." Ma Yuseong replied nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal. "Is that so? My life at Stella Academy has been great. I've met a lot of interesting friends. This place is way better than being at home. So, you could say I'm like a radiant Sunday." Yet, in stark contrast to this cheerful declaration, the Vice Principal's brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "What the hell is this little psycho doing here?" Forcing himself to regain his usual composure, he inquired, "So, what brings you to my office today?" Ma Yuseong didn't answer right away. He gently placed a piece of paper on the desk, his lips curling into an enigmatic smile that piqued the man's curiosity. "This is an application to form a club. I need you to stamp it." The Vice Principal froze, his face turning to stone as he stammered, I'm sorry, what?" His eyes were glued to the paper on the desk, unable to hide the wave of disbelief washing over him. A well-known eccentric like Ma Yusong wants to start a club? If his family ever got wind of this, he thought, their jaws would hit the floor in shock. Lost in thought, he fell silent, carefully weighing his options. After a moment of intense deliberation, the Vice Principal let out a long sigh before finally nodding. "I understand. An application to form a club, is it? First, let me check if it meets all the necessary criteria. After all, to establish any club, the minimum number of members must be valid." That is the rule. But, the very instant he reached for the paper, Ma Yuxiong's hand shot out, covering it with his palm and blocking the attempt. The entire room was suddenly plunged into a suffocating silence. The vice principal paused, looking up with a bewildered expression. In that moment, Ma Yuxiong's radiant, sun-like smile had completely vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly cold facade. His eyes had darkened, becoming as deep and bottomless as an abyss, sending a shiver down the man's spine. His low voice echoed, carrying an invisible pressure that weighed down the very air. You don't need to check the contents. Your only job is to stamp it. The vice principal's throat suddenly went dry. He could feel something truly dreadful, a cold, dark aura emanating from the arrogant young man before him. He instinctively swallowed hard, a single thought crystallizing in his mind. Do not resist. Or more accurately, I have absolutely no power to object. As long as this child remains the heir to that great man, I must never, ever refuse any of his requests, no matter how absurd they may be. Cold sweat trickled down the vice principal's spine. With a trembling hand, he reached under his desk and pulled out the precious seal. Yes, of course, I'll stamp it. But I implore you, please keep this matter confidential. He tactfully reminded Ma Yuzong as his shaky hand pressed the seal onto the form, as if performing a grave ceremony. When the final seal was imprinted on the paper, Ma Yuzong, seeing his objective successfully completed, immediately dropped his cold demeanor and reverted to his usual self. Got it. Thanks for this. I'm out. With that, he vanished from the office as quickly as a gust of wind. The office door clicked shut, but the vice principal remained motionless for a long time, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. Finally, he collapsed back into his chair, letting out a soft sigh of relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. Damn it all. A brat with a sliver of talent dares to act so smug in my presence. He's just like his father. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes darkening as they burned with pure, unadulterated hatred. How can he be such a spitting image of that man? No matter. This will all be over soon. One day, I'll wring that arrogant little neck with my own 2 hands. The next morning, the shrill bell signaling the end of class rang out, just like any other day. The professor at the podium raised his voice, announcing, "All right, class is dismissed. Don't forget to prepare for your homework assignments." With that, he practically bolted out the door without a second thought. The classroom instantly erupted into a chaotic buzz of chatter. Hey, did you see that just now? That professor is always nitpicking presentations for no reason. You're telling me. He's especially hard on the commoners. After gathering their books, the students gradually filed out, leaving only Jackie standing there, frozen in place. She stared down at the presentation notes in her hand, her expression a mask of pure disappointment. A wave of regret washed over Jackie as she cursed herself internally. Damn it. I could have made a much better impression on everyone, but I got too nervous and completely bombed it. Fo Lem, noticing Jackie hadn't left yet and knowing full well she was beating herself up over the presentation, approached with a bright, comforting smile. Jackie, you were much better today. Don't listen to the professor's bitter remarks. You honestly did a great job. But hearing this, Jackie just snapped, lashing out without a second thought. Shut up. I don't need your phony words of comfort. Fo Lem was taken aback for a moment, but she wasn't about to back down, retorting indignantly. You're unbelievable. I was worried about you, so I came over to cheer you up, and this is how you react? You have no appreciation for people's kindness. Suddenly, a voice cut in from behind them, interrupting the argument. Can't argue with that. Fo Lem jumped out of her skin, letting out a startled yelp. Could you not just pop up out of nowhere like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. She then crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in annoyance as she shot back. What do you want? Is there something you need my help with? Aston, looking visibly flustered, awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Well, it's not a huge deal or anything. Are you on good terms with any of the professors? I'm trying to start a club, and I was wondering if you could help me find a professor with some free time to be its advisor. Fo Lem's eyebrows knitted together suspiciously as she questioned him. And why can't you do that yourself? Aston heaved a long sigh, his voice tinged with misery. You mean asking them myself? It seems like all the professors pretty much hate me, so it's probably best if I don't ask them directly. Fo Lem stared at him blankly for a few seconds before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha, well, no kidding. With your track record, it's a miracle they haven't run you out of here already. You're always talking back to them in class or just sleeping through lectures. You even got caught trying to pull a fast one. Honestly, you're lucky you haven't been expelled yet. Ahem. You don't have to list my entire rap sheet. Aston coughed, his face beat red with embarrassment as he quickly turned away, as if he could somehow escape the brutal truth. Fo Lem closed her eyes, sinking into thought. Being a club advisor might sound impressive, but in reality, it's a tedious and time-consuming responsibility. Because of that, Finding a professor willing to take on that burden and actually help out was no easy task. Then, suddenly, a name popped into her head like a light bulb. Now that I think about it, aren't you pretty close with Professor Marty Lunsaw's assistant? I've seen you hanging around her lab all the time. Yeah, I am. So why don't you just ask her for help? Aston's brow furrowed in complete surprise, as if he'd just been told the sky was green. An assistant can be a club advisor? Folem crossed her arms, giving him a look of utter disdain, as if she were staring at a complete moron. Are you dense? This is Stella Academy. Of course they can. Our hero's jaw practically hit the floor. He couldn't believe he'd been running all over the place when the easy route was right under his nose the entire time. So a professor's assistant can be a club advisor. That's a total game changer. I was so focused on grinding the main storyline that I completely missed this crucial detail. What a waste. With that thought, Aston quickly said his goodbyes to Folem and took off like a shot towards the assistant's lab, already buzzing with excitement over this amazing new possibility. But just as he was approaching the laboratory, our protagonist suddenly froze in his tracks, as if he'd run straight into an invisible wall. His eyes widened in shock as he saw Professor Martelin herself calmly stepping out of the lab, holding a stack of pristine white papers. There was something unsettlingly different about her today. A sinister smile played on her lips, one that would send a shiver down anyone's spine. Her piercing gaze seemed to be hiding something unfathomable. Could it be some kind of earth-shattering secret? Aston narrowed his eyes, trying to follow her retreating figure. An indescribable suspicion began to stir within him. What was she even doing here at this hour? But before he could think any deeper, he noticed the laboratory door was ajar, as if beckoning him inside. Without a moment's hesitation, our hero pushed the door open and stepped through, a wide grin on his face as he cheerfully announced, "I'm here." And yet, the very instant he set foot in the room, the smile on Aston's face was snuffed out like a candle in the wind. There, in the very center of the room, stood Ansa, looking as pitiful as an abandoned kitten. Hastily wiping the tears from her cheeks, she stammered in a choked voice, "Aston, you're here?" Seeing this, our protagonist couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. He gently stepped closer, his voice filled with genuine worry as he asked, "What on earth happened in here?" Ansa sobbed, struggling to force out a broken explanation. It's like this. This is what." But looking into her deliberately evasive eyes, Aston knew she was lying, and it was a clumsy lie at that. His voice grew stern as he cut straight to the chase. "The research you've been preparing for so long. Where is it?" Ansa's fists clenched. Then, she let out a sudden bitter laugh, as if she were mocking her own foolishness. "Oh, that?" she said. "I already gave it to the professor. You know, there's an alchemy conference coming up. The professor said she'd present the research on my behalf at the event." Suddenly, a faint glimmer of hope sparked in Ansa's eyes, like a tiny ember in the dead of winter. "It's incredible. To think my research will be presented to the world's leading alchemists." But before she could finish her sentence, Aston, unable to contain his rage, cut her off sharply. "I get it. But Ansa, don't you see? Your research was just blatantly stolen. Is your name even going to be on it?" Ansa froze, his words hitting a raw nerve. After a long moment of hesitation, she let out a pained, sorrowful laugh. "Haha, it's fine. This is an experience for me, too. It's just how the world of alchemy works. I'm not the only one who's had their work stolen. Everyone goes through it. It's an unspoken rule we all accept." Hearing this, Aston felt a deep sense of unease, like a heavy weight settling in his chest. So this is what they endure to become an alchemist at the Ivory Tower. How pathetic. He knew Ansa was intentionally leaving out the rest of the story some brutal truth. But somehow, miraculously, Belle, that's me, could still understand, as if I could telepathically sense her deepest thoughts. You see, the world of alchemists has become an incredibly small, tight-knit circle. It's no coincidence they say that everyone who's anyone in this field is connected. If some poor, clueless soul were to accidentally make an enemy of a veteran alchemist, then it's game over. They might as well kiss their dream of becoming an alchemist goodbye, forever. A bitter end, indeed. Just as she said, everyone is the same. They all bow to the dark, unwritten rules of this grueling field. And yet, not a single one of them truly accepts it in their heart of hearts. They were forced to just fall in line, to follow the crowd, and obey a set of ridiculous, antiquated laws that have inexplicably persisted since time immemorial. It seems this upcoming conference might just be the golden opportunity, the very moment Ansa has been eagerly anticipating for her entire life. This will be the very first time her brainchild, the culmination of her life's work, will finally be unveiled and announced to the entire world. For the sake of that one historical moment, she had to endure so much torment and immense pressure from Martyrin. But in the end, the very person she once respected was the one who ruthlessly and cruelly extinguished that faint glimmer of hope. Essence suddenly recalled Martyrin's all-too-familiar line. Every time she snatches Ansa's research, just wait another year. You'll still have a chance, won't you? And Ansa, poor thing, actually accepted those sugar-coated words. Because that was the cruel reality she had to face. There was nothing else she could do. Sooner or later, Professor Martyrin was bound to decipher that secret formula anyway. As much as I wanted Ansa to crack it herself, to finish it before the worst could happen, I just couldn't sit back and watch her brainchild get so brazenly stolen. It made my blood boil. Getting that research back is the easy part. Essence's real, deeper goal was to land a devastating blow right in Martyrin's face, just for the satisfaction of it. With that in mind, he spoke up, his tone laced with suggestion. Hey Ansa, what about that other research project you're working on? Ansa looked utterly bewildered, her expression one of pure confusion. The one we were tackling together? Are you talking about the random number interference technique combined with key manipulation? She let out a weary sigh, her voice filled with helplessness. That technique has been an unsolved problem for 300 years. There's no way anyone can solve it now. I've tried your unique idea over and over, but it's still not working. Adon smiled confidently, a glint of pride in his eyes. If we solve that problem, this research will have a major breakthrough. But the thing is, I've already solved that part. Upon hearing that, Ansa's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped. Her pupils constricted in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. What did you say? You really solved it? The main character gave a firm nod, his voice resolute. Yes. Let me lay it out for you, even though I don't fully understand how it works myself. Without another word, Adhan began to write, his hand flying across the blackboard as he laid out the divine enhancement formula. Ansa watched intently, her eyes glued to every stroke and every number that appeared, not daring to miss a single detail. Suddenly, her pupils flashed with countless images, memories of complex alchemical techniques and formulas. She was so stunned she couldn't even speak, her mouth agape in awe. When Adhan had finished his masterpiece, he looked directly at Ansa, his eyes filled with confidence, as if to say, "But I'm sure it'll be different for you." Ansa mumbled to herself as she slowly stepped closer, her voice thick with disbelief. Does that mean? If we add the dispersion and reflection rates to this formula, combined with the pulse stream added to the Gini coefficient, she was completely lost in the labyrinth of the formula, oblivious to the world around her, even forgetting Adhan was standing right beside her. Witnessing such a one-of-a-kind sight, he could only admire her in silence, mentally tipping his hat to Ansa's insane level of concentration. It was truly mind-boggling. Unlike me, a guy who just copies and pastes, memorizing existing information like a machine, the brain of a true genius like Ansa must be firing on all cylinders, flashing with countless images of mind-bending alchemical techniques and formulas. I shouldn't be the one to get involved and complete this research. The most important thing is for Ansa to carry this herself, to finish the remaining tough parts on her own. She needs to be the rightful author, the one who truly creates this legacy-defining work. She has to reclaim her self-confidence and take back what was lost with her own two hands. As for me, I'm just here to provide moral support, to be her enthusiastic cheerleader. I've never had the wild dream of becoming an alchemist. I'm not skilled enough, and I don't possess the noble ideals required to follow such a thorny path. I'm just a mooch, relying on a repository of knowledge already in my head, pretending to have moments of brilliance by rehashing information stored away from a lifetime ago. But Anissa was a different story. That ace is a bona fide genius, someone who could literally change the world and the future of all mankind. There was no way they could get rid of her. Our protagonist quietly slipped out of the room, closing the door so gently it didn't make a single sound, terrified of disturbing the beautiful genius while she was in the zone. My part in this was officially over, that's all she wrote. For the rest, all I could do was put my complete faith in her talent and wait to see the results. What else was there to do? Sometime later, by the grace of the gods and with the enthusiastic help of assistant Anissa and the Mario Seong crew, our main character finally managed to smoothly establish his now legendary cooking club. As the exemplary club leader, I managed to snag an exit permit and teleported here using a top-notch warp gate. Although the whole teleportation process left my bones a bit sore, and on top of that, I got grilled by old Professor Lihan with some real brain twisters. But thanks to my thorough preparation beforehand, I luckily passed his little test with flying colors and was issued a travel permit with surprising ease. As long as I don't stir up any trouble or make a scene, everything should be smooth sailing. Walking along the secluded path, Eason couldn't help but freeze for a moment, absolutely mesmerized by the incredibly poetic and picturesque scenery before him. A colossal tree, popularly known by the elegant name of the Third World Tree, towered majestically, its peak reaching into the deep blue clouds. Hundreds, even thousands of branches fanned out, forming a gigantic canopy that sheltered a vast, sprawling garden below. Its signature green aura, The trademark of the World Tree, also known as the Namhoa Lingwan, gently enveloped the entire area, making everything under its protection look so peaceful and blissful, a truly chill scene. The garden surrounding this magical place was nicknamed the Dream Tree Garden, a name that already sounded totally surreal. Anyone, whether a commoner or a noble, could just drop in to pick and enjoy some of the most insanely delicious fruits imaginable. Looking down from above, the view looked like something straight out of a classic fairy tale, which is why this place became a wildly popular resort known to just about everyone. In fact, this picture-perfect spot was even considered a must-visit location, especially for gamers looking to snag some top-tier, high-definition screenshots in the game. Our protagonist couldn't help but let out an awestruck whoa, thinking, the in-game graphics don't even hold a candle to this miraculous view right in front of me. They're worlds apart. Just then, a breathtakingly beautiful young woman with the characteristic pointed ears and flawless, snow-white skin of her people gracefully approached him. Noticing the familiar emblem of Stella Academy on his uniform, she flashed a friendly, radiant smile and spoke in a gentle voice. "Welcome, mage from Stella. We are delighted to welcome human mages to our lands." Not to be outdone, Eason responded with a charming, brilliant smile of his own. "The pleasure is all mine, beautiful lady." Another person, who happened to be passing by, also chimed in with a warm welcome. "May your sincerity reach the motherland." Our protagonist nodded sincerely, replying with the utmost respect. "Yes, and I too offer my gratitude to Mother Earth and the World Tree for bestowing upon us such a magnificent garden as this." They were greeting him with the traditional elven salutation, something he had committed to memory from the secret book of knowledge. He thought to himself that rumor had it, long, long ago, the people of Elmond and Elwyn had saved the world, rescuing them from the Second World Tree as it burned like a torch and was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps that rumor was the real deal after all, because many of the elves here seemed to recognize the signature uniform of Stella Academy, and their friendly attitude felt completely genuine. But in reality, it's incredibly rare to find any mage in this world who has actually mastered that difficult school of attack magic. Furthermore, the test to be promoted to a magic knight is notoriously difficult, an almost impossible feat. Because of that, the number of talents holding the title of X-Select is incredibly small. You could count them all on one hand. By the way, it wasn't hard to notice that among the elves, there were a staggering number of individuals with captivating, drop-dead gorgeous looks. Our protagonist couldn't help but stare in awe as they walked down the street with such an effortless and radiant grace. However, it's not like every single elf is automatically a world-class beauty from the moment you lay eyes on them. It's just that the proportion of exceptionally stunning individuals, the ones with that not a single bad angle kind of beauty, is just a tad higher among elves than it is for us humans. Of course, you still had your run-of-the-mill elves, the kind who wouldn't exactly turn heads. Putting it into perspective, Asen's mind immediately jumped to a place back on Earth, the nation of Uzbekistan Sao Soy. That place was an absolute haven for stunners, filled with people whose beauty was truly unforgettable. However, even there, you wouldn't find anyone whose looks were so god-tier they completely overshadowed everyone else. Yet, among this race of picture-perfect elves, one individual's appearance stood in a league of its own. Standing out from the crowd was none other than the Elven Queen, Hoa Saren, a name that just screams elegance. She possessed an ethereal beauty, like a goddess walking among mortals, and had successfully captured the hearts of countless players in the virtual world. In fact, Hoa Saren was a legendary character who boasted the largest, most massive fan base in the entire game. We're talking an army of followers. And naturally, she was one of my top-tier waifus, a character I was absolutely, hopelessly devoted to. I mean, my weakness for the pure, innocent as a daisy type of lady is pretty much a given. Fundamentally, the elven race is born without a gender, which is a pretty shocking piece of lore. It's only when they fall deeply and truly in love, a love that's etched into their very soul, that their gender finally manifests, aligning with the one they've given their heart to. The elf monarch, Hoa Saren, was blessed with the appearance of a breathtakingly beautiful woman, but since she had never fallen for anyone, according to the game's lore, she remained technically genderless, a truly ironic twist. Later on, after being helped by the fan-favorite heroine Flam, she fell head over heels and locked in her choice to become male, just so she could stand by the side of her beloved. Talk about a sappy love story. Seriously, what kind of madman came up with such a ridiculously cheesy and twisted plotline? No matter which official route players tried to force, there was absolutely no way to make the elf monarch Hoa Saren choose to be female. This cruel twist of fate sent countless male gamers into a spiral of despair, a truly tragicomic situation that made you want to laugh and cry at the same time. Our protagonist wondered what Hoa Saren would even look like after transforming into a man. Just the thought of it was a total buzzkill. I used to have a massive crush on her too, not just for her looks, but because of her cursed beauty, an allure that could literally captivate and steal one's soul. The second anyone dared to gaze into those enchanting eyes, it didn't matter if they were old, young, man, or woman, they would instantly fall into a deep, obsessive love, completely head over heels. That infatuation was so powerful it felt like your very soul was being ripped out, leaving you to waste away from the agony of a one-sided love. A truly tragic way to go. Lost in a stream of nostalgia about those good old days, Asen found himself wandering the outskirts of the mystical world tree. Eventually, our boy Bitch, that's me, finally located the hidden maze, the forbidden garden of the spirit, Lino. He began meticulously calculating his next move, weighing all the options. His skills had been buffed up quite a bit by now. It was best to brace himself for the events that were about to unfold. This was no time for games. With that thought, our hero opened his inventory, rummaged around for a moment, and pulled out the precious item. Lino's leaf. Light key. Heh, talk about a lucky break, getting to use this sooner than planned. The heavens must be smiling on me. He confidently inserted the key into the lock, ready to give it a turn, but suddenly, bam! A notification popped up right in his face. Warning. Opening this gate may alert other key holders to its location. Proceed with caution. Asen jumped, his heart pounding like a drum. That familiar warning, he was positive he'd seen it somewhere in the game before. In the original game, this legendary key came with the exact same message. The real tragedy, though, was that countless players had been left bitterly disappointed, their morale completely tanked because no special event ever seemed to trigger for Cam. It was a truly cruel twist of fate. To hell with it. Whatever happens, happens. After coming this far, what else could possibly go wrong? There's nothing left to fear. With that resolve, Asen firmly plunged the key into the lock and gave it a gentle turn. Asterisk, click asterisk. In the blink of an eye, the mystical gate leading to the celestial garden swung wide open, welcoming the one who had arrived. Meanwhile, in the sacred land, the cradle of the divine trees where the elf kingdom reigned, and not far from there, atop the highest peak of the majestic primeval mountain range, stood a castle desolate, yet breathtakingly magnificent. The ancient, time-worn castle, despite being partially in ruins, harmonized in a strangely perfect way with the sublime and gorgeous natural landscape surrounding it, creating a flawless tableau. At a fleeting glance, one could easily be mistaken, thinking it was merely a solitary tree amidst the vast, verdant forest. At the very pinnacle of that imposing castle lay a bedroom, utterly pitch black, swallowed by a thick, oppressive darkness. Only a faint sliver of light managed to pierce through a small crack in the window, serving only to accentuate the profound gloom of the place. It was enough to make one wonder if even the brilliant sun itself was powerless to penetrate this deeply secluded sanctuary. As if roused by that sudden, brilliant light, a woman with a slender and graceful figure gently rose from her warm bed. She moved slowly, taking one deliberate step after another, towards the enigmatic window. With a measured pace, she drew closer and closer to the mysterious window frame. Each footfall was soft and careful as she approached the source of the light. Step by steady step, she made her way across the darkened room. Her movement was unhurried, a deliberate procession toward the beckoning window. Slowly, gracefully, she continued her journey to the window's edge. The distance to the mysterious casement closed with each soft, deliberate step. She advanced with a quiet, solemn rhythm, her eyes fixed on the window. One step, then another, brought her ever nearer to the strange light. Her pace never wavered as she crossed the floor toward the mysterious opening. She seemed to glide across the room, each movement slow and purposeful, aimed at the enigmatic window. The cryptic window beckoned, and she answered its silent call with measured steps. She continued her slow, deliberate walk toward the intriguing window frame. With a steady gait, she moved ever closer to that mysterious portal of light. Her steps were soft and slow as she neared the mysterious window. She walked with a quiet grace, her destination being the enigmatic window. Her journey across the vast room continued, one unhurried step at a time. She closed the final distance to the window with a slow, careful pace. Deliberately, she approached the mysterious window, one final step at a time. She walked slowly, step by step, toward the mysterious window frame. With deliberate slowness, she made her way towards the enigmatic window. Each footfall was measured, bringing her closer to the cryptic casement. Her pace was unhurried as she approached the window, shrouded in mystery. One step at a time, she advanced on the puzzling structure ahead. She moved with a somber grace, her destination the shadowy window. Her journey across the room was a slow procession towards the unknown. Cautiously, she continued her approach to the strange window frame. Her gaze remained fixed on the mysterious window as she drew nearer. Step by painstaking step, she closed the distance to the alluring window. She drifted forward, a silent figure heading for the enigmatic portal. Her slow, deliberate walk continued, aimed squarely at the window. She pressed on, her focus unwavering from the mysterious casement. Each step was laden with purpose as she neared the shadowy window. Her advance was steady, a relentless, slow march toward the window. The mysterious window seemed to pull her forward, one step at a time. With a quiet intensity, she continued her walk to the cryptic frame. She moved like a phantom, gliding slowly toward the ominous window. Her path was direct, a straight line to the source of the mystery. The distance shrank with every slow, determined step she took. She proceeded with caution, her eyes locked on the strange window. The air grew heavy with anticipation as she approached the window. Her slow, methodical steps echoed the beat of a suspenseful heart. She was now just moments away from the mysterious window frame. The enigmatic window loomed larger with each step she took. Her journey was almost at its end, the cryptic window within reach. She took another deliberate step, her shadow stretching towards the glass. The final few feet were crossed with the same solemn, unhurried pace. She was now on the threshold, standing directly before the strange window. Finally, she came to a halt in front of the mysterious window frame. She took a slow, deliberate step towards the mysterious window frame. Then another, her eyes fixed on the enigma before her. She moved as if in a trance, drawn forward by an unseen force. Each step was heavy with anticipation, the silence deafening. She was closing the distance, one careful footfall at a time. The air itself seemed to hold its breath as she advanced. She continued her cautious approach toward the mystifying window. The pull was irresistible, leading her step by measured step. She was almost there, moving steadily toward the source of the mystery. Her heart pounded in rhythm with her slow, methodical steps. She pressed on, one final step towards the enigmatic window. Just as the mysterious sound vanished, the colossal wooden door behind him began to swing shut, groaning under its own immense weight. A soft, gentle breeze drifted by, bringing a slight, prickling chill to the air. Suddenly, a breathtaking scene unfolded before Eason's eyes, like a masterpiece straight out of a fairy tale. Beneath the mystical, hazy night sky hung a brilliant full moon, shining as clearly as a polished mirror. This moon was far more magnificent and radiant than the one on Earth, its gentle light blanketing a vast, fragrant field of flowers. High above, countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, adding a touch of romance to the poetic nightscape. The silvery moonlight cascaded over each delicate petal, making them shimmer with an ethereal glow, as if dusted with glittering silver. The main character drew a deep breath, hardening his resolve, and commanding himself not to falter. And here, in the heart of this bewildering maze, his eyes glinted with firm resolve. He wondered with a heart full of doubt. That woman over there, praying with her hands clasped before an ancient stone pillar. Could she possibly be the divine spirit, Lino, the final boss of this treacherous maze? It was hard to believe. According to Beck Yusin's inner monologue, the most mystical entity in existence is, without a doubt, a divine spirit. This refers to an exceptionally pure soul that, after 100 years of cultivation, finally attains enlightenment and evolves into an entirely new form of being. And rumor has it, such beings are incredibly rare, even in the world of Eze Sinsor. But what stood before him wasn't a perfect divine spirit. No, this creature was far from complete. This woman had lost her heart just moments before her ascension, becoming trapped in that incomplete state for all eternity. No, what he was seeing was definitely not a perfect divine spirit. The being before him was an imperfect, flawed existence. This was certainly not the complete divine spirit he had imagined. Let's be clear. The creature standing before him was not some perfect, divine spirit. The entity he was facing was far from a flawless, holy soul. Yeah, whatever this thing was, it definitely wasn't a pure, sacred being. He was supposed to be kitted out in high-level protective gear. But now, he was bare as a newborn, without even a single piece of shoddy armor to his name. A terrifying pressure slammed down on him, forcing him to his knees. His mind raced with a million thoughts. This supernatural mana pressure proved that even after death, a spirit is still a spirit. The proof was the overwhelming aura it was radiating at the very moment of its demise. But to just give up here because of that? That's not how a main character rolls. He gritted his teeth, pouring every last ounce of his strength into his muscles as he slowly, painstakingly forced himself to stand. This crushing resistance was no joke. Because of his incompatibility with mana, every single step felt like it weighed a ton. And yet, against all odds, he finally succeeded in standing up straight on his own 2 feet. Of course, most of his body was still trembling violently due to that aforementioned mana incompatibility issue. After dragging himself forward for what felt like an eternity, he finally made it close to the spirit, completely gasping for air. At this point, we can get a much clearer look. The spirit had its hands clasped, seemingly in the middle of a prayer. The mystical blue light only served to make the scene even more magnificent. And then, a not-so-small surprise came crashing in as a system notification panel suddenly flashed to life. Experience for the mana leakage delay trait has increased. Pausing to catch his breath, Baek Yuseong leaned back slightly, letting out a sigh that was equal parts weary and deeply relieved. Now life was starting to look a whole lot brighter. The system notification panel was still looming there, plain as day. Stats are increasing. He then fell back into a train of thought that was getting a little deep. That's right. This place was a natural training ground left behind by the Divine Spirit. It was one of those legendary places that mages from all over the world had desperately searched for a mana vein. This was a truly mystical spot. Just some light training here was 100, or even 1,000, times more effective. Furthermore, by absorbing the spirit's energy, his natural compatibility was also increasing significantly. And then, his expression turned serious as the next thought hit him. This was a tough pill to swallow, to find a training area this perfect. But in here, I can practice new moves I could never even attempt in other training rooms. But, before he could even chill for a second, boom. His attention was immediately drawn to the spirit's statue, or more precisely, to something resting upon it. Without hesitating for even a second, he quickly snatched it, holding it firmly in his hand. The notification panel popped up again, getting more specific. You have obtained the item, Guardian's Branch. A confident smirk spread across his lips as he struck a cocky pose with a hand on his hip. Detailed information about this hot new item also appeared, crystal clear for him to see. Branch of Hatred. Grade, high level. Description: a hatred that never fades with time, it only grows larger and more potent. Special function: hatred. First, initial contact plunges the target into a state of animosity. Second, a subsequent contact causes the target's hatred to detonate, inflicting damage. Third, the animosity accumulates damage over time and can be stored for a maximum of 3 months. Fourth, if the target possesses a risk level of 6 or higher, the damage may be reduced by half. Single use only. Gazing at the new toy he just acquired, a confident smirk spread across his face, elevating his own formidable presence to a whole new level. With this little trinket, he could even take on the final boss of the 8th tribe, the sorcerer Myron Tillin. The image artifact is now in his possession, so what's the holdup? It's time to fight. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and just like that, several weeks had passed. Baek Yusong opened his system window once more to check his status. Delay MA divided by NA leakage, level 3. Strength increased by 8%, agility by 12%, and defense by 20%. Sixth sense. Consumes the user's mental energy upon activation. It faintly detects MA divided by NA phenomena within a 24-meter radius and activates accelerated perception. It also triggers automatically whenever the user is in danger. MA divided by NA circulation rate in his blood, 2%. He let out a sigh of relief, resting his chin on his hand as he mused. These current stats are probably on par with a 2-star rank. But then, a sobering thought crossed his mind. There was still a long road ahead, because the other main characters had likely already reached 4-star rank, or even higher. And so, his relentless training regimen continued without a moment's rest. In a world like this, finding a true master of swordsmanship is nearly impossible. Therefore, he had to continuously repeat these basic thrusts and slashes to be able to strike an enemy's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. His determination flared, burning more intensely than ever before. I must push myself even harder. The akento in his hand swung back, a testament to his readiness to pour his very blood, sweat, and tears into this grueling training. He unleashed a series of what he considered to be fundamental slashes. But then, an unseen pressure suddenly surged through his body. It felt as if something had just pierced straight through his chest, causing the sword to clatter from his grasp to the ground. Yet, it seemed this was a stroke of luck rather than a disaster. A conclusion he reached almost immediately. Incredible. He was panting heavily, constantly wiping the beads of sweat from his face. As if on cue, the system chimed in with a new notification, providing fresh information. You have learned a portion of a special mana breathing technique. You have acquired the skill, Divine Soul's Breath. However, before he could even begin to celebrate, Baek Yusong felt something was terribly wrong. His vision started to blur, and the world around him began to twist in a bizarre way. A profound heaviness washed over his body, his eyelids drooping as if pulled down by an immense drowsiness. And then, his entire perception of the world warped into a strange, unrecognizable form. But just as quickly, he was jolted back to his senses by a relentless barrage of questions that seemed to materialize out of thin air. What are you doing? Can't you hear my voice? Can you hear me? No? Are you ignoring me? I certainly hope so. Are you even listening to me? Huh? Answer me already. I'm waiting. Answer me now. A look of sheer surprise was still plastered on his face. He quickly clutched his chest, as if he just had the life scared out of him. What a fright! What in the world was that? Where did that voice come from? But then, another voice spoke up, startling him so much he whipped his head around. "Oh, so you can hear my voice now?" Baek Yusong immediately put two and two together. "You're a spirit?" His gaze locked onto the spirit statue standing before him, and a thought suddenly clicked into place. Could this be the very spirit Li Fanel had told him about? And then, he slapped a hand over his mouth, exclaiming in disbelief, "What in the world is going on? That corpse, it's talking to me. A talking corpse." His outburst was met with an immediate, sharp reply. "I am not dead, you're just a terrible person. I have been speaking this entire time." Apparently, the only reason he couldn't hear was his own deafness. Before Baek Yusun could fully grasp what was happening, he found himself asking another question. "Then why can I suddenly hear you now, when I couldn't hear a thing before?" he wondered, stooping to pick up the sword he had just dropped. "Isn't it because we are alike?" the voice offered. He froze for a moment, his expression shifting to one of surprise as the voice elaborated. "You have just exhaled the same breath as me." A new train of thought immediately began to form in his mind. Coincidentally, a notification had popped up just moments before, announcing that he had learned a new skill. And just like that, a new detailed information window materialized. Skill: Breath of the Divine Soul, Level 1. Through the breath of the Divine Soul, you can attune yourself to nature. Your mana circulation speed increases dramatically, but it comes with a side effect: Divine Beast Erosion. Effects: First form, a 107% increase in strength. Second form, a 125% increase in agility. Third form, a 147% boost to your senses. Fourth form, a 101% increase in durability. Maximum duration: 15 seconds. Divine Beast Erosion Rate: 1%. Staring at the information panel, he got lost in thought. The duration was short, sure, but his physical abilities would instantly skyrocket to a level 4 equivalent, wouldn't they? He then voiced his thoughts. "Oh, hold on. The penalty is the erosion of divine power. This means I'll lose my human body. Divine beasts can maintain their forms with their own mana, but for me, with my delayed mana leakage, losing my body, that means death is imminent. So, this is a skill that shortens my lifespan the more I use it." Then, his gaze sharpened as a new thought took hold. "No, I need to be more positive about this. After all, I've gained a powerful buff skill that I can use in a real emergency." Across from him, the soul statue seemed to ponder this for a moment before speaking again. "Truly astonishing. This is only the second time a human has managed to perform the breath of the divine soul. You are just like him, possessing a faint presence. It's because your body is completely devoid of mana. It's almost as if you don't truly exist in this world." While he didn't understand everything, Baek Yusun seized on the most important part and shot back a question. "What? Who was this other person?" The soul statue immediately responded. "He was a swordsman, just like you, and he could sever all magic and even cut through souls." An expression of utter shock crossed his face. "What?" he thought, trying to process this. The game never mentioned anything about a swordsman family. To be able to cut a soul, wouldn't that make you unbelievably powerful? He quickly followed up with another question. "Is it possible for me to meet him?" The soul statue's reply was swift. "No, you cannot. He was slain by the 12 disciples of the Genesis sorcerer." The words struck him like a bolt of lightning, and Baek Yusun's expression immediately soured. The Genesis sorcerer. That means he must have died a very long time ago. But just as that thought crossed his mind, the statue made an offer. "Should I teach you? I was very close to him, so I have a perfect record of all his breaths and movements." Baek Yusun was stunned. "For real?" the soul's voice continued, now with a condition attached. "But there is one condition. I cannot leave this place, nor can I speak with anyone. I am, for all intents and purposes, dead. So, I need you to save my heart. Please, save me." Baek Yusun paused for a few seconds, his expression turning somber. He had expected something like this. "I'm sorry," he began, "but that's impossible. With my current abilities, I can't save the hearts of other souls." The soul, Li Fanel, fell silent, its contemplation palpable. After a moment of hesitation, it spoke again. "It doesn't necessarily have to be a soul's heart. The pure heart of a god will suffice." Baek Yusun was skeptical. "But if you use a god's heart, won't you lose most of your power?" At this, Li Fanel's tone softened. "It doesn't matter. Not compared to being trapped here for eternity in solitude." There was a clear bitterness in its voice. Though he couldn't imagine such a feeling, Baek Yusun sighed in agreement. "Yeah, I suppose you're right. All right, if it's just the heart of a normal god, that's a much more straightforward bargain than trying to save a soul's heart." A smile touched his lips as a hidden pact was formed with Baek Yusun. He thought to himself, "In any case, the reason I'm training here is for the upcoming Spirit Beast contract ceremony. I'll be meeting countless creatures then. This deal is far more beneficial than the impossible task of saving a soul's heart. He then declared, I'll bring it to you, as many as I can get. The soul before him replied, Thank you. I will be waiting. Ah, and I have something for you as a token of our agreement. Big Yul Sion, still skeptical, pressed on. Proof? The spirit's voice then directed him toward another object, saying, Look at the pillar behind me. He walked over and asked, What is this? The spirit replied, This is the proof that you are my friend. As Big Yul Sion picked it up, the system immediately updated him with its information. The flower necklace of IPHA NRL, evidence of becoming friends with IPHA NRL. Abilities? It has none. A new thought suddenly struck him. He had never even heard of an item like this back when he played the game, and so, he started to tuck it into his pocket, figuring, well, if there's no fire, this will have to do for kindling. But then, he paused just before stashing the necklace away. No, wait a second. This is a sacred spirit. With that, he held it up to admire it, and a smile spread across his face, a true mark of friendship. Perhaps this item would be quite useful after all. The scene shifts to the break of dawn, as soft light streams through the window of a certain room, illuminating a hand writing across a blackboard. This is a familiar place, Stella Academy, within Aunt Teresa's personal laboratory. She brought her chalk to a sudden halt. Before her very eyes was the complete system for a powerful formula. I've done it. Inside the rather cramped room, Aunt Teresa had successfully solved the entire formula that Beck Yusin had presented to her. A sound echoed from somewhere, but she paid it no mind. Ah, this is not the time for distractions. She then moved to her desk and began to write, the tip of her pen meeting the paper. After a moment, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Tomorrow, a new era will begin. I wonder if Iason will be pleased to hear this. Welcome to the Black Iron Empire, the capital of the Dwarf Kingdom, a place that thrives on its two most precious commodities, gold and iron. This place resembles a living cyberpunk painting, with skyscrapers so tall their peaks are invisible to the naked eye. Soaring so high, they seem to touch the very edge of the cosmos. The sky is a tangled web of steel wires, with trains zipping back and forth like shuttles, creating a true metropolis that exudes a dark, almost chilling, atmosphere. Despite all this, the dwarven people here are brimming with life, completely unfazed by their surroundings. And amidst this very scene, our very own Beck Yuson and Aunt Teresa have finally set foot in this magnificent city. Iason, flashing a smile that couldn't possibly be brighter, spoke first. We've arrived. Aunt Teresa, though looking a bit overwhelmed by the spectacle, quickly replied, Yes, we certainly have. And for a quick info drop for all of you watching, today is the day of the academic conference. The location rotates every year, and this year, the honor belongs to the Goldsmith Academy, the institution responsible for training the top-tier alchemists of the Dwarf Kingdom. Since the dwarves are the undisputed masters of material magic, this year's conference promises to be more spectacular than ever. And that's not all. Rumor has it that Wan Sok Golden, also known as the Golden Alchemist and an absolute legend in the field, will also be making an appearance. Upon hearing this, a scheme began to formulate in Iason's mind, a calculating smirk playing on his lips. This was the perfect moment to present Aunt Teresa's latest research findings. But then, his gaze was drawn back to Aunt Teresa as she spoke softly, her voice filled with worry. But Iusin, is this really okay? Her anxiety was plain to see. This is what that professor spent half of his life researching. Seeing his companion's moral dilemma, Iason felt a surge of frustration, though he kept it to himself. Is she a good person? Or just a fool? Even when her own research was stolen, she couldn't bring herself to do anything. How can she still manage to say such noble things? Sensing the mood was turning heavy, he quickly changed the subject, attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere. Don't worry. Aunt Teresa looked up as Iason continued in a firm voice. It's not that I copied Professor Magantiran's research. It's just that his assistant is far more brilliant than he is. Aunt Teresa looked dazed for a moment before mumbling, Oh, thank you. And just like that, hand in hand, the two of them walked onward as Iason continued his smooth talk. So, shall we head in? The red carpet at the front is an absolute madhouse. Let's use the back door for a more low-key entrance, Aunt Teresa. Aunt Teresa nodded eagerly without a word of protest. Oh, yes, that's a great idea. And with that, they slipped unnoticed into the conference hall. The formal voice of the Master of Ceremonies suddenly boomed, cutting through the buzzing atmosphere of the hall. Greetings to all the esteemed doctors, professors, and researchers of the Learned Society. The 87th Golden Section Scientific Conference is about to begin. For our first presentation, we'll be introducing a new type of potion. A soft click-clack echoed as someone's high heels stepped onto the stage. It was none other than Professor Magantiran. The host waited for her to settle into position before continuing. First up, we have the pleasure of hearing from Professor Magantiran of Stella Academy. Following the introduction, Professor Magantiran began her presentation as the large screen behind her lit up with a flood of information, her voice brimming with confidence. Hello, I am Magantiran from Stella Academy, and today, I will be presenting the alpha type of Red Palson. To begin, I'd like everyone to take a look at this. A strained smile played on her lips as she launched into her lengthy dissertation. The audience below listened intently, even if most of it was going right over their heads. After a considerable time, she finally concluded her speech. The entire hall erupted in a buzz of conversation, while Bekasol stood observing from a corner with his arms crossed, surrounded by the incessant murmuring. Oh, Professor Magantiran, what a brilliant idea for improving that notoriously difficult red potion. Isul's gaze swept across the crowd, a cold, calculating thought running through his mind. She seems remarkably skilled at presenting Antaresa's thesis, acting as if it were her very own work. That was quite the opening act. The main event is about to begin. Just then, another figure gracefully stepped onto the stage, and the host's voice rang out once more. And now, continuing our program, we have a presentation from Assistant Antaresa of Stella Academy. Antaresa took her place at the very spot Professor Magantiran had just vacated. She took a deep breath before finally speaking, her voice trembling slightly. Hello, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Antaresa, an alchemist from Stella Academy. However, her words barely registered with the audience. Down below, the whispers started up once again. Hey, isn't that the one from the pharmaceutical company I was telling you about? I was really impressed by the professor's presentation on the natural regenerative cell extraction method. This time, it's about the protective coating for that potion he's been developing. All the while, Isul remained focused, hanging on Antaresa's every word. The topic I will be presenting today is... A subtle, knowing smirk flickered across Isul's lips, and Antaresa's next words plunged the entire auditorium into a stunned silence. This is a complete summary and understanding of the Jiangongjansu cross technique. The buzzing chatter instantly died. Not a single person dared to utter another sound. But then, one man, unable to bear the silence, shot to his feet, his voice dripping with challenge. Do you have any idea what kind of stage you are standing on? Antaresa flinched, momentarily flustered, but quickly composed herself to answer. Yes, of course, I do. This is an incredible and deeply cherished position for someone like myself. The other person wouldn't let up, their tone growing increasingly harsh. So, how exactly are we supposed to interpret what you just said? Antaresa's anxiety began to spike again, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists against her chest. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, like a beacon in the dark. Oh, I knew this would happen. My hair is slowly turning white. What am I supposed to do? But then another voice, Yusun's voice, echoed in her mind, full of encouragement. If you find it difficult to stand alone, then just call for me. A sense of calm slowly washed over her. Antaresa narrowed her eyes slightly, then decisively raised her hand, her voice now much more stable. Someone who is helping me. I want to call one more person to the stage. The entire hall, including Tansuk Golden, was completely baffled, all sharing the same question. Who is it? Antaresa continued, her voice firm. For this entire report, I am a co-author. Her trembling but determined finger pointed directly toward where Yusun was standing, and she announced loud and clear. That student over there is Bake Yusun. Needless to say, the color drained from our boy Yusun's face. He was so shocked he froze solid for a full 5 seconds. The young man muttered in his head, I'm the co-author? Hearing Antaresa introduce him as the co-author, Professor Myron Tyrion's eyes immediately shot towards Bake Yusun, curious to get a look at this supposed partner. Not one to keep an audience waiting, our protagonist began his heroic march straight up to the podium. As you can imagine, the hall once again erupted in a flurry of excited chatter, mixed with a few drawn-out, scornful snickers. A student that young? I highly doubt anything is actually going to change. And yet, instead of joining the jeering crowd, the golden alchemist Professor Burrock Stonefox looked openly intrigued, folding his arms to watch the drama unfold, muttering to himself, Oh ho, I am quite looking forward to this. As for our star, Bake Yusun, after a short walk, he finally landed right near the speaker's podium. His gaze was a bit pensive, staring intently at the floor, as if he were lost in some vague, melancholic thought. Before long, he had moved in very close to Professor Myron Tyrion. This time, his expression wasn't so distant. Bake Yusun's eyes locked directly onto the SOS professor, without a single hint of worry or hesitation. He then silently walked past Professor Myron Tyrion. But as he did, a sudden stream of magical energy flowed out from him. It turned out the culprit was that precious tree branch he was holding, and the spiritual power emanating from it was aimed directly at the professor's arm. Asterisk ding, asterisk. A massive system notification window popped up with a breaking news update. The special skill, Grudge, of the treacherous branch item has been activated. Grudge target, Myron Tyrion. As Beck Yusin passed by, Professor Myron seemed completely oblivious to what had just occurred, only registering a flash of annoyance. How rude. Seeing that his target hadn't noticed a thing, Yusin allowed himself a slight smirk as a thought surfaced in his mind. All right, it worked. After reaching his designated spot, he stopped and officially faced the assembly of scholars below as an initial silence fell over the room. And then, with a completely emotionless expression, Baek Yusan spoke his first words. First and foremost, I'd like to hear out Professor Myron Tyrion's argument, but as the old saying goes, seeing is believing. So, how about we settle this cross-training technique right here, right now? A confident smirk spread across his face, and once again, the crowd erupted in murmurs. A live debate between a professor and his own assistant to settle this paper? Now this was shaping up to be some top-tier entertainment. The audience was clearly hungry for drama, but Aunt Teresa's anxiety was palpable as she stammered, "Hey, Yusin, oh. Noticing her distress, he met her gaze, turning the question back on her. "Hey, assistant, don't you trust me?" Caught off guard, Aunt Teresa looked a bit dazed. No, of course I trust you." To solidify her confidence, Baek Yusin offered his reassurance. "I've been by your side all this time, so don't worry, Assistant Aunt Teresa. You can do this. I believe in you more than anyone else." Gazing at his smiling face, a faint blush crept onto Aunt Teresa's cheeks as a torrent of thoughts flooded her mind. Can I really do this?" Her hand instinctively tightened around her collar. She focused, adjusting her glasses, her thoughts racing. "That's right, Yusin is right. I have to trust in all the work I've put in." She neatly tucked a stray hair back into place, while on the other side, Professor Myron Tyrion was left utterly bewildered, unable to regain control of the situation. Bolstered with newfound confidence, Aunt Teresa stepped forward to face Myron directly, declaring, "Well then, shall we begin, Professor Myron?" Fueled by Baek Yusin's encouragement, Aunt Teresa was now brimming with confidence. And so, the gauntlet was thrown down. The notoriously difficult formula for the variable interference method in alchemy. 300 years ago, an alchemist famously declared, "I have discovered a miraculous formula that can solve this equation. This is the magic circle that can solve the heterospatial formula. But I urgently need to use the restroom, so I can't write it down." He subsequently passed away in that very restroom, making the formula infamous. From that moment on, countless alchemists attempted to crack it, but every single one of them failed miserably, to the point that now, no one even dares to try anymore. For this very reason, the unsolved formula came to be regarded as impossible. Yet now, someone was boldly claiming they could solve the random interspatial interference formula. Even a cool-headed young man, casually smoking a cigarette off to the side, couldn't help but mutter, "Now this is interesting." And his profile quickly pops up, a core member of the Lunar Mage Tower, belonging to the infamous 13th Destruction Squad, Captain KN. Right beside him, another beautiful woman in a matching outfit let out a long yawn, her expression one of utter boredom. "Interesting? What's so interesting? This is a total drag." Her info dings on screen as well. Vice Captain Hygiene Macron. And it turns out, these two have been observing the entire event while completely invisible. Finishing her long yawn, Vice Captain Hygiene Macron glanced up, offering a half-hearted assessment. "But Captain, which professor are we even talking about?" A trail of dots hung in the air after her question. Meanwhile, a murmur went through the crowd. "Is it just me, or does it smell like cigarette smoke around here?" Gazing at the two who were now furiously scribbling on the blackboards, Vice Captain Hygiene Macron commented again, "The more I think about it, the more this whole mission feels like a complete setup." But then, Vice Captain Hygiene Macron simply glanced over at KN, who stood beside her without uttering a single word, leaving another pregnant pause in their conversation. Finally, she helplessly rubbed her temples and said with her eyes closed, "What can I do? The captain hangs on every single word that old geezer says." But suddenly, her eyes snapped open as she stared straight ahead. And she wasn't the only one. KN's attention was also sharply focused on the same spot, where Professor Myron, Tyrion, and Assistant Aunt Teresa were once again facing off. A swift realization dawned on them. The entire atmosphere in the hall had just shifted, hadn't it? Just then, the host's voice rang out, announcing, "And that concludes the first round of this difficult problem-solving session." Over with alchemy professor Baroque Stonefox, he was staring in astonishment at the information written on the board, realizing that what he was seeing was. Observing the series of detailed notations on the two blackboards, he voiced his next realization. Though the results are similar, the approach is entirely different. And on the other side, Captain KN was forming his own train of thought as he watched intently from the same direction. However, The assistant's interpretation was far more straightforward than Professor Myron Tyrion's. And what's more, the final result was also slightly different. From the stage below, the host's voice echoed through the hall once again. Next up is the second difficult problem-solving section. And once again, both competitors returned to their blackboards and resumed writing. Up in the observation area, several onlookers began to focus intently, their faces a clear mixture of shock and apprehension. It was truly astonishing. After all, quite a few people had successfully solved this second problem in the past. But, to see an interpretation like this was the very first time I'd ever witnessed a solution for a problem that was supposed to take at least 200 lines to fully solve and clarify. And yet, she managed to solve the problem using exactly 12 lines. The person they were both discussing was none other than Antaryza. From his strategic viewpoint, Baekyu Song maintained his princely air, watching with his arms crossed. A mysterious smile played on his lips as he thought to himself that the audience's reaction was quite good. Keeping that smile on his face, his thoughts shifted, realizing that the main event was only just beginning. The host's voice rang out again, announcing that the third difficult problem was now underway. Could the third problem, one that had never been solved until now, actually be cracked right here? Both of them focused on transcribing their research results onto the boards. A bead of anxious sweat appeared on Antaryza's face, while Professor Myron Tyrion looked far more worried. Both of them stopped writing, and down below, a stunned Burok Stonefox began to voice a constant stream of commentary. Did she actually solve it, Professor Myron? The person who solved the third problem, long considered impossible. The result is truly remarkable. Yet, despite hearing this praise, Professor Myron showed no sign of joy. Instead, a mix of shock and confusion was palpable. Burok, Stonefox's words pointed it out, but there was something even more impressive about Assistant Antaryza's work. Looking at the results Antaryza was working on, Professor Myron began to feel irritated and angry, a single thought dominating his mind. What in the world is that method of reasoning? Over on his side, Baekyu Song wore a satisfied smile as he listened to the endless chatter from the surrounding crowd. How on earth could she have come up with an approach like this? I'm seeing it with my own two eyes and I still can't believe it. New information then came to light. Until now, senior alchemists had always treated the 5 difficult problems as 5 separate issues, solving them one by one. But Antaryza was completely different. She saw all 5 problems as a single entity, and proceeded to solve them with an integrated approach. And that was the key difference between Myron Tyrion and Antaryza. Afterwards, as the problem-solving continued, Professor Myron's hand began to tremble as he wrote on the board. His train of thought was completely broken, his calculations faltering. Wait, what's the next part of the formula? He glanced at his blackboard and cursed. Damn it, there's not enough board space to write. And so, he turned to a nearby host and yelled, Please, bring another board over here, hurry up. But then, a familiar voice cut through the tense atmosphere, instantly shattering the suspense. I am finished. Professor Myron's gaze froze, and he slowly turned to the side, where Antaryza was calmly standing with her back to the blackboard, facing the people below. Antaryza then began her explanation to everyone, detailing a complete analysis and reasoning for the non-random intersection of the formulas. A faint light seemed to emanate from her as her calm voice echoed across the square. That was the analysis for the complete solution to the non-random formulaic intersection. With this intractable problem finally solved, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Insane! And then, the noise quickly drowned out everything else. This is insane! This is absolutely insane. Am I really witnessing a historic moment in a place like this? Ah, I'm getting so emotional. This is truly the moment of the century. Hearing these words from below, Antaryza felt a wave of happiness, and a new sense of confidence began to form in her mind. I did it. Thank you, Yusun. This is all because of you. Her smile lingered for a moment, but it was cut short by another voice calling out, Antaryza. Antaryza. Standing before her was the menacing aura radiating from Professor Myron Tyrion. Antaryza glanced over, her voice filled with anxiety. Professor. Just as Yusun landed beside Antaryza and reached out a hand, the magical aura emanating from Professor Myron Tyrion began to swell, becoming terrifyingly palpable. The professor's voice, now laced with a chilling edge, cut through the air. Antaryza, she began, her tone a mix of sorrow and accusation. Just how long do you plan on making me suffer? Taking my stolen thesis, altering it, and passing it off as your own. Does that make you feel proud? Sensing the situation was about to go south, Yusun instinctively stepped forward, shielding the shell-shocked Antaryza behind him. His expression remained as cold as ever, but his mind was racing. Is she really planning to go full dark mage right here and now? This is escalating way faster than I anticipated. Then again, this might be for the best. As he watched Professor Myron power up, a new, more devious idea began to form in his mind. if she transforms into a dark magician in front of this entire crowd? Meanwhile, the professor, unable to contain her seething rage, shrieked her name again. Aunt Teresa! Aunt Teresa! Her eyes finally blazed with pure fury as she screamed, Aunt Teresa! All the while, Aunt Teresa stood there, heart pounding and legs trembling, biting her lip just to keep herself from collapsing. After holding it in for so long, Aunt Teresa finally snapped, screaming at the top of her lungs, I told you to just confess. Finding her courage, Aunt Teresa let it all out in a torrent of words. My thesis is far superior to anything you've written. Wasn't my presentation just now proof enough? Just how much of my work do you need to plagiarize before you're finally satisfied, Professor? The crowd looked on, completely floored by this sudden academic smackdown, and everyone leaned in, ready for the tea. So that thesis on the red potion was actually the assistant's. That explains everything. But just seconds after her outburst, Aunt Teresa felt a wave of fear wash over her again. Professor! Professor! She cried out, her emotions erupting once more, her voice even louder than before. You're even more foolish than I am, aren't you, Professor? Hearing that line, even Beck Yusin, standing right beside her, was caught off guard, thinking, wait, what? And that moment of stunned silence quickly spread to Captain Kane and Vice Captain Huygen, who were watching the whole spectacle from nearby. But the true center of everyone's attention, the one in the spotlight, was none other than Professor Majin herself. To shatter the thick, uncomfortable tension in the air, the Golden Crown alchemist, Sioko, let out a deliberate cough, crossed his arms, and erupted into a booming laugh. Ha 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 ha, how amusing, he declared. Today's conference is turning out to be truly fascinating. His words finally jolted Professor Majin, snapping her back to reality. A wave of panic washed over her as she realized she'd just let some of her magical aura slip, her voice trembling as she uttered, What? She glanced down at her own trembling hands, a single thought racing through her mind. What have I just done? Her inner voice screamed, Danger! This is incredibly dangerous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Professor Majin channeled all of her fury into a single, piercing glare aimed in one direction. She strode forward purposefully, stopping right in front of Aunt Teresa, her killing intent palpable. Aunt Teresa, she seethed. How dare you? The threat made Aunt Teresa's face drain of all color, her fear obvious. But in the next instant, that shock was transferred directly to Professor Majin as she recognized the all-too-familiar figure now standing in her path. It was, of course, Beck Yusin. In a calm, measured tone, he said, Professor Majin, I suggest you take a look around. At his words, Professor Majin's face went completely rigid. Her expression slowly morphed into one of utter disbelief, the kind of look that says you're questioning every decision you've ever made. And just like that, the professor found herself crushed under the immense, invisible pressure of countless unsympathetic eyes staring up at her from the crowd. The alchemists, Wan Sioko included, remained dead silent, waiting for the finale, hoping everyone would calm down and get a grip on the situation. Professor Majin Theron snapped her head to the side, stammering out a defense. No, that's not it. It's not like that at all. The situation peaked when she placed a hand over her heart, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. That little brat is the one who stole my thesis. From the audience, Elder Wan Sioko had heard everything and saw the situation for what it was, commanding in a low tone, drag her out. Someone was quick to respond, Yes, sir. Following those words, the order was carried out. 2 monitoring spirits moved in and began escorting Professor Majin away. Faced with this dire predicament, Professor Majin still tried to struggle. Ah, no, I'm telling you I did nothing wrong. The duo from Destruction Team 13 could only watch as she was hauled off, her frantic voice still refusing to cease. Let go, let me go. After the storm and the mess of colossal bubbles had passed, Aunt Teresa finally collapsed, slumping to the ground right where she stood. Every burden seemed to have been lifted, and from in front of her, a hand was slowly extended. Her glistening eyes looked up at that familiar hand. Beck Eason, wearing a textbook heartthrob smile, looked at the girl on the floor and said gently, Assistant, you've had a rough day. Hearing such warm words of encouragement, Aunt Teresa couldn't help but stare blankly for a few seconds, before breaking into a brilliant smile that washed away all her worries. The golden light from outside only added to the scene's dazzling beauty. Cutting over to Destruction Team 13 of the Moonmaster Tower, we find the pair now heading off in a certain direction. Vice Captain Hygiene closed her eyes as she started a new conversation. In the end, we came up with absolutely nothing. Hearing her cryptic remark, Captain KN immediately caught on to the issue and added, I see. If her emotions exploded to that degree, there definitely should have been some kind of sign, right? The sensor that reacts to dark demon corruption, however, showed no response whatsoever. Vice Captain Hygiene brought up another doubt. That's true. The Moonmaster Tower's psychic sense isn't exactly infallible, after all. And then, a brand new question surfaced as she glanced over at Beck Eason and Anteresa, who were completely swarmed by a crowd of scholars. By the way, isn't that kid the third-year student they said was the co-author? Turning to Captain KN beside her, she seemed a bit hesitant about her own assessment. He's kinda cute, don't you think? Hearing this, KN shot her a sidelong glance and threw back a question. Did you look into him? Hygiene's expression was a bit blank as she replied, I just got the intel from Meta. She then proceeded to provide some more detailed information about Beck Eason. Before coming to Stella, his hometown was apparently destroyed by dark demons. He's a commoner with the lowest grades, so how did he end up in the S-class? On top of that, he's attending the world's most prestigious magic academy without using magic. The whole thing is just plain weird. He also asked to have his name removed from the paper today. Not expecting to get so much information, Captain KN calmly looked ahead. Is that so? That was fast. And then, his eyes suddenly showed surprise at something. From up ahead, Beck Eason was looking directly at KN on this side. His expression was 1 part focus, 9 parts feigned ignorance. And then he decided to play it cool, turning away to look forward before flashing a bright smile. Standing there, a bit dazed, Captain KN asked himself, Hold on, our eyes just met. But Hygiene beside him simply glanced over and brushed it off. What? No way. She then looked back toward Beck Eason up ahead and continued. Could the captain's perception-dampening spell and my shadow barrier really be pierced so easily? You must be imagining things. Keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead, KN went silent for a few seconds. Beck Eason's smile was as if nothing had transpired from their previous glance at all. Just like that, KN had nothing more to say about him, his thoughts trailing off into endless ellipses. Besides, after confirming Professor Majin showed no abnormalities, there was nothing left for them to do here. KN started walking in another direction, saying, Let's go, our work is done. Hygiene put her hands behind her back and followed, adding, I'm sick of this boring place anyway. We cut to a luxurious, aristocratic carriage, where someone inside is seething with such rage they've started biting their nails. And this person is none other than Professor Majin Tiran, the one who just caused all that drama. The curses just keep flowing. Damn it all. If it weren't for Baek Yuseong, I wouldn't be in this humiliating mess. But then, from across from her, a figure calmly speaks without even opening their eyes from their book. Now that things have escalated this far, we'll have to handle Baek Yuseong. Just calm yourself, Majin. Startled by his sudden appearance, Professor Majin's voice trembles with drama. You're Raiden? The man opens his blood-red eyes, his displeasure palpable. You've just stirred up a massive amount of trouble. After giving her a somewhat apathetic look, our young man sharply closes the book in his hands upon hearing Majin's defensive retort. That wasn't trouble. Professor Majin Tiran is visibly taken aback, as if to say, Wait, what? Raiden continues, his expression souring as he glances at her from the corner of his eye. We were lucky the powerful Fleck Knight's contract managed to suppress it. If your emotions had flared up just a little more and caused a scene, you could have jeopardized our entire operation. I almost created a major incident, Professor Majin says, stunned. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. It's all she can muster. As Raiden tucks his book away into a pocket dimension, he sighs with his eyes half closed. Do you really believe an apology is enough to fix this? The leader is deeply disappointed. His tone then hardens. You've practically lost all your value as a professor at Stella Academy, and that is simply unacceptable. Professor Majin practically shrieks, desperate to explain herself. No, I have plenty of connections on the plagiarism review board. This incident, I can still smooth things over. I haven't been fired yet. Hearing enough of her rambling, Raiden closes his eyes and cuts her off sharply. Be silent and stay put. The most useful thing you can do right now is keep your head down. The air grows heavy with his unspoken threat. Do you understand? And with that, he teleports away. He leaves Professor Majin stranded with a final command. Don't move and remain silent until you receive further instructions from the commander. Once alone, Majin Tiran's resentment boils over, her hands clenched into tight fists as she directs all her fury at one person. This is all because of Baek Yuseong, and just like that, a dangerous expression darkens her features as a sinister plot begins to take shape in her mind. Recalling the sight of him just before she was dragged away, Professor Majin is lost in thought. Just a little longer, she tells herself, just a little bit longer. And the image of that young man burns itself even deeper into her memory. Speaking of Baek Yuseong, the scene cuts to a train speeding along its tracks. Inside one of the cars, we see him with his arms crossed, staring intently at Assistant Anteresa, who sits across from him with a peculiar expression on her face. His gaze then drifts away as a thought enters his mind. What a shame. I was thinking, if Professor Majin Tiran had just used black magic during her presentation, everything would have gone smoothly and the branch of resentment would have been activated. He leans back, closing his eyes as his mind races. Still, it can't be helped. No need to be hasty. Suddenly, his eyes snap open again. There is just one thing that's still nagging at me. He recalls a specific moment when his gaze unconsciously drifted to a spot where Captain Kane and Vice Captain Hodgin stood side by side, concealed by shadow stealth. Remembering Kane looking right back at him, a realization solidifies in his mind. That was definitely Kane. And for a bit of context, the Cloud-Slaying Tower is an elite unit of dark mages, chosen through an incredibly rigorous selection process. They're famous for hunting down other dark mages and sorcerers. And within that tower, the commander of the most elite squad, Destruction Unit number 13, is none other than Kane. This adds a new layer to his thoughts. If it weren't for my sixth sense, I never would have noticed them until the very end. I have a pretty good idea why dangerous people like them were present. They were probably there to keep an eye on Professor Majin Tyran. Whatever their reason, it'd be great if we could get actively involved. Just as this thought crosses his mind, his attention is drawn back to Assistant Anteresa, who suddenly speaks up, slightly surprised. Huh? Excuse me, sir, but could you spare a moment? No sooner have the words left her mouth than a figure appears right next to where Assistant Anteresa is seated. She asks, a hint of surprise in her voice. And who might you be? Before the man can even introduce himself, she's taken aback by his appearance. Wait a minute, she thinks. Is that man, in the elegant white suit, with the distinctive ears of an elf? The man in question is holding his hat, which he removes with a bright smile as he addresses them. It's a pleasure to meet you all. It was indeed a man in a dapper white suit, with the unmistakable pointed ears of an elf. This was an elf, dressed to the nines, sitting right in front of them. This man was destined to become the wealthiest person in the world. Despite being over 50 years old and having a daughter, he was still a prime target for many. The reason wasn't his wealth or good looks, but because his daughter, the villainous Jellian, was a key part of the equation. The high elf Jellian, living up to her reputation as a villainess, would torment the protagonist. After this lengthy internal exposition, Baek Yuseong lets out a weary sigh, summarizing the key points in his head. The classic strategy was to target the person Jellian cherished most, her father, Foley, by marrying him and subsequently destroying their family from within. It sounds like something out of a soap opera, but everyone in the original story was hyped for this dramatic turn of events. Returning to the present, our protagonist stares ahead with half-lidded, apathetic eyes. I was expecting this, he thinks, but I didn't think he'd actually show up in person. A flurry of thoughts race through his mind. I need to make a solid impression during this conversation to set things up for the chapters to come. Meanwhile, Folian is smiling warmly at the two of them. He had already initiated the conversation. You must be the alchemist Anteresa, yes? And this, I presume, is the alchemist whose identity has yet to be revealed? Ah, if it's not too much trouble, might I ask for your name? Our boy thinks to himself, I saw this coming a mile away, but that's a smooth way to ask, before promptly replying, I'm Baek Yuseong, a first-year S-class student at Stella Academy. Folian seems pleasantly surprised by this. Oh, a student from Stella Academy. It's a true pleasure to meet you. Reaching into his coat, Folian closes his eyes for a moment before continuing. The reason I sought you two out is, he produces a file, an exclusive contract for the alchemist Anteresa's formulas for the Nebula Merchant Guild. The terms, of course, are exceptionally generous. Would you care to review the contract? While our protagonist's expression remains completely unfazed, Assistant Anteresa is floored. As she takes the document, her hands tremble slightly. Flipping it open, her eyes light up. Whoa, this is unlimited support for materials and technicians, and this fee. I've never seen a number this big in my life. Her mind starts racing. With terms like these, I could finally create all the inventions I've been dreaming of. Yuseong is going to love this. She glances over at him expectantly, but he just gives a non-committal humph, completely oblivious to her excitement. Assistant Anteresa falters for a moment at his lukewarm reaction before turning back to Folian. Excuse me, sir. Could you possibly give me a little more time to consider this? Sensing her hesitation, Folian quickly adds, Are the conditions not to your liking? If you have any other requests, please, don't hesitate to voice them. But Anteresa quickly interjected, No, that's not it. The conditions aren't just adequate, they're excessive. It's just, she said, focusing to give a more logical explanation. I need to discuss this with the co-creator of this formula. Big Yusen, sitting beside her, was also taken aback by her words, thinking, I can't believe I'm the holdup for such a critical matter. They're both smiling so brightly, and she's telling me not to worry. How can they convey all that just through words? His thoughts raced. Co-creator? I thought that was just an excuse for her. Turns out it wasn't. Looking at them smiling, telling me not to worry. How is this possible? His train of thought continued. A teenager who could help solve a problem that had lingered for 300 years was certainly no ordinary genius. But no matter how you looked at it, he was still just a student. Having made his assessment, Folion extended a hand and asked, "Would you like to review the contract?" Another thought crossed his mind. Even if he's a prodigy in magic or alchemy, when it comes to business, he's just a kid. As offered, Big Yusin took the paper and examined it intently. Folion continued his internal monologue, confident that with terms like these, there was no way he could refuse. With a smile on his face, he received the young man's immediate answer, "I respectfully decline." Folion's expression froze in utter disbelief. Staring at the young man across from him, he asked, "May I ask why? If the conditions are unsatisfactory, I will amend them immediately." Pausing, the young man stared straight ahead. His mind processed the entire situation. Signing an exclusive contract with the Star Pattern Guild, the largest merchant guild in the world, was obviously a fantastic opportunity. However, while Folion was a brilliant businessman, he was also incredibly possessive and hated losing anything he considered his. If this formula were tied up in his hands, only cheap items would be mass-produced, severely limiting the diversity, uniqueness, and overall performance of all equipment. Furthermore, due to the extreme monopoly, many mages would be unable to access the equipment, and technological development would skew heavily toward commercial interests, allowing villains to catch up on the tech front. I've seen players who chose this story branch before. They only made money and ended up with a tragic outcome. Based on these deductions, he voiced a new point. It has nothing to do with the conditions. I simply do not wish to sign an exclusive contract. Folion stammered slightly. What you mean is... Holding the paper, his face betraying no emotion, the young man added, "This technology, a fusion of magitech and alchemy, and will have a massive impact not only on daily life, but also on crafting equipment for mages. We wish for this technology, these new items, to be used by as many mages as possible." Hearing this string of pronouncements, Folion offered a confirming observation. "You have very grand dreams and ambitions. Having great aspirations is a fine thing. But to make those wonderful dreams a reality, money is an absolute necessity." The young man replied instantly, "As it happens, I've just concluded negotiations with a series of investors, and one of them was none other than Chairman Folion himself." As if understanding his implication, Folion posed the critical question, "So you intend to sign contracts with them, and with me as well? If that's the case, most of the conditions I've offered will have to be scrapped." Without denying it, the young man closed his eyes and confirmed with a smile, "That's right. To be frank, I'm very tempted by those conditions, which is why." His eyes slowly opened, his voice deliberate and calm. "We will elevate the products to a premium line." A new smile bloomed on his lips. "That is the proposal I'm putting on the table." After sealing the deal, the new criteria were set, with the goal of making the items accessible to everyone. However, for the exclusive, limited edition luxury items that are incredibly difficult to produce, I will sign an exclusive contract with the Star Pattern Guild. Our boy Yusin is subtly flexing his strategy to bait Folion, playing the long game of building a top-tier luxury brand. That's Yusin for you. His sheer confidence was enough to make even a veteran like Folion narrow his eyes in deep thought. A true business pro, Folion was on the same wavelength and instantly caught on to Yusin's intentions. Folion gestured toward Yusin as he put forth a counter-proposal. He asked probingly, "Excellent, but will those luxury goods actually sell? I will never engage in a venture that could harm my own interests." Knowing exactly what the chairman was worried about, Yusin gave a slight bow and replied with a few reassuring words, "Correct, which is why I'm not asking you to sign a contract immediately." And then, his already cool gaze sharpened with an even greater, more cutting confidence. "In 6 months, let's hold a press conference for the internal investors, with you, Chairman Folion, presiding." Folion's expression showed a flash of surprise as Yusin continued, thinking, "Wait, what's this now? If you're as impressed with the product as I believe you are, then I formally request you sign an exclusive brand contract with our company." Recognizing that Beck Yusin had calculated every move with precision, Million closed his eyes, a knowing and familiar smile gracing his lips. "Yes, that's it exactly. Absolutely brilliant." Aunt Teresa, at his side, also broke into a subtle smile, instantly grasping that their business partner had basically sealed the deal on these preliminary terms. To solidify their reputable partnership, Million immediately pulled out something akin to a calling card and said, "This is a messenger slip, and it includes my contact information as well." Reaching out to accept it, Beck Yusin responded politely, "Understood. My thanks." A small caption popped up. "Messenger slip. A magical item used for writing and sending messages, ensuring the letter reaches its recipient with pinpoint accuracy." Their business seemingly concluded, Million donned his hat once more, the smile on his lips, a gentlemanly farewell. All right then, I must be on my way. Beck Yusin still looked a bit flustered after their guest left, while Aunt Teresa simply held her enigmatic smile. For all the swagger he showed a moment ago, Beck Yusin was now a total wreck. His face drained of color as he clutched his chest, trembling. Heavens, I thought I was going to kick the bucket from sheer anxiety. Noticing her master was suddenly scared witless, Aunt Teresa, standing beside him, also grew worried. Is that truly how someone who's supposedly always on edge acts? In response to her wide-eyed, innocent look, Yusin insisted, I was genuinely on edge. Yusin's confession made Aunt Teresa burst into a natural laugh, which she followed up with a heartfelt compliment. That's our Yusin. You were incredible, just as I'd hoped. Her assistant's slightly odd compliment made Beck Yusin blush again. Huh? Seeing that her master was still buffering, Aunt Teresa quickly changed her tune. Ah, never mind. Shaking off the strange interaction, Beck Yusin turned his gaze towards the door where Mylian had just exited a moment ago. Lost in thought, a smile of relief spread across his handsome face. After all, he'd successfully dealt with one major issue. When I get back, he thought, I'll have to invite the rest of the club out for a huge celebratory meal at some high-end restaurant. Just then, another announcement appeared. The scientific symposium had concluded without a hitch, and classes at Stella Academy were proceeding as normal. In a lecture hall, a professor stood at the front, informing the students. Professor Mayhern is feeling under the weather, so I shall be substituting for him today. Beck Yusin, his scholarly spectacles perched on his nose, narrowed his eyes. The familiar worries flooded his mind again. So it's true. He's vanished completely? His thoughts grew darker and more burdensome as he recalled the images of Professor Mayhern's demonic corruption. According to the original storyline, Mayhern was supposed to fully awaken in Chapter 8, at which point the entire school would have sustained massive damage. Now, thanks to this incident, I have no way of knowing how wildly the future will veer off course. His gaze hardened with resolve. Is it possible this chapter will arrive much earlier than planned? I can only hope that it happens on a scale I can still manage to handle, he mused. As another thought suddenly struck him, it's not just Professor Mayhern. Aunt Teresa didn't show up to the academy today either. Once the lecture was over, Beck Il-Sol was making his way down a quiet, empty hallway. It seems she's just taking it easy. Having cashed in on an early retirement plan, he mused with a hint of humor. At that very moment, a student up ahead piped up. Hey, you guys, did you hear? The nearby conversation immediately caught Beck Il-Sol's attention. That teaching assistant, Aunt Teresa, wasn't she the one who decoded that so-called ancient magical language? The one that's supposed to be insanely hard to crack? The chatter grew more and more lively. Oh, I heard. But isn't there another co-author as well? They say that person's identity is being kept a secret, but why would they do that? Beck Il-Sol tried to ignore them by looking straight ahead, but the crowd just kept on talking. Unbelievable. Could it be that the person is just incredibly ugly? Ah, you think so? A moment later, Beck Il-Sol was out on the school grounds, but he still couldn't escape his overthinking. Keeping my identity as one of the authors a secret has really helped me dodge a lot of drama at this school. His steps suddenly came to a halt. First off, I already dropped hints by borrowing knowledge from these divine glasses, because for everything to go smoothly, all the focus and attention absolutely has to be on Aunt Teresa. Stopping in his tracks, Beck Il-Sol noticed something familiar nearby. Ah, found them. That person. Isn't that Ma Il-Sol? Wait, and look at Ansol. She looks like a human version of a giraffe. After a long absence, our two main characters, Beck Il-Sol and Ansol, have finally returned to the scene. The people around them once again caught a glimpse of Beck Il-Sol watching Ansol with a somewhat bashful expression. And then, the unsolicited gossip started up again. High academic scores and top-tier looks. Isn't that build a little too overpowered? Is that person next to her crat or something? She looks just like a doll. Well, she's still not a very good person regardless. Yeah, she's beautiful, all right. Beck Il-Sol thought with a look of resignation, standing to the side with his hands on his hips. This gossip mill will never close, even if the sky falls. There's never going to be a single quiet day, is there? To get their attention, he raised his voice and called out, I'm over here. Seeing Beck Il-Sol, Ma Il-Sol, the friend with Ansol, greeted him with a bright smile. Hey, Il-Sol. Beck Il-Sol waved back in reply. Sorry, I probably kept you guys waiting for a while, didn't I? Not really, Ansol added, before getting straight to the point. So, what are we eating? Weren't you the one who said you'd be deciding that? Knowing that our dear Ansol rarely gets to enjoy delicious food due to her family's tight financial situation, Beck Il-Sol flashed a confident smile, his tone a bit mysterious. You'll find out if you follow me. The scene changes to a restaurant, where there are 3 people at the table but only 2 plates of food. A little stingy, aren't we, Mr. Owner? If Ilsol wasn't mistaken, this dish was pizza, practically glowing and filling the air with its irresistible aroma. Unsol's eyes lit up with desire, her face flushing at the thought of digging into such a scrumptious meal. From his side, Beck Ilsol couldn't help but notice her undeniably adorable expression at that moment. Unsol's eyes were now glued to the plate of food, while Ilsol couldn't take his eyes off her, as a few overthinking thoughts began to dance in his head again. Thinking back on it, something seemed a little off about Unsol's explanation and introduction. The rule is, when you order pizza, you have to start with a soup-like drink, maybe some pickle juice? Following that strange logic, he handed Ansel a peculiar-looking glass and said, "Here, try this." Ansol's eyes went wide, a series of massive question marks popping up over her head, accompanied by a heavy dose of anxiety. What was this, and how was she supposed to eat it? That wave of anxiety washed over Ansel once again, the question marks endlessly spamming her thoughts. Seeing this, Bakil was at a complete loss for words, his thoughts trailing off into a long series of dots. Her adorably clueless expression made him wonder, hold on, could this actually be her first time hanging out at a pizza place? He muttered, "Ah, yeah, that's gotta be it." Right at that moment, Ansel finally mustered the courage to bring the glass to her lips for a taste. And then, an expression of utter astonishment lit up her pretty face. Whoa, this is delicious. Her face immediately flushed with delight. Across the table, Ma Il-sol noticed he had the exact same drink as Ansel, and, his curiosity piqued, he raised it to his own lips for a taste. A pleasant, refreshing sensation spread through him, and Ma Il-sol turned to Bek Il-sol, his voice full of approval. "Yeah, this is actually really good." Bak Il-sol glanced over, maintaining his usual cool and aloof poker face. But his inner monologue was on a completely different, comically absurd level. "Somebody snap a photo, my dude. You gotta capture this legendary moment. He's just taking a sip, but he looks like he's posing for a Michelin star food magazine cover." After the three had finished their starters, Bak Il-sol held up a slice of pizza with a smile and said, "Let's try this next. Time to eat." Pure anticipation was written all over Ansol's face as she quickly grabbed her knife and fork, preparing for battle. Seeing her pick up the utensils so formally, Bek Il-sol wasn't too surprised. He just closed his eyes, a teasing note in his voice. "Oh my, are you actually planning to stab that pizza with your knife?" Nobody does that. Caught off guard by the teasing, Ansel stared blankly at Bek Il-sol, waiting for instructions on the proper way to eat. The guy immediately gave a live demonstration, lifting a slice to his own mouth, accompanied by the perfect, irrefutable explanation that, "They say it tastes much better when you eat it like this." Ansel watched, once again falling into a state of utter confusion. That seemed a little strange, didn't it? Wasn't that incredibly rude? Meanwhile, Ma Il-sol, sitting opposite them, broke into a wide grin. "Oh? But isn't this way more fun?" And just like that, the cool and collected Ma Il-sol picked up a slice with his bare hands, chose his spot, and took a satisfying bite. "All right then. I guess I'll give it a try," Ansel thought. You never know until you try. And after trying it, she realized she'd never had anything like it before. Oh, whatever. Forgetting all the face-palmingly awkward moments up until now, Ansel decided to follow the two guys' lead and picked up the pizza slice with her hands. And then, she took her first bite, her eyes instinctively closing to savor the flavor. Her body then gave a slight shiver, which immediately caught the attention of her two male classmates at the table. Ansel brought a hand to her cheek, her face glowing with an indescribable joy as a few sweet thoughts began to bubble up in her mind. Ah, there's a sweet, wine-like flavor melting into the rich, gooey cheese. And to top it all off, crisp, fresh bell peppers were practically dancing on the surface. Could simply mixing in a little bell pepper with olive oil truly create a dish this extraordinary? That's not even mentioning the rich, savory bacon paired with sweet, crunchy onions. It was as if all of them were blending together, waltzing in unison to compose a magnificent symphony of flavor. Seeing his friend looking so blissed out and cheerful, Bakil Sol chimed in. "So, what's the verdict? Is it delicious?" Lost in the moment of pure enjoyment, Ansel was slightly taken aback by Bakil Sol's question, but then her eyes drifted back to the slice in her hand, and her face flushed an even deeper shade of red. She mumbled quietly, "Yeah, it really is amazing." The two guys glanced at each other and then back at Ansel, a knowing smirk spreading across their faces. And with that, a few proposals and some much friendlier exchanges were thrown into the conversation. "We should come here to eat all the time from now on. You have to let me come with you, please don't say no." The scene suddenly cuts to a vast field, completely bathed in the colors of the sunset. An unexpected event occurred. A truly unique fissure, glowing with a strange light, suddenly split the earth open. Heralding a new danger on the horizon, Fuliam was casually walking back to class when a booming voice suddenly called out to her. Her eyes flickered over, and with a bright smile, she gave a completely nonchalant reply, leaving the other girl looking utterly baffled and a bit stunned. With that, her friend bolted, not forgetting to drop one last comment over her shoulder. Fulium stood frozen, watching her retreating back, and after a moment, she let out a long sigh as the gears in her head started turning. She must have been coming to report that Assistant Aunt Teresa managed to solve that ridiculously complex, godforsaken magic formula. However, according to my information, that was all thanks to the guy named Baek Yuseol. An image of him flashed through her mind, sending Fulium spiraling into a whole new storm of thoughts. There's always a price to pay for a comeback. He lost nearly all of his future memories, including major events and the main plotline. They were all wiped clean. Did he somehow hack his own memory, or does he just possess a literal infinite IQ? While Fulium was still trying to process everything, a crowd up ahead was whispering about something. But then, a familiar figure loomed into her path and offered a greeting. It was none other than Jeremy Scanlon, who flashed a radiant smile and immediately started a conversation. Seeing Jeremy sticking so close, Fulium's internal defenses went up as she muttered, "Why is he being so extra? If you're going that way, does that mean I have to follow you?" With a dismissive look, she delivered a brutally blunt statement. Then, Fulium turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Jeremy Scanlon with a slightly creepy smile, thinking she was truly one of a kind. The camera pans to a massive notice board, the text on it crystal clear, as a crowd of students stares up at it. Fulium stood there, her mind reeling once again as some bonus information appeared. Persona Gate, an alternate dimension created through the power of dark mages. If these gates aren't cleared the moment they appear, the surrounding area transforms into a wasteland where not a single living thing can survive. Moreover, unlike standard dungeons that you clear by defeating a boss or destroying a core, getting through a Persona Gate requires you to rack your brain, analyzing and breaking its unique rules and tricks. Clem was once again lost in thought, analyzing density, spatial distortion rates, topology, soul-sealing techniques. In short, a massive mental workout to comprehend and memorize thousands of rules and possibilities, all while getting his head in the game. In reality, the very reason for training magic warriors was to block these Persona Gates. To put it bluntly, this was the most crucial subject of all. Her hand instinctively tightened. If the original story was anything to go by, something was bound to go wrong during this Persona Gate practical. She couldn't let Baek Yusten carry the team all by himself. She steeled her resolve, determined to prevent it this time and avert any major catastrophe. The scene shifts to the 9th star tower at the Seong Orion Cafe Terrace. Princess Hongbi-Zeon's group was gathered, their table laden with cakes and tea. A sudden question was tossed out, and the other girls began to chatter in response. Princess Hongbi-Zeon took a sip of her tea amidst the cheerful chirping of her friends. But deep down, the princess found the cake utterly tasteless. Just then, her eyes widened as she overheard the following conversation. And then, the image of Baek Yusten with Assistant Aunt Teresa surfaced again, sparking a wave of curiosity. It made sense, of course, since Rickon's father was the director of the intelligence agency, but a massive question mark still loomed. Over here, Princess Hongbi-Zeon set down her teacup, her mind already racing with analysis. Even the Intelligence Bureau didn't have a clear profile on that student. And once more, the image of Baek Yusten and Assistant Aunt Teresa flashed in her mind. The princess's expression visibly darkened, and a surge of agitation made her unconsciously stroke the rim of her teacup. 1,000 whys danced in her head. But why would Baek Yusten conceal the truth? Could he be intentionally helping, trying to elevate Assistant Aunt Teresa's status? Then a thought sparked in her mind. It was entirely possible that Baek Yusten had developed feelings for Assistant Aunt Teresa. At that thought, she shot up from her seat, startling her friend, who asked a bewildered question. Princess Hongbi-Zeon had already turned and stormed off, leaving her friend still dazed. The remaining three could only look at each other, completely baffled by what was happening. Another question was raised as they watched the princess walk away so quickly. The scene changes to the school grounds, where Princess Hongbi-Zeon was striding along when a figure suddenly appeared, blocking her path. At first, her eyes couldn't make out who it was, until a familiar voice rang out. "It was a familiar face," she replied. Hearing Bai-Zeon use her full name, Hong Si-hwa theatrically brought a hand to her mouth. A bit of info appears. A cruel twist of fate had forced them, one the legitimate child and the other illegitimate, to become rivals. "My half-sister, Hong Si-hwa Adolabit. I despise this woman." Shoving those thoughts aside, Princess Bai-Zeon moved past, giving Princess Si-hwa the chance to burst out laughing. So cold, indeed. But then, Si-hwa's next question made Princess Bai-Zeon's heart skip a beat. "Are you talking about a commoner, one who still upholds the spirit of chivalry that has all but vanished from this world?" Baek Yusten's image flickered through her mind again. Noticing the change in Bai-Zeon's expression, Sihua crossed her arms and smirked. Sihua's tone grew more pointed, her cold eyes and mocking smile twisting the knife. Princess Hongbi Xian's fists clenched tighter, Sihua's words infuriating her. As Princess B Xian coldly swept past, Princess Sihua let out another peal of laughter. Truly, so cold. But then, Sihua seemed to remember something, her index finger unconsciously tapping her chin. Could it be because their eldest sister had passed away? Bai Xian's face suddenly clouded over, her eyes reflecting an unconcealable sorrow. As B Xian continued on her way, Sihua's gaze followed her sister's retreating back, a hint of sadness and contemplation stirring within her as well. Maybe I went a little too far this time, Sihua thought to herself. It's probably too soon for her to hear about our eldest sister. Right at that moment, her guard, Si Aaron, appeared. Princess Sihua was slightly surprised by Si Aaron's sudden presence. A file was presented by Si Aaron. Sihua took the documents. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect to find this so easily. No digging required. Excellent. Is there really an assignment with this kind of content? Sihua opened the file. Let's see now. Reading further, Sihua couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering her mouth. Sensing something was amiss, Si Aaron's tone shifted. Sihua had turned away, but unexpectedly, she began to tremble while holding the document. Si Aaron noticed the abnormality, unable to hide his surprise. A few tears streamed down Princess Sihua's cheeks. Si Aaron asked with concern. Meanwhile, Sihua had hastily covered her mouth. Sensing something was wrong, Si Aaron's tone shifted again as Sihua turned away. It's nothing, Sihua replied, wiping away a fallen tear before breaking into uncontrollable laughter. A different thought intervened, and on the verge of the impending storm, a gentle smile graced her lips. The scene transitions to a new location. The students were all gathered on a grassy field as a professor stood giving an explanation. Hearing the announcement, Baek Yu-sun stood tucked away in the crowd, amidst the incessant murmuring. A different thought cut through, and on the cusp of the approaching tempest, our boy Baek Yu-sun started overthinking with a tangled mess of thoughts. At the same time, he glanced at his awesome system window, a small consolation prize for flexing his knowledge at the recent academic presentation. Oh, right. These glasses also had a super advanced gate analysis function time to activate it. Yu-sun thought to himself, perfectly calibrated, but this is perfectly wrong. The status window for Baek Yu-sun was complete down to the last centimeter. Stats: Strength high star 60, 1%. Senses high star 45%. Agility high star 42%. Stamina high star 12%. Durability 0 star 97%. Mental fortitude 1 star 59%. And remaining mana EXP. Skill: Forward blink level 1. His expression suddenly turned pensive, perhaps. Over on the side, the professor had dramatically pointed towards the gate, gesturing further. All right then, students, will everyone assigned to gate C7 please head this way? Plem, who was standing near Baek Yu-sun, immediately spoke up. Yes. It seems Yu-sun's charisma was nothing to scoff at, as he was drawing quite a bit of attention, and not just from her. The key to this problem is that all members must be perfectly in sync to clear the game together. Yu-sun's eyes scanned the group. The gears in his head began to turn. So these are the people I'll be in the trenches with on this run, huh? This Persona Gate practical will be conducted in teams, with each team consisting of 4 to 18 members. The critical factor is that members must be perfectly on the same wavelength to clear the dungeon. Yu-sun's gaze remained fixed on the crowd, silently assessing them. The average first-year student at Stella was only around Class 2. Conquering a Persona Gate designed with 3 risk tiers for this first combat mission was going to be tough, no doubt about it. A matter of extreme concern was that Gate C7, the main event location, had a maximum capacity of only 16 people. It was a bit of a gamble without Yu Seong or Hae Guan Ryang present, but with Plem and Hongbi Xian, it was manageable. Better yet, they also had Yu-sun, a heavy hitter carry, making this stage practically an auto-win. There was no way they'd get a game over. He stepped forward, calculating in his head that he probably wouldn't even need to get his hands dirty with the final boss strategy. The gate beckoned right before him, and Yu-sun thought, no matter what, the thing I'm really after is the hidden reward, those enchanting tree flower petals. All of a sudden, the scenery shifted, and a look of slight bewilderment crossed Baek Yu-sun's face. A brand new information window popped up immediately after. Welcome to YHRNS4. A magnificent plaza materialized, shimmering under the brilliant golden lights. Everyone began to gather around the large carpeted area in the center of the hall. Just then, Princess Hongbi Xian's team arrived in the very same area. Their gazes immediately swept across the scene, assessing the situation. Suddenly, a voice cut through, drawing all eyes. Greetings. A maid with the professional air of a butler hands clasped behind her back, offered a brilliant smile. I have prepared dresses and shoes for everyone. Princess Hongbi Xian felt a prickle of unease, her brow furrowing in suspicion. A dress and shoes? What is this about? Her mind instantly began racing. Was there any precedent for a ballroom scenario ever appearing inside a persona gate? Realizing this, she quickly regained her composure. This was no time to be distracted. We need to analyze the persona gate and examine the instructional notice first. A scroll materialized, covered in countless complex and baffling ancient runes, but a sliver of anxiety began to creep in. Wait a second. To present such a ridiculously complex task in a training exercise for Year 1A students was simply unbelievable. The maid then presented the instructional guide to the group. Miss, the evening gala is about to begin. You must hurry. Princess Hongbi Xian was still struggling to process everything that was happening. The maid kindly stepped closer, smiling as she inquired, "Is there something the matter?" The question tumbled from Hongbi Xian's lips, her voice laced with bewilderment. "How are you able to speak so naturally? Is that a pre-programmed phrase?" Her thoughts continued to spiral. She couldn't tell if this was a Pazarian life NPC from within the persona gate. I distinctly recall being told that entities inside gates created by mages were incapable of independent thought or action. The words, "Could it be?" escaped her lips before she could stop them. Looking at the maid's unwavering, natural smile and recalling her fluid speech, Hongbi Xian's conviction began to waver violently. No, that's impossible. This is Stella Academy. There's absolutely no way a true persona gate would manifest here. It must be that Stella's simulation technology has just become a bit more advanced. All the while, the cheerful expression never left the maid's face. "Why would you say such a thing, my lady?" Princess Hongbi Xian hastily changed the subject. "Never mind that. Please, go and retrieve the dress." The maid replied, "Yes, of course." With that, the maid departed, leaving the princess lost in thought as her anxiety continued to mount. I don't know if it's just my nerves, but something about this training exercise feels deeply wrong. I have a gut feeling this won't end easily. Time seemed to fly by, and with a distinct click of high heels, Princess Hongbi Xian emerged in a completely new attire. Her reddish platinum hair was now styled in a neat bun, harmonizing perfectly with the magnificent evening gown she had changed into. Her beauty was amplified tenfold. She was truly a vision to behold. And then, her gaze suddenly fell upon a familiar silhouette. It was none other than Baek Il-sung, looking impossibly dapper and charismatic in a luxurious suit. Her eyes remained on him, as she subconsciously smoothed her hair. So that's it. Scanning the information again, it seemed she'd stumbled upon a rather promising lead, and they did look quite compatible. But then, another event unexpectedly cut in, demanding her attention as a few vague memories suddenly came flooding back to her. "Princess, this paper was submitted by student Baek Il-sung as an assignment for a specific course. I've heard this particular story is deeply connected to that student's past." She accepted the folder, unconsciously tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Is that so?" Glancing over the contents, it seemed she'd stumbled upon a vital clue. This is. Snapping back to the present, her eyes were still locked on Baek Il-sung, and she wondered if her perception was being colored by the personal file she received on him just a few days prior. There's just something different about him now. He's a far cry from the boy who was constantly yawning his head off before. Just as her thoughts were racing, Baek Il-sung's gaze met hers. Is this his way of moving on from his past? The path of a knight within Stella. He's taking it one step at a time. Suddenly, Baek Il-sung's incredibly goofy expression completely shattered her train of thought. "What are you staring at? Never seen a commoner yawn before?" Princess Hongbi Xian flinched for a second but quickly regained her composure, averting her gaze with a touch of embarrassment as she replied, "No, it's nothing at all." At that moment, her attention drifted, landing on a nearby wall. A figure slowly approached, coming from one of what was rumored to be 4 distinct pathways. As a result, the gazes of everyone in the room immediately shifted to the newcomer. She was a lady with fiery red hair, holding a paper fan, who announced, "From this moment on, you are to attend the ball hosted by Duchess E. Heron." And then, the lady's gaze shifted, her attention falling upon a nearby wall. It is rumored that those 4 pathways lead down to the mansion's basement. However, the basement is a labyrinth filled with traps, and the moment any of you get lost, the mansion's knights will begin to move. A mysterious smile graced the lady's lips. "Your only option is to rely on your teamwork, combined with your own intuition and knowledge. So, do you think you can handle it?" Il-sung thought to himself. She's just like a real person. Who knew a base NPC could have such high-quality dialogue? Hearing his voice, the lady looked towards Il-sung with a hint of surprise. "You seem quite confident. It's a pleasure to meet you. That air of confidence is certainly impressive." "I like it," Il-sung replied, maintaining his self-assured posture. "Thank you." Witnessing this incredibly smooth and confident exchange, the other students could only stare wide-eyed, whispering to each other. What in the world? That guy. He just spoke to her as if she were a real person. Since when can a base NPC have dialogue that good? The woman's voice cut through their murmuring once again. Well then. I wish you all the best of luck. With that said, she simply turned and walked away, leaving everyone to gaze at her mysterious departing figure. The male students exchanged uneasy glances, their anxiety plain to see. Okay, I guess we should get going. A palpable sense of unease began to spread through the group. They began to advance toward the gates, steeling themselves for the impending mission. Just then, another voice cut through the air, forcing everyone to halt in their tracks and turn around. Hey everyone, hold on a second. The one who had just spoken was none other than Fo Lem. She posed a question to the group. This alchemy practice exam. Doesn't something about it feel a little off to you guys? She calmly began to break it down, pointing out numerous suspicious details that were hard to explain, yet the NPCs were acting incredibly lifelike. On top of that, she added, I can't get any kind of analysis from this persona gate whatsoever. Common sense dictates that a practical exam for first-year students shouldn't be this cryptic and unreadable. The male students up front nodded along, agreeing that the situation was indeed baffling and impossible to analyze. Actually, I feel it too. Something's definitely weird. I can barely make sense of what's going on, and yeah, that NPC seemed way too real. Seeing the students begin to waver and come around to her point of view, Fo Lem's expression visibly brightened. All right, I'll convince them to see it my way. She thought. Her voice rang out again. In my opinion. But before she could finish, another voice cut her off sharply. Hold on, Fa Lem. It was Jackie, appearing with his arms crossed and a look of clear disapproval on his face. You're not seriously trying to tell me this place might be real, are you? A flicker of anxiety crossed Fo Lem's face. Huh? Jackie continued his analysis, his tone firm and confident. As I see it, this is clearly a scenario set up by the professors. Isn't it obvious? In a real combat situation, we won't always be able to completely decode the information from a persona gate. In other words, the fact that we're in this confusing, unanalyzable situation is all part of their design. Delving deeper, Jackie stressed his point. Furthermore, Stella is the academy that trains the most elite magic warriors. It's home to the continent's top magic knight order. Is it even remotely possible that they wouldn't notice a real persona gate opening right here on school grounds? The crowd began to be swayed by Jackie's sharp logic. Ah, so that's it? And just like that, a new wave of concern began to ripple through them. Even though I was hoping no one would get mentally corrupted, in the original story, this persona gate is the real deal. But even if I told them that, nobody would believe me. That's why I tried to create this sense of unease. And then, Fo Lem's eyes flickered over to Jackie's smug, triumphant face. What? What am I supposed to do now? An uneasy silence fell over the area once more. Baek Yusin, who had been observing the whole time, thought to himself, So in the end, we're still going down this story branch, huh? Fragmented pieces of information flashed through his mind. L006, Jackie's corruption route. In the original novel, the character of Jackie never even existed, so Fo Lem must be completely flustered and in way over her head. However, this scene of Fo Lem confronting Jackie was one of the countless branching paths that existed in the original game's narrative. Regardless, this was a scenario where one of the three students was fated to become a sacrifice, to be corrupted. A new sense of dread began to set in. I was really hoping no one would get their mind eroded. But is a predetermined fate really impossible to change? Looking at the L006 scenario playing out right in front of him, Yusin sighed. Even if I help Fo Lem here, the outcome will still be the same. If that's the case, then the most logical choice right now is to take a step back. After a tense moment of staring each other down, Jackie finally made his choice and turned to leave. No matter what you say, I'm going in. Flem desperately tried to hold him back, causing the other male students to exchange worried glances as they too were forced to make a decision. Flem argued, even in a situation like this, it's all part of the professor's design. We just need to handle it calmly. As for the rest of you, feel free to just stand there and take it. And with that, Jackie selected a gate and teleported away, leaving Flem with a look of complete helplessness. At this point, the remaining male students looked at one another, anxiety etched on every face, as they finally reached their own conclusion. I'm going in too. I've always been prepared for these kinds of messed up scenarios. Meanwhile, Baek Yusin stood with his arms crossed, continuing to observe and analyze the situation, noting how no one was acting systematically. His fingers began to twitch slightly. In any case, now that it's come to this, the only option is to press forward. A mysterious smile crept across his lips as he slowly began to advance as well.